Chapter 676 Little Holy Court. George and others were walking in the rain, looking at the surrounding buildings and the people coming and going. He found that the customs here were completely different from those in other countries. People from the Moon Kingdom don't particularly like wine. They like lampe, bamboo leaf wine and rice wine, or perhaps it is because there are not many places suitable for growing grapes in the Moon Country. On the contrary, rice and tea are abundant here. It seems that because Moon Country is the largest tea-producing area in the world, there are more tea houses than pubs here. Food is the most important thing for the people. And the differences in food, drink and habits make the culture here very different from other countries. Not long after, George and others walked out of an alley and came to a square with a wide view. So they saw the Temple of the Moon under the distant sky. It accepted the power of all the people in the world who believed in the Moon God. But there is no sign of corruption. And George could see in his field of vision that after entering the temple, all the power of faith was transformed into a pure power of purification and flowed into the river of stars. So, Eileen. George looked at Eileen and remembered the plan that Eileen had communicated with him. Are you planning to let Ariadne stay in this temple? No. After we meet, she will disappear. Irene thought for a while and said, this principle is a bit complicated. You just need to understand that Ariadne has descended on Irene, but the divinity will not disappear. Because of the believer's beliefs, I cannot retain these divinities. But in that temple, there is one thing of mine. It is considered a part of my past. So believers have always regarded it as a part of me. It treats me as a worshipper. My divinity merges with it. From now on, the purification power of the Moon City will become more powerful, and it may become a small holy court. Aaron's words reminded George of the divine halberd and longbow he had seen in that vision before. The Ariadne next to Dawn Light may be a little special. Although her power is far less than that of the seven gods, she will still be corrupted if she accepts the faith of believers. The effect of the sanctuary's heaven is to isolate the power of faith. And the function of these two artifacts is to turn those powers of faith into pure power of purification. The power of purification on the river of stars is the moon god. The functions of these two things, the temple of the sun and the temple of the sun, in a sense, they can be regarded as part of the seven gods. And the power of this part is so majestic and vast. The divinity of Ariadne will make the sacred object in the temple of the moon more complete. In a sense, it can be said that Ariadne is truly stationed in the temple of the moon. So this is a great thing for the forces resisting demons in this world. At this time, George suddenly thought of another thing. And he said, by the way, Irene, Paolo said that there is a cardinal sent by the Holy Court to guard here. He is not ordinary. George couldn't help but think of the scene when Boris could feel the gaze of the god of justice. And the cardinal of the Moon Kingdom is not a new guy like Boris, but a real boss. George frowned and said, even if that guy isn't an extremely powerful lurker, he might be related to another kingdom of heaven. You have to be careful when you play magic tricks in front of him. Thinking of this, George added, it's not just him. In this temple, except for your people, the rest are people from the Holy Court, a lot of them. And there may be many of them. The sons. Because of the previous split, the concepts of the two heavenly kingdoms are different. And the two factions of heavenly armed forces are incompatible with each other. Therefore, the magic stick may be easy to use in front of humans. But in the eyes of those saints, it can be seen at a glance. George. Irene raised her eyebrows, looked at George and said, what if that Ariadne is real? Really? George couldn't help but be stunned. He never thought that the Ariadne beside Dawnlight was real. At this moment, George looked at Irene, and his expression became extremely exciting. So who is Irene? Irene. It's true. Irene said, but if we meet now, the other me will disappear like an illusion. And this me will accept all her experiences and memories during these days. I didn't use dream synchronization. I hope the other me didn't make any mistakes. Speaking of this, Irene looked at George quietly. George didn't notice what Irene said next. He was recalling what the Dawn of Light once said to him. He had always firmly believed that Ariadne in heaven was real. At this moment, the Light of Dawn suddenly spoke. Irene is real. Ariadne is real. They are the same person, but have different experiences. One interprets reality in a dream, and the other interprets a dream in reality. When they meet, they become one. For some reason, a word that Ibrahimovic often mentioned suddenly flashed into George's mind. Collapse. George nodded in understanding. He felt that Eileen's plan was feasible. If the seven gods come to the world, then even the sons of God will know that this is the archangel. But because the believers believe, the sons are powerless. This is the first step to gain the upper hand. Eileen said, those who are loyal to the moon god And the centrists will turn to me. There are many of my people here. There are also some who are loyal to the moon god after the split. The holy sons, who did not return to the kingdom of heaven, and were reincarnated directly, although some are still in a deep sleep state, and have not yet awakened. However, because of their extremely high talents, they have all joined in. These people have not been to the kingdom of heaven, and they have a physical body. So as long as they are not generous angels of faith, they should not have been brainwashed by Aloysius. They will be on our side. Eileen continued. As long as they change their ideas later, even if there is a little corrupted belief in them. As long as they throw away the power of these beliefs and throw themselves into the embrace of dawn, they will not be further corrupted. George nodded and couldn't help but think of the holy sons who were fighting the demons according to Sayer's report. Some of the holy sons who killed high-level demon lords were stained with the blood of demons. Later, it gradually became corrupted. The Holy Court seems to have been trying its best to purify these contaminated holy sons. But the effect is not particularly good, because these holy sons themselves possess the power of faith that contains the power of the ancient gods. So once they are deeply infected with the blood of demons, it is very difficult to get rid of. Judging from the situation, it seems that the generous angel has been thinking of ways to prevent those holy sons from being contaminated. He should still be awake occasionally. Chapter 677 Parliamentary Monarchy. Eileen, do you have someone arranged in the Holy Court? George said. Now they have too little information about the Holy Court. Very few. You know, the two sides of the kingdom of heaven are completely isolated. Even the other me cannot hear the voices of the believers on the other side of the Holy Court. This should be partly due to Aloysius. Irene, he shook his head and said. In addition, it has always been difficult for my people to arrange to go in. Sending the Holy Sun there is like beating a dog with a meat bun. Ordinary people, as outsiders, will be suppressed by local forces. Speaking of this, Irene's face looked a little strange. On the contrary, in recent years, the people sent by the Holy Court to the Moon Kingdom have gradually gained real power. The Queen of the Moon Kingdom has helped a lot. However, in recent times, the honeymoon period between the Queen of the Moon Kingdom and the Holy Court seems to have passed. The relationship between the two parties has become extremely delicate again. There is a bit of mutual dissatisfaction. Eileen said, that girl is a key figure. Although I heard that there are many pro-Saint Court nobles in the Moon Kingdom who oppose many of her policies. But if Ariadne comes to the world, I will together with the Queen. We can have a good fight with the people in the Holy Court. In the final analysis, we still have to deal with the Queen. George sighed with some emotion in his heart. It's better to be born well than to do well. This girl simply brought the best of everything in the world out of her mother's womb. But he didn't know that Her Majesty the Queen was actually the winner after all the hardships. On the next journey, George and others encountered a group of people coming out of various workshops. Most of the people who gathered in groups and chatted while walking were dressed in neat rough clothes, both men and women. Because it was raining, these people all wore bamboo hats and raincoats. Some people are holding colorful bamboo leaf umbrellas. Obviously, George and the others seem to have just caught up with the get off work of those big workshops. The number of workers shocked George compared with the Moon Country. Many other countries are simply like primitive feudal societies. And he noticed that many people did not go home directly after get off work, but went directly to the tea house on the street to start drinking tea, eating and chatting. We just happened to be in time to get off work. Palos stroked his beard and looked at the sky and said it was already dusk. And the sky in the distance was gradually darkening. Lanterns have also been lit up on various buildings on the street. From Palos's mouth, George learned, there are so many workshops in Moon City. Intensive labor has almost replaced self-sufficient family workshops. In the City of the Moon, there are many large workshops with more than 1,000 workers, but in the city of Kanglan, there are only 3 large workshops with more than 1,000 workers. Similar to textile industry qualifications, small family workshops have almost completely disappeared with the emergence of textile machines. Obviously, capitalism has completely sprouted here. In addition to these neatly dressed people, there are also all kinds of people. But most of them wear silk. There are also some people wearing tuxedos and large trench coats. But not many. This time when we came here, none of the clothes that Paris prepared for everyone included this kind of tuxedo. Only caravan stewards, like Gale, wore this kind of clothes. The other people were wearing silk warrior uniforms and wizard robes from the Moon Kingdom. There were many people wearing such clothing on the street. So it seemed that George and his group were like an ordinary caravan, coupled with the confidentiality work of the Public Assistance Association. It is difficult for lurkers to receive news in advance before they contact the Queen. After arriving at Moon City, George also discovered the situation is the same as what Palos said. There are many people wearing such warrior uniforms, and wizard robes on the street. And most of them are from other places. But no matter which country they come from, most of them will prepare a set of silk warrior uniforms after arriving in the Moon Country. On the one hand, this dress is really beautiful and cool. On the other hand, the silk clothes of your kingdom are cheap and exquisite. But this made George feel a little strange. Because when they were on the merchant ship before, the people in the consortium wore formal attire, such as tuxedos and high hats. Many nobles and wealthy households in Kanglan City also dress like this in fact. They imitate the dress of the Moon Country. But after arriving in the Moon Country, he found that there were very few people wearing such clothes. George couldn't help but ask this question.
Sir, many businessmen who have been to the Moon Kingdom do like to dress up like this,
Palos said.
But in fact, the people who wear these clothes in the Moon Kingdom are salesmen of consortiums or traders who evade taxes.
Speaking of this, Palos pointed not far away. George looked over there and saw a man in a windbreaker communicating something with an outsider. Then the man in the windbreaker opened the windbreaker. It was filled with various small wands and exquisite rare objects and potions. Seeing this scene, George's eyes couldn't help but twitch. Indeed, in the Kingdom of the Moon, all businessmen will dress like this. The employees of these consortiums are all like Gale. In the eyes of ordinary city nobles, it is natural that they need to be fawned over for big sales. Therefore, slowly, many nobles and wealthy families followed suit in their eyes. Those employees of the consortium were not only deceived, but also dressed extremely fashionably and uniquely. But real nobles like Salmon all wear silk or gauze.
In addition, sir,
Palos said,
the silk of the Moon Kingdom is good and cheap, and the country does not impose restrictions on clothing. But in other countries,
the Lord has supreme authority in many territories. Even it is forbidden to wear colored clothes to show the specialness of the nobility.
After chatting with Palos, George suddenly discovered that in this country of the moon, although there are still titles and lords, the enfeoffment system is almost in name only. Starting from the generation of the Queen's grandfather, complete centralization of power has begun here. It even set off a reform trend of thought. In this country today there is, in effect, a parliamentary monarchy. However, in this so-called parliament, in fact, representatives of various financial groups serve as members. All of them are nobles. The ministers in the palace are from another faction. They are from the academy. In this Moon Kingdom, there is a ladder of advancement similar to the imperial examination. Here, if a person wants to be a minister, he does not need to be a noble, but he must have knowledge. This allows the queen not only to still have an important influence in politics, but also to play a role of stability and balance, especially in political crises. And the queen of this generation is even more special. The politics of the Moon Kingdom are actually controlled by 3 super large families. And the queen of this generation, Her Majesty Theodoric, has these 3 large families at the same time. S lineage, which began after the political union of her father and mother. Her Majesty the Queen is the spokesperson of these 3 super families. At the same time, in the entire Moon Kingdom, her personal power is also very huge. She is in charge of several important large chambers of commerce and academies on the side of Palos. Therefore, Her Majesty Queen Theodoric is not only supported by these 3 large families, but her cohesion and influence are also rare in history. In the past, even the Holy Court faction had her as the core, so she once controlled the entire temple. Although she is now incompatible with the Holy Court faction, she is still the biggest behemoth in the entire Moon Kingdom. Therefore, this queen is an extremely important character. It can be said that if you take care of her, you will take care of 1/3 of the Moon Kingdom. Another third belongs to the Holy Court. As for the last third, it belongs to Irene. Chapter 678 Traces of Blood. Because Prince Jumbo has not arrived yet, George and others planned to meet the queen with him. Therefore, he did not go to the palace that night, but stayed temporarily in a relatively famous hotel. The name was Ariadne. Most of the businessmen who come here from all over the world will stay here temporarily, because this hotel has shares in the Moon Temple. But it is said to be a hotel opened by the temple. But it is actually Irene's hotel, that is, the hotel owned by the Public Assistance Association. The Public Assistance Association has existed under the Holy Court's nose for more than 300 years, and Irene's intelligence capabilities are probably second to none in the world. And the Temple of the Moon Kingdom has already been completely penetrated by Irene. It became the actual Temple of Ariadne. Irene knew clearly how many of Irene's own people were inside, and how many were from the Holy Court. It can be said that the entire Moon City is now under the surveillance of Irene. She can hear everything in the prayers of the Public Assistance Association, and those priests who believe in the Moon God. That night, everyone checked in here. Although the suites were not the best, the environment was no worse than those large suites in large manors. After eating, Salmon and Gale went to make arrangements for the convoy. They need to inventory the goods and discuss shipments and channels, originally. After these goods are sold to the Moon Country, they plan to purchase the most profitable goods. But now the plans have completely changed. The purchased items will be turned into various other materials through the transmission network. These items that are difficult to transport can easily reach their destination. Part of the goods and profits from the caravan will also be used to support Charlie. So Fernando also went with Salmon and the others. He knew what Charlie needed most right now. In the Kingdom of the Moon, these things are available. In comparison, on Elda's side, there is no problem in waiting for a month. After all, Erda now has a large rear area like Iberia. After this year's autumn harvest, the first batch of grain will arrive at Dome Eagle. In addition to these business leaders, some members of the caravan also followed Brenda in disguise. Many people discovered based on the blood-hunting pocket watches that there seemed to be a large number of vampires in the Kingdom of the Moon. As for the members of George's inner circle, they were drinking tea in the semi-study in the suite, while discussing some top-secret matters, including the vampire clan. The members of the inner circle have one common characteristic: they know that the 7 gods have fallen, and they know about the High Council of Heaven. At the same time, these people are also recognized by the archangels. The strange thing is that during the day, those pocket watches did not move. But at night, the pocket watches started spinning randomly. William put away the pocket watch and said, "I think this situation shows that here the vampires are very high, maybe even at the level of the ancestors. So when the distance is not enough, and when the vampires are dormant, the pocket watches will malfunction." According to the analysis of the intelligence obtained by Aaron and Palos, there should be a heavyweight blood demon in the Kingdom of the Moon, and Aloysius should have put a lot of effort into him. This is consistent with the analysis of the intelligence in our hands. Eileen nodded and said, "However, I don't know who the ancestor is." Speaking of this, Irene couldn't help but look at George. "It can't be her," George said as he took out his pocket watch and said, "No response. Her curse has been completely lifted. Even if there is an ancestor here, it should be Aloysius' spare tire, and it should have been transformed by his own hands, because he will no longer believe in the blood descendants of the valley." After Rusgard came to the sanctuary, he and Anthony completely solved the vampire problem. After the blood moon, the status of the blood descendants in the valley also completely verified this point. In addition, the wizards also discovered during their research that even those scarlet huntresses, who had not taken any medicine, now had very weak shackles. The blood demon lords can influence the thinking of the Bear Red Huntress, but they cannot completely control them. "Your Excellency is right," Daphne said. "Judging from the reports from the mercenary groups, there are also many vampires among Elda. But according to the wizard's research on the captives, those vampires, although the bloods can be said to be descendants of Miss Elizabeth, in fact they can be said to be another branch. According to research, the bloodlines of these bloods are closer to those blood demons that later appeared in the western realm of Rodent. Therefore, Aloysius should have transformed the lineage of Clark and Delina so that they can still be under his control." Daphne continued, "According to the data of Teacher Rusgard, there should be one person above the ancestors, the power of the vampires. Blood descendants and blood demons should all come from Aloy in the beginning. Aegeus, strictly speaking, they are all his daughters and sons." "Yes," George nodded and said, "judging from the situation in the Moon Kingdom, there should be one of his sons or daughters. Peros, here, His Majesty, Theodoric, should have no problem." "Right." Palos had been extremely close to the supreme scepter in the Holy Court, so George had great faith in his vision. However, George remembered that Palos said that Theodoric had a strange disease when he was young, so he had some doubts about whether the vampires of the Moon Kingdom were related to this queen. "I'm sure that His Majesty Theodoric has no problem. She has nothing to do with the vampires," Palos said. "As for things about the vampires, the wizards of the Moon Kingdom have also discovered a lot in recent years. The exact time should be within the past 2 years. According to Palos, in the Moon Kingdom, there are many slaves of high-level wizards, all of whom are vampires and werewolves. Because of the high price, the Moon Country even spawned a special demon hunting group. Therefore, the blood poison did not cause any disturbance at all in this country of the moon. Werewolves and vampires may be invincible in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of real wizards, there are countless ways to deal with them." Palos's words made George couldn't help but think of Delina and Clark. These 2 guys took away part of Elizabeth's blood, so one of them may have become Aloysius' backup. Therefore, the founder of the Moon Kingdom should be one of these 2 people. Or both. But what George is very confused about is why Aloysius placed these guys here. There are so many wizards in the Moon Kingdom. The vampires simply cannot develop here. Unless there is some special reason. An ancestor must be kept here to reassure Aloysius. Thinking of this, George said, "Tell me about Her Majesty the Queen." George felt that Theodoric might have been an important chess piece of Aloysius. Just because of some reasons. This incident was a little unexpected. Chapter 679, Divine Position. Theodoric's parents died when she was young. And Palos was the minister of Tugu. Therefore, it can be said that the queen was watched by Palos since she was a child. In Palos' heart, the queen is both his primary school student and his granddaughter. From Palos's words, George learned that this queen was also a person born in the year of Mist. She was the same age as Lorna. Both 17. When Theodoric was 6 years old, he became queen. It's just her uncle, the regent, who controls the government. After Theodoric came of age, the regent also retired smoothly under Palos's special attention. This child's spiritual power has been extremely powerful since he was a child. This is a blessing for the kingdom of the moon. But I have always felt that this child was born under God's attention. This kind of attention is a kind of favor, is also a curse. And I have always suspected that God is the 7 gods. Many years ago, before Palos learned the secret of heaven from George, he once suspected that Theodoric was favored by the moon god and hated by the sun god. But after Paros now learned many things, he already had a new idea that God was definitely not the 7 gods. He believed that the former queen was just like Lorna. And if Lorna is the daughter of Morpheus, then Theodoric is probably the daughter of Aloysius. She is a genius, as if she is a natural elemental user. She can learn any kind of magic instantly. In time, she will be even more powerful than Mr. Ninofari. Palos stroked his beard and said, "And she also knows many terrible dark arts. I am her teacher, and I have taught her many things. But I am certain that no one has taught her these things." According to Palos, Theodoric was even more powerful than Seljak at the age of 11. Many people believe that the queen's appearance is the moon god's blessing to the kingdom of the moon. Many people even believe that she is the reincarnation of Ariadne. I also thought so at one time. Paros once almost became the pope. And since he is Akashia, his vision is generally correct. Therefore, Palos's words made George confused. He couldn't help but look at Aaron. Aaron's expression was also extremely wonderful. After a long silence, Irene said, "Theodoric has nothing to do with me. But there are some things about her that I have heard from believers. Many people regard her as my incarnation. This is ridiculous. However, it is possible that she is a holy son." George's eyes moved slightly. There is no record of Theodoric in the Heavenly Kingdom archives in the sanctuary, which shows that she is a Heavenly Armed Forces member of the Holy Court. She is indeed a divine child, Palos said, and she was baptized by the Pope himself. Palos narrated. According to him, as Theodoric grew, her magic became more powerful. This powerful and special Queen of the Moon Kingdom has also made the attitude of the Holy Court toward the Moon Kingdom become more subtle. And the relationship between the two parties has become closer than ever. It wasn't until Theodoric was 12 years old that she was called by the Holy See. Afterwards, under the auspices of the Pope and 12 cardinals, they secretly baptized Theodoric, Palos said meaningfully. As a member of the mission, I witnessed this baptism with my own eyes. The specifications were the same as the baptism of Bribas back then. Are you sure? Soraya exclaimed. The original Bribas was considered by the Holy Court to be the incarnation of the God of Justice. Which I think. I'm sure. Your Highness Soraya, Paros said respectfully. And there was no extradition in this baptism. At the same time, the Holy Court did not declare that Theodoric was in the kingdom of heaven. Identity. Hearing this, everyone's pupils shrank slightly. They knew what this meant. Which meant that the Holy Court felt that no one was qualified to be the extraditor of Theodoric. Moreover, baptisms of this scale are not promoted by a certain bishop or even the Pope, but a decision made by the entire Holy See. There should be a reason for the importance of the Moon Kingdom. But the biggest reason is probably that the Kingdom of Heaven over the Holy Court recognizes this as Royal Highness in the Kingdom of Heaven. And this kind of behavior clearly declares that Theodoric is Ariadne. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but look at Eileen. And Irene's face was extremely wonderful. Obviously this matter had nothing to do with her. And because of the isolation between the two heavens, she was also unaware of the baptism in the Holy Court. But no matter what, this attitude of the Holy Court heaven means one thing: they intend to push Theodoric to the throne of Ariadne. What's going on? You too? George couldn't help but look at Irene and Soraya in great surprise. Soraya looked strange and said nothing. After Irene shook her head, she spoke eloquently.
After the kingdom of heaven was split, we, like the angels of mercy, did not know the news about both sides. But they still established connections of faith with believers, and many heavenly kingdom armed forces, just dawn the angels never responded to them. Later, as our beliefs changed, we could no longer hear their voices. On the contrary, we never dared to listen to other people's beliefs, because we were afraid of being corrupted by the power of the ancient gods. Therefore, except for these angels of dawn around us, everyone believes that the 7 gods have completely fallen. Ahem.
Soraya quietly stepped on Irene and said,
Everyone thinks that we, the successors of the 7 gods, have fallen.
Erin rolled her eyes secretly. Then Irene seemed to think of something again, and her face became extremely ugly. George nodded. He guessed 2 things. It was certain that Aloysius was possessed by the angel of generosity. Otherwise, without the prompting of generous angels, the heavenly armed forces would not have mistaken recognition. The second thing is that the heavenly armed forces in the Holy Court have been completely corrupted, so they are not mistaken persons. But he was following Aloysius's orders. Thinking of this, George looked at Irene and asked,
Why did Aloysius work so hard to promote Theodoric to the status of god? How do I know?
Eileen said with a twinkling look in her eyes. But a certain person started to cause trouble at this time.
Why don't you know?
Soraya glared at her sister fiercely.
Did you secretly leave your godhead on the glory of the moon? Ahem. Who said you have to need that godhead?
Irene forcefully defended.
The most important thing is the godhead. As long as you have Ariadne's godhead, you can use it with any godhead. And that guy Aloysius may not have that in mind. The kingdom of the moon and the strongest fallen angel at the god level are enough.
George ignored this guy. But he did believe in Irene on this matter. He believed that such an important thing, with this guy's character, would definitely be placed where he could see it at any time before he could sleep. He felt that what Irene valued was the glory of the moon. Chapter 680 Collapse.
What is the glory of the moon? Is it a weapon? It's a bow. George.
Soraya pinched Irene's face and said,
The 2 most powerful artifacts in heaven. One is inherited from the ancient sun god. The other is inherited from the moon god. The sun god's the wrath of the sun is my brother's weapon. And the glory of the moon is Irene's.
George suddenly remembered the divine halberd he saw in Sun City, and the divine bow he saw in Moon City. Ares is the eldest of the Sun twins, and Ariadne is the eldest of the 5 lunar twins. 2 weapons, one for each of these 2 people.
What's the use of that bow?
George couldn't help asking Soraya.
In front of that bright moon. Except for the sun, all the gods are as dim as the stars.
Soraya said,
It can invalidate the heavens and realms of other gods. In addition, it can make the stars will surround the moon. Anyone struck by it will be truly inspired.
Suddenly, George remembered a sentence in the old holy book: the gods surrendered at the feet of Ariadne, like stars over the moon. He suddenly understood why no god could resist Ariadne's charm.
But it seems that the bow is still there?
George couldn't help but look at Palos with some confusion.
And I remember that you said that Theodoric can be trusted in a duel?
Not only that, but the current relationship between the Holy Court and the Kingdom of the Moon is also different from the period of history that Palos mentioned. At this time, Irene couldn't help but interject.
Indeed, the radiance of the bright moon cannot be used by just any god.
She believed that her godhead had not been taken away because it was in the sanctuary and was used by her to create another self. Use this to listen to the voices of believers. And if you don't sit on your own God's throne, you will never be able to use that weapon. And fallen angels, no matter how well they disguise themselves, cannot accept the world's belief in Ariadne with the power of that belief. She can only become a demon master, and could not sit on Ariadne's throne, unless Aloysius plans to use the plan he once planned to use. But now it seems that Aloysius has failed. Irene suddenly looked at George quietly, and she suddenly guessed who this Theodoric was.
What happened after the baptism? Palos?
George asked.
I remember you thought we should leave some people to protect the queen. If she is really that powerful, doesn't she need anyone to protect her at all? Indeed. Sir, something happened. His Majesty Theodoric is now just an ordinary girl.
Palos continued. People all believe that the appearance of Theodoric is the moon god's favor for the moon kingdom. Nothing is more exciting than the incarnation of Ariadne coming to the moon kingdom. But after Theodoric accepted the baptism and fully awakened, the curse from the gods also began. Only Grandpa Palos, the closest person to Theodoric, knew about this matter.
After returning to the moon kingdom from the Holy Court, she began to have constant nightmares and thought that she was another person, or, in other words, she thought that there was another self in the world. This made her often unable to distinguish who she was. Who is it? Every time she dreams of another self, She becomes stronger and more painful. In front of others, she is the noble queen. But behind others, she is constantly tortured. Finally one day, she found me.
After a pause, Palos continued,
Theodoric did not tell me those dreams. But after checking her spiritual world, I found that she seemed to be in a kind of an extremely weird state. It's as if she doesn't exist at all.
Erin's pupil shrank slightly after hearing this, and she began to believe her guess more and more. The plan Aloysius had prepared for the fallen angel should be the one she had thought of. Palos said,
At that time, although I didn't understand Kashia's knowledge, I could feel that she was half in a dream and half in the real world. Once this balance is broken, who will suffer the consequences? It's hard to predict. She might be completely stable, or she might disappear completely.
Ibrahimovic suddenly thought of something, and he blurted out, Collapse?
It's very similar.
Palos stroked his beard and said,
I didn't understand it at the time, but I have done a lot of experimental data records, and we can study it later.
After hearing these words of Palos, Irene's eyes moved slightly. She knew this state all too well. This is the case with Irene that I arranged.
I know that I can't cure Theodoric, so I can only try to seal the magic power in her body. I don't know if this method will work, but at least it will stop her pain. Theodoric also hopes that he can become weaker.
Palos frowned and said,
As the magic power in her body continued to be sealed, her condition gradually began to improve. But I know that when in fact, everything she did had no essential effect. It was her own condition that gradually became stable. I think that in this process, it is not me who really makes a difference. I am just a support. What really matters what is done is her will.
When Palos said this, he couldn't help but think of what Theodoric had said to him. Her knight would definitely come to save her before she disappeared.
Although, that might just be a dream.
The results of the treatment can be said to be mixed. Because with the sealing of magic power, although your majesty is no longer in pain as before, her physical condition is getting worse. I know that everything I have done is just let her relax before she leaves, because no matter how much magic is sealed in her body, when she fully awakens, those magic powers will be unsealed. During that time, I almost regained my faith and started praying to the moon god day and night.
Just before Palos was helpless and awaiting his fate, the situation suddenly changed.
One afternoon 2 or 3 years ago, Theodoric, whose body had almost no magic power, suddenly experienced a terrifying magic riot. Immediately afterwards, there was a mysterious god with a strange aura in her body. The fire of grace burst out. In this riot and explosion of magic, Theodoric was covered in fire. But her body completely recovered with the fire. She was no longer between existence and non-existence. She became an ordinary girl. It's as if the god suddenly lost his favor for her.
Theodoric's physical condition was completely stable after that. But the magic power in her body suddenly disappeared completely. After that, she lost her memory, no longer remembering the dream she had had. And she no longer understood any magic. He completely became an ordinary person. After that, the only change that remained in her was that the girl became more mature. In fact, it doesn't matter whether a queen knows magic. After all, why does a queen need to be powerful? As long as a wise king lives long enough, she will be the best queen in the hearts of ministers. After all, she has no son yet. But some nobles began to hate their queen because of this. Even the holy court's attitude towards the kingdom of the moon took a sharp turn. Since then, they believed that the 7 gods had punished the kingdom of the moon. Only the queen's family, the financial group, and those moon god believers who were originally dissatisfied with the holy court were very happy about this matter. It can be said that the moon kingdom was reshuffled after that. And all the forces that were originally suppressed changed their teams. And those who originally firmly supported the queen have all turned against her. What followed was the constant assassination. Chapter 681 Ridiculous Oolong.
The vampires also suddenly became active after the queen returned to normal. They seemed to have great malice towards the royal family.
Obviously, many people want her to live long, but many also want her to die. After that, Paros also secretly entered the temple, took a special holy garment, and gave it to the queen so that she could wear it personally, so that she can teleport to the crater in a critical moment. During Palos's words, Irene's expression was always very strange, which was all seen by George. After Irene saw George's eyes, she said,
Aloysius must have failed. George, 17 years ago, he allowed Theodoric to be born in the kingdom of heaven and reincarnated in the queen of the moon kingdom. The purpose is to push her to the throne of God, so that the kingdom of the moon can be swallowed up together with the throne. This Theodoric is extremely pure, enough to accept the inheritance of the god and the faith of the world. thus replacing the position of one of the 7 gods that has disappeared. She must be an extremely gentle, kind, and loving person. At the same time, she is a little cautious.
Aaron looked up at the starry sky outside the window and said extremely narcissistically,
"Just like me. But she is not as perfect as me."
George couldn't help but roll his eyes looking at Irene. Ostensibly he was praising Theodoric, but she was actually praising herself.
But it's not enough to have a godship. So there is another Theodoric. She has extremely powerful power, and even has the essence of Aloysius's blood flowing in her body. And there is only the essence of this guy is enough for the other Theodoric to reach the god level.
Eileen continued.
These 2 Theodorics are one person, just like a past self and a past self. For example, one is 17 years old, and the other is in his 30s. Their existence at the same time, it is contradictory. So Pallas believes that Theodoric does not exist. But if the 2 are separated by a certain dimension through some means, for example,
they are isolated from both sides of the dream world. Then as long as the entity will not collapse if it does not meet. And when the former self has the qualification to sit on the throne of God, the future self will have the power to sit on the throne of God. She will naturally become a new god. God exists across dimensions.
Seeing that George was a little confused, Sarai explained,
when a person becomes a god, no matter what kind of person he used to be, he is a god in all dimensions.
Eileen nodded and continued.
This new god is an evil god, a new descendant of the ancient god. But she is sitting on the throne of the 7 gods. This god will be completely corrupted. Believe in her. The believers will also be gradually polluted in prayer. And the best thing is that this new god is completely controlled by Aloysius. So in the end, she will be easily swallowed by Aloysius. And everything about her will all belong to Aloysius.
Irene looked at George and said,
"This fallen angel is Aloysius's strongest magic wing."
"A twin?" George asked with a frown.
"No."
Aaron shook her head and said,
"It's a person."
George seemed to understand what Irene said, but he couldn't help but think of the Ariadne beside Dawn. Maybe this Theodoric is Ariadne's Irene. Previously, George learned from the memory that Ibrahimovic obtained from Irene that Irene originally planned to use this plan to become a god again. George didn't quite understand how she planned to achieve it before, but now he can understand it. If the Ariadne next to the Light of Dawn has the qualifications to become the 7 gods, the Irene next to George will become the Archangel of Dawn. The new Irene will be able to take back everything she once had and reach a higher level, maybe even be able to completely control the Light of Dawn like that Morpheus. But later this plan was gradually abandoned by Irene, because no matter what method she came up with, she could not avoid being corrupted by the ancient gods after becoming a god. Obviously, neither Aloysius, who wants to become the ancient god, nor the fallen angels are afraid of becoming the ancient god. But Eileen was afraid of this. It was like actively becoming a slave to the faceless men. Now, as Irene comes into contact with the Kashia people, as she continues to understand how the faceless ones escaped before the ancient Kashia peoples,
Golden Fleet,
Eileen has discovered that no matter how powerful a god is individually, he cannot compare to a god-level civilization. After visiting the Dawn Light, George could see that Irene's heart has changed from the 7 gods to the Dawn Light. While George was thinking, Irene, Palos, Ibrahimovic, Ninofari and others had been discussing the matter of Theodoric. When George came back to his senses, these staff had already Theodoric's affairs were completely sorted out. Palos.
It seems that the most critical node is the problem with another Theodoric, which caused a sudden collapse. That Theodoric suddenly became non-existent, and the memory and all the magic power disappeared.
Aaron gloated, and she couldn't help but think of her failed plan.
Indeed, no matter how perfect the plan is, there will always be some omissions. Now that this plan has failed, the current Theodoric may have become the person who must be eliminated in the eyes of Loisius.
Ninofari joked.
I think the theology in the heart of your excellency Bishop Paras has a great influence on Theodoric. She essentially does not believe in the moon god, but the star world.
Light. I think even if she sits on that divine throne, Aloysius will suddenly discover that this girl cannot condense the power of faith into divinity.
Hearing this, George couldn't help but shook his head, feeling a little funny. Everything Aloysius invested in Theodoric was in vain. With his character, he must vent his anger. And now Her Majesty the Queen, Theodoric, has been challenging the Holy Court unintentionally. So Aloysius probably hates her deeply now.
George,
Eileen said,
I think Aloysius will definitely send a new fallen angel. It should be around the time when Theodoric had problems. This matter, it should be a huge surprise for Aloysius. Although we don't know where the fallen angel is lurking now. It must have come into contact with the Queen in these years.
Aaron narrowed her eyes and said,
For Aloysius,
killing Theodoric is the worst plan. So before she dies, Aloysius will definitely try his best. Let the believer's eyes shift from Theodoric to the fallen angel, thereby achieving the transfer of divine status. So based on these circumstances, we can analyze who the fallen angel is by checking.
George nodded and said,
For Aloysius, this is really a big deal. It can be said that he lost his wife and lost his troops.
At this point, George teased Irene with a sense of gloating.
But, Irene, now your followers have a lot of misunderstandings about Her Majesty Queen Theodoric. And it seems that this Luna has done quite well in these years. Those damn bastards.
Aaron yelled. The real Ariadne became extremely angry when she thought about the good things done by those lurkers.
I will let them take a good look at who is the real Ariadne.
Irene stood up and said angrily,
In a few days, the temple here will witness this. A real miracle. I will tell people in this world that the baptism held by the Holy Court, just like the baptism of Bribas, was just a ridiculous mistake.
George nodded. He believed that no matter how many things the fallen angel had prepared, with this trick, they could still take the lead. After the discussion that night, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep peacefully. George had a strange dream. He dreamed that he met Elizabeth in a place like a tea house in the Moon Kingdom. She is very young. Chapter 682 The Familiar Theodoric. At midnight that day, George suddenly woke up from his dream and could not sleep again. George didn't know why he dreamed of her, but George felt that maybe she was reminding him not to forget their common ideal to bring that hope to a bright future. He got rid of the image of Elizabeth in his mind, put on his clothes, entered the study and started working, reading various information about the Kingdom of the Moon. He kept thinking about how to completely pull Yu Guo onto the Shelter's chariot. If the Moon Country can be tied into a chariot this year like the Northern and Southern Wilderness, the future forces of Sanctuary will be enough to fight the demons. When reading the information about Theodoric, George was surprised to find that this queen began to participate in politics at the age of 8. On the surface, everything was done by Palos and the ministers. But in fact, according to what Palos wrote in the information, the real behind the scenes was this girl. This 17-year-old queen is extremely mature politically. Although the method is a bit gentle, it is the most suitable in this stable and prosperous Moon Country. In this environment, this method has a realm of drizzle moistening everything. Not only did the Moon Country move towards an enlightened and prosperous age, but many political storms did not cause any waves under her methods. Her most brilliant operation was not to deal with the region, but to deal with the revolutionary seeds that had been planted since her grandfather's generation. And the regent took the blame for this revolution and also carried the label of rebellion. However, with the Queen's active guidance and the intervention of the Holy Court, this revolution did not essentially change the Moon Country. In the end, those who control the big capital in the Moon Country are actually still nobles. However, with the resignation of the regent, a large number of lords with fiefdoms also resigned. The Queen also took this opportunity and took over the Moon Kingdom's army and land as national property. Now, the most powerful people in the Kingdom of the Moon are the nobility without title. They are all upstarts who have risen through the ladder of academies or capital. He holds a large amount of production means in his hands. And these people are all staunch supporters of this queen who advocates change. Coupled with the pressure from the Holy Court and the old forces of the Moon Kingdom, the current queen seems like a puppet under the parliamentary monarchy system. However, as the leader of the Reform faction, she is actually the leader of the entire Moon Kingdom, the biggest behind the scenes. If Ariadne is the belief of the Moon Kingdom, then Theodoric is the soul of the Moon Kingdom, just like the light of dawn and George. This person's character is completely opposite to George's. In the eyes of the Moon Kingdom, she is perfect. But in the eyes of George, these perfections are actually some flaws from the withdrawal of troops from Iberia a few years ago. George, it can be seen that her level of evil is not enough, and they are not good at conquest and expansion. In other words, she doesn't like to create storms and whirlpools. And her methods were too soft, and the Yu Kingdom's actions towards the entire southern wilderness cannot be said to be wrong, because peace for mankind is the general trend. But she seems to be a little too kind. It's too easy to trust good people. Of course, destiny is now on the side of Theodoric, because Southern Wasteland does have no intention of expanding outwards, just as she hoped. This made the Queen's decision have the most correct result. The Sun King and Avali appeared to be inseparable, and the Moon Kingdom benefited from trade. George put away the documents and touched his chin. He always had the feeling that many of Her Majesty's styles always gave him a sense of déjà vu. Early the next morning, Lorna and others cooked a large pot of new transformation potion. After everyone took it, they filled another can.
And then everyone went about their business. Prince Jillian's arrival is only in the past few days. So many things should be carried out first. Now that the Dawn caravan has arrived at the trade terminal, there are many things that need to be dealt with. Gale is currently in charge of the caravan. Gale is not well known in the Moon Kingdom itself. In fact, he is not well known even on Alfonso's side. So he is a perfect amateur, suitable for publicity. With this shrewd businessman here and the channel relationship of the Public Assistance Association, things will go smoothly. It's just that Gale's tasks now are much more than what the caravan was doing at the beginning. In addition to smoothing the trade of goods in the caravan, he also had to deal with matters such as dragon goods and crater potions. So many wizards left with him. In addition to Gale's business group, Daphne, Angel, already a Scarlet level, and a group of fallen people also went out early in the morning. These terrorists planned to visit the local dark world, stopping by to chat with Daphne's old friends. Palos, Nanafali, Malim, and others also have things to do. They formed the Peros staff group and quietly went to the palace. They were going to do some work on the queen's side before Jillian arrived. Theodoric grew up listening to the story of the wizard and the dragon from Palos. In fact, I have heard about Duke Ninofari for a long time. However, when the queen grew up, she always thought that it was just a bedtime story that Grandpa Palos deceived her. Therefore, starting with the topic of black dragons will be a very good start. Before leaving, Palos mentioned something. He said that Irene had a lot of secret power here. The royal family had always mistakenly thought that the people in the Public Aid Association were pro-royalists in the temple. Therefore, Peros understands the power of the temple. The power of these temples is actually just the tip of the iceberg of the Public Assistance Association. So after Peros learned that there were other people under Irene, he knew that Irene's energy in this city was very great. However, even though Irene is very powerful, she cannot get around the queen in many matters. When the secret agents of the Moon Kingdom were formed, Palos was involved. Many of the wizards and spies among them are his disciples and grandsons, because he knows how powerful the queen's intelligence network is. So, sir, after we go to the palace, the royal people may gradually find out the situation of our caravan, Palos said. In the past 2 days, someone may come to contact you from our caravan. What means? After George thought for a moment, he said, Palos, this time we are mainly to prevent those lurkers. We have to be honest with the queen. I am here in person, representing Rodunk, Elda, Southern Wasteland, Landry and Charlie. This is not a trivial matter for the Moon Kingdom. So for some things, the sooner we say it, the better, to avoid any misunderstandings and gaps later. After hearing this, Peros couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This visit is related to the future of the entire human race and all Kashia people. Therefore, Peros hopes that all forces can be closely united. On this point, he and George had exactly the same point of view. Of course, Palos felt that it would be best if everyone could become a family. In addition, sir, there is one more thing. Chapter 683, The Queen of the Underworld. Palos proposed that he hoped that Ninafari and others could stay here and serve as bodyguards and staff for the queen. In fact, his proposal was actually not bad. After all, it was very close to Charlie and the Holy Empire. And when the portal in the crater was established, support would be quickly available from here to the shelter. And when the Kingdom of the Moon also established a portal, this time will be faster. Therefore, Palos believed that instead of staying in the shelter, the two of them would be better off staying in the Kingdom of the Moon and acting as the sea-fixing needles. George is still thinking about this matter. He is not Palos. He doesn't know the queen that well, nor does he feel that close to her. So I decided to take a look at the situation before talking about it. Speaking of it, I might still have some issues with this queen. I don't take it seriously, but I don't know what the queen would think. The money George owed the queen in Biswi City. Rodent repeatedly borrowed more than 1 million gold lions from the Mithril treasury. Still haven't paid it back. And this Mithril vault is the royal consortium of the Moon Kingdom. As one of the main leaders of Rodent, George must be blamed for this debt. Therefore, in the queen's eyes, the leader of Rodent may have already been included in the list of dishonest people. Therefore, George does not plan to take many things too proactively before meeting the queen. The palace group had something to do, and so did Salmon and the others. But Kanglin's reputation is too loud. So he, Fernando, and Irene will form a small team. First, settle the internal affairs of the Public Assistance Association in secret. Regarding this matter, Fernando was originally a little surprised. After all, he didn't even reach out to the Moon Kingdom. But when Irene showed a badge, Fernando, the boss of the Public Assistance Association, immediately respected Irene. According to Irene's discussion, it would be best for the boss George and the reckless girl Soraya to stay in the hotel suite. According to intelligence, a big whirlpool is brewing in Moon City these days. And these two guys are so capable of causing trouble that Aaron is worried that they will get involved and expose their identities. Now, everyone needs to keep a low profile. Coupled with the current trivial matters, these two guys can't help much. So they might as well play cards in the suite. But these two guys couldn't sit still at all. Eileen purposely did not leave any potions for everyone. But Lorna secretly hid just one bottle for each person. What's a little surprising is that after drinking a whole bottle of potion, Alexander didn't completely reduce his height. But at any rate, he dropped to 2 or 3 meters. It's not that particularly conspicuous.
Don't worry. Let's go out secretly. Irene won't know,
Soraya said excitedly.
Besides, let's go to the auction house and see what happens.
George nodded. When he thought of the Moon City Royal Auction House, he felt that he could no longer sit still. I am now a super rich man. How could you not pay a visit to the most famous auction house in the world? I heard that the most famous thing about this auction house is actually not the auction, but the casino inside? With Aji's methods and his and Soraya's eyes, this casino is like a bank. The most important thing is that in this auction, there will be a dragon egg. As for this dragon egg, everyone has also discussed it. The money from its auction will become the fund for His Royal Highness Prince George's activities in the Moon Country. Although the money will later be used to win over the nobles. George is still very enthusiastic about having money to spend if he saves some money. He can also repair the Black Pearl Manor. The facade of the Black Pearl Valley has not been repaired for several years. In the future, when people from all over the world come to visit the valley, it will be used to receive foreign guests.
It's okay to go anywhere, Soraya, but I promise you in advance that you have to be obedient.
George looked at Soraya and said, this girl loves to fight against injustice. And the tricks are all very unique in this Moon City that believes in the Moon God. If someone sees the mark of the Sun God, then the entire Moon City will know who is coming. Moreover, what was exposed to Salmon last time is still vivid in George's mind. After hearing George's words, Soraya rolled her eyes. This guy actually had the nerve to talk about herself.
Just don't act like an uncle in front of everyone. Me? I'm a professional. How could there be any mistakes?
George said while changing his clothes.
By the way, where is the guide you mentioned?
This Moon City is too big. If you are not familiar with this place, you will definitely get lost. But regarding the guide, Soraya made a strong promise and said that she had acquaintances in the Moon Kingdom.
Here.
Soraya pointed to a tall light angel next to Gasper and said,
he is a native of the Moon Kingdom.
Light Angel bowed and forced himself to reveal an awkward smile. George stared at this Light Angel for a long time, and then remembered this guy's resume. He ascended to heaven 397 years ago. Lord Gasper is his ancestor. And this guy's direct descendant is the Sea Serpent Baron from the eastern border of the Moon Kingdom. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but cover his head and shook his head. He found that he was so stupid that he would believe Soraya in this world. Except for the angels who came to the world. Those who could be acquainted with the God of Justice were all in heaven. Moreover, in the kingdom of heaven, this kind of guy must have a very high status or be a well-connected person. From the ugly expression on Light Angel's face, George knew that this guy had been forcibly pulled over. Obviously, the Moon City 300 years ago was completely different from the Moon City now. So the only thing this Light Angel prays for now is that after taking the old men out, he can take them back again. However, this adventure was very exciting. After everyone quietly left the restaurant and walked around the street for 5 minutes, then I realized it was going to rain, and then got lost. And just when the guys finally found a grocery store selling umbrellas, Irene's people also arrived. In the end, they invited George and others directly to the Royal Auction House. In the private room, Eileen was sitting on the sofa drinking ice wine. At this time, she had changed her outfit. And around her, there was a group of special people dressed very much like Lin. And judging from his demeanor and strong figure, he is a great swordsman from the Moon Kingdom. They surrounded Irene like guards. They looked like devout knights, guarding the gods of the dark world of the Moon Country. After seeing George and others come in, these swordsmen all used the etiquette of the Kingdom of Heaven to salute George, and others, all of them, were the Son of God.
I'm really impressed by you guys.
Erin looked at the guys in front of her, and shook her head, like a teacher. Not only was the place these idiots planned to go, it was also their home base. And he went the wrong way. In Eileen's eyes, Soraya and the angels of the solar system looked like elementary school students who had made a mistake, with their heads lowered and their faces red, not daring to say anything. After all, this time, people really caught him in action. And it's really embarrassing to get lost.
Not bad. Eileen.
George clasped his hands behind his back, nodded, and said,
It seems that your intelligence work is pretty good. You have passed this inspection.
Chapter 680 for the Industry of Public Assistance Association. Irene could only roll her eyes fiercely at George's shamelessness.
It's okay for you guys to come out. But don't cause trouble, especially in my casino. How is that possible? Eileen,
George said.
I came here mainly to inspect the work and so on. You said this is your casino? So be it.
Eileen informed George of the situation. In Eileen's story, George learns this royal auction house is actually controlled by Irene. In fact, Eileen controls more than just these auction houses and banks. Her dominance in the Moon Kingdom is equivalent to Soraya's in the southern wilderness. Of these two sisters, one controls the Moon Kingdom through capital, and the other controls southern wilderness through the elders. In the Moon Kingdom, there are three major financial groups on the surface: the Academy sect, Cherubi and Peros, the Temple sect, the Holy Court, the Temple, and the Mithril Treasury, the Queen, the great nobles of the Moon Kingdom, and the U of the Forbidden Sanctuary, National Wizard. Among them, the Mithril Library is the strongest. It was established by three major families, and is controlled by the Queen. The big nobles are the wolves in the financial group. Even now, due to entanglements between old and new forces within it, its strength has been affected, but it was still able to outperform the other two consortiums. However, in addition to the three major consortiums on the surface, there is actually a fourth one, because Irene has infiltrated into these three consortiums. Includes Mithril Vault. Back then, Mithril Treasury's support for Blue Water City was secretly fueled by the Public Aid Association. Rodunk is now in trouble, and still owes Mithril Treasury millions of gold lions. In the Moon Kingdom, politics and capital are inseparable. And Irene controls the Moon Kingdom through capital. She uses capital to get everyone to do things for her without anyone noticing. So in fact, not only this auction house, Irene's hands have reached out to all parts of the Moon Kingdom. In this auction house, although Irene has no apparent shares, in fact, the managers of the auction house are all people from the Public Assistance Association. So this auction house belongs to the royal family in name. But in fact it is in the hands of Irene. After chatting for a while, George realized that Salmon and Fernando were not there. So he asked,
My uncle? He is sorting out the accounts of the Public Assistance Association with Fernando,
Irene said. Over the years, Aaron's strength has been kept secret. No country will allow such a force to exist. And the Holy Court would not allow it. When Irene helped the Cherubim, it was based on the Moon Kingdom's policy to support the North. And it was also done through the Moon Kingdom's normal trade in these matters. Irene and others can just keep things official. At most, it's just a little push behind the scenes, and there's no need to show it to the public. Previously, Eileen's public association was afraid of being jointly liquidated by the king and the Holy Court. So everything is done carefully. But now, George, the big gold medalist who can solve political problems, has arrived. So the time has come, and the capital machine in Irene's hands must be operating at full capacity. Therefore, there are many things to be done in the Public Aid Association. And in these matters, Aaron deals with people. Salmon and Fernando finish the show for her. The behemoth of the Public Aid Society is gradually emerging from the water after hearing the latest oracle. And Eileen is also integrating the powers that have been penetrated and corrupted by her. Therefore, Salmon and Fernando will suddenly discover that Salmon's niece turns out to be the head of this generation of the mysterious organization, the Public Aid Society.
Eileen, have you saved a lot of money over the years?
George said with eyes wide open. He suddenly realized that the thing the guy in front of him had buried in the Moon Country was not a godhead, but a money tree. He also suddenly discovered why Irene fully supported Cherubim. The Public Assistance Association used the technological dividends of the Forbidden Sanctuary to make the money tree of the Moon Country grow into a towering giant.
Money?
Irene snorted and said what George often said.
This concept is too low.
Eileen spoke eloquently.
I never save money. What I control is the capital chain and the bank of the Moon Kingdom,
Irene said.
In this Moon Kingdom, whether it is an ordinary businessman or a noble, if you want to go further, you must borrow a loan. And as long as I break the capital chain of the companies and workshops they founded, I can easily get it. Nowadays, various consortiums also play this way, and the directors of the consortia also use this method to get money into their own pockets. And if it is those who are disobedient businessmen and nobles are my left pocket, then those executives in the consortium are my right pocket.
In this way, Irene continued to support new companies and replace those who were disobedient with obedient ones. Therefore, not only the mining and trading companies, but also many workshops in the Moon Country are already under the control of the Public Assistance Association. At the same time, in the Kingdom of the Moon, the nobles control capital, but capital also controls the nobles. Therefore, many nobles can actually be regarded as members of the Public Assistance Association. They think that they belong to a certain force, and they only occasionally work quietly as slaves for capital for their own benefit. But in fact, sometimes they work for capital to do things for Irene. Thankfully, what I intend to develop is not capitalism. George secretly wiped his cold sweat.
Now, even without the Queen's help, 30% of the Moon Country's national power will work for the shelter. Of course, it would be best if these powers can work openly. The entire country is moving in the same direction, and the efficiency is greatest, and it's safer.
Irene is still very afraid of the Holy Court.
So I need a spokesperson. I can help her reach out to places she couldn't reach before. And she can also help me spread this. Shall unite and become one.
George understood a little when he heard this. Irene's power in the Moon Kingdom can be said to be dead in the face of light. Once exposed, she will be suppressed by the Queen and the Holy Court. So we can only use our strength secretly. And Eileen intends to use the Queen as her spokesperson. Turn darkness into light. However, George was a little curious about what Eileen planned to do with the Moon Kingdom's Ariadne. He couldn't help but feel a little funny and asked,
"Are you going to choose Theodoric?" "Of course, it is the best to choose her."
Irene coughed and said,
"The ancestors of the royal family are actually one of my holy sons. It is not wrong for their descendants to say that they are my archangels."
This made George couldn't help but look at Irene. In George's mind, Irene had always been a petty person who would seek revenge. And Theodoric was not only considered to be Ariadne. It was created by Aloysius in another heaven. But judging from Irene's words, she seemed to approve of Theodoric very much, which surprised George a little. George touched his chin and couldn't help but become more curious about Theodoric. Seeing George thinking, Irene said,
"This time, you don't have to worry as much as you did in the southern wilderness. We can help you with everything. You only have one job."
Aaron winked and said,
"Get Theodoric done."
Chapter 685 The Great Artist Theodoric. George knew that based on the foundation of the Moon Kingdom, once the divine power and royal power were combined, unprecedented energy and potential would explode. But Theodoric, as the monarch of the Moon Kingdom, is very different from Alfonso, Avali, Nidofari and others. It can be said that Theodoric has no rigid need for shelter, and does not need to look up to George. After all, this is a country that can challenge the Holy Empire. Even if the Moon Country does not unite with Sanctuary in the future, this country can persist until the end. The Moon Country can choose to export its national power to Sanctuary to support the war in the far west for investment. You can also accumulate national strength to prepare for future demons. If you choose the former, you can get benefits such as dragons. If you choose the latter, you don't have to worry about the asylum's future treachery. After all, Rodent, which the asylum represents, has some disgraceful past. Speaking of which, Theodoric is still Rodent's creditor. And neither Charlie nor George have any intention of paying back the money. And things about Charlie, Landry, and Nan Wang actually conflict with the interests of the Moon Kingdom. What George wants to do in the Moon Kingdom can be said to be to help the Queen sort out the political situation and consolidate national strength. It can also be said that he is taking action against the Moon Kingdom. Therefore, if the Moon Kingdom forms an alliance with Sanctuary, it will require a great deal of trust. Therefore, George does not have much confidence in whether the two parties can cooperate as closely and seamlessly as one country in the future.
Ahem. Besides, George,
Irene said,
Fernando mentioned to me the debt owed to the Mithril Treasury. I can handle part of it, but the amount is a bit large.
George felt a headache when he thought of the debts owed by Rodent when he resisted the Black Tide a few years ago.
Rodent's debt should be put on my damn head. Right? He felt that he might not be able to escape this debt.
Actually, it's not difficult to solve these things. I have a simpler way.
Eileen raised her eyebrows and joked.
Use my bow to give each of you an arrow. Make sure she obeys your words and is devoted to her.
Both George and Irene knew what the bow was for. Anyone who was shot would be devoted to Irene. Moreover, Irene cannot fully exert the power of this bow because she does not have a divine status. So what Irene said was to deliberately discuss George. George simply told her to get lost. However, he could tell that Irene was hinting that he could play the emotional card. I'm not Pan, and George felt very strange about Irene's sudden suggestion.
You don't need to worry about this matter. Eileen. Theodoric seems to be a very understanding person. I think many of the views of Sanctuary and Moon Country should still be able to fit together.
Having said this, George looked at Eileen.
As for the debt, believe me, as long as I borrow another loan, my relationship with Theodoric will be better.
Irene's face couldn't help but look a little ugly, obviously. Among the debts in Mithril Treasury, there was part of the fund she took out from the small vault.
By the way, Irene, what does the Queen look like?
George couldn't help but ask.
Does the Moon Country have any cameras or other likes? Or a portrait of her by an artist? You should know what she looks like.
Right. George knew that even in the shelter, not many people knew what he looked like. You often have to rely on the people around you to recognize you. In this era, even ordinary nobles had no idea what a king looked like. Some countries even deliberately keep their appearance secret. Only ministers and people in the palace know their appearance. In a country like the Seven Powers, the king basically never leaves the gate or steps forward. And the queen's spies are not much worse than Irene's. Therefore, the queen's private matters should be kept strictly confidential.
Sir.
Irene curled her lips and said,
I have just come to the Moon Kingdom. I have heard descriptions when listening to believers pray.
Speaking of this, Irene's face looked a little strange.
There are not many real portraits of her, but I do have a self-portrait of hers in my collection.
Self-portrait? George became curious.
Well, she is a great artist in her own right. Her works are all valuable.
Erin pointed to an oil painting on the wall of her office and said,
No, that's it.
George followed Irene's hand and couldn't help but widen his eyes and mouth. It was indeed a self-portrait of the Queen. But it was a very Picasso-style portrait. This portrait is indeed of great artistic value. But it is impossible to see clearly what she looks like.
What kind of monster is that she's holding? That's a cat.
George! Erin!
Irene! This is the self-portrait of the Queen that you specially collected? Are you kidding me on purpose?
George said with a very wonderful expression on his face.
Give me a serious look. This is the only real self-portrait. The other portraits were all painted by those idiot painters. And they look exactly like the Ariadne statue.
Irene curled her lips and said, Seems extremely dissatisfied with those stupid painters. George looked at the painting and opened his mouth, but didn't say a word for a long time. He looked at the other works in the room and found that most of them were oil paintings in this strange style. George suddenly understood this office is actually the office where the Queen occasionally comes to handle business. Eileen is actually a bird occupying a dove's nest. Therefore, many of the paintings in this room are the Queen's works, and her works are all in this style.
It's so beautiful,
Soraya said with admiration as she looked at the paintings. Rona, Priyanka, and others also nodded. Priyanka said,
I have collected many of her works before, but most of them are fakes. This time, I am really feasting my eyes. See, she is not only profoundly accomplished in abstract art, but also in stream of consciousness.
What a rare master! I want to learn painting from her,
Lorna shouted.
But how can there be such a big difference between ordinary people's works?
Soraya became curious.
Could this be related to her previous experience of mental disorder?
A group of young literary and artistic women started chattering over there. George rolled his eyes repeatedly when he heard this. At this time, the door rang again, and it was Irene's assistant who came in, holding a stack of documents in his hand.
Okay,
you guys, please don't bother me. I'm busy,
Irene said impatiently while sorting out the documents on the table.
George, don't you have an audience in the next 2 days? What does she look like? Come and see for yourself when the time comes.
Eileen is indeed very busy these days, and several of her assistants have come over several times. There was already a pile of documents on Eileen's desk, and there were many senior officials of the Public Assistance Association outside the door, waiting to meet this mysterious leader. So, Irene warned George and Soraya, don't mess around in my casino. After that, Irene arranged a real guide for George and the others, and planned to drive them out. Before leaving, George couldn't help but ask another question.
But, Eileen, how did your people recognize us?
Having said this, George couldn't help but look at Alexander with some doubts. Although this guy was still very tall after his transformation, there were also many Southern Wilderness people on the street, and they were all about 2 meters tall. So he shouldn't be particularly outstanding. And everyone is dressed very normally. Soraya and the knights are all wearing samurai uniforms. I am wearing Ling Luo from Uguay's second-generation Chang Feng. Lorna is wearing the Moon Country's peach blossom clothes. Although these clothes are high-end goods from the Moon Kingdom, they look no different from those noble children who come out to play in the Moon Kingdom. In terms of accent, everyone spoke standard lingua franca, and it was impossible to tell which country they were from.
A group of you are walking on the street like a group of bandits entering the city. And you are wandering around the Ariadne Hotel like headless flies. I thought it was you at first. The crows who come to the hotel to spy on us.
Irene knew that George and others would be unable to sit still, so she had told the regional director to keep an eye on them. After hearing the report, she knew it was George and his group.
Ahem. We are pretending to be the Crow Gang on purpose. The Crow Gang is not as arrogant as you. They won't get lost either.
At this time the guide came in. She looked like a frail girl. Irene waved to her and said,
Jasmine. Come here. Jasmine is my assistant, and the person in charge of Dongcheng District. All the crows in Dongcheng are her subordinates. She knows where they can and cannot go. Very much. Let her take you. She will make you run around, and besides, don't mess around in my casino.
After saying that, Irene drove George and the others out. Jasmine was the person in charge of snitching after discovering George's whereabouts. It was said that she was Irene's assistant. But from the way this girl treated Irene, George could tell that she had been raised according to the standards of a saint since she was a child in the Public Aid Society. She is absolutely loyal to Irene and is one of the few people who knows Irene's identity. Judging from her attitude, Irene should have confessed the identities of George, Soraya, and others to her. After chatting for a few words, George discovered that she was proficient in the languages and business of various countries, and was extremely knowledgeable about the environment and intelligence of Moon City. Not just any secretary, but an intelligence chief. He can be regarded as Eileen's confidant. Chapter 686, Laboratory and Mining License. After going out, George discussed with Soraya. For them, today they are determined to show off their talents in the casino. But when he heard that the auction was about to start, he went to the wing arranged by Eileen first. Although the environment of Yucheng Auction House is a higher level than that of Bishui City, everyone is now well informed and no longer feels like a countryman coming to the city. Compared with the environment of this auction house, they are more concerned about the actual content of this auction. George and others are still paying close attention to this auction, because since a few days ago, real goods have gradually appeared in the auction. Today, there will be a serious black dragon egg as the finale, a real dragon egg that can hatch a baby dragon.
In fact, dragons have appeared in the Moon Kingdom before. The vast tropical rainforest in the eastern border of the Moon Kingdom is the same as the Tianwu mountain range. There have always been rumors about dragons, but because these dragon goods were actually brought out by that old cunning guy in Paros, the real high-quality dragon goods have actually never appeared in the Moon Kingdom, as Palos said. They are just rubbish. The price is quite high. But now the situation is different from before. I wonder if it is because of the blood moon. Dragons that have not been born for thousands of years have reappeared. As the first wizard of the Moon Kingdom, Mr. Paros has already had some predictions in the past 2 years. The reason why he has not seen the dragon in the past 2 years is naturally to explore the traces of the dragon. He was lucky enough to see those black dragons, and drove many of them out of the tropical rainforest. According to the latest rumors, there are black dragons raging in the nations, outside the northwest of the Moon Kingdom. I am afraid that they are the black dragons that were driven away by the great wizard Paros. I don't know whether these black dragons are evil. Perhaps only the noble sons and kings can make these dragons bow their heads. It seems that the Dragon Knight will reappear on the mainland. According to the prophecy of the moon god, one of her holy sons will pacify the evil dragons that are raging among the nations, and lead these black dragons and other countries to fight against demons and evil gods. The above stories were naturally made up by the staff, and these stories were released some time ago. In the days to come, dragon goods will appear more and more in the Moon Kingdom. And the arrangements of George and others in the Moon Kingdom also need to build momentum. This dragon egg can obviously set off a whirlpool. With both good and evil parties, everyone will pay attention to it. But judging from Eileen's news, everyone who is currently paying attention to this dragon egg intends to give it to the queen. In this incident, the lurkers were extremely low-key and seemed not to show their faces. These guys are more cunning than you think. He is also more able to hold his breath than expected. Of course, it is also possible that these lurkers are paying attention to another major event now. After all, buying a dragon egg cannot change the outcome of the black dragon's appearance. After discovering that there was not much movement from the lurkers, George and the others did not plan to let the dragon eggs appear in the auction house anymore. From now on, dragon goods will appear in the Moon Kingdom through 3 channels. It is the Temple of Irene. The power that Irene controls is still very clean. Dragon eggs flowing into the hands of the Moon Knights can make people happy. One is the Academy through the channels of Palos. The probability of lurkers getting the black dragon will be greatly reduced. The last one is the Queen if you want to use dragon goods and get material support from the Moon Kingdom. You can't bypass the Queen. The Moon Country's numerous crystal mines, as well as various resources and technologies, are also urgently needed by George's countries. Therefore, the Dragon Egg auction by the auction house today is very likely to be the last one. Through this Dragon Egg, George and others will also be able to know how much the people of the Moon Country desire dragons. And they will also be able to gain more leverage when negotiating with the Queen. The higher the price of this Dragon Egg at auction, the greater the bargaining chip with the Queen becomes. It can be regarded as gilding the Dragon Egg. When George and the others arrived at the wing, the auction had already begun. As soon as Alexander entered the door, he started to eat and drink the good things that Irene had prepared for him, while George, Soraya and others were eating the special fruits of the Moon Country while watching the auction in a more casual way. When George and the others were in the crater, some news had already been released by Irene. Therefore, during this auction, many large financial groups and powerful people from the Moon Kingdom came here specially. The royal family also sent people. It seems that everyone has been prepared for this auction. And Aaron has also done a lot of warm-up for this auction and released a lot of other good things. George discovered that compared to auctions in other countries, the auctions in the Moon Country were very different. Here, the most popular auction items are factories, workshops, and alchemy studios. The auction prices of these things are tens of thousands or more. And many good workshops and factories are more expensive than castles. This made George sigh. The gap between the productivity of the times between the U Kingdom and other countries is huge. The castles and manors here are not as valuable as the alchemy workshop.
Why is this thing so expensive?
Soraya asked in great surprise.
Isn't it just a small manor with dozens of acres of land?
In Soraya's impression, the workshop is still in the concept of a manor, just one that produces crops and one that produces goods. However, she can understand this concept. There are countless workshops and factories in the City of the Moon. The number of workshops and factories in the entire Moon Kingdom is far more than that of noble castles. So she always thought that these things were at most the price of a manor. After all, rare things are more valuable. But as a result, the price of these small estates is more than 10 times more expensive than the manor.
Soraya, although these workshops and factories don't have as many luxuries as the castles, the cost of building them according to the technical standards of the Moon Country is very high. Why spend so much money building these things? Because they are cash cows.
George thought of the information he had seen recently and said with some sigh.
The income of a baron in Rodenk in 1 year is not as much as a small factory owner in U Kingdom earns in a few months.
However, after a while, it was George's turn to stare wide-eyed. There was a place called Starla Alchemy Studio, which finally auctioned a silver fox for a high price of more than 300,000 yuan. And there is no magic hub in it. That small studio only has a few hundred square meters of space. It may not even be able to accommodate these 300,000 silver foxes. After checking the information about this studio, George suddenly realized the decoration of that studio was comparable to Anthony's first small laboratory in the underground of Johannes Castle. There is no magic interference inside, and it is dust-free and has a constant temperature. In addition, the magic power cabin of this studio was originally designed to contain a miniature magic hub. With some modifications and additions, you can place a miniature magic hub and use it as a little wizard tower. But the studio's real estate represents only a fraction of its value. What's really expensive is the technology the studio has mastered over the years, and the few tenured contract employees. How much did Anthony's laboratory in Forbidden Academy cost me? George put down the information in his hand numbly. Because everything in the shelter is self-produced, so there is no price standard. And George doesn't know how much money Anthony burned. But now it seems that the price of that laboratory is sky-high. Afterwards, George looked through the auction list and found that there was nothing about the devil. After asking the guide Molly, he learned, starting this year, the Holy Court has issued relevant decrees prohibiting the sale of these things. So it only circulates in the black market. This should be the work of the lurkers. Knowing that Sanctuary has used demonic materials to make a lot of things, of course U Kingdom can also do it.
When these things flow into the black market, most of them are unprocessed. The Academy can buy them. And so can cultists and dark wizards,
Jasmine said. George nodded. He knew that things like demon heads that had not been specially processed could be used to summon demons or resurrect demons.
Dealing with those cultists has been the main job of the Lord and Her Majesty the Queen these years,
Jasmine said. It seems that these forces have been fighting openly and secretly over the years. George asked about the black market prices and found that the prices were 3 times higher than the market prices in the shelter. Compared to the demonic materials Alfonso obtained from the shelter, the price was slightly lower.
It seems that in the past 2 years, the Holy Court has indeed killed a lot of demons.
At this time, there was a sound from the auctioneer's mouth, and it seemed that an auction item was sold at a very high price. Following the transaction at this price, there were sounds of exclamation and pity from various seats in the auction house. Some people also congratulated the winner.
What? Is 30,000 silver foxes such an exaggeration? Master,
Jasmine reminded.
it's 30,000 golden lions.
After hearing Jasmine's words, George couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at the auction item. Then, he discovered that it was just a contract and a few documents. Chapter 687, Want the Only One. George flipped through the auction list and found that the documents were all mine development licenses issued by a bankrupt company, with about 10 years of use left on them. But the location is in the Death Mine area, where there are a variety of magic crystals, including space-time crystals, Andorra crystals, and other special crystals.
Master, this kind of mining has always been a gamble. The magic power of the dead mining area is very disruptive, and no one knows what can be mined in the end. Therefore, the transaction price of the license is often uncertain.
Jasmine, while flipping through the documents, he said,
but according to the intelligence, the geology finally chosen by this bankrupt company is very good. It should have Huesa bismuth mine and hexagonal silver mine, containing high-energy crystals, and coniferous jade gold, time-space crystal, etc. But apart from the boss of this company, there are only a few consortiums who know this situation. 30,000 gold lions were negotiated by all parties. This price is actually extremely low.
George nodded. These minerals are all comparable to gold. So if you really dig these things, you are not digging for gold, but for gold lions. And although these rare minerals are all associated mines, as long as 1 ton, the weight of 30,000 gold lions, is dug out, the investment will be recouped. If this company really wins the lottery in the end, then in 10 years, not to mention UEGWA's mining efficiency, it's just manual mining and throwing away all the messy iron and copper mines. That's a cash cow. Unfortunately, the company was founded by a gold digger who sold off his family property. Although he is a nobleman, he has no foundation. So after winning the lottery, he was targeted by various large financial groups. These consortiums are jointly operating in secret while operating secretly. It can be said that it has been operating for several years for this piece of fat. A small nobleman had no power to resist when faced with a group of bloodthirsty lions. Although his company discovered a gold mine, it could not purchase equipment and did not buy his goods. In addition, people in the company are constantly leaving and changing jobs. In the past few years, the company has been unable to make ends meet, and the boss can no longer support it. For that noble, these 30,000 gold lions can only be said to be a return of money. However, during the transaction, the big boss in the consortium promised to give him a title and a fief. With this fief and title, plus the 10,000 gold lions from his bankrupt company, he had the foundation to start a new business. The funds are available. After that, as long as the big bosses of the consortium show a little more support in the future, his family's reemergence will be just around the corner. On one side is bankruptcy plus offending a group of big bosses. On the one hand, there is the opportunity to join the consortium. The nobles knew very well what they could eat, and what they would be starved to death after eating. So there was a compromise in the end. There is also an agreement between the 3 joint consortiums. One of them has obtained this license, and then can secretly invest in shares with the license and enjoy the dividends. One is the purchase of Noble's company, and the land will be the actual new owner, and also gets a piece of land. The other is the exclusive right to purchase 50% of the minerals, and the most favorable purchase right whether it is processed and transferred to the market or used by oneself. The benefits are huge. It can be said that the 3 lions all got the meat they wanted most, including preliminary operations, license auctions, and company acquisitions. The total adds up to less than 50,000 gold lions, which is just the cost of arming 1,000 knights. If it is a magic knight, it is more than 200. But the value of this piece of fat is 10 times greater than the cost. In this meat division, other followers did not dare to participate even if they knew some news. Therefore, today's scene is actually of blood-soaked lions dividing their flesh.
Which consortium acquired the company?
George couldn't help but feel envious. Judging from the information, the person who purchased the company was a noble from Saudi Arabia.
Sir, it's you,
Jasmine said.
The shareholder is a new-style noble. Someone from the Queen's side. The one with the most favorable rights is an academy, actually a force from the Forbidden Sanctuary, because they have the best equipment and engineers. So any mine will get a piece of their pie. The things the nobleman sold them before were very expensive, and the development volume was very low. So they were offended. The Forbidden Sanctuary was mainly responsible for this matter.
George opened his mouth, and it took him a long time to react.
Her Highness Eileen said, "You will be very happy." She also said, "If you are happy, we can unite with the royal family and kick out the Forbidden Sanctuary."
George knew that Eileen had taken a stand this time. She originally ran this mine probably for her younger brother.
In addition, she has also prepared the magic hub and other things. It was included in the previous auctions of several alchemy studios. It will be transferred to the shelter later.
George nodded and thought to himself, although this girl often gets into trouble, her efficiency is really high. Later licenses were also various, including those for commerce, auction houses, and casinos. There are also permissions to plunder, and even permission to travel to the Forbidden Island without this permission. The Forbidden Sanctuary will not trade with the merchant group. However, compared to the auction items, George is more concerned about buyers and sellers. Although most of this information is confidential, Jasmine has extremely detailed information in her hands. After questioning, George discovered that many of these transactions were related to the Mithril Treasury. They sold a lot and bought a lot. The total number of transactions is terrifying. It is enough to empty out the entire wealth of a great noble family for generations. For being so rich, perhaps the more than 1 million golden lions is not a big number for His Majesty Theodoric. George thought about debt evasion again. Comparatively speaking, in this Moon Country auction, there were very few luxury goods, and jewelry magical items were all traded within the Academy Circle, while real luxury goods have been packaged into brands by the Moon Country. Therefore, gadgets of this level cannot enter this auction. Pawn shops have quite a few. However, there are indeed several famous works of art in today's auction. It allowed George to see how rich and luxurious the people of the Moon Country were. One of the oil paintings sold for 200,000 silver foxes. It looked like a stream of consciousness piece of art, and George couldn't understand it at all. It wasn't until he opened his eyes and worked hard to understand that he could vaguely see that the content seemed to be that the knight killed a demon and then rescued the princess's soul from the demon's body. But no matter how you look at it, this painting looks like a child's graffiti or a lunatic who poured dye directly on it.
What kind of wall-breaking thing sold for 200 million renminbi? I have money and no place to spend it,
George said sourly.
It's all a mystery. In my hometown, this kind of painter is called a master. George.
Soraya glanced at George and said with great disdain,
"You really don't understand art at all. You can paint to this level. It's definitely extraordinary. Don't you feel the tone? It's of the hope that bursts out of the most suppressed despair."
Having said this, Soraya took Lorna's handkerchief, and the two of them wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes together. Even Priyanka and Anita had their hands clasped together with shocked expressions on their faces. They were obviously completely impressed by this painting and admired the painter. The performance of these girls made George roll his eyes for a while, and he pushed him down.
"I really can't talk to you artistic young women,"
Soraya suddenly said.
"If my and George's little vault hadn't been placed at the end of the auction,
I would have decisively bought it today."
Priyanka nodded fiercely and said,
"This collection has at least 10% room for appreciation every year. Will the price of this piece of crap go up? Are you crazy?"
George stared and asked,
"Who painted this painting? What year was it painted?"
Jasmine flipped through the list.
Ahem.
The big collector Priyanka couldn't help but interrupt at this time.
"Master, I have heard about this piece of art. It does have some background. Theodoric itself is the moon. She is the most famous artist in the country. And this is a painting she made when she was ill. So many people think that it is a scene she once saw in the kingdom of heaven. And they all think it is a story related to Ariadne. In addition, His Majesty can no longer remember many of his dreams. So this painting is extremely precious to collectors."
"Damn," George said.
"I asked why it's so expensive. It turns out it's all about the name in the lower left corner."
Soraya and Lorna couldn't help but glance at George with disdain. He really didn't understand art.
"Xiao. George,"
Rhoda reminded carefully.
"It's usually signed in the lower right corner." "Ahem. I usually like to pee on the left side."
Apparently, discussing art with George was a fool's errand, and the girls ignored the guy. George pulled Aji over and said quietly,
"Keep an eye on the stupid rich man who bought the painting, and then steal the painting back to me."
Aji quietly made an okay gesture and asked Jasmine for information. Afterwards, Aji rolled his eyes and planned to go out. But this guy was quietly grabbed by Jasmine.
"Young master, I'm begging you,"
Jasmine said in a low voice.
"Don't cause trouble here. That group of people are from out of town and have nothing to do with the local area. Maybe they came here just for this painting. After successfully taking the photo today, They will definitely leave. I guess they will change their identities as soon as they go out. It will be difficult to find.
Aji lay next to Jasmine's ear and whispered,
Don't worry. I will do it after the transaction. There will be no evidence afterwards.
Aji's intimate behavior made Jasmine blush slightly. But she quietly grabbed Aji and refused to let go. I kept praying in my heart. However, there was no response. After thinking about it, Jasmine suddenly came up with a compromise.
This type of painting is usually layered and can be torn off. In this way, what you take is real, and what they take away is also real. Girl, I've been stealing things for many years. How come I don't know about this?
Aji said.
But if there are 2 copies of this painting, it won't be valuable.
Aggie really understood what George was thinking. He wanted the only one in the world. As for this painting, not only did the boss speak, but the boss ladies also paid close attention to it. How can I reissue it? Jasmine rolled her eyes. Then she sighed and said,
Go find Camellia. She should have a fake in her hand right now. Ordinary appraisers can't tell the difference.
Hearing this, Aji's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he quietly squeezed Jasmine's little finger, turned around and left. Chapter 688 Shameless Grandette. This little episode between Aji and Jasmine happened in the corner of the wing, and George didn't notice it. But in fact, the painting thing was just something he said casually. He has been paying attention to the auction. During the next auction, Irene's forces had some friction with the royal family. It seems that the royal family has paid attention to some nobles, who occasionally are not obedient. But I don't know whether the royal family regards these people as forces secretly influenced by the stubborn conservatives, or whether the royal family has realized that there is a mysterious consortium in the Kingdom of the Moon. Those items were all sold to multiples of their actual prices, and were eventually discounted into the hands of both parties, each with their own victory or defeat. It seems that these frictions have been going on for some years. After the interlude, it was finally the dragon eggs' turn. The dragon eggs that George and the others brought out this time were all picked out by the Duke himself. After that, I used medicine to cure it. So they are all genuine goods at reasonable prices. In fact, some dragon goods once appeared in the Moon Kingdom. They were all brought out by Palos. However,
what this shameless guy sells are defective products. Even dragon dung, which is similar to the level of dragon goods flowing out of the Tianmu mountain range. Paros almost never takes out dragon eggs. On the one hand, this was mainly because Palos was worried that the large number of dragon goods would attract too much attention from the outside world. So he didn't take out much. On the one hand, most of the dragon goods that Paros took out were actually given to his students for research in order to find out the weaknesses of the black dragon. But among his students, there will eventually be a few money-grubbing scum. So these dragon goods actually flowed from the hands of students in Palos. Palos almost never took out dragon eggs. But he did take out one, and gave it to his favorite little granddaughter, His Majesty Theodoric. It's just that although the dragon egg hatched successfully, the young dragon failed to grow up smoothly. This incident made the queen so sad that the name of her later cat was the same as that of the young dragon Black Yao. Therefore, everyone concluded that after the auction house released the news, someone from the royal family would definitely come. And those big nobles, who had seen the black baby dragon in the queen's hands, must also flock here. They will definitely try their best to buy it, and then give it to the queen. The final transaction price of dragon eggs will be related to the price assessment of this type of product by the nobles of the Moon Kingdom. In the future, the higher the price, the more bragging each store will have in the future. To this end, the auction house did a lot of warm-up work, and Irene specially arranged for several well-known nobles to act as trustees. Originally, George still felt guilty about this matter. After all, the main purpose of selling these dragon eggs is not to make money, but to let them flow to the Moon Kingdom so that they can play a role in dealing with demons. But after seeing how the wealthy people of the Moon Country spend huge sums of money on those works of art, George wanted to kill them severely. So I am even more looking forward to this auction. And many people seem to be determined to get this dragon egg. But the result almost made George lose his eyeballs. The originally heated bidding gradually cooled down after the royal ambassador took action. This made Eileen's noble entrusters, who bid for prices, gradually become more conspicuous. In the end, when the bidding price was 200,000 yuan for the silver fox, the royal family actually stopped taking action. Instead, he looked coldly at the nobles who were bidding. There was a strong intention to let the dragon egg be broken in Tuo's hand, and then come to the door to make them spit it out. Afterwards, those who were in charge of the Public Assistance Association and Theodoric thought about it for a while, and finally closed their mouths with cold sweat on their faces and admitted defeat. Until one of George and Soraya cursed loudly, and the other closed his eyes with a sad face. Suddenly, A group of unknown nobles came to the rescue. The woman leading the group was wearing a hat and a veil, and her face could not be seen clearly. But from her figure, her gracefulness could be seen. In the end, the dragon egg was sold for 200 and 100 silver foxes. 100 silver foxes is its lowest markup. In other words, this dragon egg is only 100 silver foxes more expensive than the painting of people using urine that George said. Hee. Alexander chewed something in his mouth, stretched his head to glance at the buyer, and said naively, "It's not a loss. It's a profit." "What the H.L.?" George yelled. This price is many times less than what George imagined. This made his heart drip with blood. "Damn it! Are the royal families of the Moon Kingdom all stingy? What kind of royal family do you call yourself when you have no money? And those buyers, you are too stingy, aren't you? People are asking for tens of thousands of dollars. You just gave me an extra 100? What is this 100 enough for? Boss." Alexander wiped his greasy mouth and said, "It's enough for my food for a week." George looked at the empty plates on the table and closed his eyes hard. "Master." Jasmine flipped through the documents and said a little strangely, "There is no information about this group of people. They may also be from the royal family. The name of this store is Royal. If there is anyone who comes in that Irene can't find information on, it will only be from the royal side." As expected, they are all a bunch of shameless granite. Today's auction is the result of their efforts. "It's my money." George was so heartbroken that he cursed. Suddenly, he thought of another thing. Judging from the faces of these Grandits, the debt he owed to Theodoric would definitely be taken away by Theodoric. Could chases the ass and wants it. Damn it. When everything was over, Jasmine sent someone to pick up the check, and then arranged for someone to go to the bank to handle follow-up business. George and others first paid some pocket money with Irene and played in the casino for a while. But because of this incident, several people were not very interested, and everyone stayed with Alexander for a while. It wasn't until Alexander lost that George felt a little pain that Aggie suddenly came back. "Where have you been, you brat?" Aggie chuckled and patted his bulging chest. George looked along his collar and found a scroll. "Then I suddenly remembered the painting." George couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised, and the bad mood caused by the previous loss was completely gone. So everyone no longer wanted to gamble, and quickly asked Jasmine to open a small room and start looking at the painting. At this time, when George saw this painting again, he became more and more pleased with it. However, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "The person who can draw in this style is definitely not a normal person. She is definitely a madman." At least, he was mentally disturbed before. The girls felt differently from George. In their hearts, the great artist must be perfect. While they were admiring again and again, they blamed George, the bad guy, for asking Aggie to do bad things. And on the other hand, they were delighted with the painting. "George, Aggie left the money with him, right?" Soraya asked unbearably. "Yes, I left them a few big gems." "That's enough," George said, but he curled his lips in his heart. "Leave it alone. If you have so much spare money to buy a broken painting, you would be sorry for the light of dawn if you don't teach them about the dangers of this society." "Boss." After that group of people finished filming, they went to the port in a panic. They didn't even know that the things in their hands were dropped. Aggie was glad that he took action early, because not only did this group of people go out to the port, but Aggie found that several groups of people were already targeting them. "Boss, I checked at the port afterwards, and found that the group of people were from Saudi Arabia. The identities they used when entering the auction house were fake." The bold Aggie continued. "Based on this information, I looked for Shanja again. After checking it, I suspect that these people were sent by the eldest prince of Saudi Arabia. The guy is crazy about Theodoric. And I heard that he even proposed marriage before." Pooh! Toad wants to eat. George cursed in his mind. Chapter 689 Tea House. Bah! The toad wants to eat the swan meat. Soraya and George had a clear understanding of each other. After hearing this, she cursed. That guy is already in his 40s and has a wife. At this point, Soraya realized that she had made a mistake and quickly shut her mouth. Obviously, she knew the believer of the sun god. Yes. Jasmine couldn't help but interjected. This kind of guy who has a wife and then flirts with her is the most hateful. Ahem. Surprisingly, George's face turned red after hearing this. He looked at Priyanka, then at Soraya and Anita. He couldn't help but cough in embarrassment. Obviously, he didn't have any thoughts about the queen, but he had shit on him. Jasmine, Soraya, people from the kingdom of Saudi Arabia can marry multiple wives. Seeing several girls staring at him angrily,
George quickly changed his tone.
Ahem. But it's true that I mean it's a bit inappropriate.
This is indeed the case. Because although the eldest prince will definitely become the next king of the Kingdom of Sand, his father is staying in the Temple of the Sun King. Thinking about it, if he has the Queen of the Moon Kingdom as his backer, he won't have to go to the temple after he ascends the throne.
However, it sounds like this guy has a lot of theodoric collections in his hands. Thinking about it, it is true that I am obsessed with this queen. Apart from being rich, what is so good about that girl? George shook his head, confused. Aji's arrival not only brought a surprise to George, but Aji also won back some of Alexander's lost money. But not long after, Irene sent someone over, and a group of people were kicked out again. At this time, it was already raining outside. It seemed that it had been raining for a while, and it was getting heavier and heavier.
That group of people should have come later.
Aji lifted his hood and whispered to the boss.
We are in front and behind. Forget it. Don't mention them. I get upset just thinking about them.
George opened his big flower umbrella and sighed.
Eat some food.
Alexander touched his belly and said.
It's already noon.
Jasmine looked at this big man who had just eaten breakfast for 10 people in shock, not knowing what to say.
Forget it. It's raining anyway. There's nothing to do.
George looked at the sky and said.
Let's find a good wine and tea house. Sir, you are right. The tea houses in your kingdom are quite good,
Jasmine said.
There is one nearby.
Next, Jasmine took everyone to a more distinctive time-honored store in this city. I planned to experience the customs of the Moon Country. Although it was already past dinner, the tea house was bustling because of the rain. The spacious lobby is filled with tables. Some have seats, and some have to sit cross-legged. Waiters dressed in short clothes pass through the hall carrying dishes or teapots. There are no bards in the store, but there are professional lobbyists. The things told are stories widely circulated in the Moon Kingdom. But it sounds wonderful. George found that here, no matter what kind of dress they were, they all sat casually. Some people chatted, and even shared a table. It seems that the only people who come here are the surrounding neighbors. Suddenly, George looked at the layout of this tea house, and felt as if he had become familiar with it. He couldn't remember where he had seen such a place. He thought it might be the environment and atmosphere here that reminded him of the ancient times in his hometown. Here, many swordsmen are dressed very similar to Lin. As for the other people, except for the foreign knights, it was hard to tell who was who. The nobles of the Moon Kingdom are relatively low-key and wear ordinary clothes. The common people are very particular about cards. So at a glance, they are not much different. The rooms upstairs are full. George and others realized that they had no reservations, so they planned to choose a seat on the first floor. There are many people hanging around here without eating. They're all rotten skin and crows. This group of people specially occupied a few seats. The tea house owner didn't dare to say anything, and the guests who were looking for seats around them didn't dare to mess with them either. Instead, they were all very polite to the crows. It seems that these crows should be frequent visitors here, or this is simply the stronghold of this group of crows. The leading crows seem to be quite famous. Moreover, they are strong, and the swordsmen are familiar with them. It seems that the force value should be extraordinary. He is the leader of the crow gang. But the crows all dispersed after seeing bandit-like guys like George coming in. After taking a look at the surrounding diners, they couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Even the aristocrats, who usually come to this tea house, are mostly lower-class aristocrats. But how could the lower-class nobles bring out the samurai group? Therefore, the diners believed that this group of people was either a high-end adventure team from a large consortium, or the heirs of a large nobleman came out to have fun. Judging from their temperament and appearance, they should be the former, probably Eldar people, because Erda's mercenaries are spread all over the world. They are also the most popular among the consortium. George was a little surprised at first. Local snakes are never afraid of powerful dragons, and these crows are a little too winky. But after taking a look, he realized that the crows in the entire tea house seemed to belong to the same gang, presumably Jasmine's territory. After everyone sat down, the dishes were served before George, and others could order. When he took a look, most of them were the types that everyone liked to eat. And he suddenly understood that this was not only Jasmine's territory, but these crows were also the ones who fulfilled her arrangement. Just because we were pressed for time, the boss made a temporary decision. There was no room upstairs. Jasmine didn't mobilize anyone to clean it up.
How come these dishes are served so quickly?
Alexander asked curiously. Soraya said,
It seems to be a specialty of the Moon Kingdom. The soup in the pot has not changed for several months. Irene cooked it for me before. Hey, this wine is so special.
After Aji took a sip of the wine, he said to George,
Master, please try it. It's not wine. It's not ale or brandy either.
The conversation between his companions attracted George's attention. He looked at the dishes and his pupils could not help but shrink slightly. They are all stewed vegetables. And the wine is also rice wine. Although the style was very different from those he had eaten before, the aroma was extremely familiar to him.
Master,
Jasmine introduced with a smile on her face.
This is the special food of the Moon Country. Although this shop looks ordinary, the chef here retired from the palace. It is said that the Queen His Majesty would often come here to have a taste secretly during his private visits. The cooking techniques in this restaurant are not only outstanding, but the ingredients are also very unusual. There are cinnamon and star anise from Dome Eagle Tulip County, and some from the southern wastelands. Peppercorns and the Chennai aniseed from the Kanglan Basin are the most complete spices from all over the world, and they are the most complete in the Moon Country.
George rubbed off a piece of elbow skin and took a bite. Feeling the familiar smell, he couldn't help but be moved and said,
This is the normal way of cooking spices, Lorna. Learn from it. Don't stew grapes with pepper and star anise again in the future.
Lorna rolled her eyes fiercely.
From now on, you can do it yourself.
Chapter 690. The Reformation of the Moon Country. Next, while George was eating, he looked at the tea house. He always feels that this place is very familiar. But although Yu Kingdom has very oriental characteristics, there are still many differences due to historical and cultural differences. Jasmine's words interrupted George's thoughts.
Master, don't worry. There are actually some informants here, but they are all members of the royal family,
Irene said while quietly glancing at a few swordsmen who were messing with the crows. The swordsmen were dressed plainly, and their mouths were full of dirty jokes. They looked like a bunch of idle mercenaries. George had also seen with his own eyes that a group of businessmen hired several swordsmen away. Thinking of this, a name suddenly flashed in George's mind: Jean Yiwei.
Master, although these swordsmen are from the royal family, it doesn't matter much, because in Dongcheng district, their eyes and ears are all our people,
Jasmine said.
In fact, we have always cooperated with each other. They think that we are the pro-imperialists in the temple. In their eyes, Dongcheng district is the territory of the royal family. In their eyes, these pro-imperialists in Dongcheng district are the royal people. We some forces in the temple have always treated the queen as Ariadne.
George sighed and muttered secretly,
Irene's skill is really good.
This girl is completely opposite to Soraya's personality. Soraya could give up her life just to save face. And Eileen doesn't care about anything for the sake of benefit. He now somewhat understands how the Public Assistance Society broke into the Royal Consortium. Jasmine continued,
We have always obeyed their advice. And through the influence of the consortium, our interests tend to be aligned. Over the years, we have joined forces to clean up cultists and vampires. We have even captured a few ape-possessed lurker.
George nodded, touched his chin, and asked,
What does the queen think of the identity of Ariadne? She doesn't reject it. This is beneficial to the rule of the Moon Kingdom. And it can also combat lurkers.
George nodded, and he heard something strange from Jasmine's words. Irene was not as reliable as she appeared. In other words, her belief in the Moon Kingdom is not firm. In these years, Irene's main development has been business. The intelligence network is actually just incidental. The reason why she is integrating internal forces now is precisely because some of her people have completely regarded the queen as their master. Therefore, Irene was wary of the queen's power. No wonder Palos said that the queen's people will come into contact with us these days. It is impossible to avoid it. It seems I was right to ask him to get some vaccinations. If I completely trust Irene's power, I'm afraid there will be misunderstandings later. George somewhat understood why Palos said that it was difficult to avoid the queen in the Moon Kingdom. I also somewhat understood why Irene wanted him to take down the queen. If Irene wanted to completely turn her back on the guest after showing her miracle, then the queen must admit personally that she is Ariadne's angel. Otherwise, if the queen plays a trick and says that the queen's true body has arrived at the temple, that would be interesting. George actually had another view on this matter. As long as the queen could deal with the devil resolutely, it didn't matter who controlled the Moon Kingdom. And Eileen is too smart. It doesn't matter if she is smart, but she has too many thoughts. So if it is true as she said, it may not be a good thing for her to completely control the entire Moon Kingdom. After reading it in George, if there is no temple in the Moon Kingdom in the future, and all the priests believe in the light of dawn, then it will be the best. George shook his head, looked at the nobles in the tea house, and changed the topic. He found that although the nobles and the common people were dressed similarly, if you look closely, you will find the difference between the two: knowledge and insight. At the same time, He found that the nobles were also highly respected by the people. This made George feel some doubts, and couldn't help but ask.
Those nobles are all well-informed neighbors. Most of them are guys with titles, but no actual power. And most of the nobles in this street have ancestors who are members of the royal family. It's just that under the ancient system of the Moon Kingdom, if aristocrats are incompetent, they often cannot be rich for more than a few generations. So by their generation, they are completely lonely.
In Jasmine's narration, George learns, the Moon Country is completely different from other countries. Not only are the beliefs here different from other countries, but the culture and politics are also very different. The Moon Kingdom has not been a feudal system since ancient times. It was jointly established by several moon gods. And the first generation of kings was a Sirius Archangel. Although the dynasties changed later, each generation of kings claimed to have the power of heaven and claimed to be the sons of the moon god. Therefore, in the history of the Moon Kingdom, imperial power and divine power were unified for most of the time. The situation where 8 kings and 4 princes are in power like Elda and Nanwang does not exist here at all. Although the nobles had fiefs, they had no actual control over the territory. There aren't many private soldiers either. Therefore, civil war among lords does not exist here. In the Moon Kingdom, there has always been a policy similar to the Order of Grace. The only flaw is that because the Moon Kingdom is close to the Holy Empire, it is restricted. And because of geographical reasons, it is not suitable for expansion to the east or west. But because monarchs of each generation paid more attention to the development of their own countries, this place became a true empire 2 centuries ago. In the next few hundred years, as the influence of the Forbidden Sanctuary on the Moon Kingdom has grown, the domestic politics have become more stable. The magic technology used by the Forbidden Sanctuary in defeating the Holy Court was decisive for the ideological awakening of the Moon Kingdom. And with the gradual rise of new trends of thought, the power of the people is also constantly awakening. So by the Queen's grandfather's generation, the new aristocracy headed by the Academy had grown to full maturity. Most of them only had titles, not even fiefs. But they were members of various financial groups, and had far more wealth than the old aristocrats. They are the first generation of true British aristocrats. The Queen's grandfather, a student of Palos, was the leader of the new school. He is also the real boss of the Royal Consortium. The Consortium discovered the constraints on productivity caused by land annexation. Those damn nobles did not allow the Consortium to hire too many workers. It also prevents them from developing land. Thus, under the influence of financial groups, new factions, and the old emperor, the restoration began. In this reform, there was not only support from financial groups and new factions, but also support from down-and-out nobles and civil forces. Outstanding commoners continue to become British aristocrats, and old-school aristocrats continue to be deprived of their land. By the generation of the Queen's father, the power of Congress reached its peak. With the encouragement of the emperor, the royal family also began to lay off employees. When it comes to the Queen, she has become the most powerful king in the history of the Moon Kingdom. She is as powerful as a god. And she is the incarnation of the moon god recognized by the Holy Court, which provides the basis for her drastic reforms. As a result, the clan's monthly money was even gone in the eyes of the entire royal family and all the financial groups. Those losers who were just sitting around waiting to die couldn't even start a company. So why should we support them? Of course, on the surface, these offending things were all done by the Queen's lovely uncle the regent. When the Queen kicked this dirty glove away, she also secretly dealt with the forces in the country that did not support the New Deal. Although everything must be reversed, the current Queen's power is not as good as before due to the gap between her and the Holy Court. However, the Holy Court has also fallen into an embarrassing situation. It is easy to ask a god, but difficult to send a god away. At first, the entire heaven and the Holy See recognized this moon goddess. But now it can be stripped off without trying to strip off the aura on her body. Chapter 691 Specialty Guest. Jasmine continued.
After the reform of the Moon Kingdom, the treasury no longer distributes monthly money to these nobles. But at the same time, many down-and-out nobles also have a way to make a living after the reformed people from the royal family were not. They are allowed to be officials, do business and enter academies. But now they have more options,
Jasmine said.
Most of the nobles who are still staying in Yucheng are those who support the New Deal. Those who do not support the New Deal were either exiled to the small principality of the Moon Kingdom under His Majesty Charles, or had been cleaned up. These people who often come to the tea house are all small bosses and pro-royalists. Many of them are more knowledgeable because of their higher education, so they are very respected by the people. Some people are still small officials in the city hall who are elected by the people.
The concept of being proud of the nobility has not been completely eliminated in the Moon Kingdom. Therefore, the people of the Moon Kingdom still like to be led by nobles. But for this era, this is still a huge ideological leap. It can be said that with the efforts of successive kings of the Moon Kingdom, the entire Moon Kingdom has gradually become a British country. They had achieved the British nobility that George had thought about. As productivity continues to be liberated, policies will continue to change. The U Kingdom has done social changes earlier, and many things can still be learned and referred to. George looked at the crows and swordsmen,
especially their intelligence network.
Perhaps Martin should be allowed to follow their approach and establish an intelligence network that belongs entirely to the shelter. Every diner here is familiar with crows, and there are crows hanging around in the kitchen. It looks like a mixed kitchen, but in fact it should be this tea house, which is covered by these crows. In other words, this is actually the tang where the Crow Gang bosses often hang out. In other countries, rotten skin and crows use taverns as their base. But Moon Kingdom should use tea houses. Staying in such a place does not require consumption and comfortable. But there is a difference between an ordinary stronghold and a synagogue. There will be no rotten skin or vultures in a synagogue. After the big bosses of the Crow Gang came to see them, these gangsters didn't dare to come to their territory and mess around. The tang of the Crow Gang is actually the eyes and ears of the temple. And the apparent master of the temple is the royal family. Crow also thinks so. So even though it was Jasmine who actually managed them, these crows did not dare to offend the forest guards. Therefore, under the double surveillance of Eileen and the royal family, it can only be said that the Dongcheng area is very clean and there are no spies from the Holy Court. However, it is difficult to keep the information exchanged between Irene and the royal family completely confidential, because in the eyes of the crows, the queen is Ariadne. George shook his head. No wonder Eileen didn't let herself wander. During this walk, the boss noticed everything. I wonder how Peros talked with the queen today. Anyway, I have now begun to contact the royal people. George knew that among these nobles, there might also be spies from the Royal Forest Army. As for the group of people who followed Palos to Moon City, I wonder if they are already in the eyes of the Imperial Guards. Indeed, there are many things about Irene that the royal family does not know. But Irene probably doesn't know much of the royal family's information. They are evenly matched. Seeing this, George simply let go. He no longer worried whether Soraya would reveal her identity, and continued to eat and drink. The crow leaders did not leave after giving up their seats. Instead, he stood under the eaves at the door, watching the rain while gagging. After they stood at the door, only people left the tea house, and few people came in. Gradually, many swordsmen also left. Only a few swordsmen leaders stayed. But they did not stay in the tea house. Instead, they stood outside the door and chatted and laughed with the crows. Many diners who originally planned to enter the tea house left without looking back after seeing these people at the door. Even many nobles who wanted to enter were stopped and driven away by the swordsmen. But other workers in short clothes ignored the bullies at the door and came in directly. They filled the vacant spot in the tea house and made the whole tea house lively again. At the door, the two swordsmen chatted with the crow for a while, then walked aside alone. Today's important matters are only known to the umbu of the royal guards. The crow is unclear, so they talk to avoid these crows. Boss! A swordsman looked at the seats around George and the others in the window and said to his boss, "Do you want those tables of diners among the fanatic believers to be kicked out? You, the new guy, are really clueless." After looking over there, the boss said, "Did you see the way those fanatic believers looked at the 3 tables of diners in the middle? That's piety. In addition, you look at that girl. Her name is Jasmine. She is the leader of the fanatical believers. The 3 tables of diners are all the sons of the temple brought by her. They are not people from the Holy Court. Don't worry about it. It would be better to have them around. If only every time Miss comes over, all she sees are acquaintances, and the 2 of us won't have to work in Dongcheng District anymore." After hearing this, the adjutant couldn't help but nodded. He had never seen Jasmine, but the adjutant had heard of her. When he was working in Xiqing District, the cultists were frightened of her. The wanted price of her head on the devil's side is 80,000 silver foxes. The fanatics in Dongcheng District are the most famous and the craziest. The internal discipline is stricter than that of the Imperial Guard, although they did not obey the orders of the members of the Royal Forest Army's Secret Service. But the history of these fanatical believers has been around for 300 years. He is a wanted criminal in the Holy Court who has nothing to do with the Holy Court. They only obey the orders of the Moon Kingdom Temple. After Miss was born, they completely obeyed Miss again. Regarding the royal orders, they can be said to execute them at the risk of their lives. And they are absolutely clean and loyal. The cultists have been making a lot of noise recently. It seems that these holy sons should have been specially summoned by fanatical believers. Thinking of this, the adjutant pursed his lips bitterly. Dongcheng district is the most difficult place to work. Miss will come over to play from time to time. And I don't like to be known by others.
You take care of your business. Pay more attention to the group of people wandering around the Ariadne Hotel in the morning. Bit has their portraits in his hands. Those people were brought by Master Palos. It is very likely that it's the Dragon Clan.
The chief officer knows much more than the adjutant. He knows that that group of people is not a Dragon Clan. But he didn't say much to the adjutant.
The time is coming. Go to the street first and tell them to tighten their nerves. The vampire activities have been a bit crazy recently. But don't cause trouble today.
After the adjutant went to South Street, a group of people dressed as nobles entered the tea house. The chief officer secretly exchanged glances with the swordsman accompanying the nobles. And then, like an ordinary mercenary, he took up his hat, went into the rain, and went to find work in the tavern opposite. This group of nobles all wore bamboo hats, and the woman in the middle had her face covered by the bamboo hat. But if George saw her chin and figure, he would think she looked very familiar. Maybe. It's not that familiar yet. Chapter 692 Elizabeth. At this time, George and the others were drinking and talking nonsense from the looks of it. Even if there was a swordsman staying in the tavern, they wouldn't care.
Boss, this is so strange.
After hearing Alexander and others talking about the dragon egg, Aji said strangely,
this must be a setup. On the one hand, the royal family saves money. And on the other hand, the royal family saves money. On the other hand, they also discovered that there are nails in the auction house. People should have known about the nails a long time ago.
George picked up the teacup and said,
I suspect these Grandits are just trying to save money, drinking tea. Well, it's very pure Lorna. Don't add random cream to the tea. Milk or something.
The tea in the Moon Country is very different from the tea in other countries. Especially in the Valley and Elda. The tea there is more bitter and less fragrant. Coupled with the peculiar taste of the nobles, they added sugar to death.
George, according to you, this family is a royal family.
Soraya felt a little dissatisfied after discovering that Theodoric was a great artist. Her liking for this girl she had never met soared.
How could you do such a thing just to save some money? A painting is more expensive than your dragon egg. Why do you need to save money on this?
When Jasmine heard this, she couldn't help coughing and looked at the group of nobles passing by George and his group of lords and ladies. Everyone claimed that they were professionals. But in the end, they behaved erratically and did not follow their words. This troubled Jasmine. But then she thought about it. Palos had already been in contact with the queen anyway. It didn't matter that the Imperial Guard recognized them. Just don't let these gentlemen's words reach the ears of the queen. Look what they are saying.
More expensive than my dragon eggs? Just her crappy thing that uses urine? It's because they are stingy and shameless.
George put down the teacup, slapped the table, and said through gritted teeth, as soon as the dragon egg thing was mentioned, he got angry.
The royal family is a bunch of misers. Just look at the resume that Palos gave me. That girl, when she went out, even a copper coin was compared with the waiter in the store. Damn it!
Speaking of this, George secretly complained big money doesn't care. Small money is fussy. And it's not like everyone at all.
Man!
The swordsman's voice from a seat not far away came loudly.
This wine is not full. It is expensive to sell it for 6 copper coins.
When the shopkeeper heard this, he took the initiative and walked over from the counter, apologized respectfully, and then scolded the waiter and asked him to fill up the wine. Then he told the guests that the wine would be worth 5 copper coins, and the dishes would be discounted. This group of regular customers had always paid this price. After hearing these words, the guests at those tables nodded with satisfaction. And the woman wearing a hat among them also felt a lot more comfortable. The rice wine in the cup also became more fragrant.
Did you see that?
George turned around. He bared his teeth at Soraya and said,
all the nobles of the Moon Kingdom have this kind of virtue.
Next, after Jasmine's repeated reminders, George and his group finally stopped mentioning any sensitive names. But while he was drinking, he was bragging loudly. Especially Mr. George. After hearing the ladies say that he was stingier, he started to show off his wealth in various ways. Jasmine could be described as frightened during their chat. The only thing that made her feel lucky was that the Imperial Guards all went to patrol the streets. Most of the tables near the seats were occupied by fanatical believers arranged by her. So these words could not reach the ears of the Imperial Guards. But the new group of nobles seemed to be fans of the queen. They were not too far away from here. The tea house was very noisy. And I didn't know if they could hear it.
But the swordsman at the table seemed to have glared in this direction over and over again. The woman at the head looked at George and frowned several times. Obviously, in the eyes of others, George and his gang were not only very capable of bragging, but also used obscene and extremely unpleasant words. They should be sent directly to Kaishika to be beheaded. What made the swordsman even more furious was that when the bragging knights saw the swordsman glaring at them, not only did they not restrain themselves, but they responded by giving them the middle finger. After seeing the vulgar action, the lady in the hat opened her mouth in disbelief. She had never seen such nasty knights. Seeing this scene, the corner of Jasmine's mouth was secretly bitter, and she closed her eyes and prayed no one from the holy court could enter here. And they did not dare to come here. Ordinary nobles are not so protective of the queen. This group of people from the palace must be princes or princesses. Although starting from the queen's grandfather's area, the royal family began to gradually lay off employees, causing the number of princes and uncles of the Moon King to shrink greatly. But there are still about 20 princes in the country. Most of these guys are idle princes. Although they had fiefs, they had no actual control over the territory. There aren't many private soldiers either. Belongs to the British nobility. But in this Moon City, there are still several princes and princesses who are loyal to the queen because they belong to the new school. Not only do they serve as regents, they can also be said to be the mainstay of the Moon Kingdom. If the person you meet today happens to be a big boss among these people, then Jasmine feels that the actions and conversations of these men today will definitely reach the queen's ears. It is even possible that this big boss will directly bring these treasonous foreigners to the royal court. But it seemed that the leader of the group had no intention of getting angry with George and the others. After paying attention for a while, they stopped looking at George. This made Jasmine breathe a huge sigh of relief. It seems that the woman's temper is really not that good. And she is also very well educated indeed. How can the people's mouths be blocked? And there are countless people in the world who say good things about her. And there are even more people who slander her. No matter what others think of her as good or bad, she never cares. Although the swordsmen were aggrieved at the woman's signal, they could only glare fiercely at George and the others, and then prepared to swallow their breath. They seemed to be worried about something, and were discussing something in low voices. Jasmine listened carefully, and found that they were all gossip. The leader should be the woman, and the followers were arranging some annoying characters, as if to vent their anger on the woman. But there was no mention of names or sensitive matters in the words. I have no idea what they were talking about. Obviously this group of people is much more professional than big men like George. After looking at them, Jasmine felt that a few of them looked familiar. She raised her head and communicated with the crows with her eyes, and learned from her gestures that the crows didn't know the origin of this group of people. But it should be from the palace. It seems that I guessed it correctly. It is indeed a certain princess or prince. But I guess it should be the Xianwang. Those Xianwangs are very low-key, and they almost behave with their tail between their legs in the royal family. And they will never gossip around the queen. So it should be fine. It seemed that she noticed that Jasmine had been looking that way. Alexander also looked over there curiously. Boss! Alexander wiped his mouth with his hand, pointed to the table of women, and said naively, They bought that dragon egg! Alexander's blatant behavior and his loud voice caused the entire tea house to suddenly become silent. And the woman was suddenly stunned. George picked up Soraya's napkin and wiped his mouth, then slowly turned his head and looked at the woman pointed by Alexander. Then, there was a bang in his head. Elizabeth? Chapter 693. The Queen is not worth the extra money. George exclaimed his name in surprise, causing all his companions to look over. Fortunately for Jasmine, she had never seen Elizabeth before, so she just looked very surprised. But Aji and others' mouths immediately grew bigger, and even Soraya's eyes widened. It was so similar to the statue in the center of the Hall of Valor. She couldn't help but feel jealous in her heart. After hearing George's call, the woman and the swordsman on the other side couldn't help but look at each other, feeling a little surprised. The names of nobles are very long, and many nobles with ancient families even have 5 or 6 middle names. In the ancient country of Moon Country, there have been many queens such as Elizabeth, Isabella, Mary, and so on. Therefore, among the royal family, many princesses often use the common name of their ancestors as one of their multiple middle names. This woman is naturally no exception. And although she has a main name, the name Elizabeth, as a nickname, was often used to call her in the royal family. Her father hoped that she could be like Elizabeth. Like the sixth life, the Moon Kingdom once again reached a higher level. Perhaps because of this name. The woman dreamed of this name for a long time when she was young. But this name has not been used for many years. After her father's death, she doesn't know if this is related to her lost memory. Nowadays, this name has become taboo in the royal family.
This middle name has been removed from her full name. So even though she was no longer sensitive to this name after her condition improved, no one still called her that for many years in the new generation. Many people don't even know that she once had such a middle name. Therefore, there is only one person who still calls her that, the Alexander whom she still occasionally dreams about. Therefore, the woman and the subordinates all felt that the strange guy in front of them must have recognized the wrong person. George looked at the woman blankly for a while. In his daze, he slightly noticed the difference between this Elizabeth and the one in his memory. If the person in front of him was Elizabeth, it must not be the one in George's memory 2 years ago. That one. But the Elizabeth he remembered when he was 8 years old. Because she is too young. She looks to be about the same age as Sophia, of course. She looks 60 to 70% similar. Suddenly, everything seemed to be reversed. It's as if Elizabeth is no longer more than 10 years older than George. But George is more than 10 years older than Elizabeth. Different from the mature Elizabeth in George's impression. She does not look that lazy, but is very active and lively. He recognized those green eyes, and he was sure that her current appearance was her true appearance. It's just that there's a bit of a greenishness to her face, although she seems to be more stable than her peers. But because of her appearance, even if she pretended to be mature and angry now, George couldn't help but feel a little funny. It was obviously extremely impolite for the disciple to look at the young lady like this from a short distance away, under the glares of the swordsman. George smiled casually, respectfully behaved like a valley noble, and said, "I'm sorry. You look so much like my wife. I thought you were a relative of my wife." George's words made the expressions of the woman and the swordsman soften slightly. But George's next move made the swordsman angry. He walked directly to the table facing the women. This move not only made the lady frown slightly, but the swordsmen also stood up and twitched their long swords and daggers, intending to intercept this uninvited guest. But just when the atmosphere in the entire tea house became tense, as if by magic, a dragon egg suddenly appeared in George's hand. Seeing the dragon egg, Lorna suddenly wiped the belly band around her waist and found that the dragon egg she had been secretly hatching these days was missing. The guards looked at the dragon egg, and their expressions were slightly startled. They thought that there were only 2 dragon eggs in the world. The queen had one before. The woman's pupils also shrank slightly. But the change in her expression was not because of the dragon egg, but because she discovered that what this person had just displayed was an extremely advanced space magic. "Everyone, don't be nervous." George pushed the sword that was suddenly placed on his neck with his finger. "It will kill someone." Looking at the woman, "As you can see, I am just a businessman who wants to do some business." Hearing this, the swordsman leader sitting next to the woman asked the woman with his eyes. After noticing that the woman nodded slightly, he looked at George and said, "Remove your transformation." Based on his experience and eyesight, this group of people must have used disguises. And he could also smell that there was a faint smell of magic potion on these people. They should have taken the transformation potion. These words made George's expression move slightly. The formula for the transformation potion designed by Rusgard was extremely clever, and he didn't expect anyone to see it. George couldn't help but take a look at this man. Many people in New Kingdom didn't like to have beards, but this guy's beard was extremely rare. He is similar in age to me, probably around 30. He shouldn't have any disguise. He has an Adam's apple on his neck. It's just that the voice is softer. If it weren't for this guy's rough bronze skin, George would have thought that this guy had practiced some kind of evil sword technique. However, judging from the temperament of this swordsman, he seemed to be in a high position, and his eyes were extremely sharp, which reminded George of Lynn. After George did as the swordsman said, he got permission and sat opposite the woman. The swordsmen around him were all watching his every move, but the swordsman leader was the only one who was more relaxed. He could tell that this man was definitely not an assassin, and an assassin's eyes would not be as sharp as his. He is by no means a businessman. Rather, he is a battle-hardened general and the leader of a party. Judging from the information just received at noon today, coupled with the courtesy of the man before, the leader of the swordsmen, Mr. de Gracia, has vaguely guessed who this guy is. De Garcia kept looking into George's eyes. There was indeed no murderous intent in those eyes, and they seemed to hide an extremely deep emotion. Although this emotion was deeply hidden, the swordsman still saw it miss. She may indeed be very similar to a relative of this person, rather than him recognizing her identity. But this guy's gaze made the swordsman extremely unhappy. He was so rude when looking at the lady. De Gracia once again confirmed that it should be that guy. It seems that the information in his hand is more up to date than those guys. The Royal Intelligence Network is indeed much stronger than Irene's. After sitting down, George introduced his dragon egg in a boastful manner. The woman looked at the dragon egg and was extremely surprised it was a little bigger than the one she took a picture of. This made her curious about the person in front of her. And she began to really look at this guy. This guy's eyes were extremely aggressive. And his words and deeds were the same as when he was talking about the royal family before, very rude. She couldn't help but make her heart beat wildly. But the strange thing was that the more she looked at it, she felt like she had seen this stranger somewhere before.
By the way, miss, I haven't asked for your name yet.
The woman was just halfway through her words when she laughed out of anger. It was obviously this guy who took the initiative. But this guy not only didn't introduce himself first, but instead asked about himself first.
Should you introduce yourself first?
The woman's voice sounded slightly lazy. This extremely familiar voice made George stunned for 2 seconds. He calmed down and said with extremely complicated eyes,
"Just call me George. George."
The woman frowned slightly. Another one called George. She had heard this name too many times recently. When she thought about the recent situation in Nanwang, she became a little upset. Does that arrogant man really think he can make the entire southern wilderness surrender? Who does he think he is? Sun God? She couldn't help but look at George again. Now this impolite guy became even more annoying. But the woman's face did not show any emotion. It seemed that because she had been in a high position all year round, her emotions would occasionally show up when facing people with extremely close relationships.
Where did you find this dragon egg? Sir, this is naturally the western border of the Moon Kingdom,
George said respectfully. The woman suddenly realized. She had already heard about the black dragon's appearance. The location is in the tropical rainforest where dragon legends have always existed. And this morning, she also learned the latest news from Degracia. The news at noon has not been completely confirmed. So it has not been reported yet. It is said that dragons also appeared outside the northeastern part of the Moon Kingdom. Traces of the class. Now there is a war there. And I don't know how many people will die. And now these evil dragons are raging over there again. The woman secretly sighed in her heart. My mood also became worse.
Have you ever seen those black dragons?
After a pause, the woman asked.
Are they really as big as the rumors say?
According to rumors, when those black magic dragons spread out their magic wings, they cover the sky and the sun, although Degracia analyzed that they are actually only more than 30 meters tall. The images in the rumors are actually about the same size as teacher Shurcheng. It's the same story I told when I was a kid.
Miss, there are indeed rumors that a black dragon has been born recently.
Under the unkind eyes of the swordsman, George picked up the teapot in front of the woman and poured himself a cup of tea and poured another cup for the lady.
But unfortunately, I didn't have the opportunity to see the true appearance of the black dragon.
Having said this, George put down the teapot, picked up the teacup and took a sip. He crossed his legs and said calmly,
I snatched this dragon egg.
After hearing this, the woman looked at the dragon egg in front of her, and her expression turned a little ugly. It turned out that this dragon egg was dirty.
Why are you planning to sell this dragon egg to me?
The woman suddenly said in a funny tone.
Don't you think my price is too low?
Obviously, George and the others had heard all the conversations they had arranged between the buyer and the queen.
Mississippi,
George suddenly said respectfully.
There is a saying in my hometown where you fail, you will naturally get up from there. In addition, there are differences between these two dragon eggs.
The woman did notice that this dragon egg was somewhat different from her own. Not only was it larger, but the pattern was also more delicate. Moreover, its magic power is extremely full, and it seems that it has received some kind of instructions. But she said,
it's just a little bit bigger.
No. George stretched out his finger, shook it, and said,
that's not the difference between them.
The woman couldn't help but laugh. She knew that the smooth-tongued guy in front of her was about to start blowing again. However, George's next words stunned the woman, and her expression, that had not changed for thousands of years, became extremely exciting.
That small one is not yours, but the queen's as a suitable gift. It must have 2 points to be considered a success. First, it must make the recipient feel that it is of great value. Second, the recipient spent very little money on it. Obviously, buying something for another queen is not worth spending too much money. Otherwise, you will lose money.
Chapter 694. Mainly because you and my wife look alike.
The queen is not worth the money.
As George spoke, the faces of the surrounding guards couldn't help but look extremely ugly. Having said this, George picked up the dragon egg in front of him.
The dragon egg in your hand belongs to the queen. But this dragon egg is yours. It is worth spending a lot of money to own.
Amidst George's rhetoric, the woman almost ran out of breath and fainted. She nodded slowly and looked at George deeply. But this time, she looked at George carefully. For the first time, I also had a little interest in this person, although it was the opposite interest. After starting to pay attention to George, She slowly guessed who this person might be. His accent is very weird. He should be from Rodent. And the etiquette he did before should be from the valley. This is consistent with George William Austin. As for things like dragon eggs, not just anyone can take them out casually. In addition, this man and his companions all used transformation magic even though she had started over on the path of magic. She could still feel it. Why should ordinary teens cover up? Judging from the time, George William Austin should have visited the Moon Kingdom recently. However, judging from the time, this group of George appeared a bit early. And no ships from the 8th Southern Wilderness and Elda have come to the Moon Kingdom recently. They must have gotten in touch with some people from the Moon Kingdom. So they took the Moon Kingdom ship. It's very possible that this George may be that George the one in the auction house is also his. There are definitely more than 1 or 2 dragon eggs in his hand. Otherwise, he would definitely choose to bring all the dragon eggs to the palace instead of giving them to a passerby. And elemental dragons like black dragons can often cover the entire dragon's nest once they lay eggs. Maybe this guy dug up a certain dragon's nest. With the strength of George who destroyed Darkin's magic city, he was indeed able to do this. The more the woman thought about it, the more certain she became. And although the news she knew before was somewhat delayed, the boss is often the last to know the news. Now she has slowly connected a lot of information. Is he related to the Black Dragon? Is it related to Palos? Is there a connection to the temple? I snatched this dragon egg from my sister's hand. After hearing George's words, the woman came back to her senses and looked not far away. The little girl sitting over there should be Lorna Austin. Compared to her brother, this cute and beautiful little girl is much more likable. So, you know, if you and my wife hadn't looked so much like each other, I wouldn't have sold it to you. This means it didn't get into the hands of outsiders. As the woman thought about it, the words in George's mouth became more and more disrespectful, and even sounded like blatant teasing. When the guards heard this, they were already furious. The woman smiled half-heartedly. However, she said with great restraint, "That's really an honor." In her heart, she has completely remembered this guy named George. I have a family. George felt that the people in front of him might have misunderstood. My wife's name is Sophia Wensing. You don't have to explain this. No matter how well-mannered she was, she still felt slightly dizzy at this time. She took a deep breath and secretly grinded her teeth. But Sophia Wensinger? After thinking of this name again, the woman suddenly felt very familiar. At this time, the swordsman leader de Gracia gave the woman a meaningful look. Although the woman suddenly realized Wensinger, she felt familiar. Probably because of Wensinger. She looked at George deeply and nodded slowly. This bold guy had already announced his family name. At this time, Jasmine, who had been eavesdropping not far away, couldn't help but cover her face. Wensinger is the surname of the Wensinger family. In the Moon Kingdom, perhaps the common people and ordinary nobles don't know about the Wensingers thousands of miles away. But how could the real powerful people not know? The nobles who came to the tea house today must be members of the royal family. So this is already telling people who you are. However, his eldest master has not noticed it at all. Still boasting. Don't worry. I guarantee that the 2 dragons will be the same when they grow up, but this dragon will be healthier and have more magic power. Oh. Why? The woman was really curious this time. Ahem. George looked around and found that none of the surrounding diners were listening to their conversation. So he quietly approached the woman and said mysteriously, Actually, the black dragon is a kind of elemental dragon, and their reproduction has disadvantages. In order to allow the dragons to grow more smoothly, many dragons have been treated with potions. However, there are some small flaws. At this point, George raised his head and said proudly, although in the eyes of those country people who have never seen a black dragon, this is already a rare high-quality product in the world. But in my eyes, I will treat this kind of goods are called defective goods. You're not lying to me. Are you? How can you prove that my dragon egg is defective? The woman couldn't help but take out her own dragon egg. But she never believed that the one in her hand was a defective product. It looked better than the one her teacher had given her. George smiled slightly at the woman's words, and he slowly explained to her. The words were clear and logical, giving an in-depth explanation to the woman in terms of texture, color, slight differences in appearance before and after soaking in the medicine, etc. In the end, the woman was speechless and her expression became more and more exciting. The expression on de Garcia's face, who was listening in the audience, was also very exciting. He also received news at noon today that Mr. Palos had returned to the palace, and he had brought a dragon egg with him. It's just that the lady is very interested today, so I haven't told her about this yet. Thinking about it, when his boss returns,
he will know whether the dragon egg that George gave to his boss through Palos was a defective product. He looked at the George William Austin in front of him. I couldn't help but secretly give him a thumbs up in my heart. This guy named George is the most powerful one De Garcia has ever seen, and this annoying thing De Garcia can tell from the boss's faint and gentle smile that she is already the flames burn the sky. As I said, Miss, George said with a smile, the queen is not worth spending so much money. It does make sense. The smile on the woman's face became softer. But Mr. George? The woman suppressed the anger in her heart and asked with a strange expression, why are you telling me these things? Aren't you afraid that the queen will hear it? She has now begun to believe that what this guy said is true. You won't tell the queen. George smiled confidently. Unless you are stupid, you will definitely buy this dragon egg. And the reason why I tell you these things is naturally because we are destined. The implication is that he is like his wife. Don't raise your eyebrows. Listen to me first. George took a sip of tea, leaned on the chair, and crossed his legs under the wonderful and curious eyes of everyone. Sure, Chiron said calmly. I told you. Those are defective products. But this one of mine is extraordinary. He whetted everyone's appetite until the woman's eyebrows couldn't help but stand up again. And then she was satisfied. So he looked around, quietly leaned over, and said in a low voice, this dragon egg of mine is the daughter of Ninafari. That is, the daughter of the dragon god. It was he who carried it behind my back with his own hands. I picked it out and secretly gave it to my sister. It has no flaws. And I'll tell you a secret. At this time, the noise in the entire tea house also became quieter. Everyone's ears stood up. The woman also listened attentively. The name Ninafari was really impressive to her, because not only is her teacher often mentioning this name to her, but also because this name is also well known throughout the Moon Country. It is the legendary Dragon of Darkness. But if it is said that this dragon egg was personally selected by the dragon god, that is simply nonsense. After all, this is a character in a mythical story, and even if it exists, it has nothing to do with him. Because this is like saying that this dragon egg was blessed by the 7 gods. It is simply a lie to a child. However, the woman was interested in the secret that George said. Here comes the secret. Chapter 695, Stingy versus Stingy. George said mysteriously, it should be coughing. It has received the blessings of the moon god, the sun god, and the god of creation, Ibrahimovic. And it has been pregnant for a long time in the arms of the king of fire elements, Gon. Day. This man is really good at boasting. The woman almost slammed the table. With her excellent self-control, she resisted this impulse. But his expression is also extremely wonderful. She didn't expect that this guy would say something like this after being held back for so long, just like the salesman who can be seen everywhere on the streets in the Moon Country. She stopped believing this kind of story since she was 6 years old. At this time, a burst of crying suddenly came from not far away. The woman turned around and saw that Lorna Austin not far away was already crying. The tall woman next to him hugged him and said comfortingly, let Aji steal another one from George later. But it will only cost them a lot of trouble. Be good. Don't cry. George will talk over there. It's business. The corners of the woman's eyebrows twitched, and her expression became even more exciting. George was stunned for a long time and cursed in his heart. You damn thing still know that I'm talking about business. Obviously, George had forgotten everything at this time, and was completely caught up in the gain and loss of silver coins. What Soraya said also made the atmosphere between George and George extremely awkward. But what's interesting is that the two of them tacitly pretended not to hear, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. At this time, the tea house suddenly became noisy, and the guards all looked out the window. After a pause, the woman suddenly remembered something, and her expression became strange again. Do you think those things given to the queen are defective? Ahem. Miss, how do I know this? George raised his eyebrows and said, besides, how many rare treasures, like dragon eggs, can there be? No matter how well-mannered the woman is, she can't help but curse in her heart at this moment just now. The guy in front of her hinted to herself that he had many dragon eggs in his hand. But, George suddenly said mysteriously, if you are willing to pay a high price. Ahem. I still have the goods in hand. The woman picked up the teacup, took a sip, and without raising her head, directly reported a number. 30,000. This number directly made George's scalp explode. 30,000 golden lions. This price is okay. How much is this? 900 million renminbi? As a dragon fighter, judging from the productivity and prices of this era, 900 million is considered a sky-high price. However, George looked at the woman with some confusion and couldn't help but ask, do you really have so much money? 30,000 gold lions. This is not a small amount. The woman put down the teacup, glanced at the dragon egg, smiled and said,
You may have misunderstood. Mr. George, I am talking about 30,000 silver foxes.
After hearing this, George almost jumped up and cursed.
Are you kidding me? Don't rush to slam the table. Listen to me first, the woman said in a George tone.
Not in a hurry.
The first dragon egg is valuable, but the second, third, fourth, and fifth eggs are not. The first one was speculated in the auction house for more than 2 months, actually not that many days, and a bunch of scammers were arranged to bid, before it was finally sold to 300,000 silver foxes. What do you think its true value is?
Some? No matter how you listen to these words, they are strong words. It is obvious that the woman is deliberately angry with the vendor. After hearing this, George was furious. The person who paid 300,000 yuan to buy the dragon egg was right in front of her, and now she was deliberately making herself angry with these words. But then, the woman's words made some sense. George was a little speechless when he said this. Both of them knew that all the dragons in the world probably belonged to George's faction. But George couldn't refute it. The woman said,
Although I have never seen a black dragon, I have learned a lot about it from books. They are not ancestral dragons. Once they grow up, there will be countless eggs in the dragon's nest. 30,000 silver foxes, if replaced by golden lions, would be several times heavier than that dragon egg in this world. In addition to holding a chicken that lays golden eggs, there are also many dragons in the Far East, small countries.
George opened his mouth. He felt that the woman's words did make sense. But that was not the case at all. More irritating words are yet to come.
Besides, what you have in your hands is dirty. And once something is sold in quantity, its value will naturally drop sharply. The 30,000 I am talking about is not this one. It is all of them. As long as you have it, I will take it, the woman said. Of course, you have to rebate some food expenses, dragons. Once there are too many, not even Her Majesty the Queen can afford them. George turned around and left. Hey, come back, miss.
George stood by the table, turned around and said viciously,
There must be a certain degree of tolerance in bargaining. 35,000, I'll add another 5,000. Fart. At least the price must be the same as the auction house. Otherwise, no matter who you are, I will never sell it. That's such a shame. 52% off? 30% off. It can't be lower. This is a family price. You know, this is a serious high-quality product. You can't get a few pieces in a month. If I want to be with the Queen, I must change it. It's the number golden lion. Deal?
The woman snapped her fingers, and DeGracia next to her skillfully took out a check, a small seal, and an exquisite small pen from her waist pocket. Then he respectfully showed the check to the woman.
Miss, the account is still in this bank?
After receiving approval, DeGracia began to write. George was stunned there, watching their smooth operations, and finally understood this was the price she was waiting for.
Also, sir, it's just as you said.
The woman's mouth curved slightly. She put away the dragon egg on the table and said,
What I gave you is also the price of family affection. These are the things you have heard from your mouth. The dragon eggs commanded by the gods are worth at most 50,000. As for the defective ones you plan to give to the royal family, I think with her stinginess, the price of 15,000 is just enough. Of course, you can sell it to me, and I am willing to pay more from my personal pocket.
The woman's words made George's eyes darken for a moment. He had considered the price of a large number of transactions with the Queen in the future, and the prices the woman said were twice as low as this price.
Your Highness the Princess.
George stopped being secretive. He nodded and looked deeply at what she said.
You royal family of the Moon Kingdom are indeed stingy. So we have money.
The woman didn't care. She took the check from DeGracia. After confirming that the price was written correctly, he handed it to George. George looked at the number, 100,000. His face couldn't help but darken, and he stretched out his hand directly towards the woman. Huh? The woman pretended not to understand anything and looked at George innocently.
30% off. It's 100,033 silver fox, 334 copper coins.
George said word for word.
It's not 100,000 yuan. Oh, DeGracia, you wrote it wrong. It's 100,033 silver foxes and 333 copper coins.
The woman looked a little ugly and asked DeGracia to take out the change, cursing in her heart that she was a stingy person. George's eyes darkened in anger.
It's 334.
Chapter 696, I don't know. Hearing this guy pull out a copper plate, George took a deep breath. He warned himself that he was a man and should not argue with this woman. So he waved his hand and called Aggie, asking him to exchange change with DeGracia. Like DeGracia, Aggie was in charge of George's wallet. When these two guys sat together, they couldn't help but look at each other in understanding their bosses were extremely stingy, because there were not enough copper coins. The two men later took out a copper eagle and called the tea house owner to exchange some change. Aggie and the others were settling the change there, while George and the woman felt relaxed and happy after the transaction for both of them. The result was very satisfying. The two bosses drank tea and chatted for a while, just small talk. Neither of them got anything more out of each other. Regarding the woman's name, George also asked again.
My name is Irene. Eileen.
George nodded. He could tell that she made it up casually. Not because the name Irene is the same as Irene. Rather, Irene is a very, very common name for girls.
What a good name. In the Holy Scriptures, when the God of love Ariadne incarnates as an angel of love and descends to earth, she often uses this pseudonym.
Right.
Miss Elizabeth?
The woman's face turned slightly red, and she didn't say anything. However, she corrected her.
I think you must have mistakenly admitted the wrong person.
George nodded and looked at the rain outside the window. Maybe I really recognized the wrong person. Her look, mannerisms, and voice were exactly the same. Whenever I looked directly into those eyes,
I suspect that this is that person. Except for being stingy. How could Elizabeth be stingy? Moreover, this person's character is somewhat different from the Elizabeth he imagined. At this time, the rain outside the window has lightened up. George personally led the group of women out of the tea house. In the gentle breeze and drizzle, George used an excuse to directly ask for this person's address.
Miss Elizabeth, this dragon egg will hatch in the next few days. It needs to be fed some special things to make it thrive. These things are probably difficult to collect in the Moon Kingdom. But I have a lot here. I'll give them to you later. Send it over in person.
The girl got on the horse. She looked at George, smiled meaningfully, and said,
We will meet again soon.
George was stunned for a moment. And then he nodded. Well, she was a member of the palace anyway, and probably the ruling princess beside Her Majesty the Queen. When I meet the Queen tomorrow, I will ask about this and find out. The sound of horse hooves sounded, and George raised his head. He looked at the back of Elizabeth, and the pocket watch in his hand it was not turning. He couldn't help but feel slightly absent-minded. When she deliberately mentioned the names of Sophia and others, the look in her eyes did not change. This made him start to doubt.
Of course, Evie. Although they are very similar, Elizabeth is much more gentle and virtuous than her. Compared with Elizabeth, she is full of shortcomings as she and I get along all the time. We will definitely quarrel every day.
What if it's Elizabeth? Ibrahimovic said with a strange expression.
That must be treating each other with respect as a guest. No. She must be extremely harmonious when getting along with anyone,
George said sadly.
Ibrahimovic, tell me, is there anyone in the world who looks exactly the same?
I don't know. George couldn't help but roll his eyes. But I think maybe she and you remember the same person. Maybe you should ask Tanya about this. I have already recorded the image as you asked. Ibrahimovic said. Tanya and the two of them get along day and night. But you have only met Elizabeth twice. Elizabeth knows a lot about you, and you know very little about her. You don't even recognize her when you first meet her. Ibrahimovic said in his heart. Now it's just the opposite. George nodded. He felt that Ibrahimovic's words seemed to make sense except for the last sentence.
Who said that? Ibrahimovic?
George said.
I have known Elizabeth since I was a child.
Obviously. He felt that even though he had only met Elizabeth twice, he should know everything about her, including real character. Boss, Aggie couldn't help but remind.
Although I'm not sure who she is, there is one thing I think you said is wrong when you were young. You were actually chasing stars, turning to ask William.
Is that the word?
In my experience, a person can never understand the true appearance of a celebrity. Even the girlfriend if you haven't been together for a year and a half. You can't tell her true character. You don't even know how she takes off her makeup.
Aggie couldn't help but steal another glance at Soraya, even if she was Soraya's true character. The boss probably didn't know the two of them hadn't slept together yet.
You know nothing.
George waved his hand and drove Aggie away. On the other side, in the light rain, immediately,
Your Majesty,
De Garcia said respectfully to his boss.
You aren't worried at that time. Would he really turn around and leave?
De Garcia felt that the price the boss pressed today was too harsh. He was frightened to hear it. To be honest, based on his understanding of the boss this time, when he went to the auction house, they had prepared 30,000 gold lions.
Of course I am sure. He just wanted to.
Elizabeth looked at the sun gradually emerging in the sky and said a little strangely,
I mean, when he turned around, he did not take away the dragon egg. And for me, it doesn't matter whether I buy this dragon egg or not. The most important thing is to keep the price down.
De Garcia nodded suddenly. I couldn't help but feel a little happy. All future dragon eggs will probably have to refer to this family price. Elizabeth deceived de Garcia with just one word. What she really saw was not this man named George just gave her this dragon egg. Maybe this person is related to those dreams I had. The Elizabeth woman thought of her dream that she had almost forgotten. In her diary, many people have called herself this. She couldn't help but think of Alexander. That was the name that appeared most often in her diary. Maybe this George knows that person. And in this name, there is the memory that I once lost.
But, Your Majesty,
de Garcia finally said,
I wonder what his expression will be like when he sees you in 2 days. He won't go back on the price. Right. Of course he will be very happy.
The boss flipped his long hair, and his mood suddenly became very good.
He never dreamed that Theodoric is better than Ariadne, much more beautiful. He will not regret it. He will only prostrate himself under my pomegranate skirt.
Regarding Her Majesty the Queen's extremely narcissistic words, de Garcia felt happy in her heart. The Queen often said this kind of thing a long time ago. But it's been a long time since he saw his boss so happy. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I have to say that this guy named George is a strange person. He has never seen a person who can make his boss have such a big emotional swing. And he has never seen a person who can make his boss so angry and so happy at the same time. Royal Palace?
My lord, Your Excellency Peros has been waiting for you in the Palace of Tranquility for a day. In addition, he also brought a few guests. King Tianshu is receiving them,
Priestess said to the Queen respectfully. She looked at the man who was changing in front of her. The Queen of Clothes said unhappily,
The vampires have been very restless recently. You shouldn't go out secretly.
If George were here, he would definitely keep an eye on the priestess. Because she was wearing a golden robe, the same level of attire Avery wore before he was promoted to red robe. The level of the Moon Kingdom Temple is 1 level higher than that of the Holy Temple. This shows that this priestess is at least an executive bishop. He is only 1 level lower than the great cardinal stationed in the Moon Kingdom. The pattern on the divine robe is also quite special, which seems to indicate that this priest does not hold the position of bishop, but is a temple saint. And it is the highest level of divine form. And this god also calls the Queen the Master. In fact, the structure of the Moon Kingdom is quite special. In the Moon Kingdom, the goddess priestess is equivalent to the supreme high priest of the Sun Temple. Just because the faith in Nan Huang was not completely in the hands of the Holy Court, the Holy Court would send a red man to preside over the temple. Therefore, the priestess is only responsible for sacrifices and internal affairs of the temple. In addition, she is also responsible for serving the son of the moon god, that is, serving the emperors of the Moon Kingdom. Therefore, this kind of god is not responsible for the spread of faith, and is equivalent to the housekeeper of the temple. However, even this type of priest is appointed by the Holy Court. This priest was sent from the Holy Court when he was 6 years old. At the beginning, she also followed the Queen back to the Holy Court to be baptized.
Kathy, I'm just going to attend the dance at de Garcia's mansion.
The Queen looked at de Garcia beside her as if asking for help.
Everyone who is going today is a member of the royal family, so it doesn't matter.
According to the speaking habits of the Moon Kingdom, Kathy is Catherine's nickname. Judging from the Queen's demeanor and title, she seems to have a very close relationship with the priest. De Garcia and the maids are helping the Queen change clothes. If George were here, his eyes would be wide open. This guy is dressed like a eunuch. After hearing what the Queen said, the corners of de Garcia's eyes couldn't help but twitch. The Queen's lie was a little too lame. If there was a ball, you'll find out after you check it out. Moreover, the tone that had been discussed before was to go to his own mansion to inspect the situation of the potion garden. This is also written in the residence record in the priest's hand. But who would have thought that meeting this annoying guy today would be considered bad luck?
The third princess of King Yuchuan came over with the princess. So we danced. So it was delayed a bit,
de Garcia explained forcefully.
Yes, we went to the potion garden first, and then danced.
The Queen nodded and explained. It's more or less hidden. It seems that in front of this priest, the alert and cunning Queen is completely undefended. De Garcia sighed secretly, although he was not afraid of this priest at all anyway. In the eyes of the Holy Court, he was already a damn pirate leader and a jester. It doesn't matter if there is one more bad review or one less. But presumably after the priest returns today, he will clean up the people around him. One of the people de Garcia arranged around her can change the residence record. With the personality of Lady Catherine, any suspicion is enough to make that person disappear. Priest Catherine and de Garcia looked at each other. At that moment, the expressions in their eyes were not just disgust. They all deeply doubted each other, and suspected that the other person was the lurker. I also suspect that the other party is related to the vampire. After chatting with the queen, the priest excused himself. The queen looked at priestess's back and sighed secretly. They have been good friends since childhood. Or in other words, the priests, like de Gracia, are her close ministers who have served her since childhood. But now, she and Catherine have gone further and further apart due to their different political opinions. The queen felt that they couldn't say who was right and who was wrong. The priest advocated getting closer to the Holy Court given the current situation. The Holy Court and the Moon Kingdom should indeed unite as one. But she really couldn't agree with some of the views of the Holy Court. The Holy Court believes that in order to fight against foreign aggression, one must first settle the internal affairs. But the queen feels that at this time, humans should no longer engage in civil war. The queen's views on dealing with heresies also run counter to those of the Holy Court. The Holy Court cannot tolerate any heresy. In other words, the Holy Court today is already in great turmoil due to the existence of lurkers. They would rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go. Moreover, in the past 2 years, the Holy Court has become more and more involved in Yu Kingdom's political affairs. And there have even been many assassinations. It seems that the Holy Court can no longer tolerate the reformists of the Moon Kingdom presiding over the government. In the eyes of some extreme people, these new sects in the Moon Kingdom who have no faith are no different from those demonic heretics. The Holy Court had indeed guessed correctly. And the Moon Kingdom had actually been making excuses with them. The Holy Court represented the old forces that ruled the world with faith, and did not want to develop any technology or emancipate their minds. The Moon Kingdom is a new force representing the Forbidden Sanctuary, hoping to liberate capital, develop everything. Just because in this world now, all people hold the faith of the 7 gods in their hearts. So the Holy Court is the key to closely uniting all countries. Therefore, in order to unite with the outside world, the Queen once hoped to stand with the Holy Court. But now, according to some news, many of the cultists and lurkers captured by the Moon Kingdom are devout Holy Court believers. This made the Queen even more suspicious that there was something wrong with the Holy Court. And if there is a problem in the Holy Court, then the current black tide is not as simple as it seems. De Garcia's voice suddenly interrupted the Queen's thoughts.
Your Majesty, the cabinet has just sent someone over. It seems that they have important matters to discuss,
De Gracia said.
It should be about Landry and the Far East.
The Far East refers to the many small countries on Charlie's side.
Didn't we just discuss it at the court meeting this morning?
The Queen felt a headache when she thought of the quarrel between the ministers. These guys who only care about their own interests can always make simple things extremely complicated. Chapter 697 Theodoric's Ambition. Landry's guys have always been arrogant. On the one hand, they hope that the Moon Kingdom can provide assistance. But on the other hand, they are worried that the Moon Kingdom will become powerful. So many of the requests they made were very rude. There is another thing that Yu Gua is extremely concerned about. That is the pirates of the East China Sea. The pirates in the East China Sea have always been extremely rampant. And among these pirates, the strongest bosses are all Landry's people. This greatly affects business. Therefore, in the eyes of the nobles of the Moon Kingdom, Landry asked them for help while causing trouble at the same time. This is intolerable to the Moon Kingdom. As a result, there has been no consensus on many things, which has also caused the union to stagnate. In fact, in addition to these reasons affecting the relationship between the two, the current political trend of Yu Kingdom is also a major reason. Many people feel that if Landry fails to recover in this black tide, not only will the pirates in the East China Sea have no backing, but the Holy Court, which has malicious intentions towards the Moon Kingdom, will also be severely dealt a blow. At the same time, the Yu Kingdom was able to hold all sea trade in its hands. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, Landry's disaster will be the opportunity for the rise of the Moon Kingdom, and an important key for the Moon Kingdom to change the world and overthrow the decaying Holy Court. Therefore, many people feel that Yu Kingdom should not have been involved in this dark whirlpool so early. And even among the new aristocrats, this view enjoys great support. Among all the forces, the only one willing to provide support to Landry was the academic faction. The forces represented by Forbidden Sanctuary did not want the Moon Kingdom to monopolize sea trade. Apart from the academics, only the Queen personally supports the union of the two countries. Because in her opinion, this kind of dispute is actually a fight before the end. She feels that many people have not yet seen the terrifying vortex hidden beneath the surface of this black tide. The vortex is constantly accumulating power in the undercurrent. Once it breaks out,
The Moon Kingdom will not be able to turn the tide. Therefore, they are still addicted to the illusory running shadow. They are arrogant in the face of future disasters. And when the disaster actually comes, they will be afraid to move forward, whether it is perseverance, loyalty, or faith. For the nobles, the use is not as good as the benefits. Once faced with a choice, they will always give up everything for their own selfish interests. Give up their queen, and then shamelessly jump into the arms of their enemies. This is Theodoric's evaluation of these nobles. This evaluation was written in Theodoric's diary. Every time she turned it over, she would be extremely shocked by her previous view of the nobility. It was as if she had witnessed what those nobles did before. From the diary, she could see that she seemed to have tried to fight against all this. But unfortunately, she was also an arrogant person at that time. And the only people around her who could stand with her were demons, who were unable to extricate themselves from the curse, and made a living by eating people and drinking blood. They are often confused because of their identities and actions. Like their queen, they are also people struggling in despair. In the end, during the struggle, they could only slightly delay the coming of darkness, and ultimately led everything they stood by to the end. But this time it will be different. She has cultivated a group of real mainstays. Their thoughts are not only unified with hers, but they will no longer be confused about their identity and future. They will be able to change everything with themselves in this matter. She would like to thank her teacher, whose theology gave Theodoric great inspiration. Now, she is no longer a demon, but a free moon goddess. She believes that although many of the new nobles are currently too optimistic, as long as they find an opportunity to sound the alarm on their heads, the new nobles will be able to wake up. Your Majesty, I think the inner court may have new news when it comes to you this time. According to the time, Prince Jillian's envoy should have arrived in the past 2 days, de Garcia said. For this matter, Minister the Consortium and the Consortium are paying close attention to it. The Queen nodded. Landry was an important node in sharing the pressure for the Holy Court. This time, during the prince's visit, she must find a way to unify the opinions of the country and allow Jillian to go back with a satisfactory result. However, if you want to truly achieve this result, the battlefield is not the court meeting, but the competition between various forces under the court meeting. The physical changes in the past 2 years have made Theodoric's dominance over all domestic forces weak in the past 2 years. But today, an important helper for her has returned, Palos. Damn old man. I don't know what he has been doing in the past 2 years. This time he comes back. I will never let him go out and enjoy himself. Now, she really needs support. So Palos must return to the cabinet. Let those guys wait. The Queen planned to discuss with the bachelor before discussing with the cabinet. Let's go to Teacher Palos first. There must be someone who comes first. First served. Here, the Queen told a little lie those idiots were talking nonsense. And she was not that interested. There were a lot of things going on today. After meeting Teacher Palos, she had to go through her diary in bed at night, looking for her Alexander. As for the nobles, after Palos returns to the cabinet, she will have a way to deal with those idiots. The arrival of the king from the east must be taken advantage of. For example, he may have brought bad news, and the entire Moon Kingdom must unite as one. Of course, if he hadn't brought that news, she would have taught him what to say. After finishing speaking, the Queen led people to the Palace of Tranquility. She knew that Palos was a person who went to the Three Treasures Hall for everything. Every time he came over, there must be something important or important news. In addition, Theodoric also felt that the guests brought by Palos this time were probably representatives of George's side. And what happened this time should also be related to the Black Dragon. After all, that Charlie is from George's side. Compared to Jillian's affairs, matters in the Far East are also very important. When the Queen quietly came to the Palace of Serenity, planning to give Palos a sudden surprise, she stood behind the screen and saw a surprise first. A grand salon seemed to be being held in the exhibition hall of the Serenity Palace. All halls were full, with people sipping wine, admiring or explaining the royal collection to the guests. It's not just King Tianshu who is keeping company here during this daytime. Many idle kings and members of the royal family came over. Many people also brought their family members. Suddenly, the hall was very lively. There was also a group of children running around a strange little girl. Did I go to the wrong place? Theodoric, who was lying quietly behind the screen, was stunned. Chapter 698. George! In this salon, Palos was already slightly drunk. Many people wanted to get close to this teacher. Most of the royal family members could have a relationship with Palos, even if they were not Palos, a student of Los, and the son or grandson of one of his students. Obviously, Although most of these idle kings are currently powerless, they are all very capable, guessing that based on the current situation in the Moon Kingdom, Palos will definitely return to the cabinet. All the new factions came from the academy, and these new factions all regard Palos as their teacher. Once he returns to the cabinet, it will be of great significance to the domestic political situation. But what makes the queen feel a little strange is that the nobles are not only paying attention to Palos, but also several strange nobles with arrogant looks, who are also surrounded by various princes. And when the queen looked at the middle-aged noble sitting next to Palos, her expression was slightly shocked. He should be a guest brought by Paros. This man has black hair, black eyes, and an extraordinary appearance. Sitting there, his aura was greater than that of several princes around him. Suddenly, the noble's eyes suddenly glanced at the peeping queen. The moment their eyes met, the queen was struck by thunder. At this moment, in her eyes, this noble's body suddenly overturned the entire palace. His stirring wings covered the sky and the sun. The fierce flames burned with the waving dragon wings, turning the entire sky into red. And in this red sky, there are 6 huge eyes, like the full moon in the sky. She felt the majestic and vast power of that behemoth, just like that god. Dragon god. At this moment, the name of the dark dragon flashed in Theodoric's mind, Nanofari. Palos had mentioned the name of his old friend to Theodoric countless times. Originally, the queen only thought it was a fairy tale, but she never thought that she would be able to see his true face today. When the queen came to her senses, the expo hall was still the expo hall, and the salon was still the salon. But everyone had already knelt down, shouting to the queen behind the screen. Long live the mountain! She calmed down her mind, came to the stage with a gentle smile, and became the protagonist of the banquet. Looking at the incomparably calm queen, Nanofari secretly wiped his cold sweat. He had just made an appearance to Theodoric as planned. But during this appearance, he saw a similar scene to Theodoric. The huge bright moon gradually rose from behind the throne, occupying the entire sky within his field of vision. The cold moonlight illuminated the entire earth, and the angel on the throne, covered in light and shadow, emitted an extremely dazzling light that pierced him so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. In that illusion, he kept flying, but the sky and the earth were endless, and he couldn't fly to the end. However, fortunately, his skill was sufficient, and he maintained that mysterious and indifferent look from beginning to end, just like a queen. During the banquet, Palos first introduced Nanofari and others using a bunch of fake names. After they and the queen entertained the nobles gradually resigned with a wink. After that, the queen and others naturally came to a quiet small hall following the unproductive chat. And here, Palos made a real introduction to Nanofari and others. Suddenly, Theodoric finally knew that all the people Palos brought today were dragons. But the person with the most distinguished status is not Duke Nanofari, but the little girl. Are you the moon goddess? Malim swung his legs on the seat while eating cake and said, You are indeed prettier than Irene. Theodoric did not admit or reject Malim's words. He just touched her braid gently and said, You are also very beautiful. What a good boy. She thought to herself, Of course I'm prettier than that Irene. Who is Irene? At this point, the topic has been discussed, and Palos is ready to throw out his gift. He pretended to touch his beard, and then he said in a mysterious way, His Royal Highness Nanofali came here. Actually, he came here for the largest princess of the dragon clan, that a human hero with noble character will surely be the guide for this princess. Just when the queen looked at Malim in surprise, a dragon egg taken out by Palos covered the queen's field of vision. For a moment, Theodoric really wanted to kill the dragon with one hand, push the egg away. Then he pointed at Malim and said, I want her! As for this dragon egg, when Theodoric pretended to look at the dragon egg with joy, and after carefully examining it using the methods that George gave her, a word flashed in her mind: defective product. George. Theodoric gritted his teeth secretly in his heart. It's exactly what the guy said. The queen is not worth the money. Fortunately, Theodoric, who has a gentle personality, has a very good temper and self-control. Not only did she not push the dragon egg away, she happily took it over and pretended to be extremely surprised. Later, she did not forget to flatter the teacher. However, not long after, Theodoric suddenly remembered something. She suddenly asked with a strange expression, Teacher Palos, is this dragon egg special? Has it received any blessing? During Theodoric's words, Palos and Nanofari couldn't help but look at each other. And then, they showed their mysterious smiles towards Her Majesty the Queen. The eyes seemed to say, You really understand. Indeed, Your Majesty, this dragon princess is not ordinary. When her mother was pregnant with her, she was chosen by the Lord of Dawn who represents the 7 gods. After that, she was also chosen by the moon god, the sun god, and the god of creation, Ibrahimovic's blessing. And after the dragon egg fell to the ground, it was still conceived in the arms of the king of fire elements, Gon, for a long time. Obviously, this dragon egg is different from George's. Not only has it not received any blessing, but it was not selected by the dragon god. In other words, they were randomly selected by a certain boss. Lord of the Dawn of Heaven represents the 7 gods? Theodoric's expression became more and more strange suddenly. She thought of a person, and that person understands the essence of gift-giving. Palos and Nanofari looked at each other, showing their mysterious smiles again. Your Majesty, I have to talk about a big shot. You should have heard of it before. It seems that the person who picked out this dragon egg is the one. Obviously, the queen is not worth spending too much money. She couldn't tell anyway. George. Chapter 699 Big Cousin. George. Tanya's phantom projection was projected in the house through the eyes of a builder beside George. And Tanya in this reflection also had a builder beside him. While the builder was reflecting a video, he also projected George's environment. At this time, Tanya watched Elizabeth make a small movement in the video with a very complicated expression. It seems like you have pissed her off several times. You didn't get it wrong, did you? We had a very happy chat today. I was the one who was offended. Tanya shook her head and said nothing. Why? Do you think she really looks like her? At this point, George looked at Tanya, and then at Soraya, who was chatting with Lorna and others not far away with her arms crossed. His face couldn't help but become weird. Tanya has not seen the Elizabeth of today, and Soraya has never seen Elizabeth before. But their views are surprisingly consistent. To be honest, of these two guys, one is a silly girl and the other is a tiger girl. George's opinions on them were always contrary. But this time, the situation was somewhat different from Soraya's identification of Irene. I think there should be no two people in this world who not only look the same, but also have exactly the same habits and little moves. At this point, Tanya paused. Actually, it's very simple to verify this. In her case, there is a birthmark and a mole on her left buttock and chest. And she is a cough. Speaking of this, Tanya's face suddenly turned red. It seemed like that topic was extremely sensitive and not something one could know in a normal relationship. But I think they should be two people. George looked at the video and said with a strange expression, their personalities are very different. At this time, Elizabeth in the video was discussing the coin with George. And after hearing George's words, Tanya couldn't help but rolled her eyes. It seemed that her mood changed after she saw Elizabeth starting to act rogue for the money. Very good. She actually teased her. George, I know it's not good to arrange my good sister behind your back like this. It seems that in Tanya's eyes, they are already one person. But the Elizabeth in your heart is a little too perfect. But it's no wonder. It is a perfect persona that she has carefully created. And you are just her vassal. George rolled his eyes. Obviously, he didn't agree with Tanya's ridicule. My dear cousin is not only stingy, but also a super narcissist, Tanya said here, turning back the video. After she saw Elizabeth's look when she looked at Lorna, she couldn't help but feel a little unhappy in her heart. Also, there are many messy rumors about her spread among the nobles. Let me tell you, most of them are true. Thinking of the gossips and rumors about the nobles, George couldn't help but slowly widened his eyes. For a moment, he felt that the image of the star in his heart was about to collapse. George looked ahead blankly and murmured, I don't believe it. Tanya, I don't believe it. The boss is obsessed with star chasing. Aji looked at George's expression not far away and said to Alexander in a low voice. Soraya, who had her ears perked up, couldn't help but curled her lips when she heard it. Tanya rolled her eyes, paused, coughed. Her face suddenly turned slightly red, and asked, What about the rumors about me in the valley? George was stunned for a moment and said, Maybe it's all true. Right. George. Among the many scandals, the one that excites George the most is about the two sisters Elizabeth and Tanya, as Gaster once said. These two sisters are very flirtatious. Or in other words, they both like beautiful little girls very much. Girl. During the days he spent with Tanya, Tanya often touched Lorna and the maids around George. Thinking of this, George's face couldn't help but look weird. Tanya, you two couldn't do it before. Ahem. Tanya immediately changed the subject. Elizabeth is willing to spend money on big things, but cares about small things. Do you know how this big creditor usually collects debts? It's almost the same as my father. Same. George shook his head, but he suddenly remembered that Theodoric rich people don't all look like bears. Right? Tanya, You said that if I owed Elizabeth money, she wouldn't really come after me to ask for it. Right. Of course not, Tanya said. And she will want you to borrow more the more you borrow. The more interest will increase. The debt will continue to compound interest until it is the same as your property at that time. Everything you have will be hers, Tanya continued. The accumulation of assets of the Black Pearl family does not happen in a day and a night. And my sister often said that wealth is accumulated one copper plate after another. Her brother-in-law Adeline owes her money every year. I can calculate every penny and every dime. Every time I go to my eldest cousin to settle accounts, I have to quarrel.
Speaking of this, Tanya's expression became a little depressed.
Later, as the pressure and curse spread, we no longer cared about money. Instead, we were longing for food.
But after feeling depressed, Tanya looked at the video again. Her depressed face gradually relaxed, as if she had seen Elizabeth when she was young. Alike, George was speechless. He could see from Tanya's expression her recognition of this mysterious lady. But a video alone can't prove anything. And how can a person's true appearance be known in just one or two observations? On the contrary, during Tanya's narration, George's mind kept thinking of another person, that person's information, which he had studied repeatedly many times. He felt that the Elizabeth Tanya was talking about was very similar to her. George felt familiar with many of Theodoric's actions, but some of her methods were more mature, rational and calm than Elizabeth's. Of course, this queen is not as perfect as Elizabeth if she were to take charge of the Moon Kingdom. She would definitely do a better job than that queen. The environment of this Moon Kingdom is just right for Elizabeth to show off her talents. And here, the people around her are no longer the vampires controlled by blood, but a group of slaves of capital is completely opposed to the Holy Court. As long as she controls the capital, the Moon Kingdom will definitely be united.
George, I'm going to come over.
Tanya suddenly turned off the video. She seemed to think she didn't have to look any further.
Tanya, it's about Elizabeth.
George felt that this matter should at least wait until he confirmed it. He could understand Tanya's mood at this time, but he was afraid that Tanya would be disappointed.
I think, no matter what, I should meet her. I haven't seen Lorna for a long time.
Before Tanya could speak, she suddenly changed her words.
You are also a little thin, George. You have gained a lot of weight recently. You seem to be quite nourished these days.
Chapter 700 The Future of Blood Descendants. Tanya couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly and looked at the people in George's house. There were several strange maids, Anita, Priyanka, who were making beds and preparing bath water. On the other side, Soraya seemed to be staying in her own room, and she was holding Lorna. After seeing Tanya looking in her direction, Soraya actually glared at Tanya. Tanya and Soraya were not familiar with each other at first, but during these days Tanya often heard rumors from Lorna about Soraya and several people. She was still a little unconvinced at first, just that idiot straight man George. But today, Tanya smelled a little different from Soraya's eyes. She couldn't help but narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Soraya. I gritted my teeth in my heart. Smelly bitches. Dog men and women. Do you still have Sophia in your hacking heart? George didn't know why Tanya suddenly mentioned him. He coughed and said,
Stress is fat. Pressure is fat.
George saw something wrong with Tanya's eyes and quickly changed the subject.
I heard from Leighton that your father's condition is quite good recently. It's a happy event for everyone. The old fox is pretending to be ill. Now Dome Eagle is getting better day by day. Last time,
Wally brought some potions from the crater. Now his gout has improved a lot. He has been grooming Dome Eagle recently. Government affairs. Help me and Leighton pay attention.
George nodded. If old Dome Eagle helps sort out government affairs, it won't be as simple as getting attention. This guy is much more powerful than Salmon. Regardless of experience or means, Tanya and her two siblings cannot compare.
I'm just going for a while. And it's convenient to go back and forth. Didn't you say that a portal will be built in the crater in the next 2 weeks? Then I can return to the valley at any time and let Wally take me back to Dome Eagle.
George knew what Tanya meant by saying so much on purpose. After thinking for a while, he nodded. George thought about the vampires. There is indeed one of the most professional people among the Dome Eagles. She not only knows all the weaknesses of the vampires, but also knows how to teach them to get rid of the shackles of the devil. Since the Blood Moon, Tanya's state has begun to undergo great changes. She and Lorna may both have a second form. George has never seen this second form, and he doesn't know what they have grown into now. Thinking about it, Tanya must have regained her former strength, maybe even stronger than Celiac before the Blood Moon. Today, Elizabeth has completely gotten rid of the past. She is no longer suitable to lead the vampires. And after the death of the fallen angel from the Moon Kingdom, She is no longer suitable to take over those vampires. But there is indeed a more suitable person in the shelter. And when everything is over, the plan he and Anthony have always conceived will be able to be implemented. Let Moeen replace blood addiction. Completely turn the vampire into a blood elf. Of course, the side effects of Moeen are no weaker than blood addiction. The stimulation brought by Moeen is much greater than the blood rich in magic power. But sucking the blood of demons has a huge impact on the vampires as far as George knows. The special forms of some great vampires are already more terrifying and more like demons than the blood demons. Therefore, if the devil's blood is consumed too much, he will eventually become a devil like Celiac. It's like leading a vampire from one dark abyss into another. Compared with blood addiction, wizards also understand the hidden magic better. When it comes to solving the problem of magic hidden side effects, wizards can also conduct research more smoothly. At present, George and Anthony have not told anyone about this matter. After all, before the solution of Moeen comes out, using magic power to replace blood seems to be a trick.
It's good that you're here. There are many vampires in your kingdom. I heard that they have been having a lot of trouble recently. It's time to take care of them. In addition,
Huh?
What's wrong?
It's okay. George suddenly looked towards the east with a strange expression on his face and said,
I just thought I heard someone calling me.
Having said this, George looked at Tanya and said softly,
The shelter has a batch of things to be transported to the crater recently. And you and they just happened to come together. They have a magnetic show. And it is too bumpy to fly on a dragon. I know. I'm going to take a shower,
Tanya said while taking off her nightgown and turning off the projection. In the projection, Tanya gave George a last wink, and then looked at the dark-faced Soraya not far away. And the jade-white figure shown at the end of the projection also made George's mouth go dry for a while. This girl is here to cause trouble. With a bang, Soraya forced Lorna to close the door and left. George was stunned for a moment, and finally came to his senses.
Oh, boss.
Aji came over and said,
Miss Tanya is really coming over? Isn't it a bit too lively? Sir.
Two hands suddenly hugged George's neck from behind, and said softly,
The bath water is ready. No more washing. Damn it.
George motioned for Aji to prepare armor for him.
Anita, come out with me.
Having said this, George flipped through the Book of Dawn and looked at the location near the Sea Jillian ship. Logically speaking, it should be at the eastern seaport of the River of Stars this morning. But Irene told him that among the merchant ships nearby, the Public Aid Association did not see any of Landry's ships.
The environment on the sea is complex, and it is also a sea of mist. Landry is so far away from the moon country, so it's normal to spend a whole night at night. But he felt a little guilty while he was talking to Tanya. He heard Jillian yelling his name.
Huh? Anita? Why are you bringing pajamas and a tent? Let's go to sea and pick up people.
On the other side, after turning off the image, Tanya walked lightly to the floor-to-ceiling window. Look at the fog in the distant night sky. He touched the huge blood crystal floating in midair in front of the window. The biggest disaster lurking in the western realm of Elda has been quietly solved by her. The remaining minions are just left as food for the children. Regarding the vampire thing, Tanya heard Lorna say it last night. Unlike George, Tanya suspected that the Elizabeth she saw today was the Theodoric, who had suffered from mental disorder. The time points are so consistent. 17 years ago, when Theodoric was born, it was when Elizabeth went to Dushin Lake. Today, Elizabeth has worked hard to free the vampires from the shackles of the devil. But now, there are still people who want to put a dog chain on their necks. There can only be one ancestor, and Delina and Clark must have completed devouring each other. After that, as long as they pollute Elizabeth again, everything will return to the original situation. Now, the last shackles of the blood descendants are in the kingdom of the moon. How could she not participate in this battle? It's time for the vampires to escape from the final darkness. Today's Elizabeth may not be able to deal with these guys. She has levels but no strength. In the eyes of the demons, she is just a piece of fat. The current self is no worse than the former Elizabeth. She wanted Elizabeth to take a good look at the fact that the little bat she once sheltered was now able to lead all blood descendants towards the future in her heart. Tanya jumped on the windowsill of the high tower of the castle, and her body turned into a huge thing in midair. The figure was like a giant dragon, with its spread wings covering the sky and the sun. It exudes scarlet light and shadow. At this moment, the white moon over the city of eagles turned red under the scarlet light and shadow. Then, her figure crossed the full moon, turned into a red light, and disappeared into the air. Chapter 701 New Shelter Technology. Late at night, the East Haikau of the River of Stars. The purifying power of the River of Stars is endless. And the gray mist is dispersed by this river all the way to the mouth of the East Sea. Today, another great wonder in the world has formed here. The East Seaport is like the dividing line of the world. And beyond the seaport, there is the mist. It stood there like a 10,000-foot gray wall. Surrounding the seaport, the rolling River of Stars continuously washed away the huge gray city wall. And the raging waves slapped on the high wall before being swallowed up by the gray mist. A hurricane struck, and the giant black dragon suddenly passed over the sea. If you look closely, you will see that the dragon's body is more than 60 meters long, like a giant wheel traveling in the sky. Her huge dragon wings set off huge waves on the sea. Then she suddenly straightened up and dived into the huge gray wall in front of her.
A little left and northeast. Anita!
George opened his eyes and slightly corrected the direction of the dragon under his seat. Moon City is 500 kilometers away from the seaport. But it only took an hour for this black dragon to follow the river from Moon City to here. If she had been flying along the River of Stars, she could have flown for another 5 or 6 hours. But the wind direction at sea is not that gentle and smooth. So the trip may be reduced by half. But that's enough. George was a little bored on the way, so he took out a communication crystal in his arms. At night, he heard Tanya say that the shelter had recently been testing communication equipment with Dome Eagle, using a crystal ball, but based on the technology of the Kashia survivors. So it can be regarded as a new kind of copycat product. After giving it a try, George contacted the shelter. But because the crystal is still being adjusted over there, the image cannot be seen. But judging from the voice, it should be Anthony. After chatting for a while, Anthony asked,
"Are you going to cause trouble again? I see that Angel Street is in a mess, and the heavenly armed forces have all rushed back to heaven."
George said,
"Well, there may be a small war in a while. They should all have received the notification from Dawnlight, by the way. Why does Jack want to join the war? Isn't there something new? We are currently testing the Wings of Light. It can be hung on the shoulders of knights to assist them in flying. However, the energy output is currently a bit unstable and can only run for 10 minutes. And Miss Ariadne feels a little ugly. So it's still being improved. I'll let you see the finished product after a while. But it's better not to let those guys come. It's not safe at sea. Besides, they'll be wasting electricity when they come,"
Anthony said.
"Well, this time, please help me test some of our mature products. I will have people deliver the things later. What's new? I just want to try it this time."
George became excited after hearing this.
"Most of them are the new model of God Thunder that we have recently produced. Some of them are modified things from the Temple Defenders, including traction and psychic lightning."
From Anthony's narration, George learned, the new weapon that Anthony admires the most is called the Great Splitting Staff. That's the result of adding disintegration based on the technology inspired by the builder. It has no reorganization effect and consumes more energy, but it can effectively decompose all organic matter. The effect almost reaches the level of the Great Disintegration technique released by the Great Wizard. This thing has no effect when hit on the shield, and it can also be blocked by the mental barrier. But demons don't have shielding technology, and most of those with mental barriers are ghostly banshees. The Lysis technique is ineffective against the banshees themselves.
"The disintegration staff is extremely effective in dealing with chaos species,"
Anthony said.
"However, what I like most is still a big thing. Fortunately, the crystal modules removed from the temple. The sanctuaries we have finally copied the demon forbidden one. Unfortunately, the transportation efficiency of the black dragons is still too low, and we can only produce one now. Well, have all the other things been used in the new engineering vehicles? And my bomber?
How is it now? The engineering vehicles are gradually being produced, and the judges are currently only manufacturing the SH/LS. They have to wait for the next batch of materials. Most of the current batch of materials have been used for other purposes,"
Anthony said.
Under the suggestion of Miss Ariadne, most of this batch of materials was taken away by Teacher Thoriwood since Michael and the others left. The energy consumption of the Kingdom of Heaven is now too much. If we don't modify it, when you call people in the future, everyone will have to go naked.
Hearing this, George's eyes couldn't help but twitch.
Don't listen to Ariadne's nonsense. When I use people, the Kingdom of Heaven can have a power outage.
Irene's voice suddenly came from Anthony.
"George, you are going too far."
"Eileen?" George looked confused.
"When did you run over there? Idiot." "George, the Divine Bridge is not specially used for the Kingdom of Heaven. The goods I got in Moon City are all dirty goods. After having the Divine Bridge, it saves a lot of trouble to move them." "Ahem, Eileen,"
George said with a strange expression.
"I want to ask again. When did you run over there? I'm always here on both sides.
George was a little confused for a moment. Didn't fully understand what she meant.
Are you Ariadne? I said. Call me Aaron. You idiot.
Anthony coughed and reconciled.
It's still very good, George. Since a few days ago, we repaired the divine bridge of heaven together in the Star Center cabin of heaven. The bridge can basically reach the level of old heaven.
The teleportation effect during the period. Now, everyone can use it. When Jack and the others go to the west in the future, heaven will be able to support them at any time. In addition, because some crystal arrays have been added to heaven, the power problem has also been solved. That's right,
Ariadne said.
The Holy Court has been using this kind of thing. We can't always use crappy stuff in the kingdom of heaven. Can we? People know about the power outage, and they still don't laugh it off, big teeth? Okay. Eileen, the goods from Moon City should be delivered to the shelter as soon as possible. By the way, you tell the kingdom of heaven. And after hearing my order, get all the silver shuttles here in the goods from Moon City. Those silver shuttles are also sent to the kingdom of heaven first. I may use them later. Do you suspect that Jillian and the others encountered the demon's fleet? It's possible,
George said.
But I haven't seen it. It might be a submarine or something. That thing should be worth a lot of money. But we can't let it escape.
After chatting for a while, Anthony went to the laboratory to work overtime again. George chatted with Jack and others for a while, and then spent a while on the phone with Sophia. During the phone call with Sophia, Sophia mentioned Aunt Tanya several times, and vaguely expressed her longing for Aunt Elizabeth. This made George's heart beat wildly. Tanya, that tiger girl, isn't planning to take Sophia to Moon City, is she? In the midst of worry, the phone calls are over. Finally, George thought about it, and made another harassing phone call to Irene.
What happened to me while I was sleeping? George, didn't you just call me? The person who called me just now is Ariadne. It's nothing serious. I just want to ask if you know about the Xinjiao. I just called Ariadne and she said, idiot.
Aaron turned off the communication. Chapter 702 The Terrifying Poseidon Golem. When Irene turned off the communication, it was already 2 hours later, and the wind on the sea was getting stronger and stronger. The surrounding fog slowly faded, and the raindrops falling from the sky gradually hit him and the dragon. It seemed that they had sailed into the storm.
Sir, I feel a little tired. If there is no place to stay nearby, we'd better stay away from this storm.
The words in the dragon's mouth were almost inaudible in the strong wind. But George read from her heart, felt her thoughts. A gentle voice sounded in Anita's heart.
Hold on. Anita, we'll be there soon.
Not long after George finished speaking, the surrounding fog was completely blown away by the strong wind. At this time, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Heavy rain poured down, and the waves stirred up by the strong wind looked like huge hills. Black Dragon suddenly felt a trace of abnormal magic. She lowered her head and looked at the distant sea with her 3 pairs of eyes. The dim night was extremely clear in front of her eyes, but after her vision passed through a few sea miles, that was hindered by the fog. She didn't know where those fleets were, so she could only follow George's guidance and constantly adjust the direction. George's eyes were closed, and he had been observing Jillian and the others for a while. He discovered that there seemed to be several ghost ships among Jillian's fleet. However, the people on these ghost ships were not ghosts, but human sailors. It seemed that Jillian and the others encountered ghost ships blocking them on the way, but they overturned them, and even captured several ships. Now, these ships are climbing over the hills on the sea in the violent storm. It is normal for seagoing ships to encounter this kind of situation, and they have also seen larger waves. Experienced sailors can easily handle this situation, but the behavior of these boats is a bit strange. They plan to climb over the big waves, and they are going against the waves. In this violent storm, this is undoubtedly very dangerous. In the blink of an eye, a ship was capsized in the big waves. They seemed to be on the run. This made George feel a little strange, because Jillian's ships were all fully armed, and the cannons on both sides of the ship were lined up in rows, looking densely packed and vicious. Even if a few evil dragons encounter this fleet, they will only have to flee, because as long as it is hit by a salvo from this fleet, even an adult dragon like Anita will be turned into meat. And George noticed that many larger ships seemed to be engraved with dense divine patterns. He didn't know what the function of those divine patterns was, but he thought they should come from the core technology of the Holy Court. After counting, George discovered that Jillian's fleet was not organized. They seemed to be missing a third of the ship, and Jillian's fleet now looks extremely panicked, and they don't know what they are afraid of. Prior to this, George did not find anything chasing the fleet during several observations using his field of vision. This shows that those things should be in the deep sea. Now, Jillian and the others should have just seen that monster. George's vision began to search near the fleet. Not long after, he saw a strange-shaped behemoth on the sea a few kilometers away from the fleet. That thing had only 2 arms all over its body. And its body was like a snake. It is lying on the sea. The huge hills and waves that Jillian and the others encountered were like small bumps of earth in front of them. But everything around this monster was calm. Even the sea around it has no ripples or fluctuations.
Siren? No. It's not like a sea monster. This is a demon. Fallen angel? No. What is this?
George looked at the monster and his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. That thing is probably several hundred meters long. Whether it's a 3-masted galleon or a giant dragon, they look like small models in front of it. George couldn't help but think of Anubis. The storm nearby seems to be caused by this thing. It seems that the storm has just taken shape. If we wait for this storm to fully form, won't the hurricane blow up and destroy the world? If a hurricane came ashore from the sea, then with the architecture of this era, everything except the defensive castle would be reduced to the ground. And if it plays such a trick in the River of Stars, then even if all the farmland and farms in the River of Stars basin are not destroyed, there will be flooding. George suspected that this thing was specifically aimed at the Jillian fleet. Jillian's fleet is indeed very powerful, even knocking over so many ghost ships. So in order to prevent Jillian from coming to the Moon Kingdom, the devil sent out this hidden murder weapon. But no matter what, this time I have to kill this guy while he is alone. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Judging from the healing wounds on its body, it seemed that the monster had been close to this fleet a few hours ago. However, it underestimated this fleet a little too much, and did not reap any benefits, or in other words, was driven away. This monster should not choose to fight in close combat. According to the Dragon Messenger, their fleet has more than 120 warships. In total, there are 3,000 to 5,000 cannons. After several volleys, the monster was indeed unable to withstand it.
Damn! The steel cannon is indeed strong. But this monster is also perverted enough. It was not coaxed into a scumbag. And it looks like it capsized more than 30 ships?
This monster's healing ability seems to be extremely terrifying. As if its body is immortal as long as it comes into contact with sea water. Now it seems that all the injuries on its body have almost healed. If Jillian and the others saw the current situation of this monster, they would definitely ask the fleet to increase its speed by a few more knots. Because just a few hours ago, they had spent a third of the damage beating this thing that suddenly emerged from the seabed half to death. Thinking about it, this experience was extremely profound for both Jillian's fleet and this monster. So Jillian and the others don't want to face this monster now. And this monster seems to be the same. It leisurely strolled on the sea, sensing the departure of the fleet in the distance. Follow him slowly. But if you pay careful attention, you will find that this monster seems to be reciting an obscure mantra in its mouth. And as this mantra was recited, the violent storm on the sea became stronger and stronger. At this time, Jillian's fleet suddenly began to speed up after climbing over the huge wave. Judging from this speed, they seemed to be able to escape the monster's pursuit. It is very likely that they had already escaped the pursuit. Several times, the monster watched the fleet go away, but still did not pursue it. However, the storm became more and more violent. And then a huge terrifying vortex gradually began to form near Jillian's fleet. Seeing the vortex gradually forming, Jillian couldn't help but put down the telescope in his hand. He wiped the water from his face and roared. Then, the flags and magic lights on each ship flashed one after another. And then, each ship with the cooperation of various captains and sailors. Adjustments began. All the ships adjusted to a new angle in an instant. And then the fleet began to accelerate. Immediately afterwards, after the entire fleet rotated along the edge of the vortex, they successfully sailed out of the vortex with the help of the current. Only 2 smaller escort ships were rushed into the vortex by the current, and they were never seen again. Can't get out. The large force sailed out of the vortex smoothly. But there were more and more whirlpools on the sea. This made the situation faced by Jillian's fleet extremely bad. As long as they continue to escape, they will have to pass through each vortex. And even if they can successfully pass through the whirlpools, they will probably have to circle around this sea area for a long time. And if once in this whirlpool-dense sea, start fighting with that monster. So even if the fleet has twice as many ships, they will all be lost in the sea. To make matters worse, many terrifying tornadoes gradually formed in the distant sky. They grew larger and larger as they rotated, and slowly began to move in the direction of the fleet.
Damn it! This is not scientific at all. We have obviously avoided the airflow.
Jillian cursed fiercely. Maybe it's still too late to adjust the direction and choose to duel with that monster. But Jillian knew that this was probably a trick of the monster. That thing could disappear into the sea at any time. And the monster's recovery abilities seem to be very terrifying. But after the ship is damaged, it cannot be repaired on this sea. On this endless sea, it has plenty of time to play with the fleet. At this time, the observer suddenly shouted,
Captain! Captain! Look over there!
When Jillian was on the ship, he liked to be called Captain instead of Your Highness. Chapter 703 The Crushing of Magic Technology. Seeing the lookout's panic, Jillian couldn't help but feel a slight twitch in his heart. What kind of bad news is this? He quickly picked up the telescope and looked at the angle mentioned by the first mate. In this telescope, there is no fog on the sea surface, and it is all black and white. But in the distant sky, there was a small red dot. The small dot just passed by the gradually forming hurricane and flew straight in the direction of the fleet. Judging from the scale, the thing on that day was probably more than 60 meters long. Jillian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He enlarged the telescope and found that it was a giant dragon. And there seemed to be a human figure on top of the giant dragon. At this moment, a dazzling golden light shined from the dragon's body. Then, Jillian saw that the black clouds rotating in the distant sky were pierced by the early dawn. Got it! Jillian, who was stung by the light, put down the telescope. But at this time, even without the telescope, he could still see the light beam in the distance. The light pillar stopped after spreading for 1 kilometer. But the light pillar followed the Dragon Knight's actions and began to move this way. At the same time, countless golden fluorescent lights flew out from the breach in the clouds above the light pillar. Jillian picked up the telescope and took a closer look, and found that what appeared in the sky were countless heavenly weapons. They were holding strange lances and followed the Dragon Knight. The whole team looked like a comet with a long golden tail.
Damn! I'm saved!
Jillian clenched his fists tightly. Today, in his prayer, he prayed to all the gods and Buddhas in the sky. But no one from the 7 gods responded to it. And one message after another was sent to the Holy Court. But no response was received. Only the Lord of Dawn of Heaven gave him a response in the end.
Adjust the direction.
Jillian strode to the rotating rudder, held the steering wheel himself and shouted,
Let's kill that monster!
After seeing the light beam in the distance heading in one direction, Jillian knew that the monster should be hiding there. Jillian immediately ordered to adjust the direction to prevent the fleet from fighting the vortex, because they no longer need to escape now. When the fleet gradually began to leave this dangerous whirlpool area, the light pillar in the distance had stopped at one position. At this time, the fleet was not far away from the light pillar, and the sailors found that the closer they got to the light of dawn, the brighter the light on the sea. The storm becomes calmer. This couldn't help but make everyone excited. It was like seeing light in the dark night of despair. As hope emerged in the sailors' hearts, the light beam gradually grew larger. Slowly, this light beam actually expanded to a length of 5 kilometers. When the last whirlpool was passed by the fleet, the first ship also entered the light. And at this time, the waves in the nearby area became smaller and smaller. So Jillian handed the rotating helm to the helmsman and ordered the fleet to start forming a formation, preparing to start shooting after approaching. Then, he picked up the telescope and started looking into the distance, watching the battlefield in the distance. The Holy Spirit army followed the dragon, like a group of knights in the sky, constantly circling and swooping over the monster's head. But it seemed that the swooping was just to attract the monster's attention. More than 500 angels kept a very far distance from the monster. In the sky, the weird light guns in the hands of the angels are constantly flashing with brilliance. From that brilliance, there are constantly colorful beams, light balls, and even golden punishments, psychic lightning. The source comes from the weird spear held by those angels. The spear in these hands was very familiar to Jillian. The upper part of the spear seemed to be completely composed of light, actually an overloaded eternal gold superconductor. This is very similar to the Holy Court's thunder, but the model seems to be very different and has many functions. Among them, those beams are the sharpest. They seem to be indestructible and can often leave holes after holes in the monster's body. The damage caused by these beams cannot be healed. Jillian had seen this thing before and knew that it should be the Holy Court's thunder. But the most terrifying thing is the golden lightning. After it hits a monster, a large amount of flesh and blood will silently turn into ashes. Jillian was frightened to see it. However, the consumption of this golden lightning seems to be too high. Each time it is fired, it seems to require 3 to 5 seconds of charging. So the launch delay is high. But even so, the lightning released from that small light gun was several times greater than the largest heavy cannon on his flagship. Comparatively speaking, the ones with the largest number and the fastest frequency of occurrence are the light balls. Those light guns can continuously release 3 or 4 in one breath at a time, making the sky full of those light balls. Jillian's scalp was furious. Those light balls seemed to fly very slowly. But after hitting the monster, a large piece of flesh and blood on the monster was decomposed and annihilated. This reminded Jillian of a terrifying magic disintegration in the hands of a forbidden wizard.
Is this a weapon from heaven? Or was it made by Sanctuary? Did they turn magic into a light gun?
The form of this battle was somewhat beyond Jillian's understanding. He found that the combat effectiveness of these 500 angels was many times higher than the combat effectiveness of their more than 80 ships and more than 30,000 people. What's even more weird is that the monster doesn't use any magic. Or it can't use magic. It seems that there is a forbidden area around the monster. This makes it difficult for monsters to mobilize magic. Even the whirlpools and storms on the sea gradually weakened with the influence of the forbidden magic field. After searching for a moment, Jillian discovered that a silver diamond-shaped object was suspended just above the monster's head. That thing was right on the monster's face. But the monster is helpless with it. That small diamond-shaped thing. I don't know what material it is made of. No matter how hard it is hit. No matter how hard it is beaten by the huge waves. Just pushed a short distance. It seems that its appearance is very smooth and can absorb shock, making it difficult to bear force. Whenever a monster mobilizes its magic power, not only will its magic power be disordered, but its body will also burst into flames. Occasionally, the monster finally releases a magic spell, but after hitting the diamond-shaped object, there is no effect.
Magic feedback and magic immunity?
Jillian couldn't help but widen his eyes. Jillian has trade relations with the Forbidden Sanctuary. He has heard of the Forbidden Demon Realm of the Forbidden Sanctuary. This thing is a big killer in the Forbidden Sanctuary. But that thing can only ban demons. And it is not only very fragile, but also because of its huge size. The supporting facilities are also extremely complicated, and it often has to be loaded into those huge magic towers. But this diamond-shaped object looks like the size of a large carriage, hundreds of times smaller than the Forbidden Demon Tower in the Forbidden Sanctuary, and it can fly around flexibly just a bit slow. Jillian felt extremely confused. He suddenly discovered that some of the new gadgets in the Sanctuary seemed to be even more powerful than those in the Forbidden Sanctuary. Maybe Landry should ask Sanctuary for help with some magical products, instead of asking those arrogant forbidden wizards, like Sun Tzu did. As the fighting time spread, the recovery ability of the monster's body could no longer make up for the trauma on its body. The monster gradually began to want to retreat while howling. But at this time, the seawater around the monster suddenly began to dent, and 10A silver shuttle-shaped object emerged from the seawater. And in the sunken seawater, there are countless holy spirits roaming, and they are cooperating with the silver shuttle to try to separate the monster from the seawater. And the monster's body is gradually being lifted up by an invisible force. At the same time, dense bursts of loud noises overwhelmed the waves and wind, and more than 80 ships began to fire. Countless cannonballs were fired at the target that was in midair, and could not even move. Chapter 70 for the great pirate leader Prince Jillian. Amidst the attacks from the front and back, the so-called immortal sea god finally let out a final cry after several rounds of volleys. Then, its bloody body stopped moving. Afterwards, the Holy Spirit, angels, and silver shuttles pulled its body back to heaven. After George dug out one eye, one horn, and one tooth of the monster, he also rode Anita and flew to Jillian flagship, watching the Dragon Knight flying in the sky. The crew on the ship lined up in the rain. Prince Jillian carefully arranged his military uniform, took off his hat, and led the crew to solemnly say to the George, who landed on the boat, saluted. Then, he was hugged by George.
Big rich man. It's been almost 2 years since we last said goodbye. Right.
George's hug and words couldn't help but make Jillian feel extremely warm. He recalled the scenes the two of them had experienced back then, and couldn't help but feel a little sad. But now, he has given up the throne. And Charlie has also listed George as the crown prince. This is something Jillian has never thought of.
Your Highness, George. Come to my place and drink some hot tea.
After exchanging pleasantries, the two returned to the cabin, under the service of the maids. They changed into clean clothes, had a good chat. The two of them had already mentioned what happened in the past 2 years in their letters. So while reminiscing about the past, they didn't talk too much about such things, but just sighed about it. When talking about the Moon Kingdom, George mentioned what Palos told him about the Landry Sea pirates. Regarding this matter, Jillian gave an answer that surprised George.
They are indeed my people.
From Prince Gillian's narration, George learned, it is true that some pirates come from within Landry, and some are even Gillian's confidants, but the pirates currently causing trouble in the East China Sea have nothing to do with Gillian, because these people have already established their own businesses. After those bastards saw Landry's current situation, they planned to join a group of cowards at sea in the future. I suspect that there are some insiders in Landry's current inner court. The voices of the capitulation faction and the escape faction have become more and more intense recently. Now, we really need a strong support, which is important for Landry judging from the current situation. It will be a booster. This time, I brought the fleet not only to ask for help, but also to join forces with the Moon Kingdom to clean up the country. But if the Queen is unwilling to support the war in the north, then Landry has no extra experience in the Moon Kingdom. There is a naval battle in China's East China Sea. During Gillian's narration, George nodded. He could see that Landry's forces, headed by Gillian and others, were still extremely determined. After all, the interests of the royal family and those powerful people are rooted in Landry. So the most powerful people are not willing to give up. Gillian, I think you should change your thinking this time when you come here. If you blindly submit to the U Kingdom, I'm afraid it won't have much effect, George said. These words surprised Gillian. I'm all ears. You have to tell the ministers of the Moon Kingdom, especially the nobles, who have great interests in maritime trade and financial groups. Tell them that everything Landry is doing now is for the South. The tsunami is already come. If the Moon Kingdom doesn't give support, Landry will give up. Landry's refugees will flood into the far eastern kingdoms and the Moon Kingdom. Landry's elites and pirates will join the Sun City. Go become a pirate in that river of stars. Gillian's eyes lit up. George had communicated with him in a letter before, and they planned to create a stunt to intimidate the Moon Country. So Gillian always believed that the tsunami thing was fake. But this thing can indeed be put to good use. Regarding the tsunami, George did tell a lie. This was true. But he came up with a counter-routine here in Gillian. He never told Gillian the truth about the tsunami. So Gillian always thought it was just a lie. And George didn't tell Gillian much about it, because the time was not yet ripe. Indeed, Landry eventually had to withdraw because they simply could not defeat the devil. No matter how much countries support Landry, the result will be the same. Because Landry has almost no natural dangers to defend except the Haima Islands and Haima Fortress. So in the future, Charlie's side will be a good place for Landry. But, Landry people, you can't run now. They have to hold on. Otherwise, Seahorse Fortress will be doomed. George does not expect that Seahorse Fortress can hold on. But as long as Seatrade Fortress can play the role of Blue Water City, it will be a great victory for mankind. During the conversation, the two decided on the strategy for the U Kingdom negotiations. Afterwards, George learned about Landry's current situation from Gillian. The nobles all think that we can support it for 3 years at most. But regarding this matter, I am actually not as optimistic as they are if there is no help. We will be finished by the end of this year. Some people think that we should perhaps abandon the mainland and devote all our efforts to defending the Haima Islands. Regarding this matter, my brother and I have not yet made a decision. Because once the land on the mainland is lost, the nobles who have lost their land and interests will become a piece of scattered sand. The entire country will fall in a matter of seconds. Regarding the current situation in Landry, Gillian is a little depressed, but also angry and deplored. Those damn demons, while creating plagues, they keep humans in captivity like livestock. In their eyes, humans are food. Surrender is an extremely stupid thing. But the pressure on Landry's western border is indeed too much now. George has heard about the devil. According to Sayer's information, Sayer and the others have indeed done a good job. Now, keeping humans in captivity has become the latest strategy of the devil. On the one hand, they discovered that mindless massacres would make humans resolutely resist. On the other hand, in this period, the world's real elite human troops are slowly beginning to emerge. Because of the medicine developed by Rusgard, the effects of zombies and plagues on human territory are no longer as good as before. So under Sayer's suggestion, one of the main forces among the demons began to keep humans in captivity. This was indeed a good idea. Living people were much more useful than zombies. Some of these slaves are wise, and some are capable. On the whole, they are all smarter than the lemurs. After use, it can also be used as food. And humans also have more complete souls than zombies. Since the demons of this sect began to trap humans, demons of other sects also began to follow suit. Many humans with weak will also surrender due to the instigation of lurkers. This made the situation on Landry's eastern border extremely bad. To be honest, Sayer and his gang did do a little too well. But in fact,
These bad ideas came from George. George is very satisfied with the current situation of Landry and the thriving growth of the rapists. Chapter 705, Demonic Rape and Human Rape. Sayre was the first to implement this strategy, and most of the rapists came to her. On the one hand, this is because on Sayre's side, human captives and slaves can not only live longer, but human rape can also be reused here. On the other hand, it is also because the demonic forces on Sayre's side are even more terrifying. At present, those humans who have surrendered and rebelled are doing well here in Sayre. Sayre also used them very well. These traitors only needed to act as human resistance forces, and then let some elite demons mix in. Then this power can have surprising effects in the Devil's Civil War, and it also prevents other demons from getting a hold of him. This is much more useful than zombies. Currently, many demons are beginning to follow suit, which makes the human guerrillas in Landry's western region resist very strongly. However, the strategy secretly formulated by George was actually a disaster for Landry wherever Sayre passed. He was often invincible. The border west of Landry is already crumbling. Therefore, Jillian and the others are indeed under great pressure. George clearly saw the side effects of this strategy in his heart. But he just wanted to put pressure on Landry. He hoped that Landry would focus on guarding the Haima Islands, and even devote the entire country to building the Haima Islands fortress. As for the land battle situation, to the west of Landry, there is no fortress that can really be defended. But if the Landry people can cooperate with Sayre's traitorous forces to engage in the Devil's logistics in those fallen lands, then the Devil's attack on the Seahorse Fortress will become extremely weak. On Sayre's side, she only needs to do what her boss arranges. Invade Landry, and kill the hostile demonic forces. She will be able to soar to the top. When the time is right, George will use the tricks that demons usually use on the demons, just like the source of disaster that erupted in the human world. A source of hope will also erupt among the demons. A civil war even broke out.
Jillian, it is indeed a good idea to stick to the Haima Islands,
George said.
If all the country's efforts are devoted to building the Haima fortress, and the Haima Islands are used as an important supply point, then it will be difficult for the Devil to destroy the Haima fortress. Attack it. However, Landry's land route cannot be given up. On the one hand, it will take time to build the Seahorse Fortress. On the other hand, we cannot let the Devil's logistics get too comfortable. If Landry is on the land route, we can buy enough time. After the land falls, and the Devil's logistics can be well destroyed, it will be difficult for the Devil's main force to organize a powerful attack on the Haima Islands and Haima Fortress.
George picked up the map, pointed to the Xinjiang Mountains in the western border of Landry and said,
"The terrain here is extremely complex, and the hills and forests extending from the mountains can also hide a large number of rangers and materials. Although if this strategy is used, the troops will be they are scattered. But they are everywhere, and can cause devastating blows to the Devil's logistics,"
George said.
"And you mentioned before that demons are now enslaving humans. There are also many people who have raped people. If our backbone forces can mix into the demon slave camp and the demons' human troops, then in the land occupied by the demons, there will be their enemies everywhere."
As George spoke, Jillian's eyes gradually brightened, but he was worried.
Will this make the Devil start to kill all humans?
George opened his mouth and thought in his mind, I can't say that my people will do tricks on the Devil's side. Right. After thinking about it, George said,
The Devil will not massacre the slave camp. Jillian, they are not as united as you think as long as the Devil is still taming humans and using these living people to gain benefits. Then the Devils, they will not give up their property for the leader's order. Even their leader will secretly tame humans under the general trend. And as long as there are traitors in the Devil's land, our rangers can do a lot.
After hearing this, Jillian couldn't help but nodded, just like Landry's nobles evading taxes. As long as one person doesn't obey the rules, there will be a group. And if the tax minister himself is not clean, then he is basically a nest of snakes and rats. Judging from the nature of demons, Jillian believes that George's speculation is extremely possible. After seeing Jillian nodding, George gave him another shot in the arm.
As for Landry's support, there will definitely be support. Now Southern Wilderness has joined the alliance. They will work with Elda to exterminate the demons.
The forces in the west. And in the future, they will also cooperate with Sanctuary to counterattack the Devil's hinterland.
George said with burning eyes.
I will insert a sharp knife into the Devil's soft belly. So as long as Landry continues to support it, the Devil's attack on Landry will become weaker and weaker. By then, Landry, the restoration of the land is very close.
Under George's words, Jillian, who was originally depressed, gradually cheered up. He was completely fooled. because the devil's power in the east will never withdraw its troops for this group of guys who bully the weak and fear the strong. Entering the Holy Empire is their most important purpose. And desecrating the Holy Empire is also the devil's G-spot. As long as the demons cannot find a breakthrough point in Elda, all forces will be concentrated on Landry. And George will cooperate with them. He will either drive the demon into Landry, or he will choose not to insert the sharp knife too hard, so that the devil has the energy to concentrate his troops on Landry. He wanted the demon's most difficult forces to be destroyed by the tsunami.
As for Landry, as long as you guard the Haima Islands,
George said,
I will build a gate to the kingdom of heaven there. When the time is right, we will help you regain all Landry's lost land.
This portal is actually not to support Landry, but to allow Landry's people to evacuate at the last moment of the tsunami. But Jillian didn't know George's plan. So George's words played a decisive role in his heart. He began to believe that Landry would definitely be recovered. After that, the two people discussed plans in detail, including alliances, war preparations, etc., including the current arms trade. These things will be done later by the men under you. Whether it is signing a memorandum, agreement, or what kind of arms trade contract is reached, the team behind the two will do everything well. After these discussions, Jillian also learned about Elda's current plan and the situation in the western border of Rodent.
Well, the demons plan to establish a large rear area in the western realm of Rodent so that they can provide support and supplies when they attack Elda. At the same time, this force can also harass the hinterland of Elda, the demons in the western realm. The facilities are indeed very complete.
These words made Jillian feel slightly startled.
What is the current situation? There's nothing left,
said George.
Garvey and Jack burned it all.
Chapter 706, The Four-Nation Joint Visiting Delegation.
There's nothing left. Garvey and Jack burned it all.
Jillian was slightly stunned and asked,
How did you enter the Devil's Belly? Over there in Yongfeng City? As for how to let the Rangers do things in the Devil's Belly, I will send someone to teach you slowly later,
George said.
As for Yongfeng Cheng Jillian,
George looked at Jillian and said,
The demons are not as united as you think.
George's words made Jillian begin to wonder whether the Winsanjing city had surrendered to the enemy. But in fact, what George said was half truth and half false. It is true that Winsong City did not provide much help and support to Rodent's western territory. They were using the power of the shelter to subdue the demons in the western territory. So the devil's western realm looks very bad. But the power of Windwing City is gradually growing. However, in this coming and going, the devil's overall strength has been greatly depleted. It looks like the shelter is cooperating with Winsong City to create Lava HL. As for the forces in the sanctuary, they rarely move against the strongholds established by the Winsong City demons in the western region. Bombers can destroy those strongholds at any time anyway. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, it looks like the demons in Winsong City are colluding with the sanctuary. The guys themselves belong to the Netherworld. It is too possible that it is unclear about Morphus. Therefore, George's words to Jillian actually hoped to use Landry's side to pour out the dirty water about Winsong City. Amidst George's deception, Jillian became more determined to defend Landry. He began to hint that some nobles had secretly transferred their property to Charles, actually the royal family. He had already discussed the money with Charles, and they would deal with those nobles and collect the money. The money will also be used to purchase arms and supplies in the Moon Kingdom. On the one hand, this is to serve as a warning, so that those young people who want to escape will no longer dare to think too much. On the one hand, it also shows the determination of the royal family. Jillian also said that with the support of the Kingdom of Heaven, Landry will definitely be united. No one wants to give up their property and land. The Gate of Heaven will be their confidence. George gave instructions.
Jillian, the Seahorse Fortress and the Seahorse Islands must be at each other's horns in the future. Although with Landry's naval strength, it will be difficult for the demons to break through the Seahorse Islands. But once the Seahorse Fortress is lost, it will be difficult for the Holy Court to attack you.
Provide land support. And you will also lose the springboard for land counterattack. If you want to counterattack the devil in the future, the Holy Empire must not be in chaos.
This matter is actually clear. Jillian knows the importance of Seahorse Fortress. And after George gave him another injection, Seahorse Fortress became more and more important to Landry. Seeing that Jillian had already made up his mind to wake up, George sighed inwardly. The Holy Empire is definitely coming to an end. The things Aloysius did in the Holy Empire were bigger than the things Sanctuary did in the western realm of Rodent. Therefore, if Sanctuary can take care of Rodent's western realm and Winsong City, then Aloysius will definitely be able to take care of the Holy Empire and the Holy Court. A few days later, George, standing on the deck, finally saw the getting closer and closer to Port Royal in the lookout mirror. The scene at the port was very lively. In order to welcome Prince Julian's delegation, several ruling princes and ministers from the Yu Kingdom came to the port. It looked like they were preparing for a welcoming ceremony. So, George, you don't have to worry about the nobles. Count Salman, Princess Bana, and Fernando all have some connections in the Moon Kingdom. This time, we will follow the words of these people to release the news that should be released.
George nodded. He and Jillian had already discussed the strategy for this visit. On the surface, only 4 of their 5 families can show their faces, excluding Duke Black Dragon and Palos. But these 4 people are Jillian, Salman, Bana, and Fernando. They each represent a country. As for George, he represents everyone. However, this is all on the surface. Compared with things on the surface, private discussions are the most important. So basically everyone has different tasks. And each of these people has many connections and considerable influence in the Moon Kingdom. Salman represents the Elda and Kanglin families. He is the main collaborator of various consortiums in the Moon Kingdom. It can even be said that Kanglin's value accounts for more than half of all the Yu Kingdom's commerce in the Western continent. So Salman knew many of the great noble families of the Moon Kingdom. Bana actually represents Abali and the entire northern-southern wilderness. The southern wilderness people themselves have a deep impression on the people of the Moon Country. In addition, the 8 ministries control the main trade routes. So they have close contacts with many nobles and financial groups. Fernando's connections in the Moon Kingdom are weak, and he mainly relies on the Public Assistance Association. But because of the particularity of the Far Eastern country and the recent momentum of Dragon Knight Charlie, therefore, he is suitable for negotiating affairs with those powerful nobles in small countries in the Far East. As for Jillian, in fact, his influence in the Moon Kingdom is the greatest among all, or the most special, because he is in charge of Landry's navy and has many younger brothers under him, all of whom are big bosses in the East China Sea. So it can be said that he is the biggest enemy of the Moon Kingdom. But because he controls many sea trade routes, many financial groups have close dealings with him. Therefore, although Jillian's influence is negative, he is full of weight. If he said Landry would become a terrorist if he lost the war, then the entire nobles of the Moon Kingdom will explode. These people have many tasks, and each of them has to communicate with some of the nobles of the Moon Kingdom to exert influence on the entire Moon Kingdom, to make George's next plan smoother. And George also has an important responsibility, this time king versus king. Among all the people, only his weight is comparable to that of the increasingly powerful queen of the Moon Kingdom.
Sir, the fleets of Kanglin and Nanhuam are coming,
Jillian suddenly reminded. George followed his finger, and saw a fleet of ships not far away. These ships are all 3-masted sailing ships from the Moon Kingdom. But the flags flying on them are those of Rodink, Elda, the 8 great parts of the southern wilderness, and the great Temple of the Dawn. This matter was agreed upon. In order to reach the Moon Country together, Salman and the others took a trip to the sea on Irene's ship last night. Originally, the team at the port was preparing to welcome Landry's visiting delegation. But after Salman and his fleet came from a distance, chaos immediately broke out in the port. At this time, Jillian's fleet had begun to dock. George withdrew his gaze and said,
"Let's go and bring our Poseidon sacrifice."
Chapter 707, The Palace of the Moon Kingdom. The Palace of the Moon Kingdom. Duke Ninofari went back a few days ago, and it was not suitable for him to show his face in today's matter, including Soraya and other people from the Kingdom of Heaven. They will not attend the audience today. However, Malim was left in the palace by the queen. In addition to Malim, there were also several Black Dragon guards left by the Black Dragon Duke. When a eunuch and several nobles hurried over to report the matter, the queen was holding a book and lecturing the sleepy Malim about the Book of Songs. The joint visit of the 4 countries caused a great shock to the whole Moon Kingdom. The queen couldn't help but be slightly startled after hearing that these ships had arrived together. But then she understood that this was George's fault. After asking, she learned that the ships had indeed arrived in 2 batches. But after she heard that Prince Red Dragon and Prince Treasure came off the same ship, she was stunned. It seems that the relationship between George and Jillian is closer than she imagined. And that guy George was probably the one who rode a dragon to greet Jillian a few nights ago. Thinking of George's majestic appearance when riding a dragon, the queen felt a little sad. That guy had so many dragons in his hands. But he gave her a defective one. She also wants a dragon. A majestic dragon. Thinking of this, the queen looked at Malim even more eagerly.
"Get the 3 dragon eggs and bring them to the main hall later, and put them in front of my desk."
After giving the instructions, Theodoric looked at Malim and said,
Malim, sister will take you, let's go play in the main hall. Okay?
Malim rubbed his eyes sleepily, raised his head and said,
Auntie, are you ready to eat? There's no rush. Malim, sister will take you to see Uncle George first.
Theodoric touched Malim's braid and stood up. She added an accent to the word sister and said,
Then my sister will take you to dinner. Okay. Okay. Aunt Theodoric.
The speed of George and his team was very fast, and there was a lot of chaos at the port due to their sudden appearance. Therefore, the time when they and the eunuch arrived at the Moon Palace was not much different. The Moon Kingdom is extremely special among the 7 kingdoms, not only because its strength far exceeds all other countries, but also because it is one of the origins of the 7 gods. In addition, the previous kings of the Moon Kingdom were all recognized as sons of the moon by the Holy Court. Therefore, when envoys from various countries come to visit the Moon Kingdom, they have the same standards as paying homage to the Emperor of the Holy Empire. When the Moon Emperor summoned envoys from various countries, he was very proud of himself. Envoys often have to go to the Moon Gate, in front of the palace, to pay their respects to the Moon Temple and the monarch of the Moon Kingdom. Then the priests in the palace, who specially serve the Moon Emperor, will lead them to the side hall to wait. Here, the priests would check the documents of the envoys, and then the priests would present the documents. It is up to the Moon Emperor to decide whether to see him or not. If the Moon Emperor plans to meet, he must first choose a day when the Moon Emperor is free. During this period, the envoys must first learn the etiquette of the Moon Kingdom in the Moon Palace and be familiar with the procedures for audience. Then you have to prepare your words for the audience. The priests would first interpret the words of the messengers and then consider and modify them repeatedly, in order to prevent the envoys from small foreign countries from making any jokes, or it might make the monarch of the Moon Kingdom unhappy. Therefore, when foreign nations come to visit us, they often have to prepare for several days in advance, until the Moon Emperor is in the mood and free. He can see him in person. But today's situation is a little too special. The visitor was not only the joint envoys of the 4 countries, but also the leader of the Knight of Divine Grace, who came from the Kingdom of Heaven. This angel was also recognized by the Holy Court, Boris, that time, and his status was not much lower than that of the Son of the Moon. In addition, among this mission, there is also a document, Avery, from the Holy Court. Although there is not much written on this document, in a sense, this mission can still be said to represent the Kingdom of Heaven, and it is a divine mission recognized by the Holy Court and also represents the kings of various countries. It can be said that the weight of this mission is much greater than that of the Holy Court mission, and the status of the leader, with the blessing of these halos, is no less than that of the Red Sect. Therefore, after the ministers of the Moon Kingdom discovered these situations at the port, the entire Moon Kingdom exploded. The original specifications for the interview were based on Prince Landry's. But now, many things are about to change. Fortunately, Interior Minister de Gracia was well prepared, so it was only the ministers and nobles who were confused. The situation within the palace is still orderly. The only thing that surprised de Garcia was that George and his group actually had documents from the Holy Court. So he had to give instructions to the Queen about this situation. The so-called meeting or not, waiting for a few days is no longer the same thing. The person who received this mission was not a small priest from the Moon Palace, but a cardinal who had just arrived from the temple. There was no such thing as learning etiquette in the Moon Palace. Several princes and bishops accompanied George and others, drinking tea in the side hall and chatting for a long time. Buster is the name of the cardinal stationed in the Moon Kingdom. As for the fact that George and the others would visit the Moon Kingdom in the near future, he had received a notice from the Holy Court 2 days ago, which was similar to the content of the Holy Court document in the hands of George and the others. So Buster was prepared. But he didn't expect these people to come so early. Buster's status and weight in the Holy Court cannot be compared to Boris. His qualifications are also very old. It's just because of the special environment of the Moon Kingdom that this big boss's power in the Moon Kingdom is not as powerful as that of Avery, who used to be in charge of Elda. When King Elda saw Avery, he wanted to kiss Bishop Avery's big ring. But it's a bit embarrassing in this Moon country. According to the official statement, Buster is the divine aspect arranged by the Moon God for the Moon Emperor. Kathy is a saint with a divine appearance. He is the teacher and minister of the Son of the Moon God. Therefore, when the monarch of the Moon Kingdom treats the cardinal, he is naturally not treated like a father like other kings. Buster has to kiss the queen's big ring. Therefore, Cardinal Bast, although he belongs to the College of Cardinals, he holds a high position of authority. But in this Moon Kingdom, half of his rights are emptied. He is mainly in charge of some things related to faith if placed in the celestial dynasty. He would be regarded as the minister of rights. It is up to him to decide whether some actions of the Moon Kingdom Temple, nobles, etc. are in compliance with the teachings. Also in the Inquisition, he had the final say. In fact, just 2 rights are enough to make this bishop's position a huge vacancy. According to Irene's small account book, a large part of the consortiums controlled by the temple will flow into the mouth of this big boss every year, because he not only supervises and manages the Moon Kingdom. It is entirely up to him to decide whether the priests and the consortium's daily actions comply with the regulations of the Holy Court. For example, in the trade between the Moon Kingdom and the Southern Wilderness, the Lord Bishop put a lot of waste into it. Therefore, if a business group wants to avoid trouble from the Holy Court in the Moon Kingdom, it must have a good relationship with the big boss, or with the big boss's younger brothers. Chapter 708 Cardinal Buster. Bishop Buster was special in 2 ways. The first special thing is that Lord Bishop Buster is a big boss of the old school. When Avery was still a reformist, the two had a lot of quarrels. And even now, because the political opinions of the new school and the old school are very different, the relationship between Avery and Buster has not been good. Another special thing is that Cardinal Buster is the thigh of Bishop Ironser, Bishop of South Wilderness of Halinska. Ironser simply treats Buster as his godfather. One of these 2 people is in the Moon Kingdom, and the other is in the Southern Wilderness. It can be said that the merchants are eaten from beginning to end. Bast is the highest officer sent by the Holy Court. Not only does he have great power, but his strength is also extraordinary. As for whether Buster is a lurker, Aaron has no conclusion. Plus Buster is an important opponent of Charlie, so George paid great attention to him. And Buster is also very concerned about George, the famous careerist George. In addition, this Knight of Divine Grace is the grandson of Buster's old enemy, so Buster's attention to George is even more extraordinary. Of course, these concerns are actually negative, although this Knight of Divine Grace has meritorious service. Many of his actions violate the teachings of the Holy Court. And although this Knight of Divine Grace has the name of heaven, the conservatives are extremely disgusted with such things. At the same time, this Knight of Divine Grace also stretched his hand a little too far. He used the name of the Holy Court Divine Envoy and caused a lot of trouble in Elda. Although this matter was later rectified under the activities of the new school. But this kind of interference in extraterrestrial politics is like eating mouse droppings to the old guard. It's just that when the two met this time, their relationship was a little subtle. On the one hand, what George did in the Southern Wilderness gave Avery a huge credit. This is equivalent to pushing Buster's die-hard brother into position. Originally, Ironser's position in the Southern Wasteland was extremely awkward, and its only role was to make money. But now Ironser has real power. And because of the special nature of Southern Wilderness, this Ironser, who can influence the political situation in the Southern Wilderness, will inevitably increase his influence in the Holy See. Now regarding matters regarding the Southern Wilderness, people in the Cardinal group have begun to consult Ironser for his opinion. Buster's voice in the Holy Court has naturally increased. So George is actually doing the Buster faction a big favor. On the other hand, Buster was extremely surprised that George and Jillian visited the Moon Kingdom together. Although Buster knew that George might come to the Moon Kingdom in the near future, he never thought that it would be related to Landry's mission after all. Landry's mission came almost every month. As a member of the Holy Court, Buster extremely hopes that the Kingdom of the Moon can help Landry resist the Black Tide in the north. But he never thought that George would reach out to Landry, who couldn't hit the 8 poles, and help them convince the Moon Country. After all, for Dawn Church, they came to the Moon Kingdom to seek something. Before your own affairs are settled, reach out and help others. This will undoubtedly increase the difficulty. But Jillian's respect for George was genuine. It's like even if the Moon Kingdom doesn't take action, Dawn Church will give its full support. This surprised Buster. At the same time, his perception of this Divine Grace Knight, whom he had never met before, was slightly different. After Buster chatted with George, he found that although this Knight of Grace liked to act randomly, and was very nosy, but on some things, it is very consistent with the conservative views. Although Buster felt that some of George's views were too radical, he felt that they could indeed cooperate on certain things. At the same time, Buster also discovered that there did seem to be some differences between this man and the rumored George. He expressed his willingness to help Landry with this matter. In addition, he also hinted to George not to cause trouble in the Moon Kingdom and spread any new ideas. It was considered a warning. As for the politics and beliefs of the Valley, Elda, and Southern Wasteland, neither of them mentioned a word today. All in all, the two of them had a pleasant conversation on this official matter. Afterwards, George said he would visit privately Buster knew that George's private visit was nothing more than two things. One is about the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, and the other is about Southern Rodunk. Buster has a great say in both matters. Buster had already seen Nanrodunk's ambitions, and he had also heard about this Knight of Divine Grace's ambitions and speculation in divine power. Buster is very curious about George's visit. Therefore, he also looked forward to what this guy would say when the time came. The two of them chatted for about a pot of tea before the news from the inner court came over. This news was actually mainly to inform Buster. His reception today was actually a bit beyond the norm. According to normal procedures, he had to arrive at the main hall of the Luna Palace before the Queen and stood waiting at the Prime Minister's seat. The person who should be brought to see George and others later was an internal minister who was chatting happily with Salmon. But Buster was not in a hurry to leave, because the Moon Palace also had to prepare. Later, Buster told George and others about the customs and etiquette of the Moon Kingdom, mainly because he was afraid of making a fool of himself in public or making some trouble.
George, you are the Lord of the Kingdom of Heaven. In name, you are on the same level as the ancestors of the Moon Kingdom. But in this mortal world, the monarch of the Moon Kingdom is the spokesperson of the Moon God. So you should pay attention to etiquette, because you are not paying homage to someone else. The Emperor of the Moon Kingdom is not the spokesperson of the Moon God, but all the people of the Moon God in this world.
In Buster's words, George couldn't help but suddenly became solemn. He looked at Buster and thought, whether this guy is a lurker or not. No matter how greedy and ignorant the old guard is. But in terms of outlook, these guys are still quite upright. But when Buster brought the minister over, everyone else had finished studying and told the details together. George felt a little headache.
Now the Moon Kingdom is more powerful than the Holy Empire. And now is an extremely sensitive period. And the political direction of the Moon Kingdom has not yet been determined. Therefore, even if envoys from the Holy Court come to visit, they are often very cautious. This matter is not only about the face of the Moon Kingdom and the Four Kingdoms, but also about the attitude of the ministers of the Moon Kingdom. The Queen, like you, actually has to go through this process
in order to fear that this daring guy would do something outrageous. Buster said earnestly. Chapter 709 Meeting.
Kowtowing is not necessary, but although the etiquette for meeting the monarch of the Moon Kingdom is not as high as meeting the Pope, it is still equivalent to meeting the Emperor of the Holy Empire. You cannot look at His Majesty in the hall. You cannot speak before getting permission. Your Majesty will ask questions knowingly. You can just answer according to the lines taught to you by the minister. Nothing will be discussed in the palace today. The meeting is in the Noble Council. If you have anything you want to talk about first, there will be plenty of time during the dinner later. We are all priests of the seven gods, and we are guests visiting the master's home. The monarch of the Moon Kingdom represents the entire Moon Kingdom, so we must pay attention to these things. Otherwise, not only the Parliament and Temple of the Moon Kingdom will have objections, but also the Moon Kingdom. The nobles of the country will also laugh at us. The people of the 6 countries, who are barbarians who don't know etiquette.
Listening to Buster's solemn instructions, George couldn't help but secretly rolled his eyes and complained.
Everyone in the Moon Kingdom is really good at showing off.
When she said nothing, I had to keep my head down. Fortunately, Soraya and Irene didn't come today. Otherwise it would be fun to watch. But when he thought that after the banquet in the evening, he might see the miser who looked like Elizabeth, he couldn't help but look forward to it again. I wonder if it's the princess or the female official in the palace. If we have a good conversation with the queen this time, is it okay for her to be my maid? What kind of princess is not a princess? Working as a squire for the great master of the Divine Grace Knight. And she is not happy? After Buster made sure that George and the others were familiar with the procedures and etiquette, he left first. After that, Jillian and Salmon also prepared the book with several ministers mainly to express greetings, what gifts they brought, etc., and also some official words. The Queen will also greet and return gifts. During the chat, George learned, almost every month, missions from all over the world visit the Moon Kingdom. And in the past 2 years, there have been a lot of visitors from Saudi Arabia and the Far Eastern countries. After these people arrive in the Moon Country, they usually stay for a long time. Many countries have even established embassies directly in the Moon Kingdom. And whenever a royal banquet is held, these foreign nobles, bachelors, wealthy businessmen, artists and other upper-class celebrities and ladies will also be invited. According to what the courtier said, a delegation from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is coming soon. And the leader is the eldest prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. By then, it will really be like all the countries in the world have gathered in the Moon Kingdom. At this time, another person was sent from the palace. Then George and others followed. By the time George and his party arrived at the main gate of the Moon Palace, the nobles and ministers had been waiting in the palace for a long time. On both sides of the throne, Bishop Bast and Palos occupied one side each. As for the real Prime Minister, there was no place for him on the high platform today. At this time, drums and music are playing in unison, and the monarch of the Moon Kingdom is seated on the throne. George and others entered the hall, and then the drum sounded again, and George and others entered the hall. When they were happy, they stopped and took off their hats to salute. Then, a courtier read out the book, and through the mouth of the courtier, the mission's greetings were expressed. After this greeting, the mission's gifts were read out. After this, the queen will express her greetings and then return the greetings. When the courtiers read out those greetings, some nobles of the Moon Country could not help but quietly look towards the side hall the gifts from the mission were there. The nobles of the Moon Country were also extremely curious about what the Four Nations Conference would bring this time. They had previously heard that Valley, Eldar and other countries had established a Dawn Chamber of Commerce in Helinska City. These gifts declare the strength of this business group. Of course, when the nobles think about it, no matter how powerful this Chamber of Commerce is, no matter how many countries are behind it, it cannot compare with the royal family of the Moon Kingdom. After a while, when returning the gift, the gap will be revealed. The ministers had actually taken stock of what gifts the mission had brought this time. So many nobles also knew something about it. But they didn't see the gifts. Every envoy who comes to the Moon Kingdom will make some jokes about this gift. Often what the nobles of the Moon Kingdom regard as cheap goods. The poor people from outside will treat them as rare treasures and brag about them. Some missions even mistook many of the gadgets. Therefore, the nobles of the Moon Kingdom are extremely curious about what this so-called divine mission will bring. I heard that the gifts given by these old haters have very strange names. There is also a thing called Poseidon's Horn. It's simply funny. If this thing was signed under Jillian's name, everyone would probably still be curious. But it was brought by that Dawn Lord, those landlubbers. Do they know what a Poseidon is? Have they never seen a sea monster as big as a boat? Among these gifts, there are many things with the word dragon in them, such as dragon ring and dragon staff. If this mission directly took out those broken things of dinosaur, it would not be possible. Never mind. At any rate, it is considered rare. But it had to be processed a lot, and given a name like this, can the alchemy workshop outside compare with the workshop in the Moon Kingdom? You know, with the development of the alchemy industry in the Moon Kingdom, many studios have produced exquisite products that even the forbidden wizards will sigh. Playing tricks. George had always maintained the etiquette of a guest, and was too embarrassed to look up in public at the Ariadne in the hearts of other you people. But he heard some of the whispers made by the U Kingdom nobles. Are you surprised by what I brought this time? A bunch of country bumpkins. Liming Chamber of Commerce started from the valley and passed through Cheongying, Kanglan, Tianwu Mountains, Helinska, and Crater Mountains. The team that originally planned to bring some spices also changed the things in the car based on their experiences along the way. Later, George met Palos, and after learning the situation and secrets of the Moon Kingdom in detail, he also prepared some special things. There are many things that even the great collector Priyanka was amazed by. Because the consortium and workshops of the Moon Kingdom are so powerful, George plans to exchange goods and services with the Moon Kingdom in the future. And he is really reluctant to use these gifts as a basis. Thinking about it, after the nobles of the Moon Kingdom saw the workmanship of the shelter, they would take the initiative to visit Salmon in private. Thinking of this, George curled his lips, finally couldn't bear the loneliness and raised his head, and quietly looked at the so-called Ariadne. Even though the makeup on her face and hair were the messy things are too eye-catching, but you can still vaguely see that Her Majesty the Queen is very beautiful. In other words, it is not that the appearance is perfect, but it is very unique. Her dark brown, slightly curly long hair was pulled up. When she squints her eyes slightly, her face is sometimes reminiscent of a cat. And when she opens her eyes wide, she resembles a beautiful lioness. It seems to have a very unique sense of beauty. And when you look directly into her green eyes, you can see that there is a deep wildness beneath her lazy appearance. She looks nothing like Irene, but she does look familiar. Buster and Palos glared fiercely and hinted, but George ignored them. He and the woman looked at each other for a long time, feeling that the more they looked at her, the more familiar they became. Finally, when George noticed the 3 dragon eggs, he suddenly opened his mouth wide in her half-smiling gaze. Finally, just when Palos and Buster were about to cover their faces, George suddenly raised his hand, pointed at the woman on the throne and exclaimed, "Why the hell is it you?" The woman on the throne opened her eyes wide and looked angry, like a beautiful lioness. Chapter 710 A Bunch of Bumpkins. George's voice silenced the entire hall for a moment. Theodoric, who looked ugly, still had a puppet on the throne. But the nobles in the hall were furious. This behavior is obviously extremely disrespectful. But just when things were about to get out of hand, Buster's silence made the entire hall quiet for a moment.
Sir George, please pay attention to your words and deeds.
At this time, no matter how good the city was, Buster's face was still slightly red. This was so embarrassing. Moreover, this mess is already a bit beyond the scope of what he can solve. Everyone in the Moon Kingdom is like a hacking fanatic. George's rude behavior was like blasphemy in their hearts. If it weren't for the extremely special status of this group of people and the Holy Court behind them, the Royal Forest Army would have rushed in and pinned them down. George's face was also a little ugly because he saw the 3 shining dragon eggs on the imperial table. However, the next words of this crisis resolution expert made things turn for the better.
I'm sorry, Mr. Buster. I'm a little out of control. I didn't expect that we would meet again after we say goodbye to heaven.
At this point, George bowed slightly and said to the queen on the throne,
Miss Elizabeth, originally, I thought that you would come to the valley after me, but I never thought that you would come to the kingdom of the moon.
After finishing speaking, George made a blessing gesture often made by the sun angels, and a sun seal also lit up between his palms. At this time, Theodoric on the throne could not help but return the gift with a strange look on his face. And then, a sacred seal of the moon also lit up between her palms. The main hall, which had been filled with a pot of porridge, was now quiet again. The nobles couldn't help but stare at George and Theodoric Elizabeth. This was a name that was kept secret in the hearts of the powerful people in the Moon Kingdom. Many people speculate that it may be the Queen's holy name when she was in heaven. Many people couldn't help but suddenly realize this damn Lord of the Dawn of Heaven seems to be real, and his status in that kingdom is not low. Turns out they are acquaintances. Apparently, George made the right bet. After seeing this scene, Palos couldn't help but secretly gave George a thumbs up. Buster's expression suddenly became extremely exciting. The St. Catherine, Kathy's nickname, standing in front of the app's door below the high platform. When she heard the name Elizabeth, her pupils suddenly shrank. De Garcia, who was standing next to her, was a little different. There was a look of surprise on his face. No wonder that guy kept pronouncing his name wrongly. The Queen's face was expressionless at this moment, as if this all made sense. But her heart was in turmoil at this moment, according to her diary. The situation seemed to be somewhat different from what this person said. But no matter what, this George does seem to know something. She couldn't help but look at George quietly again. The same was true in George's mind. The astonished looks on the nobles' faces showed that the name Elizabeth had indeed appeared in the court. At this time, he couldn't help but think of the rumors about Theodoric from Napolos. So, everything seemed to fall into place. At this time, there was a lot of discussion in the hall, and the ceremony was almost impossible to proceed. It seems that these people all want to gossip about these things. But as the protagonist of this small whirlpool, George said no more, because he knows that he has to take it back now. Otherwise the secret will be exposed. He glanced at Buster and signaled the ceremony to continue. It was just a small episode after his own gaffe. At this time, it was also time for Buster to shout quiet again. The majesty of this holy court boss is still very high in the Moon Kingdom, and his silence could be regarded as a kind of tacit approval of this matter. Therefore, his silence had a decisive effect and put an end to the chaos in the hall. Although some people were still talking quietly, it was harmless. The courtier next to George and the others was still stunned at this time. It was not until Buster's eyes swept over that the courtier suddenly came back to his senses and continued to recite bookmaking. As the ceremony continued, the Dawn Knights also slowly carried those things up, and the attention of the ministers began to slowly shift along with those things indeed. Things can be explored slowly during the subsequent banquet. In this business group, they have many acquaintances. Compared to the ministers, the Queen is purely concerned about these gifts. Will that guy come up with something else? Could it be that the so-called gifts were all blessed by the Sun God and the Moon God? After all, these guys look very poor. The first things were indeed relatively ordinary: the valley's most famous jewelry, Cheonging's most famous rare spices, and some gifts prepared by Kanglin and Avali. Seeing this, the nobles of the Moon Country couldn't help but secretly nodded. Although these things were not considered rare treasures, they were indeed tribute-level special goods. Usually, they are given to the Holy Court by Kanglin, or dedicated to the Sun King by Avali. Every year there are even a few sun stones. Unexpectedly, this time, these families would actually bring out so many good things that were not leaked to the outside world. It seems that Lord Dawn is indeed quite proud.
And there are a few things in it that also make the noble's eyes light up. One is a wand from the valley. That thing is actually better than the rare products in the Moon Country Academy. It even makes people wonder if it is a rare product leaked from the Forbidden Sanctuary. It can be regarded as the kind of epic wonder that can be named alone. One is the Kanglin family's 9-color glazed pagoda. The craftsmanship can be said to be the work of God. If it is passed down to future generations, it will definitely be a national treasure. There is one more thing. It's the BMW from Southern Wilderness. That horse is extremely tall and tall. The shoulder height is as much as 2 meters. The nobles failed to identify the type of horse. It seemed to be a legendary mutant horse. When Avali visited the Moon Kingdom, the nobles had seen such a horse. This time, they did not expect to see it again. And it seems that this horse is better than that one. I'm afraid it was originally intended to be dedicated to the Sun King. Seeing this, the nobles' eyes were a little different. Could it be that Lord Dawn's reputation in the Southern Wilderness was greater than that of the Sun King? Some people couldn't help but think of the rumors about the miracle in Helenska City. But the rumor that Michael paid homage to Lord Dawn was a bit too exaggerated. But what was brought up next made the noble's eyes widen. The queen's eyes suddenly lit up. It's those 2 plates of jewelry, a gift from the Kingdom of Dragon. In the Kingdom of the Moon, there are many real wizards. These sharp-eyed guys can see the ancient magic contained in the jewelry at a glance. The material of these gold jewelry is also made of eternal gold. Some nobles, who are more knowledgeable in collections, have even seen that those things are very similar to the style of the ancient Dragon Kingdom. An adventurer once obtained this kind of thing, and bought it in the Kingdom of the Moon. It is now in the royal collection. But the nobles have never seen so many Dragon Kingdom items. But what really made the nobles talk loudly was the next few items. Those items were all ornaments and talismans made from things at the level of black devils and great demons. The number was so large that one suspected that this group of people had killed a demon army, the demon army in the eyes of the nobles. Among them was a talisman with the most terrifying magic power, which even made Buster's eyes widen. The huge horn had not been polished in any way, although it looks a bit incomplete and damaged. Judging from the natural spell on the horn, it probably comes from a demon lord. Boss, the eyes of those nobles are all wide open, Aji whispered. These junk goods that failed in alchemy will definitely be robbed here. TSK. A bunch of ignorant rubes. George rolled up his sleeves and coughed, ready to speak. Chapter 711. The popular demon-slaying heroes. Those demonic horns made the noise in the hall suddenly become chaotic. The nobles looked at the gifts and couldn't help but started talking about them. Although the upper-level wizards and ministers of the Moon Kingdom are much better than people from other countries, there is also a market for demonic materials in the Moon Kingdom. But most of them are lemurs and red devils. Wizards are never willing to use them to create strange objects, but use them to summon and enslave demons. Among the demonic goods in the Moon Kingdom, black devils are extremely rare. Only those dark wizards, or the royal wizards, who have been to the northern battlefield, have some. Therefore, the dark demons' things are treated as epic and rare objects. But if it is those things, compared with the contents of these plates, they are all tatters. These things all come from the western region of Rodent. George ignored the so-called etiquette of the Moon Kingdom and spoke again. They are all small characters and can't get on the stage. Seeing George's proud expression, the queen couldn't help but nodded slowly. She could guess that although this guy was deliberately bragging, his words were indeed not lying. Because among these jewelry, there is nothing belonging to the dragon. Obviously compared with the dragon, these demons are commercial goods in the sanctuary and are worthless at all. So if I give it away, I won't feel so distressed. Thinking about it, this guy planned to use the treasures collected by the Dragon Clan to exchange for good things with himself. So these things are not real gifts, George said with a slight bow. Your Majesty, the real gift is here. After finishing speaking, George clapped his hands. And then, a ray of light suddenly descended from the dome, and 8 angels appeared from the light and shadow, carrying a huge object and fell down. It was a horn that looked like a curved horn and was more than 30 meters long. Looking at the angels descending from the sky and this huge horn, the originally noisy hall fell into silence. If the horns were grown on something, wouldn't that thing be many times larger than a battleship? It seemed that the things written on the list were not exaggerations, nor were the missionaries choosing names randomly due to lack of knowledge. Really uninformed bumpkin here. Your Majesty, this horn comes from Poseidon. The queen nodded, knowing that it was definitely not some Poseidon. And this horn must be the smallest one. She guessed everything right. Banquet. The lights were bright, and the huge hall was packed with high-class celebrities from all over the world. The rotating skirts on the dance floor are like blooming peonies, and the men and women outside the dance floor are graceful.
whichever of these celebrities is outside. They are all powerful and influential people. In an ordinary banquet, everyone can be regarded as the protagonist illuminated by the spotlight. But today, all the attention has fallen on this new group of envoys, because they are not only the most powerful people among the 4 countries, but also demon-slaying heroes. They are all holy sons of heaven. The Dawn Knights in tuxedos were already sweating profusely from the invitations. But there is still an endless stream of celebrities and ladies who come to see them. This made the knights, who were originally from humble backgrounds, somewhat overwhelmed. However, the leaders seemed to be doing well. Brenda was surrounded by a group of people and was telling the story of the H.L. battle in Dakins. William discussed the new and old doctrines with a group of high priests and high priests. It seems that what was originally despised or even disgusted by the celebrities and priests of the Moon Kingdom has now become something that should really be promoted. Even though some conservatives could not accept it for a while, they stood aside curiously and listened carefully. Almost all the members were surrounded by celebrities, and everyone felt honored to have a few words with them. The entire banquet seemed to be divided into classes. If you stand on the 2nd floor, you can see it clearly. George! Look! Buster introduced George to the background of a certain noble below. After listening, George nodded slightly and looked at the entire hall. He already had some understanding of the hierarchy of the nobles of the Moon Kingdom. The entire hall is divided into several areas. The largest area is the dance floor and the sofas around the dance floor. Long tables filled with food and other leisure areas. Most of the people staying here are ordinary celebrities and relatives of powerful people. Occasionally, some princes, heirs of the princess family, princesses, and princesses would come here to join in the fun. Surrounded by groups of people, there is a special leisure area around the dance floor. There is a small step between this leisure area and the dance floor. The people on both sides are also very different. Ordinary nobles do not dare to rest here casually, because those who stay here are the most powerful 2nd-generation nobles in the entire Moon Kingdom. In addition to these 2nd-generation nobles, there are also some aristocratic losers, as well as ladies with background, knowledge, and good looks. Aji and the others are now surrounded by a group of celebrities and ladies led by princes and princesses. According to Eileen's information, although there are many playboys and bullies among these 2nd-generation nobles, most of them are not ordinary. In their hands, not only did they have unpopular news, but more than half of the dark world of the Moon Kingdom was also in their hands, or their parents' hands. Because there weren't that many people coming to join in the fun, no one moved the things placed on the long table here. Alexander and Malene were sitting there busy eating. In addition to this leisure area, there is also a quieter leisure area. It is like a salon, with many rare treasures, artworks, antiques and other collections. This area surrounds the dance floor, so people who stay here don't feel left out. And it's also quieter. But those who can stay here are people with extraordinary status. If they are not extraordinary people, they will not be able to appreciate the things here. Salman, Bana, Fernando and others are standing or sitting there. They were not surrounded, but there were many people around them. The people who chatted with them were all the political figures, academics, conglomerate bosses, and envoys from various countries in the Moon Kingdom. The celebrities are all very eye-catching, and no one dares to go around stupidly. After all, what these guys are talking about is cake sharing, diplomatic trends, and cooperation. So only those political dignitaries, conglomerate bosses, and a few celebrities who have close relationships with them can participate. Thinking about it, today's talk should have been very good regarding matters such as minerals, dragon goods, demonic trophies, workshops, supplies, etc. Among the entire banquet hall, the quietest place was near the large balcony. The large floor-to-ceiling windows on the balcony are like a gate. The gorgeous curtains floated in the breeze, making them cool and comfortable. The people sitting on the sofa nearby looked out and saw the brightly lit Moon City. Jillian was sitting here talking to the queen. Accompanying them were several princes of the Moon Kingdom. Some of these princes have close relationships with Jillian. Some are Jillian's old enemies. It seemed that although their conversation had made some progress, it was not as smooth as Salman's. But it doesn't matter. When the preparation is over, Jillian will visit them in some peacemakers arranged by Buster. If the talks don't go well, George will take Jillian for another visit. Then it won't be those guys who have the final say. At this time, the queen seems to have almost finished talking. Jillian and the princes stood up, bowed slightly, and left there pretending to be very serious. George tapped his fingers on the railing. Then he picked up the wine glass and took a sip, planning to go over. Chapter 712 The Queen is not worthy. But you are worth it. Seeing that Jillian was done, Buster also ended the topic. He said with some sigh,
George, it seems that there has been some progress today regarding Landry.
Buster's words came from the bottom of his heart. He could see that there were some obstacles regarding Landry today. The Queen seems to be unable to forcefully express her position because of the views of the nobles in the country. But compared to usual, there has been progress this time. And things have to happen step by step. Yeah, George nodded. In fact, he didn't feel that there would be any results from the talks at all today. He was standing here waiting and watching, not with any expectation, and not entirely to get rid of Buster. Instead, he planned to wait and see the attitude of the nobles of the Moon Kingdom. Regarding Landry, George and Buster talked a lot today. A unified opinion has now been reached. In fact, during the entire banquet, George's place was the quietest, because Buster here is the super boss of the Holy See, and George has grown up to the same status as the Cardinal. So after everyone saw the two big guys talking, no one dared to come close on this side of the second floor. There were only a few Dawn Knights and priests who showed an attitude of not letting anyone get close, and the ones guarding the second floor both ends. So they talked a lot today about the Kingdom of Heaven. The two of them also talked a little. The same is true for the Holy Court. After seeing the miracle, Buster seemed to be extremely concerned about the affairs of the Kingdom of Heaven. He had not heard the oracle for many years. Most of the oracles were conveyed by the sons of God themselves. He had long suspected whether the door to heaven was closed to him. In other words, only the sons of God are allowed to come in and out. But today there was some change in this idea during that quick glance. Buster discovered that the scene of heaven in the gate he saw today seemed different from what he had seen before. And the angel's breath is also a little different. Therefore, Buster has been keeping this matter in his mind. But George did not talk to him much. On the one hand, this topic can be left to the next meeting. On the other hand, he is not sure yet about what is in this guy's body. Is something falling asleep? As for Charlie's matter, the two of them didn't talk about it today. Buster was waiting for George to make a move, and George planned to wait until the mission's ultimate move was finished before visiting the Moon God alone. During today's chat, George learned that Buster was not the son of God, but he seems to be a saint. Of course, it is not ruled out that this saint looks like Mary. After the two chatted for a few more words, Buster saw George, who was leaning on the railing, slowly straighten up and set his eyes on the Queen. So he knew that George planned to go there.
Lord Buster, the priest is here to see you. I won't bother you anymore. I will visit you in person later.
In Buster's eyes that were eager to chat again, George gave a slight salute and then left.
As expected, I, an old man, am not as attractive as the Queen.
Buster shook his head and looked at Priestess walking not far away.
Sir!
Priestess gently placed her hand on the bishop's arm and said,
You are not old at all. You are in your prime.
The old man was already confused and lost in his tender words. Priestess looked at George's back downstairs and narrowed her eyes slightly. George was the focus of the entire party. When he came down from the second floor, the celebrities at the party turned their attention to him. Some people from far away gathered their glasses and paid tribute, while others came over and started introducing themselves, hoping to become familiar with each other. George politely dismissed everyone who came over. When the celebrities saw that the Prince of Rodent didn't talk about sex, they looked at him and didn't like him. After sending away a few waves of people, George went to Aji's place for a chat. After receiving the master's instructions, he walked towards the balcony first. The Queen had just sent away a few waves of people at this time. It seemed that the conversation she had just had with Jillian and others made her feel a little tired. After the persuasion of several princesses, she stood up and planned to participate in the dance to relax. But after looking at it, she seemed to have given up on this plan, because she couldn't fit in at all. Maybe I should go to the expo area? Want something to eat on the way? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little hungry. But they found that the group brought by George was over there, and the ministers had already crowded the place. If you go there by yourself, you will definitely be surrounded by everyone. Finally, she sighed secretly and walked to the balcony with the princesses. On the way, she looked towards the second floor, but found that Buster and George seemed to be gone. A sense of loss slowly emerged from her heart.
Miss Irene, Elizabeth called herself Irene before. You seem a little bored?
This sentence is like a conversation, and it seems a bit rude to say such words to the Queen. Several princesses around could not help but frown and turned around. But after they saw the person's appearance clearly, the impatient look on their faces instantly turned into a ladylike smile. Then, they bowed slightly to the Queen and the visitor,
and then retreated. You look more boring than me, Mr. George. The big liar.
Theodoric looked at the Dragon Kingdom gold coins turning in George's hand and raised his eyebrows. Then she realized that something was wrong with her. As a monarch, his words seemed a bit inconsistent with his image. It seemed like every time she saw this guy, she had a little trouble keeping up appearances. This person is really infuriating. Maybe it's because of his savings gifts? Or is it the money he owes himself? Or, what kind of relationship have they had before?
Ahem.
George's old face blushed rarely. And he said,
Those gifts don't count. This time, I brought a real gift.
As he said that, George rummaged through his sleeves and took out a necklace. There is a huge sapphire and many small sapphires on the necklace. The magic power on it is extremely surging, and its aura is very similar to that of the Poseidon's horn. It seems that it originally came from the body of the Poseidon, but it seems to have been processed by a real master, and now it is flowing with gleaming light like that holy object, and exudes the aura of the moon god.
This thing is not the eye of the Poseidon, it is the heart of the Poseidon. It is the source that drives his magic power. It was made by the god of creation himself, and has the blessings of the sun god and the moon god. This time it is real. The dragon egg from last time is also real.
George did not lie this time. Although Soraya and the talkative Irene had never seen this necklace. It was made by Ibrahimovic and Thoriwood.
There are very few array crystals in the Moon Kingdom, but they can store huge amounts of magic power. With it, the thing that Palos gave you can operate at full strength, and its power can also support the Poseidon horn, call a hurricane, or calm a storm. As George told the story, Theodoric's expression became a little complicated. She could tell that the gift was genuine. She couldn't help but think of the precious dragon egg that George sold to her. When they first met, it was also genuine and much better than the one given to the queen. Rather than selling, it's better to give away. She couldn't help but feel a little softness in her heart. She looked at the person in front of her and suddenly asked,
Why are you giving these things to me? Didn't you teach me before that you shouldn't spend too much money when giving gifts?
George was slightly startled.
Ahem. Yes. The queen is indeed not worth spending too much money.
Elizabeth's expression couldn't help but become wonderful. Then, George raised his head and said with sincere eyes,
But you are worth it. These words are a bit too abrupt. We have only met once.
Elizabeth said with some embarrassment on her face. Indeed. This is a bit too inexplicable. As if a person suddenly came over and told you that he fell in love at first sight.
But in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a hint of joy. At least among the many suitors. This is the only guy who doesn't admire him because he is the queen. However, for a moment, Elizabeth felt that maybe she should refuse this inexplicable gift and explain something to this guy. But in the end, she still didn't part with this priceless thing. This jewelry looked indeed very expensive. Maybe giving a girl a gift as soon as you meet her is a very abrupt and inexplicable thing. But if the gift giver is a rich man, and the gift is extraordinary, then it will indeed touch people's hearts. At this time, George suddenly came behind her, and Elizabeth's heart beat suddenly. Chapter 7:13 Thor George, a bolt from the blue.
These words are a bit too abrupt. We have only met once.
George could hear a slight hint of rejection in these words. But he did not take back the gift, but directly picked up the necklace and came behind her. With Elizabeth's heartbeat slightly, George put the necklace on her neck. After that, Elizabeth slowly turned around and looked at George's burning eyes. She bit her lip and said with a complex expression,
One thing I have to declare, that this gift of yours is for Irene, miss. She used to call herself Irene. She can't help you reduce the interest or anything like that.
George was stunned for a moment. And then his expression turned strange. He really didn't expect Elizabeth to say this. Which meant that the debt issue was always on her mind. He said in his heart, It doesn't matter. I don't intend to pay it back anyway. But he didn't say anything to ruin the atmosphere. Instead, he said,
Of course. This gift is just for you.
Then, he suddenly changed his expression, became serious, and said,
Okay, Miss Elizabeth. I came here today to actually talk about business.
George's sudden change in attitude made the queen unable to help but think wildly. At the same time, regarding the name Elizabeth, she also wanted to ask if she was really called this name when she was in the kingdom of heaven. But at this time, George had already told the topic. If she was very curious, she would have to find another opportunity to ask this person alone. Maybe arranging a hunt afterward would be a good idea. Aji, who was secretly watching here not far away, couldn't help but give a thumbs up after seeing this. After teaching him for so many years, he was finally getting better and better. Afterwards, Aji returned to his seat and continued to hug him. The boss was talking about business. The boss was a workaholic. When it came to business, he could do his best, and there was no need for him. Worry.
George, I have listened to Palos relay many of your views,
Elizabeth said.
Our ideas are consistent on many things, which is commendable. But your ideas may be a little too radical.
Elizabeth knew something about George's methods, whether it was Blue Water City, Dome Eagle, Elda, or Southern Wasteland. She had seen it all. But she felt that George's routine was not suitable at all in the Moon Kingdom. The political and power system of the Moon Kingdom is much more complicated than that of the Southern Wilderness. The Parliament, Cabinet, Temple, Academy, Prime Minister, and Ministers are all interconnected and check and balance each other. Even when she was at the peak of her power 3 years ago, if she wanted to do something, she had to do it bit by bit. She couldn't understand George's idea and approach of cutting through the mess quickly and making the final decision. And she thought it couldn't be realized in the Moon Kingdom. Elizabeth continued.
As for Landry, I am actually inclined to unite. However, the interests of various classes in the Moon Kingdom are complicated. Some wealthy families even secretly support pirates, colluding with internal and external parties to suppress dissidents and monopolize trade routes. Therefore, the alliance is not something Landry and I can achieve by wishful thinking. If the East China Sea of the Moon Kingdom cannot be peaceful, the fleet will not be able to leave the Moon Kingdom. Jillian's proposal is also very sincere, but these families have been rooted in the Moon Kingdom for thousands of years, and I must rely on their strength for many things. Some people even control important trade routes to the Forbidden Sanctuary. The stability of the Moon Country comes from the continuous integration of capital. Once the capital is cut off, there will be work stoppages, unemployment, rebellion, and revolutions will cause chaos. Sometimes we want to chop off their heads with one knife. But now we simply can't bear the trouble, or in other words, we haven't had the time yet. Regarding George's methods, Elizabeth said that she understood. It could be said that wherever this guy went, he would set off a whirlpool. So she was afraid that George would mess up.
Indeed, Elizabeth, I can see that it is difficult for everyone in the Moon Kingdom to unite as one.
George nodded and looked at the brightly lit Moon City outside the railing and said,
maybe they can only do it when the blade is already placed on their necks.
You will feel the crisis and unite as one.
Elizabeth couldn't help but sigh secretly. At this point, they did think of each other. Perhaps only after the fall of the Holy Empire can everyone in the Moon Kingdom come together as one. She felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart.
But at that time, maybe everything was a little late. It's not too late, Elizabeth, because the doomsday is right in front of us,
George said slowly.
The disaster brought about by this doomsday is more terrifying than the fall of the Holy Empire. The arrival of the angel of God is to let the so-called sea trade to the east, for which you are well prepared, is already worthless.
Elizabeth was slightly startled by what George said.
Elizabeth, the root problem of the Moon Kingdom is actually not as complicated as you think. All the stability and problems of the Moon Kingdom come from capital. The so-called fall of the Holy Empire cannot unite the entire Moon Kingdom, because even if the Holy Empire is finished, there will still be the Forbidden Sanctuary. There will still be the Kingdom of Sand to go to. And there will be a steady stream of capital that can come through sea trade from the East China Sea. So before the Angels of Wisdom escape, there will still be places in the East China Sea that can before moving on. Even if the Holy Court is destroyed, the nobles of the Moon Kingdom will still be slaves to the money. For them, the crisis brought by the devil is just to change the Moon Kingdom to another place. The assets of many people have now moved to Saudi Arabia, where the mineral resources are really good. But all this is meaningless, because the East China Sea can no longer go out. A real doomsday that will annihilate the east coast of the Moon Kingdom and make the East China Sea unable to go out to sea for hundreds of years is coming soon. The East China Sea will first set off a huge tsunami, and then it will be frozen for thousands of miles in the dark night. In the future, the sun will only fall in 3 places in the world. If the consortium wants to make a fortune, there is only one place to go.
As George spoke, Elizabeth's face turned pale at first, and then her expression became extremely strange.
George, no wonder you can solve so many things. I have to say that your ideas are always different. Are the doomsday rumors circulating in Moon City spread by your people recently? What if we find a way to make the nobles believe it? Can indeed solve the problem. The pirates will no longer support Sanctuary, and the Moon Country will form a new business system, and the two forces will unite to fight against the devil,
Elizabeth said hesitantly.
It's just. Is this lie a bit too big? Is it possible that in order to comply with this lie, we have to relocate the population on the East Coast? I didn't lie, Elizabeth.
George looked at her and said seriously,
What I said is true, you must prepare for population migration.
At this moment, Elizabeth was struck by lightning. Chapter 7:14 Three-pronged approach.
Elizabeth, if you want the Moon Kingdom to unite as one, you won't be able to rely solely on Jillian's pirate warning. Become a pirate if you don't help, and the rumors of the doomsday. This treats the symptoms but not the root cause, and can only temporarily solve Landry's problem. For the future, we must take a three-pronged approach.
George said the solution.
First, I will build a portal here. Connect the Royal Star Magic University and the Dawn Forbidden Academy. First, let the Consortium and the Private Chamber of Commerce be able to trade. And in the exchange at the same time, the materials we both need are being supplied. The attention of the Moon Kingdom will also slowly shift from the Forbidden Sanctuary to this trade route with better products.
Higher profits and more convenience, all the things you once did in sea trade. Our countries can all eat the share. Not only do we have everything in the sanctuary, we also have dragons and demons here. This is undoubtedly more attractive.
In George's words, Elizabeth gradually understood this guy's thoughts. George is willing to export the sanctuary's advanced technology to the Moon Country. But the Moon Country needs factories as sanctuary. This is of great benefit to both parties. Everyone in the Moon Kingdom will be very willing to do it. And even the nobles and financial groups will go crazy for it. In the past, the Consortium and the nobles went to the Forbidden Sanctuary by sea. The sea route was difficult to control, and the father of the Forbidden Sanctuary was unable to cooperate with the management of the Moon Kingdom. But things are different now. It is much easier to control this gate than to control the sea route. If the Chamber of Commerce and the nobles do not spend a long time doing business, then they have to be obedient. And once everyone discovers that the most obedient people often receive more preferential policies and shares, more and more obedient people will become more and more obedient. In itself, everyone often defied the Queen because of their own interests. Now that everyone's interests are unified, one problem has naturally been solved. The more trade there is, the faster the development of Sanctuary and Moon Country will be. These caravans can be said to be free transportation labor.
In this way, those who have their hearts set on the Forbidden Sanctuary will slowly become obedient, and the power controlled by the Forbidden Sanctuary in the Moon Kingdom will gradually be resolved. I believe that after the portal is established, the attitude of the nobles will change. The change will be very fast.
George continued.
Secondly, regarding the power controlled by the Holy Court in the Moon Kingdom, the temple will help us solve this matter. A core member of my team will communicate with you in detail. If possible, she will come tonight. Will contact your people.
At this point, George touched his chin. He expected that Irene would not really show up. She would have sent a secretary to act as an intermediary between the two.
Temple? Yes, the temple will help.
George took a sip of wine and said nothing. He still doesn't know Irene's specific plan, although he knows that Irene will definitely put her heart into this matter. But according to her nature, I am afraid she will not really give her power to Elizabeth in this matter. George did not intend to get involved in the affairs between the two women, because he doesn't care who the divine power falls into in the end. And if he gets involved now, he can only offend people on both sides. In fact, there was one thing that George didn't understand. He felt that Eileen should know that with the current environment of the world, gods like that could no longer exist. And with the development of magic science, the speed of ideological liberation and enlightenment, even if you hold the divine power, you can't play for a few years. But she still didn't want to let go, and Elizabeth seemed extremely interested in it. It looks like a battle of wills. Anyway, no matter whose hands the divine power falls in the end, after everything is over, the wizards will be able to liberate the divine power. Palos has now begun to promote the new learning in the Moon Kingdom. The wizards who grew up in the Kashia academic system are people like Anthony and Rusgard. They will believe in the light of dawn, but not in God. George's words reminded Elizabeth of the moon blessing on the dragon egg. The words Ariadne will help were almost written on George's face. Not to be outdone, Elizabeth said,
in this matter, Moon God will also help.
George was stunned for a moment, and then he glanced at Elizabeth with a strange expression. Obviously, the Moon God believers in the Moon Kingdom were not only in the hands of Irene alone. After a pause, George continued,
as for the tsunami, Brenda will communicate with your people about the detailed plans and operations. This time, the angel brought 4 countries together on the moon. In the country, the great wizard Paras found that the oracle was completely consistent with his prediction. And even the dragon of darkness jumped out for this tsunami. It can no longer be believed. At this point, George looked at Elizabeth and said,
in order to obstruct it, the demons will definitely take action. They will find ways to make people believe that this is a big lie. But with the foreshadowing of the first two things, is the tsunami a lie? It makes no sense anymore. When things get normal, if we can convince the devil that this is indeed a lie, then it will be even more perfect.
As for whether the devil would fall into this trap, George actually didn't have much expectations. Or he was gambling betting that Aloysius and the fallen angels were uneducated. At present, regarding the so-called tsunami, not even the light of dawn has been seen. Those who believe this are the wizards, who get the results through mathematics. Therefore, if the demons are literate, then they will suffer less. If this group of demons, who want to rule the world like the seven gods, once abandoned knowledge, then they deserve to be beaten.
As for the pirates, they still need to be cleaned up. But I think the level of cleaning does not need to be that deep. Our goal is not to make the sea route to the sanctuary unobstructed. It is to prevent them from being blocked in the past 2 years. While the fleet no longer infringes upon the coast of the Moon Country and the River of Stars before the advent of eternal night, the River of Stars must still be controlled in our hands. Otherwise, those farmlands will be ruined,
George said.
I think in this case, many nobles will be more cooperative. We did not touch their sea cake. We did not destroy their pirate station in the depths of the East China Sea. They are willing to be kings on the East China Sea islands. Dominate this group of young men. The future tsunami will take care of them. Of course, Elizabeth, these things require your help,
George said seriously. If you want these plans to be perfectly formed, you need to let one force from the Moon Kingdom deal with the other force. And while attacking those forces, he would swallow them, integrate them, and use them for his own use. It's not enough to just rely on your own team to do things. The real main force must be this expert who has been operating in your kingdom for so many years.
With your fire, I can make the whirlpool bigger and bigger.
At this point, Elizabeth blushed slightly. Just now, she was afraid that George would make things worse. But now, she has become the one adding fuel to the flames. And in order to make this vortex bigger, she has to do her best. The bigger this hurricane blows, the cleaner the Moon Country will be. And after this storm, she will have a brand new Moon Kingdom. She knew that George's three-pronged approach could be said to have solved many of the shackles that restricted her. And she could see that as these things progressed, she would also have a lot of opportunities. Deal with those who don't listen. She was able to flex her muscles and make the entire Moon Kingdom truly unified. In that contemplation, she slowly looked at the strange yet familiar person. And her sense of George also changed again. Chapter 7:15 A Big Fool. For a moment, Elizabeth suddenly felt that this man was like a knight sent to her by God. After that, the two people talked about the southern wilderness. The reason why Yu Kingdom has not chosen to support Jinjian Mountain or Landry, but has chosen to stand still. One of the main reasons is the southern wilderness. But this is no longer a problem. Bana came to express her attitude on behalf of Adley this time. The nobles also heard about Nanhuang's attitude, but they still had some questions and suspicions about it. But as long as there is the joint endorsement of the Dawn Lord and the Queen, this will not be a big problem. Because Nanhuang would not use the Moon Kingdom to go to Jinjian Mountain to fight. The situation in the Holy Court was too complicated. Not only did the Yu Kingdom not want Nanhuang to use the road, George also did not want Nanhuang to participate in the whirlpool of the Holy Court. The place where Nanhuang's eyes were focused was on the demonic battlefield to the west. This was what everyone in the Moon Kingdom wanted to see. After that, as long as the Queen provides some support to Nanhuang, their hometown will not have to worry about food and drink during the war, allowing southern wilderness to still produce grain and horses in a stable manner. Everything will be in order. The two reached a unified opinion on the matter of southern wilderness, and the result of the discussion made them both very happy. Regarding the problem of Far East and Charlie, the result was also very happy. Previously, due to the opinions of the nobles, the Queen, who was restricted by Parliament, could not openly oppose her. So even though she knew that the so-called Far East threat to the Moon Country was very stupid, there was not much she could do about it. The so-called threat was simply nonsense. Even if the Far East was unified and then developed for decades in front of Yu Gua, he is also a little chicken. The nobles of the Moon Kingdom opposed Charles mainly because their private lands were in the Far East. Without many nobles in the Far East, they would be completely British nobles. The reason why George and Elizabeth are interested in the Far East is not primarily because of its combat power, but because of its depth and population. In that vast land, whether they are fighting guerrilla warfare or allowing the future combined forces of the southern wilderness and Moon Country to display their fists, are all able to show off their talents. So it must be kept clean. And Charlie, the big comb, must lead the new pastors to give it a good brushing. As for the Moon Kingdom's support for Charlie, as long as the three vortexes unleashed by George spin, military, political, capital, and faith will all be in the hands of the Queen alone. Parliament will also become the Queen's chamber. Under the temptation of profit, most nobles are willing to cut off a little bit of flesh and make big money with the Queen and the shelter. It is no longer enough for the few old forces who are guarding the land to sing the opposite tune. Elizabeth can easily kill these little ants. As for the issues between the vampires and the cultists, Tanya, Daphne, and the arbitrators led by Soraya will cooperate with the temple to deal with it, as long as the nobles stop causing trouble. This matter work will become much easier. And those lurker leaders, Elizabeth and Irene, plus Palos, Brenda, Ninofari, a group of traitors and liars, will later design to expose the lurker leaders. And as soon as they show their heads, it is their death. When the topic came to an end, George leaned on the railing, looking at the brightly lit moon city in the distance, and listening to Elizabeth talking about her plan. Suddenly he felt like he was going to become an idler again. Unless something big happens, or something that others can't handle. It seems like there's no room for you to perform. It's only July now, and the team will stay here for a month. He doesn't know what he should do. Although everyone is very busy. Maybe you should join in the fun by yourself? Or do it daily. Ahem. Elizabeth's voice suddenly interrupted George's thoughts. George couldn't help but blush, and found that he was distracted when others were talking happily. The princesses of the Ming dynasty told me that there is a royal hunting party next week. Many nobles will come. I wonder if you have time. Originally, Elizabeth had no intention of going. How could she have such leisure? And fox hunting itself is a bit bloody. It made her a little disgusted. However, hunting was originally a social event for nobles. And this kind of occasion was suitable for both business and private conversations. So that's a good note. Of course, this hunting must not be just about hunting foxes. But people need to be prepared. Otherwise, if people find out that the daily activities in the valley are hunting monsters and shooting foxes here, wouldn't it make George laugh out loud? After all, the Knights of the Moon Kingdom under his command are still quite powerful. I have too much hacking time. George really wanted to say this, but he coughed and thought for a long time. It wasn't until Elizabeth showed a nervous look on her face that he made a decision. Well, I'm very busy these days, but I should still have time. Then it's settled. Elizabeth settled without saying a word. She felt that she was also a big creditor after all, so she could still advise the small tenants on this matter. Ahem. I mean, just bring your team here so we can get to know each other well. Speaking of this, Elizabeth thought of something. She actually forgot about this matter, but she originally planned to ask about it as soon as she came up. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty and ashamed. But when she looked at George's face, she began to hesitate again. Maybe she shouldn't ask. Finally, during the battle that day, she made a choice. In your team, is there a think tank named Alexander? Ahem. The princesses heard some rumors about him. It is said that he is a very good person. He is a graceful knight. So the princesses want to get to know him. At this point, Elizabeth's voice gradually became softer, and she actually felt a sense of betrayal in her heart. But she didn't know whether she was betraying this best friend in heaven who was so good to her, or betraying that girlfriend in heaven who was so good to her. Chosen Knight. Hey, Alexander? The ancient gold coins in George's hand couldn't help but stop turning. He was stunned and looked at a long table not far away from the balcony window. His expression gradually became very strange. If we talk about Alexander, among the people I know, this one seems to be the only one. He's at this banquet? At this moment, Elizabeth felt slightly dizzy in her head. Amid curiosity and nervousness, she looked in the direction where George was looking. I saw a strong man nearly 3 meters tall with a bulging belly, fighting with Malim for the last pig head. There was already a mess around the long table and the ground. The so-called demeanor seems to be a thing that does not exist at all. As for the think tank, as if sensing the gazes of the two people, Alexander raised his head and smiled innocently at them. Hey, hey. Elizabeth's face became extremely wonderful. One, a big fool? Ahem. Elizabeth, George said. Alexander is not married yet. You can introduce him to some princesses. He is the #1 warrior in our shelter. Speaking of this, George couldn't help but look at Bana not far away. These two guys always make people feel weird. When they usually walk together, they look like brothers and sisters, not like a couple. Alexander mentioned before that his father, the village chief, once told him about a marriage. But it's been so many years. And what's more, a village girl is better than a princess from the royal family? Ahem.
Try to find someone taller,
George reminded. Elizabeth nodded numbly. Chapter 7:16 Daphne's Recruitment Operation. When Rodunks,
Red Dragon Prince,
and the Queen of the Moon Kingdom returned to the dinner party and danced. The dinner party came to an end. After that, George and others took a carriage and went to Palos's castle in the Moon City country. It is said that the castle was originally the private property of Prince Yu. After he ascended the throne, he gave the castle to Palos as his residence. After getting this castle, Palos finally settled down in the Moon country. The emperor's business was quite cost-effective. Without Palos, the Moon Kingdom would not have its own independent magic school today. This famous school, founded 300 years ago, is now the Royal University of the Stars. Now the scale and level of this university has surpassed those of the Forbidden Wizards colleges in the Moon Kingdom. And the location of this magic university is near the castle. The secret passage in the basement of some kind of tower in the castle is even directly connected to a certain high tower in the college. Coming out of the secret passage is the Wizard Tower of Principal Palos. Because of this particularity, it will facilitate the subsequent flow of goods and people. In addition, this castle is at the Crown Prince level, with very good facilities and spacious interior. So in the next few days, George and others planned to rest here. When George and others arrived at the castle, it was already very late. But no one in the castle had any rest. The servants were under the command of the steward, arranging the goods shipped back from the dock, and several captains in Jillian's fleet, as well as the Dawn Knights who did not attend the banquet, were also arranging things. Most of these things belong to the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, and some are gifts from Jillian to build relationships. In addition, there are some Jillian personnel. Most of these personnel are Landry's nobles and famous knights, and the number including attendants is about 300. The other sailors and other personnel on the fleet have other arrangements after finally landing. Except for those unlucky ones, who have to take turns guarding the ship. They usually hang out in various taverns. Brenda will make use of these people. Although sailors are not as powerful on land as they are at sea, these idle guys are good spies. Some guys with good skills can also help the special teams. Their quality is definitely much better than that of the crows and rotten skins. After getting off the carriage, Alexander and others took a deep breath and went to bed. George, a night owl, walked around the castle accompanied by Palos. This castle does not have those tall walls and wide gardens. There is only a small square and some small gardens outside, but it was very luxurious inside. Not much worse than the castle of the Cheongying family. While strolling around, the two of them chatted about the banquet.
Speaking of which, Palos, are you going to introduce some wizards to me at today's banquet?
According to the team's plan, Palos will be in charge of the Moon Kingdom portal and carry out new learning. The foundation of the Wizards of the Moon Kingdom is very good. Even if some people have not systematically studied the forbidden magic system, their level is very high. Several of them were praised by Palos as being rare in the sky. According to Palos, these guys are all standard academics, that is, proper white wizards. And these people are either extremely accomplished in academics, or they understand modern magic theory. Others specialize in ancient magic, and the magic in their hands is extremely weird. So Paros planned to recruit all these wizards into his group. He also planned to take them to meet George. But although Palos introduced several wizards to George today, most of the people Palos specifically named did not come today.
It's strange. Sir,
Palos touched his beard and said with a strange expression,
logically speaking, on an occasion like today, they should come back. Maybe they are busy with academics these days. I heard that some people have been here recently. Research new topics. Well, if you don't have enough manpower in the future, don't forget to tell me. I'll transfer some people from the shelter,
George said.
The portal must be dealt with as soon as possible. After it is established, our troops can come over at any time.
While chatting, the two wandered into the semi-study, where they met another group of idlers, the Dragon Clan. Nanofari was wearing a wizard's robe, crossing his legs over there, drinking tea and reading a book leisurely. After seeing George coming, the guy showed a smile.
Why are you dressed like this?
George looked at Ninofari and couldn't help but feel a little funny. The wizard robe on the Duke is not that of the University of the Stars. Instead, he looks like a mysterious wandering wizard. At first glance, he doesn't look like a serious person.
I was a little bored after coming out of the palace a few days ago, so I gave Miss Daphne a little help.
Duke Ninofari poured a cup of tea for George and Palos and said,
No, we captured a few more tonight. Little mouse, Daphne is interrogating below.
George was enlightened after hearing this. Nanofari was indeed a little idle these 2 days. After chatting for a while, George learned, during these days,
Many prisoners were originally held in another place. Everything was completely transferred today. And it sounds like Daphne has indeed encountered difficult things in the past few days. This surprised George slightly. After all, Daphne herself is not weak. And her one-on-one strength among wizards can rank among the top 3 in the shelter. Coupled with her luxurious equipment and the few big demon thugs around her, it is enough to cause or destroy the source of a terrifying disaster. However, Nenofari's words made George even more surprised. Some of those old rest birds are devil masters. Not only is the level no worse than Riskard, but the number of demon slaves is also very large. And the enslaved demons are all strange and weird. Some demons are very powerful, and some have special abilities. Those guys also know about demonic possession. Moreover, they knew the weaknesses and abilities of demons extremely well, and the Fallen were actually restrained by them. In the first game, because the old rest birds were unprepared and Daphne was caught off guard, Daphne took a lot of advantage. Then the Dark Wizards of the Moon Kingdom exploded, and all united to fight against these outsiders. Later the cultists even joined them. The old-school Parthen birds are not like Daphne and others wandering around. They have always stayed in the Moon City, a country with developed magic. The power here can be said to be well established, and they are all very professional. So facing such a group of professional terrorists, Daphne and the others suffered a lot. However, when the temple and the academy began to take action, the resistance force formed by the Dark Wizards was reduced to a piece of scattered sand. These people all died in the face of the light, and no one was willing to fight against the temple. However, due to the intervention of the temple and the academy, the Dark Wizards are even more repulsive to Daphne. With the power of the temple, what's there to brag about? This is like 2 primary school students having a fight, and the one who didn't fight sues the teacher it's looked down upon. What's more, this teacher has been playing with Dark Wizards for many years, and he has never played with Dark Wizards. The effect was naturally mediocre after they were broken into pieces. Things became more difficult to handle, but the addition of Nenofari completely changed the situation. Chapter 7:17 Resting Bird. What the Dark Wizards faced was only slightly weaker than the Peak Garrixt in the Blood Moon state. Even in human form, Nenofari has to be at the level of the Queen of the Netherworld to play with him. Before that absolute power, the Dark Wizards felt what fear was. If they had previously thought that the forces behind Daphne relied on the power of the temple to deal with them, they looked down upon Daphne. But now they have truly realized the strength of this force. Dark Wizards all worship the strong, and Daphne came here to recruit them, not to kill them all. So after the Parthen birds discovered that Nenofari had subdued the strongest among them with just a single move, these wizards found out that they were tempted by Daphne's proposal. The organization behind this group of outsiders does seem worthy of consideration. And it sounds like Daphne has a way to whitewash them. There is really no future in cooperating with those demons, who have no bottom line. And although Daphne is a junior, she is more trustworthy. If it could be cleared, that would be a huge benefit. The new Parthens are also a group of super wanted criminals. They can be washed clean, and the temple should forget about many of their crimes. As a result, many people's minds became active. After their discussion, some people have already joined Daphne or come to explore. Others are waiting and watching. The Parthen birds, who joined this group first during the day, couldn't help but feel extremely surprised when they arrived at the castle of Palos. At the same time, they were completely relieved the forces behind Daphne turned out to be their old enemies. And this old enemy is extremely powerful in terms of credit, capital, and technology. Many Dark Wizards are still hanging out with Palos, just to get some meat from the royal family. So these guys are completely excited. The restless birds and cultists that Nenofari captured tonight were all brought out by this group of young men. There are a few little guys, and there were indeed a few moments when I almost let them escape in my hands. But they didn't have any holy clothes in their hands, Nenofari said after taking a sip of tea, and couldn't help but tease Panna. Los, old Loach, among those who are against you, some of the magics look a bit familiar to me. My student? Palos was slightly surprised. Peros, Nenofari looked at Palos with a strange expression and said, strictly speaking, he should be my student. It seems that it is this guy Palos, who has named many of the Black Dragon Duke's magic as his own. With your attainments in black magic, it is a bit reluctant to be their teacher. This is true. Palos's most powerful abilities are psychic abilities and temple martial arts, while magic is a part-time job, and most of what he studies is decent magic, not cruel black magic. It can be said that Palos is the leader of the White Wizard of the Moon Kingdom, and he is usually very low-key. Everyone knows that the principal of Star University is very powerful, but he rarely shows his true strength. Psychic energy and magic are two systems. You can tell at a glance that this is Akashio. Therefore, given his identity, there are indeed several mysterious people in Yu Kingdom who can fight evenly with him. However, in front of Nanafali, these people may have no choice but to play with them. After all, even in front of this dragon god, who has studied magic for tens of thousands of years, even if he goes all out, he can only feint a shot and escape. Therefore, Palos readily accepted what Ninofari said. And when Ninofari teased him about stealing magic to his face, Palos's face did not even turn red. This old guy is very thick-skinned. On the same level as Ninofari, the grandson of the dragon. After smiling, he changed the topic. According to Ninofari, those birds of rest are not cultists. Some of them even followed the royal wizards of the Moon Kingdom to the battlefield of Jinjian Mountain, where the demons were captured. At the same time, through these demon slaves, they also established a line with some lurkers in the Moon Kingdom. But they don't trust those lurkers. To put it bluntly, they and the devil are actually just using each other. As for the captured prisoners, there were indeed a few who were truly high-level acolytes. A few of the rest birds had been completely brainwashed. After interrogation, he must be sent to a shelter for training. During the conversation, Palos couldn't help but think of a few people from the behavior of those resting birds. And he became more curious. He had always wanted to know who those guys were. After chatting for a few words, Palos became a little impatient. And then several people went downstairs. The basement space downstairs is very large and divided into several areas. Palos is mainly used as a laboratory. And there are also some interesting experiments. Paros students usually do some alchemy and experiments here. This time is when wizards are most excited. So there are still many people in the laboratory debugging potions. But today's laboratory is a bit quieter than usual, because there is a special group of wizards in the laboratory. The wizards in the laboratory also tried to keep a distance from them. But these guys were familiar with Jilai, and didn't notice anything wrong with him at all. He always wanted to interfere in other people's experiments, which made the academic wizards nervous. When George came to this floor, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he looked at the group of guys. Each of these guys looked like terrorists. Suddenly, he thought it was a gathering of cultists. In fact, these wizards are dressed very seriously, and have very gentle faces. Some of them are still patiently teaching the students of Palos. And the academic wizards also found that these guys are very knowledgeable, and always able to tell the weird secrets of potions and magic. But the aura of this group of guys is frightening, and the evil aura on them cannot be dissipated. It seems that they have just killed someone, and have not yet emerged from that state. So they look like a group of dark wizards disguised as white wizards. What makes some academic wizards even more panicked is that among these people, there are also well-known professors in certain colleges. Even wizards, who came back from the Forbidden Sanctuary. They usually pretend to be serious. But today these academic wizards discovered that their old friend turned out to be a murderer. A dark wizard. It always makes people feel that they will kill people, and silence them later, although there are very few people making trouble on the territory of Palos. These few people are all these unscrupulous guys. After taking a look, George knew that these guys were all members of the rest birds. After seeing the appearance of these guys clearly, Palos couldn't help but froze in place with an ugly expression among them. There were he knew many people, and even some of his old friends had been in Moon City longer than him. But he didn't expect that these decent white wizards were actually members of the notorious Parthan birds, who would cause trouble, and do things right in Moon City, and even on their own territory from time to time. The resting birds were mentally prepared for the appearance of Palos. So although their faces were a little embarrassed, they remained calm. But after these guys saw Nanofari, their original mood to say Lo was gone, and the look in their eyes was one of deep fear. Then they lowered their heads in horror. From the lessons they received in the past 2 days, they found that the level of this mysterious wizard and the mysterious man among the cultists was probably about the same. What shocked them even more was that today, the super boss, together with the highly respected Paros National Preceptor, were all following a young nobleman like followers. I asked you old guys why you didn't attend the banquet today. Palos looked at the leaders of the resting birds with a strange expression. And then he said to George, Your Highness, these are the ones I have always those great bachelors you mentioned. Originally, I planned to introduce them to you at the banquet. Chapter 718 Judgment Night. During the meeting, Palos and the wizards were a little embarrassed. But without Palos having to say anything, the wizards knew who the nobleman in front of them was. What surprised the wizards was that the Dawn Lord seemed to have a tolerant attitude towards the existence of the Bird of Rest. And Palos, a usually sanctimonious guy, had a different attitude today than usual. He didn't treat white wizard traders like them coldly.
They discovered that when Palos introduced them, what he mainly mentioned was not their magical prowess, but their academic achievements. This surprised the wizards. It seemed that the Lord really planned to reuse them, rather than looking for black gloves. They knew what this meant, and they couldn't help but begin to look forward to it. In fact, when these people came to Palos's laboratory, they were still a little depressed. After all, the topics studied by this white wizard are different from them. The royal family is also very repulsive towards black magic, demonology, underworld and other things. So when many people come here, they just hold their noses and recognize it. But things are a little different now in the hands of this lord. There are a lot of funds, and a lot of strange magical creatures. As for the devil materials in the moon country, the control is extremely strict. Some of those in the black market were smuggled over from the north by cultists, and some were from Elda. It can be said that as long as the Lord is willing, he can fulfill all their wishes. George didn't speak much. He kept listening to these people's self-introductions, only nodding occasionally. He knew that he didn't need to say much about many things, because Palos and Daphne would communicate well with these people later. After that, William and the demons will also chat with these guys. He believed that there might be a few spies here, but it didn't matter. After these wizards saw that the research resources of the shelter far exceeded those of the lurkers, they would make a choice. At that time, these spies will play a huge role. No matter how much material the lurkers have in their hands, they will not provide materials for great demons, demon lords, or fallen angels. On the devil's side, they will not get real reuse, let alone the opportunity to participate in the research of black technology, while the real core experiments are at the sanctuary. Those working in the moon country don't have access to anything truly classified. But these things still have a fatal attraction for wizards. The gap in treatment between the two sides is really too big. These long-hungry guys will be able to get true satisfaction here if someone insists on worshipping the god. Then whether it is an evil god or a righteous god, there are plenty of shelters. Of course, the premise is that they must withstand the real test, the dual review of the arbitration knight and the fallen, which is not easy to pass. As the wizards tried their best to introduce themselves, a group of strange knights wearing the armor of the temples, Judgment Knights, came up from below. They were escorting a group of masked prisoners, some of whom looked as if they had just peed their pants. When these knights saw George, they all stopped, took off their helmets, and saluted with their left hands on their chests. George nodded slightly, which was considered a response. He scanned the faces of these people, and found that he didn't recognize most of them. However, he saw an acquaintance. This guy was the leader of the knights. It seemed that these knights should all be middle and low-level holy sons of heaven.
Gasper, where is Soraya? Well, Your Highness Soraya should be back soon. I didn't follow her today.
George nodded and asked Gasper about the situation. After Gasper briefly narrated the matter, he introduced George to these Judgment Knights, all of whom were trained by Irene, according to the Justice Knights, Judgment Knights. For this matter, Soraya, the Grand Judge of the Kingdom of Heaven, expressed her great gratitude. These people are now being accepted by her irreverently. In other words, it was snatched away. George knew this. He communicated with Eileen frequently on the ship. The level of these knights is very good. Even if they are not saints, they can be regarded as having a serious academic background in the Kingdom of Heaven. The only regret is that over the years, they have become a little extreme due to their exposure to the temple and holy court system. We need to let Gasper and others lead the area later. While George and the others were talking, the atmosphere between the Dark Wizard and the knights was slightly subtle. The knights looked at the wizards with unkind expressions. The general administration felt that some of the people Daphne had let slip through the net, or that no matter who they looked at, they were damn suspicious. When the Dark Wizards saw the gazes of this group of knights, they couldn't help but subconsciously avoid the gazes of these knights. These knights are all the trial knights of the Moon Kingdom's Inquisition. They are all fanatic believers. There are also several very famous ruthless characters among them. Although the leaders of this group of Dark Wizards did not boo them when they really started fighting, no one among the Dark Wizards wanted to offend this group of lunatics. Originally, the Dark Wizards were still confused as to why Daphne would get together with these madmen. But now, when they discovered the attitude of these knights towards George, they understood the reason. Some wizards couldn't help but have some subtle changes in their psychology. Some people felt a little uneasy. Many people remembered one thing in addition to a large amount of resources. This lord also had a large amount of heavenly weapons. However, if you do this new job sincerely, then becoming the royal wizard of the Kingdom of Heaven seems to be a very good thing. Not long after, Daphne also came up from below with the fallen. George waved his hand and asked Palos to lead the wizards up. After that, Daphne reported some work to George and focused on talking about the prisoners who were taken away.
Well, it seems that things have been going very well in the past few days.
George praised a few words without hesitation. The results in the past few days are indeed very good. You know, these wizards have been in the Moon Kingdom for so many years. And neither Irene's people, the royal people, nor the academic wizards have discovered these guys. But in the past few days, Daphne has been leading the big guys to turn the rest of the birds upside down. The resting birds are the most important leaders of the dark wizards in the Moon Kingdom. They know the dark forces of the Moon City very well. So with this group of real local snakes, the shelter's work in the Moon Country will be promising.
Indeed. Sir,
Daphne said.
I also caught 2 big fish today. Unfortunately, those guys are a little stubborn. It seems that they must have been completely brainwashed by the demons. It really embarrasses the dark wizard Miss Irene. It is recommended that they be sent back to the sanctuary for the arbitration knights to train them properly.
Now the divine bridge is ready for use. In addition to George, who can control it through the Book of Dawn, the archangels also know how to use it. Currently at the sanctuary, Solwood is leading the wizards to train the core leaders of the sanctuary. Irene does not have time to teach others. But just go to her or Soraya directly, and you can enter the gate of heaven.
Well, you can go up there to find William later. William also plans to go back in the next 2 days. He will contact Ian and arrange for the relevant arbitration knights to handle this matter.
After Volp left the asylum, Ian, an old man from the town of Golden Maimon and the son of Mother Hathaway, has been serving as the leader of the new arbitration knights. Dan is the bishop of the arbitration office and is responsible for managing ideological work. Ian and Dan are older than William, second only to the 6 old bandits. After they led the new arbitration knights, they have been cooperating very well. It can be said that the arbitration knights are what they are today, all thanks to them. As for William, he was once Volpe's deputy and the second leader of the Old Judgment Knights. William had approached George many times, hoping to leave the adjudication panel. But because George found that the darkness deep in his heart had not been completely released, he could not allow it. Later, William was dismissed by Mother Hathaway because of some extreme behavior, and was demoted to the Great Wall to be in charge of the inevitable camp. The infection of blood poison, as well as the subsequent ups and downs, gave William a profound enlightenment. As a result, he stopped being obsessed with power and embarked on his own path of salvation, becoming an ascetic. Later he became the first batch of forbidden priests. George has always been paying attention to William, whom he feels has the most potential among the second-generation shelter members. After William rediscovered his heart, George took him with him. William has no position in name, but in fact, he has been doing things as Ian's deputy. During the time he came out, William has been managing the arbitration knights outside the sanctuary. William is responsible for arbitration matters in the Wind Whisperer Basin, Xiongning, Kanglan, Southern Wasteland, Crater Mountain, and Moon City. Although this guy doesn't worry about arbitrating the political affairs of the knights, he does have a sharp eye, and his methods of dealing with cultists are unparalleled. Now William has proven himself that he is not only outstanding in ability and strength, but also has a very pure heart. Even Soraya has borrowed William from George many times. The archangels highly recognize William. Soraya even told George alone that she believed William had the potential of a high-level angel. This time when he came to the Moon Kingdom, George intended to let members of the shelter take over the future temple affairs of the Moon Kingdom. The candidate is most likely William. The Moon Kingdom has an inquisition. Half of the people in it are sent by the Holy Court, and the rest are mostly from Irene. Therefore, there are 2 factions in the Inquisition, the Holy Court faction and the Temple faction. During this period, Irene had begun to take action, and the friction between the 2 factions was increasing when arresting people. They were robbing each other. In the opinion of George and Eileen, this tribunal needs a good baptism. Soraya is currently leading Irene's subordinates, and William has been acting as Soraya's deputy during these days. However, the 2 of them were a little busy. So this time, William went back to the shelter to transfer people. Now, Elizabeth's side has communicated well. So now, George and the others are going to blatantly insert people into the Moon Kingdom Temple. Now is the time to take sides. Whoever jumps out to oppose will show who is the person from the Holy Court who has been installed in the Moon Kingdom. After that, George and Ninofari walked upstairs leisurely. The Queen gave Ninofari some interesting antiques a few days ago, and the old guy originally planned to take George to the study to show them off. But halfway, Ninofari was approached by Brenda. Today, Brenda found a lot of information at the banquet. He had roughly communicated with George about many things, And now it seemed that he was planning to ask the old monster Ninofari for advice. According to the plan, the team will then arrange to give Ninofari a noble status. And he will also have a double affair with Brenda and start to contact the nobles. Follow the instructions to help the queen. After Ninofari left, George was no longer interested in wandering around. I went directly upstairs to rest. After coming upstairs, George noticed a sound in the living room on Soraya's side. So he quietly walked over to take a look. It was discovered that Soraya was wearing a set of Moon Temple Judgment Knight armor and talking with the Heavenly Arms and some strange Judgment Knights. It seems that this girl, who usually loves to eat and is lazy, has been very busy these 2 days. The tired look on his face made George feel strange in his heart, and his expression became gentle. George did not interrupt their conversation, but soon Soraya saw him. After seeing George, whom she hadn't seen for a few days, Soraya's eyes became slightly brighter, and George's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Soraya, this guy, was still secretly angry 2 days ago, but this silly girl never remembers things. Come to think of it, I have forgotten all about it now. For a moment, Tanya's sudden appearance in the communication image appeared in George's mind. Boss scumbag. It must be that guy Aji who misled me. If Aji hears this, he will definitely cry out. In the shelter, the most unfaithful person is their shameless boss. Seeing that Soraya was a little thirsty, George turned and went downstairs to get some chilled wine. When he came up, Soraya and the others had finished their conversation. She had a final word with the knights and let them go.
Eileen said that one person is too busy, so I have been helping these 2 days,
Soraya said.
When Jillian's fleet came over today, the whole city was in chaos. We took advantage of this opportunity to close the net. I caught an important guy, but it seems we are not the only ones paying attention to that guy.
As she spoke, Soraya took a big sip of wine, and the cool breath made her sweat less instantly. She loosened the collar of her knight's armor and continued.
We unexpectedly met a special group of people, the sons of the Holy Court, stationed here. Are you taking action?
George's expression changed slightly. Seeing that Soraya was having difficulty unbuttoning her armor, he quickly reached out to help her unbutton it. Chapter 7:19. Do something serious. Those sons of the Inquisition are actually Soraya's old subordinates. George had already predicted their encounter, but the key lies in the attitude of the sons.
They didn't have the guts to fight me yet. They were all persuaded by me,
Soraya narrated while taking off her armor. George nodded. It seemed that the Holy Sons were extremely surprised by Soraya's appearance. When George was on the boat, Irene told George a lot of things, but not as completely as Soraya. From Soraya's narration, George learned that a lot of things had indeed happened in the past 2 days. Eileen has begun to completely clean up the public association and the temple, and the various forces have also begun to rub against each other. In the process, Aaron's younger brothers encountered some guys who couldn't be solved. Many things were at a standstill. Let plans for the shelter stall. Irene was unwilling to show up in person so early, so George suggested that Irene go find her eldest sister to help calm things down, which turned Soraya's darkness into light. Showing Soraya's face the impact of this incident is huge, because the sons will most likely recognize her. Therefore, Irene had not let Soraya really show her face before because of her concerns. George's bold suggestion finally made Eileen make up her mind. Just like what George said, now it's time for the Sanctuary and the Holy Court to gradually turn over their cards. Judging from the current situation, it is not about who hides certain cards deep enough, but who can finally take down the Moon Kingdom. Soraya has indeed played a great role in the past few days, which can be said to have broken the deadlock for Irene. Although Soraya can't help much in planning, this thug is extremely professional. She acts decisively and boldly, with a little guidance from Eileen. Soraya was unstoppable. Two sisters. One likes to use their brains, and the other likes to do things with their hands. It can be said that they work together very happily. The appearance of Soraya also caused the Holy Court to panic. Later, when the conflict between the two sides becomes more and more serious, it can be seen which saints have not been completely corrupted. In some key matters in the future, what will the saints of the Holy Court do when facing their old bosses? Selected. As for those who are determined to remove all obstacles, and even dare to fight against the former Father God, these are the lurkers who emerged among the Holy Sun. Therefore, the shelter showed the Soraya card in advance to force the lurkers to take the lead, and with the strength of the Sanctuary, before the demons were blatantly sent to support them. Every lurker from the Moon Kingdom would die if they took the lead. If you don't show up, then just watch as Sanctuary takes you away.
But there are indeed a lot of things here.
Seeing that George had hung up her armor, Soraya rubbed her shoulders and said,
If William has time later,
Ask him to help me. I heard he plans to return to the shelter in the next 2 days? Well, I'm going to ask the shelter to send some people over. I'll help you order some night pills later. I should have time during this period. Let him and William bring people to help you.
Having said this, George came behind Soraya and rubbed her shoulders. Feeling those gentle yet powerful hands, Soraya's face couldn't help but blush slightly. Then she raised her head and looked at George. Her big watery eyes seemed to be saying, "Why are you so nice to me today?" It was always George who asked Soraya to knock his legs, of course. Soraya always responded with a blank stare.
You've worked hard these days,
George whispered in Soraya's ear. He moved slightly towards her lips, and his hands touched her breasts and belly. During that kiss, their hearts were beating wildly. This was the second time they were making out. The last time, they were interrupted by Gale. Soraya seemed a little shy. After a moment, she pushed George away slightly. Seeing that George was coming, she made an excuse to ask about what happened in the palace today. But in fact, she didn't know what she was talking about. "I just want to talk, but I get nervous every step of the way."
It went well. The royal family invited us to participate in the hunting. Let's go together.
Speaking of this, George actually felt a little nervous. Soraya will definitely know about the hunting. If you don't invite me, it will be fun later. Logically speaking, Soraya should not have time to go as she has been so busy these 2 days. But if she really has a whim, at present, Soraya doesn't know who the queen is. But if she meets her, she won't know for sure. And Elizabeth invited herself to hunt. George suddenly felt like a scumbag. He hurriedly pretended to have a clear conscience. And in that ambiguous atmosphere, he kissed Soraya. Amidst the heavy breathing, George's movements on his hands became larger and larger. He gradually unbuttoned the buttons one by one and held Soraya on the table. In that exchange of glances, George looked at the person in front of him intensely. But in his heart, this scumbag couldn't help but compare him with Sophia, Elizabeth, Tanya, and others. For a moment, he even thought of Lorna, and even Siljak's huge body. Soraya's affectionate gaze made George shake off his thoughts. How can you have random thoughts at such a critical time? He cursed himself in his mind. Then he could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart and pressed his face against Soraya's neck. The atmosphere became more and more charming. Feeling the person close to her chest, Soraya's breathing became heavier and messier.
If you don't, go ahead.
Soraya's reflex arc is a bit long. But no matter how rough a girl is, she is extremely keen on certain things. She was still thinking wildly during George's further actions. But now she remembered something seemed wrong with George when talking about hunting. She suddenly touched George's face and raised his head with her hands. Later, while George was in panic, Soraya looked into George's eyes with a strange expression and asked,
Have you seen the princess today? Who is she? Ahem. Soraya. These things are not important. In my heart, there will always be only one Sunday.
George said seriously while hurriedly unbuttoning his pants.
Don't mention that damn thing.
It's time to hunt. Let's get down to business quickly. Elizabeth is the queen? She invited you to hunt?
Soraya, you have never been so smart.
Ahem. Soraya, although it was Elizabeth who invited me, you have to believe that we are here to do serious business.
Soraya's expression suddenly became extremely exciting. She nodded, buttoned her blouse, kicked George away, and told him to get out. In the midst of George's stunned stare, there was a clang on the bedroom door. George, who was sitting on the ground, smelled the fragrance that still remained on his body, looked at the red footprints on his chest, and couldn't help but feel very painful. After rubbing his chest, George went back to his room and went to sleep. Chapter 720, Pandemic.
I shouldn't have hacking answered at that time.
George slammed his glass and dropped the wine glass on the bar. It caused the wooden wine glass to break. This couldn't help but attract the attention of the bartender and the surrounding drinkers. But after they discovered that it was this group of bullies, they hurriedly looked away, pretending that they had seen nothing.
Boss, you are much better than before.
Aji gently put down the wine glass and raised his eyebrows and said,
Actually, it's okay if you answer. But when she returns to the room, you should follow her. Late. It doesn't matter at all. The door is unlocked. Then go to the room. Don't just explain. Don't forget to coax people with sweet words. What you care about is not who invited you, nor whether this hunting is a serious matter. It's who you have in your heart.
Aji's words suddenly made George realize.
As for who is in your heart,
Aji lit up a cigar. After taking a puff, he said leisurely,
It's the same anyway. Let's talk about it after it's over. Damn it. Scumbag. You're so scumbag.
George stared, touched the fake beard on his lips, and said to Aji sadly,
Aji, I didn't expect you to be like this. Scumbag.
Aji smiled slightly and said meaningfully,
Boss, do you still have to score 1, 2, and 3?
George was stunned for a moment. And then he suddenly realized yes. No matter how much money you make, she is still my wife. Do you still have to score 1, 2, and 3? Obviously. George, this guy, has no psychological burden on this matter. And after a little pointing from Aji, this guy even put aside the last bit of pretentiousness.
Don't worry, boss. There is still a long way to go,
Aji said, suddenly looking at the beautiful waitresses in the pub and laughing.
Boss, today is a rare opportunity. The little spies are not here. We can have a good time and be free and unrestrained to be successful in life. You must have all the fun.
Regarding the spy thing, Aji has to be the most depressing person. Nowadays, socialites have become spies under the power of female bosses. And since Anita, the last front, has completely rebelled, the days became more and more boring. Even if I secretly went to a pub to have a drink, I would be snitched on. And in that small report, there was not a single sentence that said anything was wrong with the boss. It's all their followers who are doing bad things. He also said that they were the eunuch jesters who led the boss into trouble. Aji didn't refute the matter of jester. And eunuch was also a compliment that was synonymous with loyalty. But are you kidding me about being a spoiler? It's like snow falling in June. Who is leading whom? What the heck? When he thought of this, Aji couldn't help but wanted to yell, Priyanka and Anita. Those two guys know how to blame me all the time. They are jealous of the boss's trust in me. In other words, they are worried about the big jester and get another small one for the boss. But what troubled Aji the most was that dead girl Lorna, who wrote to the shelter every day. He also said that wherever they go, there will be a smoky atmosphere. It made Mother Hathaway almost give Aggie and the others an ultimatum. This Moon City is originally a smoky mess. Okay. Now, Heaven's top intelligence leader and grand arbitrator Miss Yu have also joined in. One of these two people took the opportunity to mess with the boss. And the other said they wanted to correct the bad atmosphere in the shelter. And by the way, they helped Sophia watch the boss cut. What a fart. You can see it in your own bowl. Simply.
Boss, today's opportunity is a rare one.
Indeed. No one has time to stare at them during these days. So they have to have fun. As he spoke, Aji hugged the passing waitress, causing the waitress to exclaim,
And master.
The waitress blushed and struggled to say,
We are a serious place.
Aji pinched it hard and said with a smile,
That's just right. Master, I am also a serious person. Come and accompany the master.
Regarding Aji's kindness, George waved his hand indifferently and expressed his rejection.
They are all hacking vulgar fans.
The waitress' face stiffened slightly when she heard these words that showed no dignity. She couldn't help but touch her face, forgetting about her struggle. After all, we are also the most popular waitress in this pub. Why are we being talked about so badly? Seeing that the boss was not interested, Aji had no choice but to reluctantly let go of the girl in his arms. Seeing this, the knights around him quickly drove away the girls around him. When the tavern owner and the guests saw this scene, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There was almost no one serving in the tavern. Just now, these guys smashed several tables and scared away several groups of customers. I don't know if I can compensate you. Speaking of which, George and the others have been quite boring in the past 2 days. Those who had some education were transferred away. There are a group of big men around him, basically all bad old men. A group of them wandered around the streets with nothing to do all day long. The so-called plan of teasing Irene, teasing Soraya, and teasing little Rona did not take shape. This group of guys who love to make trouble really couldn't suitable for underground work. They can't participate in wizard matters, so they are not welcome in any group. After drinking, the group went to Yueching's large bathroom, took a bath, drank tea, and then stopped for a while to play vulgar drama. Afterwards, they went shopping for a while, deliberately finding trouble and picking off a few aristocratic playboys, and by the way, they also teased the beautiful lady they were teasing. Finally, a group of scum returned to the tavern out of boredom, and were surprised to find a group of beautiful female mercenaries. These female mercenaries were much more interesting than the waitresses and the wandering warblers. All of a sudden, the tavern was filled with chaos. As a result, the garrison was called, and these scum had to run away in despair. There have been a lot of sergeants patrolling Moon City recently, And there are spies everywhere. Now that the news of the mission's arrival has been announced, George and the others are not afraid that the lurkers will target them. It's best to cause trouble. They were afraid that the immoral things they had done would reach the ears of the royal family or their own people. Then it will be bad food.
Boss, get rid of him,
Aji said nervously.
I guess I didn't recognize him. What a pleasant and fulfilling day.
George sighed. He touched his fake beard that had fallen off. His eyes filled with boredom. After turning around, George looked at a knight next to him and asked,
Buck, haven't you felt anything unusual all day long?
Buck is a grand arbitration knight, William's subordinate, and he also has another identity of blood descendant. There are 2 great blood descendants and 2 great wolf descendants in the caravan, mentioned in the chapter of Dragon Tooth Canyon. Buck is one of them. The class among blood descendants belongs to Marquis when he was in the West. Some blood demons would wet their pants when they saw him. In recent days, Buck has been playing the role of a demon hunter, following the mercenaries around the Moon City. However, they also caught some fish and provided a lot of information to Aaron and others. George simply planned to go out and wander around today, so he brought Buck with him. On the one hand, he is now very familiar with Yucheng, and on the other hand, he also wants to see if he can encounter any fish. But my luck seems to be not good today.
Ahem. Boss, the traders in Moon City are all very excited, and they seem to have a special way of camouflaging themselves. So it's usually difficult to find anything unusual during the day. Those mercenaries have something a little different about them. The special smell allows people to take a look later, but I estimate that they may not be vampires. But they had an encounter with the transformed vampires last night, so the smell on them is a bit strong.
Aji couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw his boss picking his nose in pain. Not long after, the guy came up with an interesting idea. Obviously, it is absolutely nonsense to say who is leading someone wrong. These guys are just a bunch of stinking shit that got together.
These female mercenaries are so ignorant. Boss, why don't we go to the academy tomorrow? I visited various academies in the past 2 days. The female professors and female apprentices in the Moon Country are beautiful and educated. Aji chuckled and said,
I have a list in my hand. They are all small fish that the rest of the birds are too lazy to deal with. These days, they are all frightened. If something goes wrong, they don't dare to announce it. How many will we catch then?
What an unlucky guy. Blackmailed by a male wizard. Teased by a wizard, maybe Daphne, and the others made a mistake and let us bump into some evil saint.
At this point, Aji became more energetic.
Those guys think they are righteous,
noble and pure. We can't let them keep walking on the wrong path.
A few knights nearby interjected.
Yes. Yes. Boss. I heard that Her Majesty the Queen often goes to that university. We have to clean up such an important place. And we can't let those bad guys make it a mess. It seems that there is some truth to it.
George touched his chin and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Chapter 721 Dear Duchess. What Aji and the others said made George's eyes light up slightly indeed. He had just talked about royal affairs with Elizabeth yesterday. And maybe she would go there in the next few days. Maybe we can have a chance encounter with Elizabeth. Even if you can't meet it, there is still something fun.
Aji, you are very good. It seems that your moral cultivation has improved a lot during these days. We must severely punish these evil forces, and we cannot let them make the Moon Kingdom a mess.
George Yijing, he said rhetorically.
I'm going to the academy tomorrow. I can also attend classes by the way and be influenced by the culture of the Moon Country. You can buy some wizard robes later.
When the knights heard that the boss was interested, they couldn't help but get excited. Everyone couldn't help but feel bad. Seeing that it was getting dark, there were more and more Moon Kingdom patrols on the road. It seemed that Irene and Elizabeth were going to join forces to cause trouble tonight. In order to avoid being bumped into by their younger brothers, George and the others quickly patted their butts and sneaked back to the palace mansion. There are still many vehicles at the door. I don't know if Jillian's goods are not finished, or if Irene is secretly transferring goods. Hearing that Angel and others were sorting out the list in the small conference hall in the study, they were a little bored. So the big boss was going to take care of things in the conference hall in the study. On the way, Buck suddenly felt that something was wrong in the castle. This feeling could not be explained, but there was an uncontrollable fear and excitement spreading in his heart.
Old boss.
Buck suddenly stopped at the door of the study. His face was covered with cold sweat, and his body couldn't help shaking. He didn't know whether it was excitement or fear.
There seems to be something. This thing in the castle. She's not a thing. Buck coughed. I saw it.
George nodded and looked towards the study. There was only one woman in this study. She was wearing a slightly serious formal dress of a duchess, and was sitting alone on the sofa sipping black tea. It seems that she hasn't noticed the person at the door, who is thinking about something, with a slight frown, as if he is preparing a draft for the upcoming royal meeting of the principality. When George saw this man's appearance clearly, a happy smile appeared on his face involuntarily, and he slowly walked over. He didn't expect Tanya to come so early. It seemed that she had gone to the shelter and came from Xinjiao. After Aji and others saw this scene, they looked at each other. Then pulled Buck, who was still stunned, quietly slipped out of the door and closed the door. After seeing George coming, the corners of Tanya's mouth curved slightly, hiding her joy. Then she nodded slightly and calmed down her newly rising emotions. It seems that the old Dome Eagle's teachings to Tanya and the tempering during this period of time with Dome Eagle have made Tanya undergo earth-shaking changes from the inside out. And she already has the aura that a duke should really have. And cultivation. Everything he does has the demeanor of a person in power. Such a gesture seemed to stir up a strange emotion in George's heart, as if it ignited a fire in his heart. George quickened his pace and came to Tanya, looking at the princess with stern eyes. Under his direct gaze, Tanya's face gradually turned red, and she slightly avoided his gaze. But the joy in my heart became stronger and stronger, just as my father said. After a moment, George nodded slowly and sighed. It seems that my princess has indeed grown up a lot in these days. George's words made Tanya feel a little warm in her heart, and she couldn't help but feel a little bit proud. She had accomplished many great things in Elda during these days. But when she realized that George's eyes were not looking at her face, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned and looked down at her chest. Then he secretly took a sip. George sat down slowly, picked up the cup of black tea in front of Tanya, and said, "I thought you would be a few days late. I went directly to the shelter and met William and Carrie. I heard that Xinjiao had been developed, so we came together," Tanya said, seeing George drink her cup of black tea and specially turn the lipstick side. Tanya's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. Those big eyes gradually became a little affectionate. George, this annoying guy, had occupied an irreplaceable position in Tanya's heart for some time. In her heart, George is her king and her most loyal knight. During these days, the two of them thought about each other day and night, and missed the other very much. Naturally, there are many things I want to talk about, and these many days of separation also made Tanya know what she really thought in her heart. From Soraya's attitude today, Tanya can tell that this seemingly fair Miss Grand Arbiter will not get another chance before she succeeds. These later archangels always regard themselves as the founders and true masters of that sanctuary. So Tanya felt that they should not be trusted too much. This was consistent with George's initial thoughts. Now, while George trusts Soraya, he keeps an eye on Irene. The archangels have always been extremely arrogant, and the heavenly armed forces once fought with the knights on Angel Street, in the chapter where Soraya appeared. George trained the heavenly armed forces because of his arrogance. In addition, angels and demons are naturally incompatible, and the archangels have always been slightly repulsive and condescending towards the special status members of the sanctuary. So where both parties know each other, there is no good beginning. Therefore, Tanya has not had much contact with Soraya and others, so she does not know enough about both parties, but there is overlap. Tanya is the general of sanctuary, commanding the Dawn Knights, and also nominally commanding arms of heaven. Some great blood descendants even act as arbitrators. This makes the attitude between the two parties extremely delicate. Of course, the most important thing is that they both feel that the other party has received too much trust. The communication that day was a tipping point. They both felt that the other party had crossed a line. But Tanya was given some guidance on George's matter, so she didn't plan to have a direct conflict with Soraya and make George look bad. Instead, he planned to secretly assassinate Shinsong. She has laid the groundwork for these days. Today, it is time to show off her real trump card. This trump card will kill two birds with one stone. Of course, she came here today for some serious business. She informed George about Elda. Tanya's hardships in Elda during this period made George sigh. This girl not only put Dome Eagle on the right track, but also helped Alfonso do several major things. A few days ago, a big fish that St. Wilmic's Cathedral in Martin had been tracking finally showed its feet. Tanya personally led the troops there to solve the hidden source of the disaster. The troops led by Tanya are the new Thorn Birds, although they are still far less powerful than the former Thorn Birds, let alone the regular troops of the sanctuary. But the power of the guns and wand shows its full potential. Chapter 722. Don't worry. Originally, due to the discord between Jagger and the church, the relationship between St. Wilmic's Cathedral
and the Dome Eagle was somewhat rigid. The Thorn Bird eats the resources of other people's churches, but always confronts them. This relationship is naturally not good. After George came to Dome Eagle, the Dawn Chamber of Commerce brought a lot of goods to the big men of the temple. Later, Layton followed the list given by Wallace and gave the temple a lot of benefits through the Chamber of Commerce in the southern wilderness, and secured many bishops and priests. But now the Thorn Bird not only does not eat the resources of the Holy Church, but also helps the Holy Church a big favor. In those battles, many Thorn Knights also established a comradeship with the Templars. Therefore, the relationship between Dome Eagle and the Holy Church has broken the ice. After the incident was over, the Thorn Birds did not compete for the credit of the Holy Church, which made the bosses of St. Wilmic's face greatly missed in the Holy Court. After that, the two parties cooperated a lot in wealth and politics, and the relationship between the two parties became closer and closer with these cooperations. It can even be said to be a bit like wearing a pair of pants. After all, the person who controls the Sky Eagle now is Avery's eldest grandson, and Avery is a patron of St. Wilmic's Cathedral. So to put it bluntly, the two sides are actually a family. After the incident with the cultists was over, Tanya learned from Martin that there were still a few guys in the royal capital that the Glory mercenary group had not dared to touch. Regarding this matter, Tanya made a prompt decision and took action boldly. But this time, she used another identity, and the people she brought with her were also another group of forces in the shelter, the Blood Descendants. The situation was just as Tanya had guessed. The fallen angels did not dare to make any move. This incident allowed Tanya to fully understand the current situation, and she decisively took the next step. Under her coordination, Xiongning, Kanglin, and Alfonso came to visit with the help of the Southern Wilderness Envoy. At the right time, a meeting of the four parties was held in the capital of Elda, and a representative from the temple also came out. This can be said to be a tacit cooperation with George's long-term work. George's preparations for Xiongning and Kanglin were on the right track and bore fruit. This matter is not only of great significance to the Dawn Force, but also a great shock to the corrupt forces of Elda. More importantly, this incident allowed Sanctuary to see clearly the current weak state of the demons in Elda, the source of disaster, and the Queen of the Netherworld. Even if these two fallen angel wings were eradicated, Southern Wasteland would not be able to eradicate them. Trouble in the north. This puts the lurkers in danger. The Dawn Church and St. Wilmic's, that were so close before them, brought unprecedented pressure to them. They are now shivering in the royal capital, not daring to make any more moves. I hope that when the black tide comes, the situation can be reversed.
I suspect that the lurkers must have a backup plan. It is very likely that it is the Sun King. I am not saying that he is a lurker, but the Sun King's next actions will be decisive for the situation after Elda.
Tanya said,
George, you made a good move in Iberia, which resulted in a decisive reversal of the situation. But there are also some side effects. According to the situation, the Sun King's current situation in Iberia, the situation is alarming, and we may need to take action later. I guess the king may invite the Sun King to go to the capital of Elda during the September tourney.
This almost came to mind with George. He couldn't help but look at Tanya in surprise. In that surprised look, Tanya raised her head slightly, as if she had been greatly praised. George touched his chin. He knew that although Tanya had certain political skills, she was far inferior to her military talents. He could see that this girl had indeed grown a lot recently. But at her current level, she is still unable to see things so thoroughly. The teacher behind her is indeed extraordinary. This old fox pretended to be dead when George came over. Now the situation in Dome Eagle is getting better and better, and he gradually sees that the sky that George sees with his eyes is far wider than he imagined. So, after the old fox discovered that the entire Dome Eagle army and all the territories, mayors, were completely under the control of George, the political system of the Sanctuary, he gradually began to feel comfortable working as an advisor to his daughter. George no longer needs to be afraid of him. He can play light and hot now. This staff member was indeed powerful, forcing George to act rogue. He's a Phillips-level guy. No worse than the instructor behind Soraya.
How is Lord August doing?
August is actually the old Duke, and his full name is William August de Campbell. The first name was mentioned in more than 400 chapters. Now he has abdicated and is no longer Duke.
Ahem.
Tanya's face turned slightly red, and she said casually,
I'm in good health recently.
George patted Tanya's hand on his lap and said,
Tanya, I am happy for you to see that the relationship between your father and daughter has eased. Mr. August has rich experience and outstanding abilities. His daughter naturally.
He is beautiful and powerful. However, he knows more about the situation in Elda. It is still very beneficial for you to listen to his opinion, when you encounter problems, of course. I believe that Miss Tanya is the most decisive. George has spread the word the boss recognizes the old Duke and has a favorable attitude towards the light and heat that the old Duke has exerted. If you don't try to control Tanya, you will have a future. Presumably, the old Duke also knew whether his stubborn and attentive daughter could be controlled. As early as more than 10 years ago, the old Duke failed, ran away from home. Now the backer behind Tanya is beyond the ability of the old Duke to move, and the Dome Eagle is thriving in Tanya's hands. At this time, there is no need for the old Duke to have any evil thoughts. The Dome Eagle will definitely fly higher and further in Tanya's hands. Therefore, the old Duke has been easing his relationship with his daughter, which can be seen from Tanya's attitude towards her father. Therefore, George is still very relieved about the cooperation of this father-daughter pair. And as long as old Cheongying doesn't keep making crooked ideas about his daughter, George is willing to trust her. After all, he can be considered half of his father-in-law. And if the old Duke does well, George may not put his brother-in-law Kylie back in the future. Now this follower has experienced so many things with George. Not only has he established a deep friendship, but he has become completely his own. At present, Kylie has been working with William. Under the guidance of the great arbitration knight, he is making great strides on the road of being like the Knight of Dawn. Tanya didn't hear George's subtle overtones. After all, this sentence didn't express much meaning. The old Duke needed to consider it based on his own situation to understand it. So to Tanya's ears, this was a compliment. It also expressed a kind of trust in her father. So she was very happy, feeling the warmth on her hands and legs. Tanya could not help but subconsciously look around at the empty surroundings. This made Tanya couldn't help but secretly glance at the door of the conference hall not far away. And she couldn't help but feel guilty about being a thief. Then, she bit her lip and glanced at George with charming eyes. George was slightly startled. In fact, it was just George's unintentional move. But in essence, it was indeed a subconscious expression of his inner emotions. But regardless, Tanya seems to be understanding a little bit. At this moment, Tanya suddenly heard the sound of moving inside the door of the conference hall. Things over there seemed to be finished. She was a little flustered and hurriedly pushed George's hand away. Don't worry. Chapter 723 Ace. Abyss Dream. Don't worry. Just when George was full of surprise, Tanya suddenly stood up with a serious face and walked to the other side of the conference hall. Then, with a smile, Tanya opened the door to the conference hall and revealed her real trump card. George, someone has been thinking about you for more than half a year. The door gradually opened, and bursts of buzzing voices came from the conference hall. George looked up and found that there were many more people in the conference hall than he had previously imagined. It seems that the meeting has just ended at this time, and many civil servants are standing up from the table and sorting out documents they have just handed over the list. Checked the plan, negotiated the cooperation memorandum, and signed the contract. Angel is indeed here, but she only acts as a secretary. Salmon, Jillian, and many Moon Kingdom Chamber of Commerce leaders and nobles are all here. There are even many big guys from the academy inside. And there are also many nobles from the sanctuary. They are all dressed as members of the Dawn Merchant Group. A large number of teams arrived at the Moon Kingdom from the port every day. With a little effort, I rearranged an identity for them, the second batch of sanctuary members arriving here from Dome Eagle. Soraya and others were also inside, leaning against the window with their hands on their chests. She seems to represent the power of the temple. But today she came with an executive bishop. He is from Bast. And all important business, cooperation, and government affairs in Moon City require their notarization. Just fine. De Gracia is also here, representing the royal family. At this time, the people of the Moon Kingdom were respectfully greeting a young lady at the conference table and calling her, Your Highness. But their respectful attitude was not because of her identity. Many people did not expect that the matter that everyone had been struggling with for so long could be smoothed out, and a relevant contract was reached in this day. The team at the shelter is indeed extraordinary. For a moment, when George heard the word Your Highness, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Sanctuary. Is there a second prince? But when all these people got out of the way, and the woman's face was revealed, he said something like a lightning strike, Yes. I have a hacking wife. In the royal family, except for the king and queen, other direct members are generally addressed as His Royal Highness. And in the entire Rodunk, no one deserves to be called Your Highness more than this young lady after all. Her husband and brother are both very awesome. And today, who is Sophia, and what is her relationship with George? The entire Moon Kingdom will also know about it later, including Elizabeth. Connected to Soraya. She was reminded again.
George didn't think much about these things yet. He was just a little surprised by Sophia's arrival. He walked into the hall numbly. For a moment, he didn't know what kind of emotions he should feel towards a woman who he didn't have enough contact with. But when he took a good look at this real lady whom he had not seen for a long time, in Sophia's eyes full of expectation, happiness and joy, a feeling of joy could not help but flow from the depths of his heart. Come up. Indeed, although the two of them do not get along day and night, this is his best behaved, most obedient, and most sensible baby. When the people in the hall saw Prince Regent Rodenk walk in, they couldn't help but greet him politely. Then, in the atmosphere of reunion between the two after a long absence, everyone also retreated with a wink. When Soraya, the last person in the crowd, walked out of the door, Tanya glanced at her with a cold face. When the two people's eyes met, there was a flash of fire. Tanya glanced at Soraya with a cold expression. Indeed, Tanya's trump card is lethal enough. We Campbell, Burton, and Winsinger are one family. But the destructive power of this card is a bit too great. It means that both sides will suffer. When the door closed, the people in the hall were already hugging each other. Tanya and Soraya looked at each other. Their expressions suddenly became a little lonely. Indeed, why bother? Ahem. Aji came over at some point. Want a drink? I'll buy it. Roll. A night of silence. Early the next morning, George was awakened by a harsh grinding sound. He opened his eyes in a daze, and found that he was in a huge abyss. And the center of the abyss was full of dense spider webs. A huge cocoon is hanging in the center of the spider web. The breath of the abyss is constantly eroding the cocoon. And some small and twisted tentacles have grown out of the cocoon. These tentacles are like fungi, constantly corroding the outer shell of the cocoon. The cocoon looks slightly red, with red and blue fire coming out of it. The tentacles that are constantly burning by these ghostly fires will turn into power and be absorbed by the cocoon after the tentacles are burned out. But there were some cracks on the cocoon's shell. It seemed that Siljax's will was breaking. She seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. The little girl sleeping in the cocoon seemed to be in great pain. The sound of grinding teeth came from that cocoon. Master, get out of here quickly. During this call, George did not leave. Instead, he subconsciously floated in front of the cocoon. Then he dreamed that he stretched out his hand and touched the cocoon. Immediately afterwards, those tentacles that condensed the power of the abyss turned into black mist. And like the bloodthirsty insects, they burrowed crazily into George's body. George looked at his body and found that his body was not humanoid, but a red and white ball of light. After entering the light ball, the mist tried desperately to get in. But the hardness of the light ball shocked the owners of those tentacles. This will condense Warnworth's power. And in this behind this will, there seems to be a terrifying existence that he dare not look up to. That is the light of dawn, and the will of all new hopefuls in the world. At this moment, the tentacles felt a sense of fear. But then, they became even crazier. This crazy power made George gradually feel some pain, as if something wanted to get into his brain. He was a little angry. And bursts of electric light and white flames erupted from his body. These electric lights and flames come from the power of the star realm, and are more restrained than the blue flames against the black mist. After a short time, the mist burned away and turned into a pure force, turned into nutrients, and was absorbed by George's light ball and cocoon. After that, the color of the cocoon became darker red, and the flames became more intense. George's ball of light also became more solid. A voice from Warnworth reached George's mind. George, stir up your spiritual world and use your power to purify this place. Under the guidance of this voice, George mobilized his will. And then the light ball burst out with a huge force of will, emitting a dazzling light. The black mist illuminated by the light burned, and lightning novae also spread near the spider web, gradually burning out the tentacles in the abyss. Something beneath the abyss seemed to be disturbed by this power, and waves of fearful sounds rang out from the bottom of the abyss. It seems that there is an extremely huge and terrifying thing at the bottom of the abyss. At this moment, George felt the resonance of a force coming from the starry sky. He stretched out his hand and struck a bolt of lightning into the sky. Then, the dark clouds in the sky were broken by the lightning. The V-shaped nebula in the sky, the light of dawn, was projected into this spiritual world. The nebula suddenly burst out with a powerful light, tearing apart the dark clouds in the sky in an instant, shining its glory on the world. This brilliance is like the dawn, gradually dispelling the darkness. The thing at the bottom of the abyss felt a fear coming from the depths of the soul. In that light, they were equally weak, but not on the same level at all. He was greatly traumatized, and with a painful scream, he went to the lower level of the abyss. Master, He is afraid. He said that he recognized me and was willing to sign a contract with me and give me a lecture. I have to listen to the mysteries of the abyss. But I am also a little afraid. If something is wrong, I will call you. Suddenly, George opened his eyes from the bed. It turned out to be a dream. Rubbing his slightly painful forehead, George lay down again. He knew the current situation of Celiac. He had overcome a level. Everything the evil god's remaining will and Warnworth's remaining will did were subconscious actions. And it was obvious that the evil god was not honest after death. After letting go of the matter, George went back to bed. Drowsily, I wanted to go back to sleep. A body next to him moved slightly. George opened his eyes hazily and found the half-naked Sophia sleeping next to him. So in a daze, he subconsciously put his hand into her chest. Very helpful for sleeping. But not long after, George heard the door suddenly open gently by someone. It should be the maids. Damn. What time is it? It's so early. I remember, didn't I say before that no one should come in while I was in the house? To this day, George still has not fully adapted to some of the habits of the nobles in this world. The master has no privacy in front of the servants. Especially this morning. Unless otherwise ordered. The maid, valet, and housekeeper have the same status. Will bring someone to clean the room regardless of whether you are awake or not. By the way, I pulled the master up. In other words, a noble's butler has the responsibility to supervise whether the master's daily life conforms to the image and etiquette of the noble. Snoozing is a no-no. Even if you walk, say dirty words, etc., people will stare at you. If something is wrong and the housekeeper feels that the master's behavior has affected the family's image, he will remind him in person very seriously. And if the young master does something that is not in line with etiquette, the grandma will spank him with a ruler. Usually he will ask the madam or the master for instructions first. However, no one has dared to control George before. And even though he always looks like he is standing or sitting, others will think that big people have personalities. Of course, sometimes it's a bit unsightly. With a crash, the curtains were opened. The sunlight shining from the window fell on the corners of George's eyes, making him squint. He looked at the window with some displeasure, trying to figure out who was so ignorant. As a result, he saw Priyanka taking several maids there to clean the room and organize the clothes. It was like a chief personal maid. And she was surprisingly wearing a maid outfit today. She had only worn this outfit at night before. George couldn't help but sweating. And he quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Shit! His grandmother's girl. Priyanka. Hasn't she been busy at the Chamber of Commerce these 2 days? George's big hands that touched her before had already made Sophia wake up slightly. After the sunshine entered the room, Sophia began to wake up gradually. Her eyelids moved, and she slowly opened her eyes and found that George was pretending to sleep. Mississippi. Priyanka took a wet towel handed over by the maid and whispered to Sophia. It's already 7 o'clock. It starts at 7 o'clock in the morning and lasts until 10 o'clock in the evening. It is the daily routine of nobles. Sophia was very busy yesterday and slept very late at night. But she didn't seem to forget to ask the servants to wake her up at this time. After taking away George's big hand, Sophia rubbed her sore waist and slowly sat up. Well, don't be busy, Priyanka. Just let Ivy and the others do it. With that said, Sophia lifted up her pajamas. Priyanka picked up the towel and wiped her face. Hearing their conversation, George couldn't help but be slightly startled. Who the hell is Ivy? The maid assigned to me by the butler in Palos? Why didn't I know this person existed? George secretly opened his eyes and found this person named Ivy. When he saw this person's face, he suddenly remembered that this little girl was specifically responsible for his and Lorna's daily life. He did have some impression, because Ivy liked chirping very much and got along very well with Lorna, the little stammerer. Oh, it turned out to be Ivy. There are several pieces of Sophia's clothes in her room. It seems that she made arrangements for the ceremony when she came here yesterday. So he must have met the maid. Next, Sophia asked Priyanka some things and named a few more people. Some are servants and some are members of the caravan. George couldn't help but feel a little thump in his heart. It seems that this girl has recognized everyone in the castle just 1 day after her arrival. It seems that after bringing the goods here yesterday, Sophia must have taken the time to do a lot of other things. This time, Sophia will stay here for a few days. But in a few days, Sophia will understand everything inside and outside the castle, including what happened before. Judging from the attentive way Priyanka and the maids treat Sophia, someone will tell her. But what happened next surprised George a little. It seems that Sophia's focus is not here, and things are starting to develop in a weird direction. Chapter 7:24. It's not like one family doesn't enter the same house.
After the maids were busy with their work, Sophia came to the dressing table, and Priyanka and others combed her hair again.
Priyanka, what did you do before? I think you are very knowledgeable. It is a pity to do these jobs. How about those lists I asked you to get yesterday?
During the conversation between Sophia and Priyanka, George discovered that when Sophia was arranging things yesterday, she singled out Priyanka at a glance. Logically speaking, this is normal. After all, Priyanka was a big star before and was a great scholar. Every move is different. But in the entire caravan, besides Priyanka, there were also many celebrities with extraordinary temperament. There are also many scholars and artists among them. So it would be a bit too coincidental to say that I was deeply impressed as soon as I met. And in luck. Logically speaking, so many things would not be handed over to a stranger to handle at once, but Sophia showed great trust in Priyanka. And she also believed her abilities. Obviously, she had already known about this special female scholar in the caravan. She treats people directly as important secretaries. George, the monkey spirit, quickly figured it out. There was always a spy in the caravan, and reported the situation to Sophia in real time. She naturally knows very well what the situation is between the boss and the secretary. Sophia just pretended not to know anything. So since Madame is giving face like this, George is going to pretend that he knows nothing. What an evil old feudal society. George, who was pretending to be dead, was instantly full of energy. He turned into an evil noble lord. He stretched and stood up from the bed. Then he winked at Priyanka, pushed the maid away, and got dressed himself. Sophia arranged most of today's things yesterday. It seems that she plans to hand over the remaining things directly to her new assistant Priyanka. So, Sophia didn't have much to do today. And George planned to take her shopping. She had never been to the Moon Country before, because in the next 2 days, Moon City will become more and more chaotic. So Sophia and the others have to take things back after they are done with their work in the past 2 days. Therefore, the leisure time these days is very rare. So I have to spend more time with Sophia. As for things like going to the academy to extort money, forget about it today. If I meet Elizabeth or someone there again, it will be a lot of fun. At this time, Sophia had finished explaining the matter, and Priyanka also went out. Then, Sophia turned around and looked at George hesitantly, as if she had something to ask for his opinion.
George, shall we go to the Royal University of the Stars today? I heard that this is the most famous magic school in the world besides the Forbidden Sanctuary. We can drop by a few great scholars today and see their work. Room. I don't care.
George scratched his face, coughed and said,
as long as you are happy.
Damn it. It shouldn't be this big.
I'm going to call Aunt Tanya.
Sophia held up her skirt and ran out of the door happily, because not many people eat in the castle recently, and the knights have to rest earlier. So George didn't plan to keep the servants busy, and planned to just eat some in the living room. After the food was served, Tanya came to her seat from a daze, and she was wearing a bright red silk pajamas. The hair was messy and hadn't been combed. It was obvious that he hadn't woken up yet. This guy can be said to sleep the most among everyone. In comparison, with her current situation, it is not a problem to catch up on sleep even once a month. But she is extremely fond of the sport of sleeping. No, he must have just slept. George looked at Tanya's weak look and remembered that this guy's schedule was reversed.
What are you doing? The sun is so bright. Why don't you go out to sleep well at home?
Tanya said, lifting the sling on her shoulders. Tanya's move made George couldn't help but glance at the exquisite curves under the pajamas. Then he secretly screamed guilty and buried his head in eating.
Really? It comes out like this, and there is no trace of it at all.
He couldn't help but take a sneak look at Sophia, and found that Sophia was also dressed a little casually, as if she was eating at home. But we do seem to be a family. This generation of the 3 families seems to be very close indeed. I heard that Tanya often went to the shelter during these days. They should spend a lot of time together. Thinking of this, George looked at Sophia and Tanya acting coquettishly, and felt something was wrong slightly. But he felt that something was wrong. Can't tell what's wrong.
Going to the academy? I'm exhausted. I was busy all night last night. I'm not interested in accompanying you.
Tanya took a fork and yawned and said,
sleep less. But it will affect your beauty and health.
Listening to the conversation between the two becoming more and more outrageous, George couldn't help but rolled his eyes secretly. But he was also greatly relieved. But he still underestimated Sophia's eloquence. After Tanya heard that Sophia was familiar with some of the research and development products of Star University, as well as the novel and interesting things that wizards usually researched, as well as many strange things in the academy, Tanya gradually became interested.
Aunt Tanya, I heard from Lorna that there are some weird things in the college. I plan to go there with George today. So I thought of you.
The professional judgment night, those female professors and female apprentices. She is beautiful and cultured, and is the favorite of the blood demons. Maybe the blood demons will keep their eyes on it when they are looking for her, no idea. We might accidentally bump into some evil saint or something like that.
With a snap, George's hand shook, and he almost dropped the spoon in his hand. He swore that only God and Earth knew these words. He and Aji knew. But Sophia thought about it with him. The beautiful black witch, the noble evil saint, this obviously interested Tanya. She couldn't help but swallow, and her listless eyes lit up. To be honest, this is also the first time for Tanya to come to Moon City. It would be too costly to just work here. And if the two things of work and picking up girls can be brought together smoothly, it seems to be a good idea. More fascinating words are yet to come.
I heard from scholars yesterday that Her Majesty the Queen also went to the Academy for a long time. We need to pay more attention to such an important place. We can't let those bad guys make it a mess. Well, that makes sense.
Thinking of Elizabeth, Tanya couldn't help but gradually became excited. It would be interesting if they really met by chance. Just in time to introduce Sophia to Elizabeth. There are fun things to do even if you don't meet them by chance, she said sternly to the stunned George.
George, we must severely punish these evil forces. And we cannot let them turn the Moon Kingdom into a mess. I have reason to suspect that there is a vampire in that Star Academy, the traitors' hideout, so and so. Go and get some wizard robes. Let's go and check it out today.
It was a true connection. The two ladies had exactly the same thoughts as George yesterday. George suddenly felt that the meat on the plate no longer smelled good. Chapter 725 Harassment. After hearing Tanya's words, the maids went to find clothes, while Sophia and Tanya were chatting. They happily picked and ate breakfast on the table. One of them wanted to stay in shape, and the other could not eat but was greedy. Occasionally, Sophia excitedly asked George some interesting facts about the Moon Kingdom, and George smiled and told the stories he had heard. While he was full of thoughts, a foot under the table suddenly hooked towards George's calf. Amid the gentle and tender teasing, George subconsciously tucked his foot between the crook of his leg. It was cool. He covered it, and then couldn't help but smile. He quietly looked at Sophia.
However, my eldest lady is a lady. Why are you so interesting today?
And in front of Tanya. Suddenly, George thought of something. He touched the lower foot, felt the coolness in his hand, and looked at the other person with a dull expression. But Natanya had a serious look on her face, occasionally smiling reservedly at Sophia and responding to her questions exactly like the impeccable Duchess. He couldn't help but lean back with doubts on his face. And while the two were chatting happily, he secretly sat up on the tablecloth. And then he sat up straight as if struck by lightning. George's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. I'm still too damn naive. George looked at Tanya with a strange expression. Indeed, among all the women he knew, this was the only one who could do such a thing unscrupulously. Maybe this trip is pretty good too. He looked at the pretentious Tanya, and then at Sophia. She was looking at her and with admiration. At this moment, a warm little hand grasped George's hand. After being caught by George, he shyly took it back. It belonged to Sophia. Only that foot has always been bold, even unscrupulous. When Sophia's hand was withdrawn, it seemed to have touched the foot, and then George saw that Sophia's face froze slightly. George couldn't help but close his eyes and curse fiercely in his heart. Tanya! Tanya! Look at what you are doing. Is this a human matter? What do you mean? Seducing your niece's son-in-law in front of her? It seems that Sophia even discovered it. George slapped Tanya's feet away and coughed seriously. Then he looked at Tanya with contempt in front of Sophia, as if to say, don't harass me. Okay. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. This clear attitude made Sophia secretly relieved. She knew that her aunt was very fond of making trouble. But her George was not that kind of person. Breakfast continued, and Tanya didn't make any small moves anymore. She had already started a topic with Sophia, and the two women were chatting very passionately. Occasionally, Tanya would sneak a glance, and that look made George feel uneasy. Soon, breakfast will be over. George wiped his mouth and waited for the two ladies to finish their meal. In his boredom, he carefully looked at the two ladies in front of him. Something seemed a little strange. It seemed that Sophia's face was a little too rosy, and her face was full of embarrassment. And Tanya was a little too close to Sophia. Even though Sophia pushed her away several times, she didn't push Tanya away just like a candy, or harassment. Seemingly feeling that George was looking at the two of them blankly, Sophia couldn't help but panic. This time,
She was a little annoyed and wanted to push away the playful, and indeed, this behavior was indeed a bit too weird. Sophia didn't understand why her aunt always liked to touch her, and she always liked to sleep with her in her arms. He often touches her there with the excuse that accelerating blood circulation will help development. As the saying goes, if you don't fight for 3 days, you will go to the house and uncover the tiles. Tanya has no one to restrain her these days, and it seems that she does a lot of bad things. George was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned black, and he finally figured out what was wrong. Tanya. After eating, Tanya and Sophia dressed up and changed clothes together. There were several more blood descendants in the room who were waiting for them. George knew them all. Aji and others were already waiting in the living room at this time. George stared in the room for a long time. Ivy and other maids saw that the master was still in the room. They coughed lightly and signaled the Duke to change clothes too, and asked the master to get out of the way. But I found that the hostess didn't say anything to remind me, but was a little weird. So I just pretended that I didn't see it. Originally, the matter of dressing up and changing clothes was very private. But today Sophia did not say anything and felt a little guilty, judging from the demeanor and relationship between the two. George could tell that in these days, his little darling had not been taken advantage of by that bad woman Tanya. It seemed that Tanya had been taking the opportunity to get stuck, which made George feel relieved. The fact that Tanya took advantage of Sophia made him feel weird, but it didn't make him angry. They were all a family. So what's the problem? Besides, they are all girls. But if there is any scandal, it would be a bit embarrassing. Those are my aunt and niece. George couldn't help but think of the many scandals that had spread in the valley in the past. Fortunately, Sophia was not led astray by Tanya. George couldn't help but calm down a little, seeing the two people changing clothes one after another. He couldn't help but sit comfortably on the sofa, taking advantage of the situation in the name of surveillance. Sophia's flustered look and wearing the wrong shoes were really interesting. George discovered that the witch robes of the Moon Kingdom did not look like the earthy ones that covered the whole body. They looked very beautiful and eye-catching. George! Tanya looked at her slender legs under the wizard's robe in front of the floor-length mirror, and then looked at the squinting George in the floor-length mirror and said, Yesterday, Saradia, and Ariadne had a little meeting. Oh! George was stunned and asked, which Ariadne? Several maids couldn't help but be shocked when they heard this name. George waved his hand and asked them to retreat. Ariadne has communicated with the Queen and will arrange an identity for me. Enough people on the street. I will be responsible for the palace and the nobles in the next few days, said Tanya after chatting about her fiery red hair. In the charming style, she said to George in the floor-to-ceiling mirror, I will stay with the Queen as a personal magic advisor and take care of Her Majesty's food and daily life. Change into a robe. The slit of this one is a bit too small and not fashionable at all. Look for one that hugs your thighs. No. Sophia couldn't help but turn around with a question mark on her face when she heard George's shout. Ahem. Sophia. I mean, you and your aunt should change your skirts to something more conservative. It's not okay to wear them out like this. I want you to take care of it. Tanya glanced at George and gently touched Sophia's waist. Just wear this one. You look very beautiful in this one. Amidst these different opinions, Sophia couldn't help but get entangled. It seemed that she loved you kingdom service. Moreover, the clothes she picked were completely different from Tanya's style. No matter how conservative she was, she would turn into a nun. She couldn't help but look at George with a pleading expression. Change! Change! George waved his hand feebly. It's okay for Tanya to follow Elizabeth. Otherwise no one in the palace will check carefully. She is a vampire radar in human form. The vampires have some kind of strange connection with her. Some vampires, who are very good because of this, may not be visible to the knights. But those vampires should have something special after sensing Tanya react. So putting her in the palace will definitely expose some people. In addition, the two pairs of Nia and Elizabeth, and Soraya and Irene, work together perfectly both internally and externally. Because of the different perspectives and ideas, each other can also check for and fill in the gaps. Therefore, if this matter is unanimously approved by the team, then he really has no reason to refuse. In the end, Sophia changed into a dress that was elegant, solemn and yet beautiful. The patterns and pendants on it were very exquisite, and when combined with the style of the clothing, it looked very grand, very suitable for chatting with scholars. George couldn't help but enjoy it for a long time. Tanya, on the other hand, chose a special outfit that was between a sea wizard robe and a sand wizard. It was a semi-open long skirt with black silk on the legs. It looked extremely hot and made her figure perfect. Is highlighted. For a moment, George didn't know who to look at. By the time a few people came out of the room, it was already past 9 o'clock, and Aji and others were almost asleep. But when they thought about going to the Royal Magic University to cause trouble next, a group of scum couldn't help but get excited. Chapter 726 Royal Magic University. Female Hooligan. All the magic academies in the Moon Kingdom, as long as they are somewhat reputable, are basically funded by the Forbidden Sanctuary. Although the sanctuary imparts magical knowledge, it keeps its technology strictly confidential. This has prevented U Kingdom from mastering the real core technology. In its cooperation with Forbidden Sanctuary, it has always been in the role of original factory. For a long time, the Moon Kingdom has been owned by a comprador, and its economy was almost controlled by the Forbidden Sanctuary. The nobles are also very enthusiastic about compradors. In their view, the Moon Kingdom does not need to master any technology at all. Anyway, those core components will be shipped from the Forbidden Sanctuary through sea trade. Just assemble and process it in Moon Country. As for independent research and development, it is really a bottomless pit. Often after large sums of money are thrown into it, the results of research are not as good as the junk products of Forbidden Sanctuary. Therefore, in the eyes of the nobles, it is simply a thankless task, and there have always been many opponents. This means that in the history of the Moon Kingdom, there has never been a magic academy of its own. What is different from the nobles of the Moon Kingdom is that the royal family of the Moon Kingdom have different ideas on this point of view. The previous kings of the Moon Kingdom also had great ambitions. Therefore, Royal Star University emerged in this context. But although the royal family's idea was good, at that time, the royal family of the Moon Kingdom was in the old school of magic when it came to magic. The people who preside over the Royal Academy are also those palace wizards with rigid ideas. The court wizards believe that ancient magic is no worse than new magic. In fact, it is true. Even Anthony admits that ancient magic is powerful and weird. Blue Wither comes from the research of ancient magic, and the weird magic in Lorna's hands that goes beyond modern magic theory is truly ancient magic. But it is a pity that although the court wizards love ancient magic, they refuse to study and learn ancient magic in a new way. This keeps them in the vicious circle of empirical science, coupled with the faults in ancient magic. This has meant that the Royal University of Magic has always been run by a group of witch doctors. The exclusion of new students, poor standards, and the intentional exclusion of the Forbidden Sanctuary put the Royal University in an awkward position when it first emerged. It was even reduced to a laughingstock for a time, until Palos showed up. Peros can be said to have changed the entire magical history of the Moon Kingdom. Although he was not born in the sanctuary, he has been studying the black technology of the temple. But he is the most serious forbidden wizard. In fact, Palos's initial idea was just to find a college that had no outsiders involved, but had a lot of research funds. Come and help him study things in the temple. Therefore, after Palos took charge of this academy, although the Royal Academy still did not have the technical support of the Forbidden Sanctuary, it had been studying the things in the crater. In terms of magic, Palos, who is more than 3,000 years old, is a living encyclopedia of ancient magic. Therefore, this university has finally made a breakthrough in the field of ancient magic research and ancient magic. Under the chairmanship of Palos, Royal Star University has gradually become a rising star. Now it has become the most famous academic institution in the entire U Kingdom. Over the past 300 years, many famous great wizards have gradually appeared in Xingqian University, because this is a place beyond the control of the Forbidden Sanctuary. This university is also the home of the Black Wizards and scum who were exiled from the Forbidden Sanctuary. The first choice including Risgard, who escaped from the Forbidden Sanctuary. The Holy Court likes to recruit those betrayers of the Forbidden Sanctuary here. In addition, all the kings of the Moon Kingdom are nominally the sons of the Holy One. So the relationship between the Royal Academy of Magic and the Holy Court has always been very good. It can be said that this magic university has always been a university that cultivates talents for the Holy Court. Many star wizards serve as magic consultants in the Holy Court. The most famous magic consultant. It was the Ratbone who developed the antidote to the plague that is Risgard. The #1 trader of the Forbidden Sanctuary had further education here. During this time, he also brought a lot of knowledge from his teacher Cherubaeus Prometheus to this university. Risgard's love for demonology and necromancy also influenced the university's research on these two subjects. The resting birds lurking here later brought what they learned from the demons to this academy. So, George, the current Royal Academy is the most comprehensive university in the entire Moon Kingdom in the field of magic. It has the support of the royal family, the Holy Court, and the temple. Because of its background and strong funds, our laboratory is the best in the entire Moon Kingdom.
The atmosphere here is very open. The new school and the old school coexist here. The new school is very good at forbidden doctrine, and the old school is very good at defense against black magic.
Standing at the back door of the classroom, Sophia fanned a small fan while looking at the wizards, who were gradually taking their seats in the classroom, and quietly said to George,
I have done some research on this place. After the mist in the past 10 years, the Academy of Stars has produced many great wizards who fought against plagues and demons, as well as many scum. Rusgard believes that the magic theory in some fields in the Royal Academy of Magic may be better than that of the Forbidden Academy. It's novel, and the defense against the dark arts course here is also worth listening to. Oh, we've come to chat. Let's take a seat quickly.
George nodded and looked at the tall dome of this classroom. He now understood why the layout here was a bit like a holy church. The influence of the Holy Court is great here. For wizards, the best way out after graduation is nothing more than 3 places: the Forbidden Sanctuary, the Royal Palace of the Moon Kingdom, and the Holy Court. Judging from Aaron's evaluation of this place, this university is a mixed bag. With the support of the righteous forces of the Holy Court, there are also lurkers. But the lurkers may be in an awkward position here, because people without faith are less likely to be seduced by demons into rebellion. This makes those who are loyal to demons more repulsive to new learning. Among the new sect, although there are many rapists, most of these guys are just like Rusgard, a group of young people who are curious about the body of demons. The Parthen birds are a group of such people. According to the information they gave, it seems that the demons are also using desire to control some new wizards, such as blood poison. Today, a group of people were doing a private visit in private. But judging from some of Sophia's words, some of the higher-ups in the college knew that someone from the mission would be coming today. And George also informed the resting birds, because it was still early before the appointed time. Everyone walked around the academy first, and the first place Sophia recommended was this class. While George and the others were still strolling in the garden, Aggie and the others had already come over to occupy a seat. The location is on the 2nd floor. After seeing the boss and the others come in, the group of guys quickly waved their hands. After George saw them, he took the 2 ladies over.
George!
Tanya poked George and looked at the chaotic classroom and said,
Those people seem a little weird. George! Those people seem a little weird.
At this time, George and the others had arrived at their seats. The view from the 2nd floor was excellent, and they could clearly see the situation below. After George heard this, he stood in front of the railing and looked down. George followed Tanya's gaze, and saw a few guys behaving strangely in the crowd. None of these guys seemed to be in the same group. The positions occupied are also scattered. Seeing that class was about to begin, these guys who had finally occupied a seat suddenly stood up and said goodbye to their companions. Then he walked out in a panic. A few people even peed their pants halfway through. We are all adults, and it is too embarrassing to pee your pants in public. Several wizards couldn't help but hide their faces and walked away, causing bursts of laughter. The group of wizards seemed to be afraid of something. But it seemed that it was not because they discovered something, but because they were driven by an instinct.
Boss,
Aji said in a low voice,
those guys are not on the list. There are so many people. It seems that Miss Irene's list is not perfect. I will lead someone to follow them, and quietly follow them wherever they go.
George nodded. After seeing Aji and others leaving, George looked at the strange wizards again. Those wizards were both male and female. Judging from the patterns on the wizards' robes, they are all a bunch of little guys with no attainments in magic. But their status among their classmates is extraordinary. One thing these guys have in common is that they are very young and handsome. Eileen's list is not incomplete, and the information provided by Rest Bird is not inaccurate, because these guys are indeed not lurkers, nor are they believers of the devil, but a group of people infected by blood poison. They were able to move around so brightly during the day, so one of their teachers or superiors must have mastered that special potion.
It seems that we may encounter some fish that slipped through the net today.
George tapped his fingers on the railing and said to Tanya. However, there was no response for a long time. He turned around in surprise and found that Tanya was already sitting next to Sophia. She seemed to be touching up her makeup just now. After putting away the small mirror, she was crawling next to Sophia's ear and biting her ear. She didn't know what topic she was talking about, which made Sophia blush. When Sophia saw George turning around, she couldn't help but look a little embarrassed, and she pushed Tanya away slightly. But Tanya is like a female gangster who can't get rid of her. Although she sat up straight under George's glare and Sophia's push, her hand was placed on Sophia's leg. George's face couldn't help but darken. He walked directly over there, asked Tanya to roll aside, and then sat between the two of them.
But then, George felt a little uncomfortable all over. And Sophia's expression seemed a little unnatural indeed. He took his girlfriend out to watch a movie. But he sat between her and her best friend. If this is explained by the saying, "Don't let best friends harass girlfriends," then it is indeed a thing of the past. But if this boyfriend himself is not clear at all with his best friend. A feeling of electric shock suddenly interrupted George's thoughts. Dare felt that a dishonest hand suddenly reached out from under his robe. Then, Tanya's warm breath came close to his ear. She whispered, "Do you feel that this is more exciting?" Ahem. George leaned against Tanya's ear and was about to speak. But at this moment, he felt a pair of eyes looking over from the other side. He raised his head numbly and looked at Sophia. I found her looking at her boyfriend and best friend with a strange expression. The way they were whispering to each other was indeed a bit too intimate. Before the class started, Tanya finally became honest under George's warning. The three of them were extremely interested in this defense against dark arts class. Sophia wanted to understand the academic level here. And Tanya herself was a master of black magic. When she was at Black Pearl Manor, he has been studying black magic. In terms of magic level, she is second only to Siljak. And now her strength is much stronger than before. But different wizards have different opinions on every spell. So she is still looking forward to this class. As for George, he feels that he is a magic enthusiast after all, and should be influenced by it. It is a bit shameful to always rely on equipment to play magic. The professor giving the lecture was a middle-aged man, with a serious expression and an unsmiling expression. It looked a little familiar to George obviously. He should have seen such a dark wizard in Daphne's new team. He should be one of the leaders of the new generation among the old Parthen birds. This wizard's actual age should be older than he looks. But among wizards, he is still considered a young wizard. There are many old wizards older than him in the audience. But in the science of magic, understanding and talent are actually more important than age. In fact, this professor's knowledge reserve is not on the same level as the people in the audience. Many of those old wizards with white hair and beards are also wizards from foreign countries. Many people once served in the courts of certain countries. They initially held some contempt for the professor because of his age. After all, they are the strongest wizards in each country. And this is a course about ancient magic. But after listening, their expressions gradually became serious. Not long after, the eyes of these old foreign wizards were gradually replaced by confused looks they found that they could not understand. This situation makes the old wizards feel extremely weird. If this is a new magic lesson, then it is understandable. But what this professor is talking about is an area in which they are good at. What we are talking about is also a very common black curse. Wizards have long memorized these spells, to the point where they can recite them silently and cast spells. It can even be said that it has been studied for more than 10 years. And it is a special spell that is often used. So they think they have a lot of insight into this curse. In the eyes of the old wizards, this dark curse cannot be mastered in less than 10 years. Because there are so many variations of this spell. There are many kinds of spells. And even every skilled wizard has a most special and unknown spell. They were curious about what kind of teaching this professor would teach. And whether the Star University was as open as the legend said. And whether the professor would reveal his secrets. The results greatly exceeded their expectations. Chapter 727 Devouring the Evil God. This class greatly exceeded the expectations of the old wizards. The professor not only explained several extremely clever spells, but also replaced the magic spell with a poem during the spell casting process. In the process of casting the spell again and again, the gestures and syllables were completely different each time. But the magic was still released. In order to give students a deeper understanding, the professor even released another magic spell while reciting one spell. Remember, it is your spirit that really affects magic, not gestures and syllables. Even spells are not needed. It is your spirit that releases it, not your mouth. So when you see your enemy chanting when reciting a spell, don't be fooled by the appearance of magic, especially the demons. According to the professor, the nature of this magic and the results of its release are already determined the moment the wizards think about it. This is obviously extremely weird in the eyes of the old wizards. When George heard this, his eyes couldn't help but shine. He said what he said. Obviously, Palos has implemented the Kashia people's ideas in this magic academy. The Kashia people rarely open their mouths to speak, including casting spells. They don't have any so-called spells at all. Kashia people believe that the spirit can affect the real world. And what affects the real world is essentially the spirit rather than the mouth. Observation in the mind will affect the changes in magic. Every spellcaster is an observer. If you can understand the mystery, you can let your observation determine the result. Next, the professor talked about a more in-depth theory. It seemed to him
that this so-called magic that takes more than 10 years to master can be mastered by an apprentice in a few days. And a young apprentice he called on stage could easily use this spell more skillfully than the old wizards. And he also demonstrated with the professor 5 or 6 ways to prevent or remove the spell. However, it may only take a few days to learn the magic spell, but it takes more than 10 years to master the theory. However, if one can grasp the theory, one can see the full nature of these spells. Strictly speaking, this professor who studies ancient magic is still a wizard of the new school. If anyone wants to truly understand this lesson, they should obviously start from the basics. In the following lessons, the professor's lectures became increasingly obscure and involved some demonology knowledge. And judging from his knowledge of demons, it seems that he has been to the north. So, the devil will never be bound by the words in the devil's contract. In that relationship, once one of you identifies the other as the master, and sets many rules for yourself out of fear, then these restrictions will be more effective than any oath and contract, especially when you face the apostles of evil gods. You must be more cautious, because once you start worshipping them, it means that you begin to be enslaved by your demon slaves. In some cases, the so-called recognition and contract are not that effective, because although a demon calls you master, it is another person who actually hears its call. So when they call you master, you have to be careful, because their real master is listening. Gradually, what the professor told became more and more beyond the knowledge of the old wizards. Many wizards who skipped classes because of their age and experience also felt confused. In the end, they lowered their heads with a look of defeat perhaps. They took the wrong path the moment they entered the magic door. During these 100 years, they have continued to recite various mantras according to the instructions of their teachers. Many people even believe that memory is more important than understanding. But today this professor told them that everything they had ever learned was bullshit. The class lived up to Tanya's expectations, and she figured out why she knew some tricks since she was born. I also understood why as my strength changed. I learned many spells without any teacher. Sophia also recorded many things in her notebook. Like a serious top student, from time to time, she would bite her pen and look through the notes she had taken in the Forbidden Academy to compare the magical differences between the Dark Wizards in the Sanctuary and the Wizards in the Academy of Stars. It can be said to be a profound gain. As for George, a magic enthusiast, he began to fall into the sweet dreamland among the obscure spells as early as when the professor explained the theory of the first magic spell. In the dream, the professor on the podium changed his appearance. He looked extremely old and was torturing a little spider with a magic wand. During this torture, the old wizard showed a sinister smile, while the little spider kept begging for mercy. It seemed that, just like in the contract, the old wizard had indeed taught her a lot of things every time the little spider called him master. He would teach her one thing, and every time he teaches, he will let the little spider understand the real fear in the process of learning knowledge, and try to make her truly surrender. As the little spider said, "Master," the old wizard's face became more and more satisfied. He felt the deep fear deep in the little spider's heart. But not long after, he discovered that there was an extra student in his class. The student didn't pay much attention to the lecture, and seemed to be looking at his own body inside the ball of light. There were 7 bright little stars. Who is Palos? Soraya, Angel of Creation, Alexander, Irene, Warworth, and one more. What is this? Big Dipper? Big Dipper Fist? My newly learned ultimate move? Why is it you again? Then, in his panic, the old wizard saw the 7 stars in the light sphere lighting up. Then, more and more stars shone in the light sphere, gradually forming a V-shaped nebula. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling light of dawn shrouded the place. The power of the nebula is far inferior to that of the 7 gods. In the past, he would not have cared much about it, but now he is no longer what he once was. In this light, the old wizard wailed miserably. He didn't even have the intention of resisting, and just wanted to get into the ground. But at this time, the light condensed into countless chains, tightly entwining his whole body. At the same time, those lights were like swords, stabbing holes in the old wizard's already incomplete consciousness. But the little spider thrived in the light, and turned into a huge creature burning with flames. Seeing the burning spider approaching him step by step, the old wizard shouted loudly to George, "No! Don't! I know all the secrets of the abyss. Quickly pull me into the kingdom of Paradise Lost. I am willing to stay forever surrendered to you." George's heart moved slightly, but then he gave up the plan. This guy is too cunning, and his consciousness has been weakened to the extreme.
And nothing can be found through torture. I'm afraid it won't take long before it disappears. And as long as he tells a lie, he might create a big trap. It is better to leave it all to Cilyak, lest the spiritual inheritance gained by Cilyak be lacking. He waved his hand to Cilyak. And then Cilyak unceremoniously took the last remaining consciousness of the evil god in his hand and started eating it bit by bit.
If I eat you, I can still understand to all that. Chapter 728 Forming a Super Consortium. The chaotic sounds in the classroom gradually woke George up from his sleep. And it seemed the get out of class was over at this time. He had already slept on Tanya's shoulder for half the class. And Tanya had already dozed off without knowing when. Seeing that George had woken up and was still pretending to take notes, Sophia quietly squeezed George's thigh hard. So awkward. George wiped his saliva and stood up. After stretching, the three of them discussed where to go next.
Go to Palace's office for a cup of tea. And then ask him to make arrangements for us. Otherwise, many places will not let us in.
George rolled his eyes and said. He asked when he was on the way today. If Elizabeth comes to the academy, she usually goes to the laboratory or library. And if this guy comes, Palos will definitely be the first to know. So the office in Palos is a safe haven. George planned to communicate with Palos. If Elizabeth really wanted to come to the academy today, Palos could also make arrangements to avoid things like car crashes. Such a meeting would indeed be a little too embarrassing. The two ladies felt pretty good about George's proposal, although Sophia felt that there was no such thing as inaccessible places. Chatting with the great wizard Palos seemed to be a very good thing. It's not too late to go to those laboratories and the famous Forbidden Library in the Moon Country later. While talking about these topics on the way, Sophia couldn't help but get excited.
I heard that the magic books there are all alive.
There are also many living books in the shelter, but they are all placed in the prison of the Temple of Valor and Anthony's laboratory. The collection of books in the Moon Kingdom Library is far richer than the collections in Windsong City and Blue Water City. This time, Sophia has a plan to replenish the collection of books. Star University has also arranged for people to copy the books. When the shelter comes, after the library is truly established, there will be some white wizards in the future shelter. Of course, the wizards at Star University are also very interested in the magic books in the shelter, because the wizards in the shelter are the people who know the best about demons in the world. In that book, many information and weaknesses of demons were recorded, and many successful cases of killing demons were written. There are several stone statues carved on the door of the tower, where the dean is located. The stone statues will open the door only when the spell command is given. Originally, George planned to ask Ibrahimovic to inform Palos, but Sophia succeeded here. After hearing Sophia's name, the statues immediately notified the wizard to come over. The vice dean directly led a group of great wizards out to respond. The grandeur surprised George as if they were welcoming Partia. After that, Sophia acted as the intermediary to introduce each other. She did not introduce Tanya's identity, but she appeared to be a magic consultant. She was dressed like a mysterious witch today. The deputy dean's name was Uhtred, which made George feel a little unfamiliar. But the deputy dean said enthusiastically that he had met George before. After chatting, George remembered that the two people had met at the banquet. It's just that we didn't talk much at the time. Uhtred's academic level is average, but in terms of administration and logistics, he is very good. Not only does he have a wide network of contacts, he is also very good at negotiating projects and attracting investments. He is very good at solving problems that wizards cannot solve for various laboratories, so that they can conduct research with peace of mind. It can be said that he is a real official and an indispensable core figure in every college, because of his abilities and rights. Although his academics are average, his reputation in the academy is very high. In the hearts of wizards, the position of deputy dean, Uhtred can be said to be worthy of its name. In terms of relationship, he is very close to George. Uhtred is the #1 henchman in Palos. He knows many things. George and Elizabeth left academic affairs to Palos, and Palos left many things to this loser. So during these days, Uhtred frequently communicated with the team at the shelter.
I originally thought you would come over in the afternoon,
but it just so happens that we have a light meal first.
The deputy dean was a little surprised that George could come too, but unfortunately, Palos was not in the dean's office today. Palos seemed to be out on something in the morning, so the group of people was naturally taken to his office by the vice dean. Several laboratory leaders have already come here to wait after receiving the notice. I heard from the deputy dean that there are also some important representatives from other colleges, but according to the time, they will come in the afternoon. On the way, George quietly chatted with Sophia. He learned about the current progress of the business group. George was responsible for many things, But he didn't know the details. Especially when it comes to financial matters, it seems that these wizards regard Sophia as a huge financial backer. But George didn't know where the money came from.
There are a lot of funds for various needs. When we were at the shelter, I communicated a lot with Ariadne, and we planned to set up a consortium.
George heard Irene mention this matter when he was on the boat. But he didn't expect it to happen so quickly.
Has all the money arrived?
Money?
It hasn't arrived yet. But that doesn't matter.
Sophia raised her eyebrows and said, according to Sophia, the money has not arrived yet. And the consortium is also planning. But in her opinion, when it comes to starting a business, the first thing you should have is customers. And the second thing you should have are production factors. Finally, there is the startup capital. Now the project has been established, so many contracts. Those who want to join have already begun to collect money to prepare for financing there from North and South Rodent, Kanglin, Elder Royal Family, Nan Wang, and Landry. In addition, the Dawn Chamber of Commerce also brought a large sum of money from the Temple Financial Group and the Royal Financial Group. Elizabeth used these two loans to buy shares. This is a new consortium. In the future, this consortium will definitely become a behemoth. A behemoth that can affect the entire world. The parties also established an organization specifically to manage these matters, called the Dawn Parliament. It's considered a board of directors. This name was suggested by Eileen. The loan from the temple was regarded as a stake in the kingdom of heaven. This is her little thought. Let the future armed forces of the kingdom of heaven be protected. It also enhances the status of the kingdom of heaven. After Ariadne came into the world, the shares held by the Moon Kingdom Temple naturally changed and became those of the kingdom of heaven. George also knew about this. According to Eileen, there are still many talents in the kingdom of heaven. These heavenly kingdom armed forces can help manage the shelter. They are their own people at least. George is also aware of Irene's little thoughts in the shelter. The kingdom of heaven has no right to speak or any financial rights at all. It has become a subordinate organization of the shelter. If the kingdom of heaven cannot create any productive forces in the future, then the kingdom of heaven will become dispensable in the new century. The heavenly armed forces will also be reduced to clay statues being enshrined and eventually torn down. So essentially, Irene hopes that through this matter, the heavenly armed forces will have human rights. Let the kingdom of heaven take this opportunity to join the United Nations with the highest status. George had thought of these things that Eileen thought of a long time ago. He hoped that the kingdom of heaven hidden in the shelter could reappear in this world with such an identity in the future. Become a spiritual symbol. The kingdom of heaven at that time will no longer be the kingdom of heaven it once was, but to become a true parliament of Dawn. Chapter 729 Dawn Parliament. The kingdom of heaven joining this consortium has many benefits for the present. On the one hand, when the kingdom of heaven moves from behind the scenes to the front in the future, the kingdom of heaven will be very important and can compete with the Holy Court to prevent the Holy Court from intervening through some excuses in the future. Get free benefits from this newly established consortium. On the one hand, the funds earned by the kingdom of heaven are actually used for the construction of the kingdom of heaven. To put it bluntly, they are also used for shelters. Although from now on, the kingdom of heaven will definitely begin to have real property in the secular world. At the same time, the armed forces of the kingdom of heaven will also gradually integrate into the secular world, paving the way for the emergence of the Dawn Parliament. After Sophia said a few simple words, George straightened things out. I also understand why Sophia is anxious to come over today. The financing has just begun, and whoever holds these orders will be the CEO of this new consortium in the future. Of course, even if the CEO is there, Salman, Jillian and others will not grab it unless George wants them to manage these things. The same goes for Aaron, who can't talk about these things beyond the shelter. As for the U Kingdom, because the order was placed by Sanctuary. Without Sanctuary there would be no project, and there would be no financing or equity participation. So the shelter has the upper hand. However, the Queen is very powerful. If this consortium is really established, she wants to compete for the CO. Judging from the importance of the Moon Kingdom, George is indeed very likely to give up some of the asylum's interests and reach an agreement with Elizabeth. Political compromise. This is what Sophia is worried about. Of course, if the CEO appeared before the consortium, or in other words, the consortium was formed by the CEO himself, then other people will not have any thoughts about this position. Today, she is here to completely hold these lists in her hands, that is, to book the CEO. After that, no one could shake her position. Nowadays, more and more people are gradually rising among the forces of Sanctuary, and everyone has enough weight. She, the nominal wife, has gradually begun to be marginalized. This gave Sophia a great sense of crisis.
A few days ago, Tanya also chatted with her about the Queen of the Moon Kingdom, which made Sophia both surprised and worried. My mouth was blistered.
No wonder this girl is so mysterious. Her grandmother's. This little stinky girl is afraid that I will put her aside in the future.
The corners of George's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he felt a little bitter in his mouth. Guilt. On the one hand, he found that none of the girls around him were fuel-efficient lamps. Falling into the hands of his wife is nothing, and it is only natural to treat his wife well. On this matter, after George thought about it, he secretly gave Sophia a thumbs up. She actually did a very good job in this matter. If after the consortium is established, Elizabeth comes to the shelter to talk about who will control the consortium, George will indeed have a headache. After all, this means that part of the rights of the sanctuary will be separated, and many things will become very troublesome in the future. Although Elizabeth can be trusted, she represents not only herself, but also the interests of the nobles of the Moon Kingdom. The staff at the shelter are all united and have a pure structure. It would be best for the sanctuary to lead this consortium. Maybe Elizabeth can realize this, but with her status, she can't argue with it. But now when Sophia takes these orders, the mouths of all the nobles in the Moon Kingdom will be blocked. Everything will fall into place. While George was thinking, everyone had arrived at the Vice Dean's office. Since lunchtime has not yet come, the college plans to prepare well. So everyone chatted about some things while drinking tea here. Mainly Sophia was chatting with the scholars and George was listening. It seems that the cooperation matters he and Elizabeth mentioned at the beginning have now begun to be handled with Palos taking the lead. The person who presided over this matter was Miss Sophia. She turned those vague cooperation proposals into actual projects. Because the workshops controlled by various colleges in the Moon Kingdom account for more than half of the Moon Kingdom. Such high-end workshops that can produce pump knockoff parts are also laboratories and studios in the hands of wizards. Therefore, each college undertakes the largest number of projects. While listening, George flipped through the Book of Dawn and checked the documents filed by the shelter team in the archives. According to the plan, the shelter and all parties have reached a preliminary intention. In the future, except for the shelter, other companies will mainly contribute currency and low-grade materials, etc., which can be regarded as directly spending money to buy finished products. But because each company has shares, they get a share of the profit without buying a finished product. Therefore, a lot of money is actually taken out of the left pocket and put into the right pocket. It can be regarded as creating GDP for the country of you, or in other words, the money is made out of nothing. Generally speaking, magic items have the highest profit, and there are cases where the price of the goods differs from the cost by more than 10 times. Therefore, as long as each country resells some of the purchased goods to nobles and lords, it will arm the military power of each country and subsidize the expenditure of each country. After this operation, generally speaking, the price of the munitions purchased by Elda and other parties was not much higher than the cost. It can be said that all the money spent was used to pay for the labor costs incurred by various workshops and colleges in the Moon Kingdom. As for the sanctuary, it is completely a big money owner. The sanctuary does not use gold and silver to buy things, but directly uses Eternium and Mithril. With the participation of the Kashia people, the shelter's production volume in the production of these high-end materials is rising rapidly. At the same time, Sanctuary will also invest in various laboratories and workshops with technology, and provide dragon contracts, magic goods, magic potions, gems, crystals, ores, etc. Several mines in the valley and basin are now operating at full capacity, because the demon spider and the engineering vehicle are gradually put into production. The output is very scary. It is much more than the total output of Elda, a major mineral country. On the one hand, this is related to productivity. On the other hand, it is also due to the turmoil in Elda, which affects production. The quality of the minerals in the valleys and basins is very high. All high-grade ores are produced. There is also some of the most valuable materials in the Moon Kingdom. Andorra crystal. This stuff is the main fuel for the demonic nexus. If the Moon Kingdom wants to develop magic technology and catch up with the Forbidden Sanctuary, it will need a lot of these things. But Andorra crystal is extremely difficult to purify. The crystal content of its raw ore is also very low and not concentrated. It requires a huge process to extract, and the cost is very high. Although based on the current situation of the Moon Kingdom's magic industry, 100 tons of Andorra crystals are enough for them to use for a whole year. But extracting Andorra crystal is like extracting the tritium element from the sea. If Igor really wants to make it on his own, he won't be able to make a few kilograms a year. Previously, the Moon Kingdom sold the raw ore to the Forbidden Sanctuary.
and then bought back the finished crystals from the Forbidden Sanctuary. But now, Sanctuary can replace Forbidden Sanctuary. The current crystal ore in the shelter is also raw ore and has not yet been purified. When they accumulate to a certain level, get the silver shuttle back, and soon they can be purified together with the raw crystal or bought from the Moon Kingdom. It's only a few hundred tons, and it won't take a whole morning. However, at present, high-energy crystals are used as the main material for portals, crystal arrays, magneto-metal shuttles, magic forbidden prisms, engineering vehicles, builders, etc. Therefore, the demand for the use of high-energy crystals will also increase exponentially. With the current mineral output of the Moon Country, it may not be possible. The 2 mining areas plus the shelter are a drop in the bucket. Therefore, the first batch of newly produced engineering vehicles will be shipped to the Death mining area. When she was at the auction house a few days ago, Aaron had already bought a mine there. When the construction trucks here in the shelter are saturated, the Moon Kingdom will also use these new gadgets or use the wands, potions, various product parts, and various rare ores produced by the Moon Kingdom to purchase them. After that, the shelter will further process and combine these things, and then sell them to the Moon Country. This becomes a virtuous cycle. The Moon Country has also become the shelter's foundry. This saves the shelter a lot of work. Production efficiency has increased many times. At the same time as OEM, Uegwa's technology and strength will also continue to rise. The productivity of Moon Country and Sanctuary will also continue to increase. When the demons in the future break through the Holy Empire and continue to move south, what they will face will be another powerful sanctuary. After taking back the Book of Dawn, George began to think while Sophia and the others were talking. The team at the shelter does a great job planning these things, but implementing them is another issue. So far, it seems to be going very well. The team led by Sophia is very capable. Now, many things have begun to be deployed. The team of the shelter and the wizards of the college have put these things in order. At this time, they have begun to go on the right track. Things are more perfect than George originally imagined, and detailed. It can be regarded as adding flesh and blood to the framework he conceived. Sanctuary not only wants to use the Moon Kingdom as a foundry, but also takes away their magic technology and magic books or exchanges. Through the exchange of books, the Forbidden Academy and various academies in the Moon Kingdom will realize the exchange of academic theories. In the agreement, all books from both parties will be shared in the future, and a Forbidden Library will be established. Because of the existence of the portal, wizards from both sides can share knowledge in the library at any time. However, a lot of knowledge cannot be spread randomly, especially those related to black magic. For example, demonology and necromancy. These things can be used to deal with the black tide, and can also be used to cause harm to the world. The shelter is okay here, with few people and a clean overall structure. As a whole, it has the management of the Forbidden Dawn Society. But the Moon Kingdom is a mixed bag. At the same time, in the process of knowledge exchange, it is inevitable that some core technologies that cannot be known to the devil will be revealed. So when Sophia and Palos signed the agreement, the two of them did some tricks on the matter of knowledge sharing. They asked the Dawn Cathedral to supervise it in the name of Forbidden Scholarship. The future management will also be carried out by the Forbidden Dawn Society. According to the book exchange method in the agreement, it is actually an unequal exchange. Therefore, the wizards of the Moon Kingdom are actually somewhat resistant, because this is equivalent to taking all the core knowledge of the Moon Kingdom Academy outside. It is the shelter that has the final say as to whether the items in the shelter can be taken over or not. But in the end, they gave in at yesterday's meeting, because there are many things in the sanctuary that they cannot refuse, just like what Sophia said to the wizards yesterday. When you cooperate with the Forbidden Sanctuary, they will not exchange knowledge with you. I won't provide you with so many good conditions. Indeed, this matter may be just a supplement of knowledge for the shelter, but for the academies of U Kingdom, it is an upgrade of knowledge. Previously, the wizards of the Moon Kingdom had not turned this corner, but when they realized that they were actually cooperating with another Forbidden Sanctuary, things became very smooth, let alone asylum. As for how much knowledge there is, just the portal that allows free trade and learning in the future is enough to make the wizards nod. What's more, the shelter still has dragon goods and magic goods in its hands. In this regard, the wizards of the Moon Kingdom made a proposal to send representatives to join the Forbidden Dawn Society to participate in knowledge management. They are very smart and can see that when the Forbidden Dawn Society has the right to manage knowledge, it will gradually become a team dedicated to managing wizards, what magic can be used and what magic should be banned, what academics should be promoted and what academics should be restricted. It's all the Forbidden Dawn Society
that has the final say. Therefore, the Wizards of the Moon Kingdom are naturally indispensable. This integrates Sophia's intention. The structure and theological concepts of the Forbidden Dawn Society are enough to carry out a dimension-reducing blow to any wizard in this era. Even after a cultist comes in, he will gradually begin to doubt their god. Many members of this Forbidden Dawn Society were once high-level acolytes. They will take good care of these newcomers. What's more, these simple-minded white wizards presumably, they will be integrated into the collective soon. As for those high-quality newcomers, who are thoughtful and capable, Forbidden Dawn will naturally be willing to promote them greatly. They are all our own people anyway. Who cares where your hometown is? We are very short of manpower right now. The Wizards of the Moon Kingdom thought that after joining the Forbidden Dawn Society, they would gain some rights for them. But apparently they thought of things too simply. The Sanctuary has no reason to refuse the wishes of wizards to join the Forbidden Dawn Society, and it hopes that more and more people will come. So in this matter, Sophia expressed an open attitude. The Forbidden Dawn Society will not only allow representatives of Moon Kingdom wizards to join, but also will not allow Sanctuary and Moon Kingdom wizards to join in this matter. They treat everyone equally. Regarding this matter, the Wizards of the Moon Kingdom were not very impressed, because in their imagination, the conditions for joining the association must be extremely harsh. Chapter 730 Nobel Prize winner? According to Sophia's plan, through this exchange of knowledge in the future, Sanctuary will obtain all the core knowledge of the Moon Kingdom, and gradually build Sanctuary's Forbidden Academy into a holy land of knowledge that all wizards long for. The academies of the Moon Kingdom will enjoy the first dividend from this holy land of knowledge, and the Wizards of the Moon Kingdom will gradually be absorbed into the Forbidden Dawn Society. In the case of the laboratory, the need for shelter is greater than that of Yugo Academy. The shelter currently has technology, but it does not have enough good construction materials, experimental environment, and manpower. But the Moon Kingdom has them all. But the projects and theories that the shelter is currently researching are what all wizards dream of. Therefore, both parties actually conducted an upgrade in the laboratory at the same time. Sanctuary upgrades the hard power of the laboratory, while Yugo Academy upgrades the soft power. As for OEM and employment matters, Moon Country was originally the super OEM of the Forbidden Sanctuary, so the shelter has been interested in this place for a long time. As for the Wizards of the Moon Kingdom, their magic industrial system has become larger and larger with the growth of capital. But there are only so many orders. This has put increasing pressure on competition among the workshops and studios in the Moon Country. Under such circumstances, many workshops and studios are on the verge of becoming useless. Therefore, the wish of the shelter is a huge surprise for the Wizards of the Moon Kingdom. And hiring wizards is equivalent to asking wizards to study abroad for further studies. The wizards were already jealous after seeing the gifts given to the Queen by the mission. They all want to go to the Forbidden Academy and take a look around the western region. I heard that there are many projects waiting for people to build and make money in sanctuaries in Xiangying, Kanglan, Elda, and Southern Wasteland. It can be said that there is a lack of a large number of personnel. Even the employment problem of the apprentices has been solved, as long as junior and mid-level wizards lead the team to win a share of credit in these projects. There will be a lot of wealth, fame, and fortune, as well as room for promotion. Therefore, the Wizards of the Moon Kingdom can be said to agree with this with both hands and feet. So, this time Sophia came over to give people upgrades and orders. It also solved the most troublesome employment problem for others. So this little girl, in the eyes of wizards, can be said to be a real super big party. Now George finally understands why these extremely arrogant wizards from the Moon Kingdom serve Sophia like their mother. She is determined to be the CEO. After everyone chatted for a while, someone came from outside to inform. Then the group went to the restaurant in the tower and had lunch. Although this lunch was not a banquet, it was turned into a salon by the bedrooms. It seemed that the dean wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to introduce George to the wizards. At the previous royal dinner, the prince had been busy communicating with the big guys and had not even had a few words with the wizards. This time, the deputy dean Uhtred took the opportunity. Wizards generally don't like to socialize, but Uhtred's thoughts are a little different. The vice president hopes that the star wizards can become familiar with George. After all, he is the boss of the Holy See. Although he is not from the Holy Court headquarters, he is very powerful in the Holy Court's backstage, and he is one of the leaders of the new faction of the Holy Court. The Wizards of the Moon Kingdom are often investigated by the Holy Court, and some people often commit crimes conducting experiments. How can they not violate the precepts of the Holy Court? Unless you don't study black magic. Deny that, people will find a reason to label you as a heretic. Therefore, there is no telling when Avery's connections will be used to make money in the future.
and having one more person to talk to means more convenience. Moreover, this prince has great influence in countries all over the world, and he holds real power and heavy troops. When wizards really encounter something they can't handle, they can go to a shelter to seek political asylum. On the other hand, Uhtred also hopes that in future cooperation, Sanctuary can give various projects to Star University. First, Royal University is not short of money, but it is short of materials and direction. I heard that the shelter plans to outsource many projects, among which the wand and potion projects are the most concerning. The Academy of the Forbidden Sanctuary faction is very powerful. They don't lack money or technology, so those colleges are all very strong competitors. As far as Uhtred knows, there seem to be many forbidden wizards among the visiting team at the Sanctuary. If Sanctuary and Forbidden Sanctuary collude, then Star University will have to step aside from now on. So now is a good opportunity, because of the relationship between Palos and the Queen. Royal University now has the upper hand. As long as it knocks down all the projects, no one else will be able to snatch it up in the future. When George stepped into the hall, he found that there were a lot of people inside. It seemed that all the big scholars in the college were basically here, and some guys from other colleges who had received the news also came in advance. This made the dean was a little unhappy. Apparently someone in the college quietly informed other colleges that George and the others were coming in advance. George didn't notice this. He unexpectedly discovered that there were many shelter people here. Maddox, secretary of the Sanctuary, appeared around chapter 180. Edward, Venomous Bee, Teresa and others are all here. This team of more than a dozen people came to the college specifically today. They seem to have just had a business and academic exchange with scholars in the morning. After seeing the Lord whom they had not seen for a long time, everyone smiled from the bottom of their hearts. After the formal ceremony, they couldn't help but exchange pleasantries again. After the toast, the vice president took George to introduce many scholars. Interestingly, George found that among these people, there were several acquaintances. One of them is the professor who just taught defense against the dark arts in class. His name is Sephust, and he is the most valued disciple of Palos. He is older than Anthony and is in his 40s. George and Sylvester have known each other for a long time, and Vice Dean Uhtred, as the #1 henchman in Palos, naturally knows about this relationship. In addition, Sephust, a new generation supernova, is a disciple of Palos, so the Vice Dean made an emphatically introduction, and intends to let Sylvester take George to visit the college. As for the Vice President, on many business matters, he has to communicate with the shelter team, to put it bluntly. In this professional business field, George is an idler. He came over to support the scene, and it was okay. Sylvester came to pick up George. It seemed that his status was a bit inconsistent, but this guy actually had enough weight. According to the words of the deputy dean, Sylvester unveiled the veil of Ariadne at a young age and lit the torch of Melosius, the god of wisdom. Hearing this introduction, George's eyes couldn't help but move slightly. A Nobel Prize winner in his 40s? Chapter 731 Blood Medicine. George knew that Sylvester was a resting bird, but he didn't expect it to be so awesome. The guy who was said by Nanofari that there are a few little guys who are really good at it. One of them is probably him. George heard Anthony mention these two awards. Ariadne is considered to be the most mysterious god. Unveiling the veil of Ariadne means solving the world's riddles, such as proving a certain big conjecture. And lighting the torch of Melosius, the original name of the god of wisdom, means lighting the fire of truth, that is, discovering truths that have not yet been discovered in the world. For example, Galileo. In other words, if someone wins this award, it means that he has changed an era. The previous award was pretty good. Anthony also won one when he was 21 years old, by the way. He broke the age record set by Riscard. But this latter award has always been a major regret for Anthony, because he was banished from the Forbidden Sanctuary. All his papers were withdrawn, and his nomination was lost. As for Riscard, the Forbidden Sanctuary does not recognize this person, but he can win the most hated award in the Forbidden Sanctuary for studying the body of the God of Wisdom, and the reputation of the most wanted criminal in the Holy Court. Transferring the Holy Court to the Temple of Valor, he stole the holy body and made it into a black warrior, using Rathbone's name to defeat the plague. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but nodded. No wonder so many people go to the SIF course. Sanctuary is still researching on the academic theory of speech follows the law. But Xingqian University has long been exposed to the Kashia people's theory, although Palos didn't understand it very well at that time. His students, but it helped him build this theory. And Sylvester was the one who picked up the last result. His research results were enough to reduce the shelter's research time by many years. And this guy can be said to be at the same level as Anthony.
After some conversation, the bird of peace, Sylvester, couldn't help but smile awkwardly at George. George also looked at this guy meaningfully. And then the two of them sat on the sofa with smiles on their faces. Many things remain unsaid. This guy was brought out by Palos. But later, he joined the group of terrorists named Parth Birds and became one of the leaders. It sounds like it's a bit too much. It feels a bit like raising a child. If the shelter does not intend to admit resting birds, maybe Palos will clean up. But now he has been promoted after all. He entered the rest bird for academic research. Xingchen University cannot provide so much demon material, so he directly relies on other channels to realize his scientific research dream. And without the identity of resting bird, he could only become a pure scientific researcher and could not become a true master of black magic. In the Academy of Stars, there are not many people with both knowledge and strength like Cyphist. But in the field of Nimbus knowledge, there are indeed many people who are called bosses. Wizards are relatively old. In the past 300 years, the world has been in an era of technological explosion. So there are still many Nobel Prize winners alive. Although most of them are in the Forbidden Sanctuary, the prize is the ticket to the highest school. But most of those at Star Academy came here today. Not to mention these wizards. Their students are also among the top doctors and professors in the world. And each of them is enough to join Anthony's core research team. If Anthony were here, he would definitely pull on George's sleeve and tell him to tie all these wizards back. His wish seemed to come true. Because from the projects these people discussed with Sophia, George could see that Sophia not only tied these people to the boat of the shelter, but also even their students were packed away. It seems that these wizards will often come to the sanctuary for business trips in the future. After watching the excitement for a while, George chatted with Sylvester. At this time, a short guy came over with food. George looked up and saw that it was Aji. Judging from the look of Ajina Yuyushijai, she must have been sneaking in for a while. It seemed that the wizards regarded him as a member of the sanctuary. Aji didn't know that George would come here after class. But he probably communicated with Irene's people, because there are many own people in the academy. This Royal Academy allows the Night Gaunts in the sanctuary to use whatever identity they want and go wherever they want. George waved Aji to sit over and asked about the vampires.
Boss, we inserted a nail. Let's prepare to catch big fish today.
Aji narrated the matter. Aji and the others succeeded in catching several people after following them. But these people are just minions, indeed. They are minions that Daphne and the others have no time to pay attention to. They were all infected by their vampires, and they don't know who the source is. This was obviously not enough to quench the thirst of the trouble-loving Night Gaunts. So after some questioning, they discovered a key piece of information: vampires often secretly trade something called blood medicine.
This blood medicine seems to be not only spread among vampires, but many wizards also take it secretly. Blood medicine?
George interrupted Aji and looked at Sylvester. Sylvester frowned and said,
I have heard about this thing. It is a kind of dirty contraband. It can enhance people's magic power. And the effect is much better than Banshee Tears. For apprentices and low-level wizards, it is a precious magic potion that can break through bottlenecks. And after taking this thing, people can stay young. The most important thing is that its price is extremely low.
Banshee Tears are also a banned drug. Those who can refine them are dark wizards. But the reason why Banshee Tears is classified as a forbidden drug is mainly because its material is spiritual. But blood medicine is different. Its refining method is even more evil. And the material is not a spiritual body, but a virgin. Therefore this potion is absolutely prohibited.
This thing seems to be able to greatly satisfy the vampire's blood addiction. And within a period of time after taking it, the vampire will become the same as normal humans. Even the priests cannot discover the identity of these vampires who have taken the blood medicine.
Sievers continued.
Unlike other magic potions, the formulas of these blood potions have been intentionally spread, and they are optimized versions that even apprentices can refine. We, referring to the rest bird, once made these. I have studied the formulas that have been circulated. I found that these formulas have some problems. If it is made by a great alchemist, there will be no side effects. But if it is an ordinary wizard, it will not be able to combine the resentment left during the blood sacrifice eradication of impurities in material. These residual resentments and impurities don't seem to be a problem. They will even make inferior products more effective. And they will also make the old man radiant and rebuild his glory. So many great wizards will even secretly buy them, these special blood potions. But the key is that there is an extremely clever curse hidden in these potions. If you are not a person who specializes in dark magic research, you will not be able to detect these insidious curses.
Sylvester's expression became solemn.
These curses are parasitic in those resentments and impurities. After they are taken, They will silently accumulate in the human body. When they accumulate to a certain level, as long as the cursed person receives a little external stimulation such as a special curse, or a blood moon, then the cursed person will become a vampire and become a slave of the devil.
Chapter 732 said. Sylvester's words made George frown, and his expression gradually became serious. In the hands of the devil, there are many high-level potion formulas with excellent effects. The refining methods are all unscrupulous. Comparatively speaking, blood medicine is still considered child's play. But this thing is even more harmful. It should also be absolutely banned. Otherwise, not only will the women of the Moon Kingdom be persecuted, but the new generation may slowly become vampires. Even if many people do not become vampires, those who carry out this kind of refining will gradually become scum wizards with no bottom line, and gradually fell into the embrace of the devil. But it can't be eradicated by strikes alone. Wizards have a huge demand for potions. But potions are often extremely expensive. Blood medicine is very cheap. The most effective method is to drive out the good coins with bad coins and create a cheaper normal magic potion. Now the level of the magic medicine garden in the shelter is getting higher and higher. The teachers of the wizards are the magic spiders. The crater has the best magical environment in the world. It is a natural super potion garden. At the same time, wizards continue to research Kashia biotechnology, and the methods to induce birth will become more and more perfect when the technical level is sufficient. Eventually these magic potions will be turned into cabbages due to the powerful technological productivity. Among the projects Sophia brought this time, there are such development projects. To put it bluntly, this will be a decisive battle between technological magic and old magic. It seems that when it comes to the sale of magic potions in New Kingdom, it is necessary to find a dedicated business manager to fight this market war. Even if it is no matter the cost, those evil potions must be driven out. I think Elizabeth will support it and should allocate more funds. After thinking about it for a while, George had a plan in his mind and asked Aji to continue. According to what Aji said, in order to expand their victory, Buck, the big blood demon, secretly hid in the body of the prisoner, became a lurker. Later, Buck played the role of a traitor and successfully lured some vampires out, planning to stage a black and white game. However, seeing that those guys had been caught, Chung Yaojin came out halfway.
When I caught those vampires, those idiots were very arrogant and said that their background was very tough. And even Palos wouldn't give it to them. I was about to go back and teach them how to behave. But his grandma, yes. Let that little girl have her beard cut off.
Aji had a weird look on his face and took out a piece of rag and said,
her whole body is wrapped tightly. She is definitely a wizard. She knows a kind of terrifying magic of teleportation. But her body is like steel bars, iron bones, and infinitely powerful. My psychic blade failed to penetrate her body. But during the fight, I tore her robe open and saw her face. That guy probably didn't. There's still time to disguise him. I'll definitely recognize him when we meet again.
Aji scratched his head, as if he was frustrated, and felt a little embarrassed.
That guy thought we were nightmares hired by others. He told us that he wanted to fix us. His grandma was really arrogant. But she is indeed a bit in terms of strength. Even the great demon level guys are no match for her. We were afraid of exposing our identities and alerting the vampires here. So we didn't dare to mess around in this academy. So we simply pretended to be beaten away by her, and by the way everyone was let go, including Buck.
At this point, Aji chuckled.
He was naturally rescued. He should be in this wizard tower. Let's just wait for the news.
George nodded secretly. Aji and his group were really becoming more and more sinister. George looked at the time, then looked up again, and found that Tanya was having a lively chat with several witches. And Sophia also talked about key points. So he sat here and continued to wait. Sophia seemed to know every one of these scholars. Or she had a list of these guys. This time I came to visit the academy. On the one hand, I planned to strike while the iron was hot, and use the reputation and convenience of each project to completely tie these people into the pirate ship. On the other hand, I also planned to inspect the studios and laboratories of these big guys. Let's see if the team of these guys is worthy of its name. She could tell, just ask Anthony. In fact, many of the new discoveries of Star University may actually be theories that have already been discovered in the Forbidden Sanctuary. Therefore, some people may not be real materials, but thieves or paper carriers in the Forbidden Sanctuary. These people may win awards in the Sanctuary continent, but they will never be able to enter the Forbidden Sanctuary. So in Star Academy, there are actually quite a few people like this. You have to make sure. However, among the scholars of Star Academy, there are a few who can determine whether they are real super bosses without judging them.
because even Anthony, a top forbidden wizard with a professional background, would chew on their papers. These things are subversive even in the Forbidden Sanctuary. According to Anthony, the portraits of these wizards are enough to hang in the corridors of the Forbidden Sanctuary. Most of these big guys came here today, and they are all very proud. They are not very interested in a powerful but uneducated bigwig like George. So after the introduction, he basically didn't stay with George any longer. They all gathered around Sophia. Edward, Venomous Bee and others also stood by Sophia's side as magic consultants. In the eyes of the wizards, this small group can be regarded as cultural people after all, and they will not be like the stupid and thick lord who is difficult to talk to. On the other hand, they also plan to take a look at the level of the shelter. The Star Wizards looked down upon these two wizards at first, but after chatting for a while, the wizards discovered that these two magic consultants were very capable. Judging from their conversation and understanding of magic, these guys are all serious forbidden schools. And even that rich little girl has an extraordinary conversation. Although she looks like a forbidden apprentice in terms of magic and knowledge, her knowledge is extraordinary. She understands all the latest theories. It makes people wonder if this little girl was brought out by a certain dean of the Forbidden Academy. This made the wizards put aside their contempt and treat these people as real wizards. Only forbidden wizards were qualified to talk about magic with them. In fact, the reason why these big scholars are here today is mainly because of those project plans. One of them is a product using weightless technology. What shocked the big guys is that the nature of this project is not research and development, but manufacturing. Its level is even more advanced than the magnetic gold engine in the Forbidden Sanctuary. This technology has always been something that Xingqian University has been trying to break through. But Yu Kingdom's technology began to stagnate after studying the land ship. This thing is to let the machine release the levitation technique, rather than true weightlessness. Therefore, wizards are extremely eager to understand this knowledge that has puzzled them for a long time. I am also looking forward to the next academic discussion with the shelter. Judging from the level of the wizards in the shelter, this academic seminar is probably more valuable than they imagined. The two magic consultants alone are enough to discuss with them in many cutting-edge fields. It's time, naturally enough, for discussion. Now it is not just Anthony who is leading the academic direction of the sanctuary, but also the most beloved and hated disciple of the founder of the Forbidden Sanctuary, Charabaeus, and the brother of the founder. Chapter 733 Moria, the founder of the Seraph Project. Gradually, the attitude of the Star Wizards became more solemn. But the wizards in the shelter were always very respectful. The teacher's words made the Star Wizards both smile and feel ashamed. But the attitude of Sophia and the wizards of the sanctuary was sincere, and not superficially modest. They found that these big guys were all truly talented and knowledgeable. Although they may not have the talent of Anthony, their solid skills are not comparable to Anthony's age. In fact, even if Anthony's skills were deeper, when he came here, he would lower his eyes on his head, lower his body, and respectfully call them teacher, because most of the knowledge of the sanctuary so far, much of it is actually inherited from the Forbidden Sanctuary and the Temple of Kashia. They were walking on a road that had already been explored. Although many of the things they created were unprecedented, even better than the Forbidden Sanctuary. But that was something gained from studying the pump technology of Kashia survivors. And it was a breakthrough in the right direction. How can we compare with these big guys who are fighting through obstacles in the dark and crossing the river by feeling the stones? Perhaps even the wizards in the Forbidden Sanctuary should treat these great Star Wizards with a respectful attitude, because they are also a group of replicators. And these Star Wizards, who are looked down upon by the Forbidden Wizards, are the ones who really use their own power to ignite the fire of truth. Therefore, these big guys in Xingqian University deserve the title of teacher. In the shelter, the only one who can be proud in front of these people is Rusgard. His achievements in spells and potion research are unparalleled. In terms of theology, he has even come close to solving the mystery of heavenly salvation. This is already the domain of God. In this Star Magic University, there is another person who can be compared with him. His name is Moria. The old man Moria is ranked first on Sophia's list. But he didn't come today. From what the wizard said, this person seemed to have a lot of faith. When the consortium usually cooperated with wizards, the wizards would try their best to meet the requirements of these big benefactors. But Moglia is different. After throwing money into his laboratory, when the product will be delivered, and even whether the product is the same as what is written in the contract, it all depends on his mood. Moria also has this attitude in these cooperations with shelters. There is an air of you have to come to my door in person to visit me. The employment contract has been signed. But this guy is like an uncle. This novel made George very curious. What does this guy do? Why is he so awesome? Hearing that Moria was being discussed over there,
George couldn't help but ask Cyforster.
Your Highness.
Severs came over and said,
Teacher Moria's academic achievements are extremely high. He is highly respected in the college. Even Dean Palos and Her Majesty the Queen are very respectful to him.
According to Severs, Moriah's qualifications are very old. And he once worked with Rathbone, Riscard. After helping the Holy See to do things, Rathbone became a victim of politics and was exposed to a lot of stains. Finally, with the help of Vic White, he fled north. But Moria is different from Rathbone. He is a big boss of the Moon Kingdom and has a deep backstage. His relationship with the Holy Court is also very unusual. He is a saint. Moria was not only well connected, but also very smart and knowledgeable. After discovering that something was wrong, he did not continue to persist like Riscard, but directly found an opportunity to escape from the Holy Empire and stay away from the political whirlpool. Therefore, Rathbone, who had no backing, became a wanted criminal, while Moriah, who had a backing, became famous. As for the project that Moria researched for the Holy Court, it naturally died. It was a kind of colossus. It's called Seraph Project. Many years ago, demons came to this world. They were repelled by the 7 gods and left many things behind. Among them is the golem. The 7 gods disdain this kind of thing. After all, they were once the most terrifying colossi of world-destroying gods. But today's world is different from before, and there is no news about the 7 gods in the Holy Court. So the Seraph plan was proposed. The prototype is actually the Devil's Golem. If it succeeds, then each of the archangels will definitely not belong to the golem. It must be more powerful than the things in the Forbidden Sanctuary. This is one of the few correct things that the Holy Court has done, although their original idea was not to deal with demons, but to deal with the Forbidden Sanctuary. Moria is the leader of this project. His achievements in the golem are unparalleled. Even in the eyes of the Forbidden Wizards, he is a master, because he is the first human being to create a golem in a real sense. Cherubi does not count. He is an imitation, and he is not human. Moria's most successful work is now in the Academy of Stars. He gave life to this daughter. This mechanical demon currently works at Star University. He is Moria's experimental assistant and also helps him take care of his apprentices. It can already be said that he is a real person.
Your Highness, although there are rumors that Moria is a thief, and the real first creator is an ancient sage named Aphra, but I think Teacher Moria is still worthy of the handwriting of Aphra, which gave him the title of first person, has been circulating in the black market for a long time. But Moria was the first one to create it.
To be able to get inspiration from a tattered manuscript and achieve such an achievement is beyond ordinary. And this guy also has many academic achievements that are completely his own. Forbidden Sanctuary will even refer to his papers to innovate their own things.
George!
Sophia heard their conversation and joined in.
The Forbidden Magic Edge developed by Anthony's team drew on part of Professor Moria's ideas. In some aspects, this people are very important.
George's eyes moved slightly. Through Sylvester and Sophia's words, George had already understood how awesome this guy was. And this guy does have crazy capital. His level can be said to be higher than that of the Kashia survivors. Logically speaking, according to the current political trend of the Moon Kingdom and Elizabeth's strategic cooperation intention with Sanctuary, Moria should be the leader to cooperate with Sanctuary. After all, this matter is very beneficial to you kingdom. Therefore, he should be more proactive no matter what. He should not be indifferent and do things only based on money. But this guy is not very patriotic, and it sounds like he has some issues with his character. In addition, he was so famous that even the queen did not dare to touch him. So he always did what he liked. And the Moon Kingdom also worshipped him like Grandpa, just like worshipping Palos. At this time, lunch was almost over, and the members of the shelter divided into several groups and went to their laboratories with various scholars. George also went to the other side with Sophia, Tanya, the deputy dean, and others. It seems that he is planning to visit Professor Moria first. Chapter 734 Female Hooligan. On the way, Sophia warned George.
George, our people have had contact with Professor Moria before, and he is a little difficult to communicate with,
Sophia said here, slightly hesitant. After thinking about it, she told George something. This matter is not just as simple as poor communication. But the old pervert not only made several indecent requests, but also harassed the visiting female noble. The university boss was putting on airs today, but he was actually waiting for the unspoken rules. I don't know where he got the news. And he knew that the sanctuary not only hunted demons, but also tamed a large number of demons. Therefore, the Blood Warbler is called upon to be corrupted. Such a terrifying black devil must not be released. Being caught by the Holy Court is no small matter. So things have reached a stalemate here. The female noble felt that a big boss from the shelter should visit the professor alone and discuss these matters privately. But Sophia naturally couldn't go alone. Her husband was the best at the dirty work of talking about hidden rules. Sophia believed that with George's ability to deceive, as long as he took action personally, he would definitely be able to deal with Moria. But Sophia couldn't help but feel a little worried when she thought of her former teacher, the Grand Bachelor of Yongfeng City, who had been beaten. George and this Mariah are both extremely perverse and unscrupulous guys. Sophia was afraid of their conflict, so she couldn't help but persuade.
Professor Moria is highly respected, and his status in the Moon Kingdom is no less than that of Teacher Palos. George, this time I hope you can personally come forward to persuade him. After the introduction, we will create an opportunity for you to communicate with him alone. But you must remember to be polite to Corporal Sien. His temper is a bit weird, so be patient. If any conflict occurs, it will be an international issue.
What Sophia said made George feel a little aggrieved, since when have we not been polite to a virtuous corporal? Although I beat up Sophia's teacher, the great bachelor of Yongfeng City is a moral scum he needs to be dealt with. And now he is a king after all. And he also represents the kingdom of heaven. How can we bring out the previous style? Don't you just like female devils? Wizards all have this hobby. Although being greedy for money and lustful people can be considered a bad lifestyle, it is not an excessive thing. George couldn't help but said,
Don't worry, Sophia. I respect scholars the most. Sylvester, what do you think?
Severs quickly said,
His Royal Highness is very approachable and is a model of nobility.
After hearing the conversation between the two, Sophia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that George had behaved very well today, at least pretending to be pretty good, without that kind of bandit style. Look, what a great chat he had with Mr. Sylvester. After dealing with Sophia, George touched his chin, and it seemed that he was indeed planning to have a good chat with this respected old gentleman. However, things developed in a strange direction. Moria's laboratory is very impressive, divided into several areas inside and outside. When everyone saw him, he was staying in an ordinary workstation in the outer area of the laboratory, chatting with a girl of 17 or 18 years old with a loving look on his face. After George and others came in, their eyes focused on the girl. At this moment, a word flashed in George's mind: mechanical demon. She looked normal, just like a beautiful female apprentice. But her joints are all made of energy. Those big blue eyes are so smart that they look like a human being. Venomous B couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He had seen a lot of gadgets in Anthony's laboratory, and he had also seen many drawings of the golems in the Forbidden Sanctuary. But none can compare with it, especially those energy joints of hers, which use a technology that the wizards of the sanctuary have not yet fully understood. But this great wizard has already applied it in practice.
Your Highness, her name is Bebe. She is the daughter of Teacher Moria. She has extraordinary strength,
Sylvester said in a low voice. With deep fear in his eyes, that mechanical demon knows a thing called the mysterious magic of arcane. The body is almost immune to any energy attack, and is extremely powerful. She is simply the nemesis of all wizards.
The one who is talking to her is Teacher Moria.
George nodded and turned his gaze away. This Professor Moria also looks like a typical white wizard in George's words. He has the same immortal wind and crane bones as Palos. It was fine when they met, but his attitude was a bit interesting. At first, he pretended that he had not seen George and others, and just said to the deputy dean that he was
too busy with experiments to have lunch.
After the vice president introduced everyone, he complimented the big man a few times and briefly mentioned the visit of the Prince Regent and his wife. Regarding the visit of the Rodent Regent and his wife, Professor Moria still followed the etiquette and style of a nobleman, but his attitude was a little bit arrogant. As for the topic raised by Sophia, the old man Moria dealt with it in a few words and then changed the topic. At one point, he said,
You know nothing about the golem, but a group of country people still want to do this?
The meaning of Moria's attitude can be described as very arrogant, and he is extremely prejudiced against foreigners. Regarding his attitude, neither Vice Dean Uhtred nor Supernova Sylvester dared to show any impatience, always greeted with a smile. But something strange was that while Professor Moria was speaking, his body was shaking, his face was pale, and he was sweating coldly. He looked over and over again at his daughter, who was standing not far away, or rather the woman who was forcibly chatting with his daughter. There are also several knights, big blood descendants, around the woman. George couldn't help but notice that Tanya had run over there at some point, and Aji was acting as a wingman for her. But no matter how you look at it, it seems a bit harassing. It seemed that the girl didn't want to say anything to the two strangers at all, and had long wanted to leave, or in other words, She was very panicked and wanted to escape. But at this time, Tanya suddenly put her hand on her shoulder. The poor little girl struggled for a long time and seemed unable to break free. Then, Tanya leaned into her ear and whispered something. Then the girl's eyes showed a hint of despair. And she looked at her father. In that panic and fear, let Tanya do whatever she wanted. Obviously, Tanya was not only forcibly harassing the person, but also threatening her. Is it possible that this old man is angry? Just when George looked weird, he saw a gesture Aji made quietly. It's this damn little girl. George suddenly understood and said, "Oh," and looked at Mr. Moria with a half smile. George knew why Professor Moria kept saying harsh words, but his expression was very timid. He also knows what Tanya, the shameless female hooligan, said to Miss Bebe. If you don't obey today, your father will be dead. The relationship between father and daughter is obviously very good. And even if Bebe could escape, his father would definitely not be able to escape, because he is a vampire. Chapter 735, Birds of a Feather. George's "oh" sound seemed a bit abrupt, and Sophia and others who were talking couldn't help but look over. Moria also looked over, and there was a deep fear in his eyes. He had been exposed. At this time, Sophia secretly pulled George's sleeve, telling him to pay attention to his manners.
It's okay, Sophia. I discovered that we are all acquaintances. Speaking of which, Professor Mariah and I still have some connections.
George patted Sophia and walked directly to Morley in a very dishonest manner. In front of Professor Ya, he hugged his shoulders.
Professor Moria, do you think so?
Seeing this stubborn old man, he was still a little hesitant. George leaned into his ear and whispered. Everyone watched helplessly as George whispered something to Mariah, and their expressions couldn't help but look a little weird. This move was obviously very rude. But what was even more strange was that after Moria heard this whisper, his whole attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. He took what George said and said that there was indeed some connection. Then he asked about the project very seriously, saying that he wanted to take a look at the drawings.
Sophia, Professor Moria decided to give us a chance on this project,
George said.
Our level is not enough to explain these technical things clearly. I just communicated with Professor Moria. I will go to his office with the magic consultant, Tanya, and have a small meeting with Anthony and others. Dean Uhtred. I would also like to trouble you to take my wife to have a look here.
Laboratory. Hearing this, everyone was slightly startled at first. And then Sophia was the first to react, showing a look of surprise. Sure enough, it must be a man to talk about this kind of thing. She felt that George was afraid that he would have to communicate with Professor Moria alone about unspoken rules.
Indeed. Cough, Bebe.
Moria looked at Bebe, who was not far away, and wanted to take this opportunity to let her take Sophia and others to visit the laboratory. However, when the scary woman glared at him, Mariah immediately changed his words.
Arrange someone to make a pot of good tea.
Moria didn't know what happened to him today. The blood medicine should be invulnerable, but he had an uncontrollable fear of that woman, just like facing the Holy Lord. And even those nights had a smell that frightened him, just like those dukes. After that, Sophia and others left here with the deputy deans. Seeing the group of people gradually leaving, Professor Moria couldn't help but show a look of despair.
Professor Moria, are you okay? I see that your face looks a little bad. No, it's okay. I'm just a little hypoglycemic. Low blood sugar. Yes. You guys, help the professor.
George nodded and waved to several knights. Afterwards, Mariah took George and others to his office, escorted by several heavenly armed forces and great blood descendants. On the way, Tanya quietly asked George what he had said to Mariah before, and George replied,
I told the old man that if he dares to disobey today, I will cut his good daughter into parts.
The two looked at each other and suddenly laughed together. The other side, the Star Wizards are still very proud of the laboratory of Star University. Many people come here to visit every year. Without exception, the visitors, whether they are wizards, investors, or well-informed princes and nobles, will make many jokes here and ask many questions. Idiot question. They don't even understand why the place has to be kept dust-free, or why they have to change their clothes when visiting here. I even don't understand why those instruments can't be touched directly with hands. Foreign nobles believe that this is a unique pride, prejudice, and weird misophobia of the wizards of the Moon Kingdom, and those laboratory regulations were deliberately used to humiliate them. Indeed, the design and specifications of these laboratories are all based on the Forbidden Sanctuary, which makes these laboratories too modern and far beyond the cognitive level of ancient people in the Middle Ages. Every time they visit here, they always turn a blind eye to the really technical things. Instead, They always focus on those glasses and make pretentious comments. Well, the Moon Country's glass technology is indeed very superb. And the things you refine are more transparent than those made by my wizards. From time to time, these idiots will pretend to criticize why don't they even have an astrology instrument and an alchemy platform. Is it possible that the wizards in the Moon Kingdom don't know how to divination? These ignorant primitive people obviously regard the star wizards as witch doctors. Therefore, they never take the so-called inspections of those investors seriously. And they never take those people inside. Everyone just does whatever they want. The only thing that needs to be done is to try not to laugh uncontrollably and look more serious. Otherwise, 80% of the time it will be considered a joke, thus causing dissatisfaction. For this inspection, Vice President Uhtred had already issued a notice several days in advance. The receptionists in the laboratory have also been preparing for a long time, including the receptionists here in Moria. It can be said that they are well prepared. But the commentator discovered that the visitors seemed to be trying their best to pretend to be serious while listening to the introductions and explanations. It's like listening to someone tell a joke. But the situation is not suitable for laughter. Vice Dean Uhtred's face seemed to be completely different from when he usually brought guests here, and was becoming more and more ugly. Ahem. The magic consultant named Edward seemed to be unable to bear it any longer. He interrupted the Star Wizard's explanation and said, "The exhibition hall and lounge are indeed well designed. And the glass is also very good. The astrology, alchemy table, specimens and tarot cards are also pretty good, although they are not suitable in this type of laboratory. When are we going to the amplified wafer hybrid fabrication area?" What? The person in charge, who was explaining, was stunned. He had never heard of this name. "Bruce," Uhtred said with a livid face, "take the guests to the studio quickly. Also, don't you all wear protective clothing and shoe covers in your daily work? This is really not rigorous." After hearing this, the person in charge, Bruce, couldn't help but turn pale. He understood what the dean meant. He quickly brought the guests to the buffer zone and ordered people to bring over their headgear, shoe covers, and work clothes. The guests finally started talking more at this time. "Still using physical dust prevention. I think there is nothing wrong with physical means. It can save costs. Indeed, this is not a biological laboratory and does not require sterile operation. Just avoid hair and dander, and do a good job of diverting the elements." During this discussion, Bruce watched in amazement as the guests took out strange metal balls and crystal plates of different shapes. It seems that he is ready to check various indicators of this laboratory. Bruce suddenly discovered that what came this time seemed to be a real expedition team. Chapter 736, The Real Inspection Team. The laboratory of Xingqian University is very luxurious. Here, the ground is not bluestone, but a thick layer of resin. If you peel off the resin, you will see a thin layer of mithril threads underneath, like a carpet. Under the silver wire, there is a layer of crystal flakes. In this layer of crystal flakes, there is a gemstone at regular intervals. There is a magical circuit outlined by eternity around the gem. The overall structure formed can control the elements that escape in the laboratory. The wall is similar, except that its layers have been evacuated into a vacuum. Generally speaking, those small earthquakes that are not detectable occur almost every day. The human body may not feel it, but it will affect some extremely precise measurements and experiments. But there is no fear here. "Excuse me, Professor Edward." Bruce looked at the compasses and asked cautiously, "What do these instruments measure?" These things seemed to him like items belonging to forbidden wizards, but they were smaller. Elemental particles, magic field, air structure, sound noise, gravity environment. The results of the examination made Edward and others very happy, and they explained patiently. After listening, Bruce couldn't help but look solemn. What a foreign visiting group. These people are forbidden wizards, and the things they use are all the latest models used in the Forbidden Sanctuary, not the old stuff that has been sold outside. This type of technology was used before the Sanctuary Laboratory was completely transformed according to the technology of the Kashia survivors. Although it seems to Anthony's students that the design in some places is not perfect and reasonable, it seems that there are no professional forbidden wizards to help Star University build laboratories. But the Star Wizards use their financial resources to push these laboratories to the standards of forbidden laboratories. The wizards of the shelter couldn't help but secretly squeaked. The materials used here can be said to be twice that of the shelter laboratory. Compared with the frugal shelter, this is really a rich laboratory. Enough to make parts for those bombers, engineering vehicles, and even silver shuttles. If another weightless chamber is added, many key components can be manufactured in the laboratory of Xingqian University. There is almost no need to look at the biological laboratory. The Star Wizards do not need to study the formula and can produce large quantities without this standard. Of course, if the biological laboratory follows this standard, then the success rate of refining pharmaceuticals here will be 30% higher than that produced outside. This is a hugely different number. It can make a complicated and difficult special potion become easy. You can also let an apprentice refine intermediate magic potions that only intermediate wizards can refine. Because of the existence of the magic hub, apprentices do not even need to use magic. So the definition of apprentice is that their knowledge and level have reached this level. After ordinary people have enough knowledge, they can do the work of wizards. This productivity will naturally increase hundreds of times. For some chemicals that require a large amount, the laboratory can even only perform the final extraction step, leaving a lot of complicated work to ordinary workshops. There are so many laboratories and workshops in the Moon Kingdom. Once the formulas and processes are handed over to them, and these factories are operated at full capacity, it will be enough to satisfy several huge magic legions. The Dawn Wizards were discussing excitedly while using various instruments to measure. Those key terms made the person in charge, Bruce, dizzy. He found that he couldn't understand them. I couldn't help but call in several professional researchers to connect with these guests.
The environment here is very good, but you have some problems in the processing of some things. Your instruments are enough. There is no need to go around the bush. And for this process, you are still using the previous generation of the Forbidden Sanctuary plan. But in fact, as long as a spiral system is added, the efficiency can be increased 3 times. Ahem. This thing may be a bit expensive, but with your financial resources and technology, it can be manufactured.
This time, the Star Wizards listened with an open mind to Dawn Wizards' guidance on craftsmanship. They knew some things, but the Forbidden Sanctuary had previously kept the core technology secret. But I didn't expect that these Dawn Wizards would be willing to share these technologies directly. The Dawn Wizards also talked about a lot of new gadgets, such as the Arc-style Cold Magic Hub. The gadget can be as big as a fist, but the energy supply rate is hundreds of times that of the Magic Gem. It can directly turn the Forbidden Demon Tower into a movable Forbidden Demon Prism. It can be said that the Star Wizards have been coveting these things for a long time. In the future, Star Academy will also be able to produce these things. And Bruce and others can't help but be very excited. Edward and others were also very excited. Whether it was the expensive instruments or precision parts, due to limited resources and manpower, there are not many shelters available. Some testing equipment had to be shared by several project teams. But here at Xingqian University, one project team can use several of them. After these things are made, everyone can definitely get a share. It can be said that the problems on both sides are solved. What excites both sides the most is the weightless production area. Anthony has been talking about this thing for several years. After obtaining Kashiya's information, Anthony got hold of the prototype templates used by these Forbidden Wizards, and he found that the technology used by the Forbidden Wizards was not perfect. The technology simplified by the Kashiya survivors from the old base is far simpler and more advanced than what the Forbidden Wizards themselves researched. However, due to resource and labor problems in the shelter, plans for this kind of production area have been written many times, but they have never been implemented. The situation at Xingqian University is the opposite. They have not yet broken through the theory. Instead, he has been using levitation instead. Edward explained the difference between the two to the wizards.
Flotation technology can indeed meet a large extent of needs, but in essence, it gives an unstable reaction force to the object. Not true weightlessness. Your land speed ship uses this technology.
As he spoke, Edward picked up a feather on the table, and then the feather floated up. However, during the floating process, although there was no external force exerted on the feather continued to fly upward. After a while, the feather fell down for a while, and then gradually floated up again. It is constantly floating up and down.
If you refine some liquid metal, you will find that under the action of levitation, it cannot form a perfect sphere. There will also be subtle ripples on the surface.
Edward said,
You didn't need to make such a precise sphere before, or such precision instruments do not require such an environment to manufacture, so it will not have any impact. But if you want to produce the latest generation of products, you need to upgrade.
Chapter 737, Stealing Someone with Your Sweetheart? Star Wizards know the difference between levitation and a true weightless environment. When making alchemical alloys and changing the crystal structure, due to the influence of gravity, the ingredients with different specific gravity will be mixed unevenly and often fail. Therefore, the process is extremely complicated. Not only does it add a lot of equipment and time, but the efficiency is also extremely low. But in the weightless state, these materials can be completely mixed evenly. It's not just that. In the process of refining many things, containers are often needed, such as dissolving metals and Andorra crystals to refine high-energy alloys. But these things require very high temperatures, and there are almost no containers that can hold them. And even if certain containers are manufactured at a high cost, the containers will also affect the absorption of magic fields and elements. Even because of the container, the finished product may be contaminated by more or less impurities. The cost and process required to remove these impurities is extremely terrifying. However, in a weightless state, raw materials can be suspended in a vacuum for smelting. This does not require a container, allows many things that cannot be refined to be refined, and can also avoid contamination from impurities. Alchemy will become much easier and take a lot less work. Shelter now makes certain precision components of copycat products, which requires this kind of environment. Due to environmental limitations, these things are currently created using silver shuttles to create a weightless environment, or simply let a small number of builders do it. These black technology products of Kashia people cannot be copied at present, which greatly restricts productivity. But with the addition of a large amount of resources and manpower from the Moon Country, not only can these things be produced with factory efficiency, Sanctuary can also mass-produce products that truly have weightless engines, such as a new generation of all-crystal versions of silver shuttles and engineering vehicles. For the Star Wizards, this is simply a God-given opportunity. Finally, I finally understood why Her Majesty the Queen, the major financier behind the college, would go against all objections and become a shareholder of Hope Shelter in Technology. Even if we have to make many things for the shelter for free in the future, this is still a huge advantage. Edward thought so too. It was exciting that the entire Moon Country was supplying blood to the Sanctuary. He believed that the Forbidden Academy would inevitably become the new leader of the wizarding world in the future, and a new holy land in the hearts of wizards. Perhaps, Forbidden Academy should change its name. During the excited discussion among the wizards, Edward saw that Miss Sophia and the vice principal had arrived at the lounge at some unknown time. It turned out that Palos was here, and he also brought Malim and a strange woman. It seems that the two parties had a date before, and were discussing some matters. Let the ladies study these management, cooperation and business matters. Edward looked away. He seemed to feel that something was not right, so he glanced over there again. After he frowned and looked at the woman's face for a long time, his pupils suddenly shrank slightly. He found that the woman was no stranger. He lay trembling in front of the window, and after carefully looking at it, his scalp exploded. The woman seemed slightly displeased with the voyeur. She recited a magic spell, and the curtains were closed. Your Excellency, Earl Elizabeth? I read that correctly. Right. Elizabeth felt that this meeting had been conducted in a strange atmosphere. It wasn't that there was any dispute between the two parties, or that George's wife had any hostility towards him. On the contrary, things went very smoothly, and the attitude of this princess, the biological daughter of Archduke Adeline, is also very friendly, even too friendly. Every time, when Elizabeth saw Sophia's eyes, she could clearly detect the excitement hidden in those eyes. What did she just do? Are you being coquettish about yourself? Is this a little too intimate? Originally, she came here this time because she wanted to have a good look at what kind of person this Miss Sophia was. There are some subtle emotions in my heart. Now, she has seen it. But the situation is completely different from what she imagined. The situation is gradually developing in a weird way. Isn't she trying to attack me? Elizabeth thought that this little girl looked quite cute. She is a typical lady, very reserved and shy, the kind I particularly like. If this Miss Sophia were an ordinary noble, she would definitely respond enthusiastically and find an opportunity to chat quietly in the palace alone to see her shy look. Elizabeth's heart couldn't help but accelerate slightly. But then she got rid of the thought in her mind. What am I here for? Also, it seems a bit unnatural to do this. What is this? Stealing a woman from your sweetheart? Elizabeth's expression became more and more weird. But under Sophia's reverent gaze, her heart couldn't help but begin to melt again. She seems to be a little fan of hers. As expected, everyone in the world knows the name of the Queen of the Moon Kingdom. Elizabeth couldn't help but feel slightly proud. By the way, she actually proposed to have a relationship with herself? It is a good decision to become best friends with this Miss Sophia. On the one hand, this consortium must be managed by her. In the future, the structure of the shelter must be cleaner, and she has no time to fight for profits for those idiot nobles. At that time, we will have to work hard to scrape the oil from those nobles. So there is no way to directly compare with the shelter. Therefore, Elizabeth, the major shareholder, is relatively recognized by the future CEO. Having an additional relationship with her will make it easier to meet in person, and many things can be done behind closed doors. In addition, generally speaking, the special best friend thing is usually a routine. But what did she just call herself? Aunt? When you say we recognize our relationship, do you mean you want to recognize me as your aunt? Am I that old? Elizabeth felt that she had practiced self-discipline so far that she was so perfect that she could not move like a mountain. But today's spiritual shock was a bit too much. Especially when she and Sophia finished talking about things and went to visit teacher Moria together. The scene after opening the door made her jaw drop to the ground. The poor Grand Maester was hanging upside down on the beam. And a short nightgown, shirtless, was beating him hard with a whip. And a group of handsome male and female apprentices were kneeling next to them, watching with horror on their faces. Next to this group of people, the desperate and helpless Bebe was being held by a woman on her lap. She covered her mouth and watched her father cry while being comforted by the hands that were stroking around. Breaking free, George was sitting on the side, crossing his legs and drinking the tea served to him by Professor Moria. When he saw the ladies coming in, he was stunned, and then he smiled and said, "Good afternoon." Chapter 738. The matter is not big enough. After seeing the apprentice drink the blood of a white rat, he fell into madness. Elizabeth and Sophia couldn't help but look moved. It is true that George and his group did not surrender. And what Professor Moria confessed was indeed true. But such an important figure in the Moon Kingdom actually degenerated into a blood race under the eyes of the Star Wizards. As the head of a country, Elizabeth couldn't help but feel a little tired. Judging from this situation, the entire Royal Academy may be a nest of snakes and rats. And there may be many wizards who have completely fallen under the influence of that blood medicine. Moria, this guy can be said to be a huge laughing stock. This lecherous old thing took a lot of blood medicine in order to regain his glory. As a result, he was eventually controlled by the vampires. However, although he joined the core layer of lurkers, the funny thing is that because he did not gain any first support and did not have any faith, he was just a small low-level vampire. If it weren't for his blood medicine, which had been specially customized by the lurkers, he wouldn't even be a baron now. What an important person Moria is. No matter where he goes, he will stand at the top of the pyramid. But among the vampires, he held a high position. And judging from everyone's faces, even Elizabeth felt pity for him. However, Professor Moria's affairs cannot be revealed yet. And the affairs of the college must be dealt with slowly. The list is already complete. And several of Moria's students have a large number of blood medicine transaction lists in their hands. As for the biggest behind-the-scenes person, although Moria does not know his true identity, according to the information, he is the person around Elizabeth. After listening, the names of the three people appeared in Elizabeth's mind, and she had already made some calculations in her mind. The key issue now is not to let the Holy Court get involved in this muddy water again. They are currently discussing what reasons to come to the Moon Kingdom. If it weren't for Avery and his group, the Inquisition would have already arrived when George and the others arrived in the Moon Kingdom. After thinking about it, Elizabeth said, "George, after we visit Professor Moria today, the lurkers will definitely pay attention. This matter cannot be hidden from the lurkers. The most important thing right now is that it will not be hidden from wizards and nobles. Civilians and the Holy Court block the news. Otherwise, once people in Yucheng are panicked and the Holy Court intervenes, things will be out of control." Ahem. Elizabeth. George scratched his face and said, "I think this matter will definitely go according to what you said. People in Yucheng will be panicked, and the Holy Court will definitely intervene." Elizabeth's face couldn't help but look a little ugly, and he glared at George angrily. This guy would indeed make big trouble wherever he went. That's right. The lurkers will definitely take this opportunity to leak the news and create chaos to give the Holy Court a reason to intervene in Moon Kingdom affairs. I'm afraid the Inquisition is definitely coming. But, George said, as long as our affairs are done quickly, it doesn't matter whether the Holy Court intervenes or not, no matter how fast they come from there. It will take 2 weeks. A month is enough for us to get the raw rice. It's cooked. Cough cough. It just creates some trouble for us. Just don't worry about the so-called oracles, red archbishops, and other divine envoys dictating what's going on. George, Elizabeth pursed her lips, feeling her head was dizzy with anger. She understood what George meant. What does it mean to cook raw rice, and to cook rice as quickly as possible? That's making things even bigger. Let a violent storm sweep across Moon City. And this guy even allowed himself to stand in front of him. George, I can ignore the orders of the Holy Court, but the nobles may not. Elizabeth tried her best to calm down her anger and said, the Holy Court represents the 7 gods, the common people, nobles, and wizards of the entire Moon Kingdom. They are all the people of the Holy Court.
They represent the 7 gods. Whatever is right, and whatever is wrong. I believe that within a month, Moon City can be clean. But there is more than just this city in the Moon Country. And after this, we still have to live our lives.
Elizabeth pursed her lips. But there was one thing she did not clarify after 1 month. Moon City will be clean. But can I, the Queen, still fool around? Now that he has made a clear challenge to the Holy Court, this heretic's label will be taken off. At that time, it will be hard to say who is the vampire in the eyes of the people.
You don't believe in the 7 gods?
Tanya, who was sitting nearby, muttered softly while fanning herself. Elizabeth couldn't help but stare at her. Who was this female gangster? From the moment she came in, she kept looking at him randomly. She couldn't help but look at George.
Ahem. Elizabeth, we haven't introduced you yet.
George stretched out his palm towards Tanya and said solemnly,
This lady, her name is Tanya. She is the special arbitrator sent by the Kingdom of Heaven. Jasmine should have mentioned it to you. She is very good at dealing with vampire problems. And she will follow you personally in the days to come.
The word, personal, was emphasized by George. After George's introduction, Tanya suddenly changed her expression, stood up, and gave a slight salute to Elizabeth like a knight. It's just that her dress seemed a bit unorthodox. And after greeting her, she even winked at Elizabeth. Elizabeth's face couldn't help but turn ugly. To be honest, this person looked a bit familiar to her. She thought that she must have known her when she was over there before. But whenever she saw her face, Elizabeth always thought of something not very good. This feeling was very strange, both liking and repulsing it, as if that woman represented an unspeakable kind of thing. Moral stain. However, this is not the most important thing. George placed this person directly next to him, which simply told the vampires that the Moon Kingdom was going to attack them. Apparently, George thought the incident wasn't big enough.
As for what you're worried about, it's actually not a big deal. Just like Miss Tanya said, the people of the Moon Kingdom are not here anyway.
At this point, George couldn't help but look around and found the few people around him. After seeing the heavenly arms with his eyes, nose and heart, they were all his younger brothers. He said directly,
Anyway, you don't believe in the 7 gods, they believe in the Moon God.
George made it clear that he wanted to make the Moon Country independent from the Holy Court. This naked and threatening attitude made Elizabeth's chest heave for a long time. But she didn't say much. She planned to hear what other bad ideas George had, and also planned to hear what she really cared about. The messenger from the temple, Jasmine, had communicated a lot with Elizabeth in the past few days, and also concealed a lot of things. But the temple is not without Elizabeth. Elizabeth has already guessed what Xiao Jiujiu is in the heart of that person in the temple.
George, what are your plans? What do you mean that the temple will help?
Chapter 739. Too much. Facing Elizabeth's question, George thought about it. It's really not good to tell Elizabeth that Ariadne is coming to pick fruit. After all, Elizabeth has held divine power for so many years. This is equivalent to seizing power. Therefore, it may cause Elizabeth's rejection, thus affecting the cooperation between Elizabeth and Irene, and the final result of the matter. But because of this, he had to tell Elizabeth the truth about this matter. If he was not honest, there would be a gap between him and Elizabeth in the future. George made up his mind to tell the truth. Not all of the plans Eileen told him were true, so these facts may affect Elizabeth's judgment. However, the final result is whoever wins between the two of them, and George has no intention of getting involved. The palms and backs of my hands are all flesh, and they are all my own. You all should do your best. George took a look at Professor Moria and others, and then told the whole story. As George spoke, Elizabeth's eyes narrowed slightly, and before George had finished telling everything, Elizabeth had already clarified the matter. In fact, she made a decision today. She had expected it before George said that the dragon egg had been blessed by the Moon God. She was indeed extremely skeptical at the beginning. But this was because although the power of blessing was pure and incomparable, it was not the Moon God. She can do this too. But with the development of things, the news from the temple, and the voices of the believers when they prayed, Elizabeth gradually discovered that there is another Moon God in this Moon City. It was not difficult for Elizabeth to guess what the other Moon God wanted to do. But who is the reason why the Moon Kingdom believes in the Moon God and gets rid of the shackles of belief? There can only be one owner here. How can she be allowed to pick peaches after everything she has worked so hard to build? No, she didn't just want to do this. Her real purpose doesn't seem to be here, because she will never tell anyone the real thing. Only the Moon God knows the secret. Elizabeth pondered. On the other side, when George was talking, when he looked at Mariah and the others, the trembling Professor Mariah, who had been sitting aside holding a teacup, felt a thump in his heart. And after he found out that George told these secrets in front of him, he wanted to make his ears deaf and blind his eyes immediately, not wanting to know any secret. Of course, the results were unsatisfactory. Ariadne comes to the moon? Her Majesty the Queen of the Moon Kingdom is the Archangel of the Moon God? This matter did not go through the Holy Court. Doesn't this tell the world that the Holy Court has lost its divine grace? Doesn't this tell the Holy Court that they have to shift their focus to the Moon Kingdom? Or even move? If the Holy Lords knew about this, their first reaction would be to start an uprising now and blow up the temple. Otherwise, once this matter takes shape, the world will be in chaos. Moria knew that the demons were always afraid of chaos. But he also knew that the demons had never thought of making the world such a mess. All plans will turn into a mess. And the future development direction of the world will be beyond everyone's control. Including this George. What a lunatic. Of course, I'm afraid the lurkers won't know about this because he can't tell it. When George's words fell, Moria looked at the Dawn Lord with a desperate look on his face. And his heart was filled with despair. He just wants a good time.
Elizabeth. That's it. As for Professor Moria's matter.
Moria's heart twitched slightly. And he opened his mouth and shouted crazily, wanting to tell the Lord how valuable he was. But the pardon issued by that woman had firmly controlled his body. Tanya had previously said the word quiet to Maria. And before she allowed it, Morley Subbaron couldn't even utter a word.
In the past few days, let Professor Moria take the team to the shelter for exchanges. A master like this must give full play to his intelligence.
Elizabeth sighed. She had very complicated feelings about this great scholar and teacher. Over the years, Moria may not only have stolen many technical secrets of the Moon Kingdom, but also used the resources of the Moon Kingdom to work for the devil. Basically, none of the wizards in the academy have faith. And those who have faith rarely do so. Pray. And there are vampires everywhere here. So there will indeed be many surveillance dead spots. Therefore, Professor Moria deserves to die. But she knew the importance of Professor Moria. If he could redeem himself, the value would be far greater than executing him. Now that this scientific spy is exposed, the lurkers will definitely want to silence him. So putting it in a shelter was a good decision. Based on the current situation in the shelter and the Moon Country, wherever the wizard works, he is working for everyone. Professor Moria was slightly stunned after hearing this. He raised his head and looked at the people around him, wondering if he had heard wrongly. Or maybe there is a place in the asylum specifically for the execution of vampires? George looked at Moria and said,
Mr. Moria, I heard that you have been regretful because of the failure of the Seraph project. I have the same idea as you, and I want to change it for the devils. Golem, you are a bit too humble. Don't worry. There won't be those ignorant fools telling you what to do this time.
Having said this, George looked at a young vampire kneeling over there. The guy was Moria's student. But Moria had to treat the person sent to monitor him as his father, because he was Viscount. The level of this Moria is no worse than that of the survivors of Nakashia. The shelter needs this kind of people now, who can do pump technology. The gap between the temple's technologies and the knowledge of this world is really huge. There is no complete theoretical reasoning process in Kashia's information, just holding the formula results. Who knows what they are for? It's like a primary school student guessing E equals M asterisk C caret 2. However, Professor Moria was able to use the technology of the Kashia people to make real things based on the theoretical knowledge of the wizards. George was looking forward to the Seraph. The same was true for Maria. He heard a meaning from George's words. He seems to have some chance.
Moreover, as for your academic doubts, there is no need to seek answers from the god of creation in that dream. He will personally guide you.
George paused and said,
As for your blood poison, you can talk to your old friend Rathbone, and he will help you find a solution.
George's series of words made Maria feel dizzy. He really wanted to ask if he could talk to the god of creation and Rathbone without dying. After all, based on what he knew, these two people were in heaven. But he scratched his throat for a long time. But he couldn't say a word.
Of course, the premise is that you have to be valuable.
George looked at Maria with a half smile and said, I have value. Of course I have value. Maria yelled crazily in his heart. George nodded, and then waved to several big blood descendants. Immediately afterwards, several big blood descendants took Moria and others down. Professor Moria almost scratched the wall next to the door. But he could not say a word from the beginning to the end. The moment they were about to be taken out, Maria heard the woman say something.
Don't arrest me. Professor Maria, you can speak freely in the shelter. I believe you will cherish this time.
A hard-won opportunity.
While Professor Moria was stunned, several knights opened his hands and took him out.
George, I won the bet.
Tanya looked at the line of words on the wall that was dug out by Professor Moria, raised her eyebrows and smiled. George's mouth twitched, and he threw his favorite ancient gold coin to Tanya.
George.
Elizabeth and Sophia looked at these two guys who had no clue at the same time and said,
You two have gone too far.
Chapter 740 Big Light Bulb. The first batch of crystal arrays transferred from the crater to the Royal Academy have been deployed during this period. Although the construction of the stable portal has not yet been fully started, a small number of people can jump between the shelter and the academy. That day, after chatting in the office, a group of people went to check the status of the crystal array. Professor Moria and several of his apprentices were standing beside Palos and others in a daze, watching the Dawn Wizards demonstration. Then the wizards of the shelter demonstrated the forbidden spell collective teleportation to the wizards of the academy. The visiting group led by Moria naturally followed Venomous Bee and others to the shelter amid their anxiety. At the shelter, he would speak freely. And then, he will also know who is his real master. After leaving the academy that day, Tanya followed the reluctant Elizabeth. And Sophia also left the Moon Kingdom that day and returned to the shelter due to business matters. This made George feel a little lost and a little abandoned indeed. No one had time to pay attention to him, including Soraya, who was nowhere to be seen all day long. So George had to harass Irene.
My good lord, are you a little too idle?
Irene flipped through the documents and looked at George sitting on the sofa drinking morning tea, feeling a little headache. George, this idiot, actually thought he would be at the auction house. But a group of people caused a riot in the casino. The result was the same as last time. They were quietly invited to a branch of the Dire Brotherhood, a beautiful small manor in the suburbs. Eileen has been staying in this stronghold comfortably for some time. But now it seems that we will have to change places soon.
Then you can find something for me to do?
Give you a shit to do. Irene cursed in her heart. She already knew what happened at the academy 2 days ago. George, this guy, walked away after finishing his work. But when the news came out that Mariah led a group to visit the shelter, the entire Moon City was in chaos. Judging from the movements of the lurkers, the messenger from the Holy Court is probably going to arrive in the next few days. Someone will definitely come from the Holy Court in less than half a month. She suspected that George did it on purpose. She had no intention of lighting the fire so early. Now it can be said that everything is in a mess. Even the plan she secretly prepared has been affected.
Ahem. George, how is Siljak doing lately? No reaction.
George lied. Siljak was indeed still sleeping,
and she needed to truly digest the power of the evil god. However, George also discovered that he understood magic, not just Siljak's.
However, if you need to do something, Ibrahimovic also understands Siljak's magic. It has been at the crater base and the shelter recently. If you need it, he will be there soon.
Irene felt a little nervous. Siljak's labyrinth had a great impact on her plans after her arrival. Erin believed Siljak was still sleeping, but she was worried about Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic isn't just here soon, he's like a god who can be everywhere. You can reach the sanctuary, temple, and Moon Kingdom instantly. People from 3 places often see multiple Ibrahimovics. Erin had previously thought that Ibrahimovic was teleported between the sanctuary and the academy through a jump. But the wizards have been adjusting the crystal array recently, which makes the crystal array unable to transmit all the time. As Ibrahimovic came and went, the wizards never adjusted the time and space anchors on the array at both ends. No one even knew that Ibrahimovic came and went, and no one could see him. But this guy seems to have a limit. He can't afford the consumption of this energy. So Irene suspected that he could only do this at both ends of the prism crystal coverage.
I know he can jump. George.
Irene picked up George's words.
But recently the wizards have been adjusting the crystal array, so the space-time anchor is often closed. Each adjustment will take a long time, and I'm afraid that this will happen.
It will affect things during this period. We may take action. There may be emergencies.
Okay. George stood up from the table, took a sip of tea, and looked at Irene meaningfully. Intending to beat her, he hoped Irene would stop. George explained,
there is no need for a space-time anchor. Within the energy coverage of the crystal array, there is the coverage of Ibrahimovic's body. His body is actually very large, covering the entire world in a high-dimensional form with a probability cloud. Among these 3 areas, although these 3 places are isolated in the low dimension, they are connected in the high dimension. Therefore, within a few kilometers around himself, as well as the area covered by the crystal array in it, he is everywhere.
Not only can Ibrahimovic be everywhere according to this world's definition of God, Ibrahimovic is the true God. As long as he has enough energy, he can know everything, even if the conditions are not that perfect. as long as he has a body such as a seraph or a god colossus as a support. Then the god in the eyes of the archangel will be able to know everything within the scope of his body. As for whether Ibrahimovic can use Siljak's magic and reach Siljak's level, Ibrahimovic is indeed a bit unreliable. But George can do it. George's explanation made Eileen feel a little scared. It seemed that the crystal array of the college would have to be damaged for a few hours. But if this is the case, when the people in the college make moves, Elizabeth will probably know when she is going to take action.
"What's the matter with you?" George asked. "You just said there might be an emergency?" "There is indeed something."
Eileen brought up another thing.
"Elizabeth and I are making plans. And there may be some action in the next few days. We already have a suspect. And she has also made some moves recently."
George's eyes narrowed slightly and he said,
"I plan to visit Bishop Buster this afternoon. It's probably not him. But don't go there yet. It's not too late to go after the sacrifice."
George raised his eyebrows and asked,
"Do you suspect it's him?" "It's not sure yet. But most of the things he knows. The lurkers seem to know."
Irene put down the document in her hand, waved her hand, and pulled the room into her moon dream, telling the story.
"Although Moria doesn't know many core secrets, but from some of the things he learned, we analyzed that in this moon kingdom, there is very likely to be a portal quietly established by the devil." "The portal?"
George's pupils shrank slightly, and he listened carefully. "It is not a blood moon now, and the demon cannot open a new door to HL. But it can use this door to establish a connection between the moon kingdom and the demon base in the north. On the surface, this time Irene and the others were going to take action against the fallen angel, but it was not actually about catching him, but to destroy the portal they secretly established in the moon kingdom. If the demons jump over the wall in a hurry, they may open the door immediately. My dream cannot control too many demons, but Siljak's nether labyrinth, coupled with the forbidden demon realm, can temporarily block the door. So, I hope Ibrahimovic follows us. Shiriak hasn't woken up yet, but blocking the teleportation should still be left to Ibrahimovic."
George thought for a while, and took a sip of tea. If Ibrahimovic can perform the same level of maze as Siljak, this unreliable guy may not be able to do it. However, when it comes to destroying the portal, in addition to Siljak's maze, Ibrahimovic also has other tricks. Both of them can make the person die in the turbulence of time and space halfway through the portal. Putting down the teacup, George looked at Irene and said,
"Let Ibrahimovic follow you. In addition, I will give you the Netherworld Scroll. You are taking action that day. Do you need me to go? George, do you know that after what happened in the academy, everyone is watching your movements now?"
Eileen gritted her teeth and said,
"Just stay alone for now."
"Hey," George confidently lay back on the sofa and drank tea like a salted fish.
"Rona, come here. Give me a leg kick."
Laura rolled her eyes at George and said angrily,
Unless you take me hunting."
Then, she quietly looked at George expectantly. She doesn't want to be a coolie here anymore. At least, she wants to take a day off. Those careful and charming eyes made George feel very soft-hearted. He shook his head and thought, is it possible that there will be another super big light bulb tomorrow? The huge royal hunting ground stretches as far as the eye can see. And in this clear weather, the scenery is also very good. Under the hills, there are crowds of people and horses, and groups of hunting dogs. There were also many horse-drawn carriages in the middle. After riding the horse for a while, George reined in the horse's hooves, stood on the hill, and rested for a while with Elizabeth and others. The location here is very good. Standing on the hill, you can have an unobstructed view of the scenery below. In the distance, there are many nobles and knights galloping on their horses, chasing deer. In the forest that cannot be seen farther away, there are knights with countless hunters, circling and sifting the prey, so that the people in the core circle can hunt more things. And to prevent the beasts from suddenly jump out from the grass and injure ladies or gentlemen who are not good at martial arts. Perhaps, this so-called core circle is a tourist and social area, and the area near the periphery is the real hunting ground. In that vast forest, only the best teams can hunt the best and most prey, and only the strongest people can compete with the Dawn Knights and Moon Knights. The royal family of the Moon Kingdom liked red hunting clothes very much, and the nobles followed suit one after another. This allows them to stand out in the hunting grounds, lest they be mistaken for prey by their fellow hunters. It also has a bit of British flavor and looks very nice. Especially those ladies, after putting it on, put on a black hat and a pair of black horse boots. It looks like a heroic figure. Especially the long legs wearing white jodhpurs will look very slender under this outfit. Seeing the youngest George staring at Elizabeth's legs, Tanya on the side gave George a fierce look. George curled his lips and ignored her.
Let's see how long you can endure this big light bulb. Sure enough, after Tanya glanced at George, her attention was attracted by the group of princesses by the river not far away. They formed a team with the noble ladies and were chasing a group of antelopes by the river. Their clumsy looks made people anxious. Many beautiful ladies even got wet by the river. They even took off their coats and splashed water on each other in the river. Looks like he really needs a handsome knight to help. In addition to the royal family and nobles, many wizards came over today. After putting on their hunting attire, the wizards looked elegant and like gentlemen, especially the witches, who usually have a bookish and cold look on their faces. Occasionally put on such clothes, blend into the crowd and play with the ladies, looking very touching. Lorna's body was already wet, and so was the tall and handsome princess of the southern wilderness. In each other's company, they secretly left the crowd and went to the woods, as if they planned to change their clothes. After struggling for a long time, Tanya finally gave up her plan to help by sending a set of clothes to the two people, and looked at her Elizabeth with a gentle look on her face. However, she discovered that in just a short while, her horse was already close to George, and the two of them were whispering to each other. Obviously, Aji's plan was very clever. He specially arranged a handsome stallion for the boss, and some special spices were rubbed on the horse. This made the beautiful mare who sat down on Elizabeth couldn't help but attracted by the stallion. The owner would make do with George if he wasn't careful. Everything will come naturally. But George seemed a little distracted. He even looked back at Tanya from time to time, as if he was secretly comparing the figures of the two ladies. Scum! Tanya grinded her teeth and rode her horse between the two people. There are a lot of people here today. George touched his nose. There weren't many people. Just one more person. Indeed. There are quite a few. There are many people today. I didn't expect to come back. Elizabeth brushed away a strand of long hair that fell from her hat. She looked at the crowd below and seemed to be in a very good mood. Many unexpected people did come today, and they all got together with Brenda, Jillian, and Nino Farley, the rising star of the aristocracy. Obviously, it is a good choice to occupy the team. It has been half a month since George and his party came to the Moon Country. It has been a week since the last party. Even fools have smelled more and more smells. And the smart nobles have now figured it out. In fact, most of the people who got together with these three people before were mostly those who were intimidated by Jillian. But with the emergence of business contracts one by one, those financial groups and chambers of commerce that smelled wealth gradually began to swarm in. And the nobles also began to get ready to make a move. The newly announced migration policy by the cabinet has added a lot of fire. Originally, many nobles did not believe the so-called tsunami rumors. The royal family did not say anything about whether there was a tsunami or not. They even refuted the rumors and arrested a lot of people who spread the rumors. But just after the royal family began to refute the rumors, those with interests at sea and on the coast could no longer bear it. Indeed, nowadays, due to fog, pirates, ghost ships, rising new caravans, etc., the benefits on this sea have become less and less, and the risks now seem to be getting bigger and bigger. It is better to run early than to run late. Anyway, there is a lot of trade in the West. If the shelter can really fulfill the products they advertise, it will be a huge surprise. Chapter 741 Jealousy. The first to completely fall over were those who had many interests in maritime trade. And then came the mine owners, who were worried about where to ship the crystal mines. And the slave owners. The slave trading market has been extremely hot recently. And the serfs, the price has increased by 30%. Many slave owners have begun to gather slaves, planning to start shipping in large quantities as soon as the portal is established. The slaves are also looking forward to it. They were all refugees who fled to the Moon Kingdom, mostly from Saudi Arabia and Iberia. In the past 2 years, there have been many people from the Far East countries. At first, they were all freedmen, or tenants. In order to survive, I had to sell my freedom. At any rate, I was a slave in this Moon Country. As long as I was not sold to the death mining area, I was still rich. Moreover, under the policies of the Moon Kingdom, there will still be a chance to gain freedom. But now this opportunity seems to have come as long as they set foot on the land of the Far West. They can be free. As for uprooting their homes, they have long been homeless. That holy land illuminated by the sun is their new home. There is already a turmoil in all walks of life in the Moon Kingdom. And the academic seminar, with the sanctuary held 2 days ago, has only added fuel to the flames. Moria's appearance and attitude also caused a huge sensation. Not only did various colleges join, but wizards from various countries,
who went to the Moon Kingdom to inspect and study, also joined the conference. This parliament has been written into the history of wizards, and was named the world's first magic parliament.
This is the new Holy Land.
Moria, one of the first super bosses to inspect the sanctuary and the Forbidden Academy on behalf of the Moon Kingdom, coupled with the papers and journals published by the sanctuary, made the wizards completely put down their worries. The effect of the meeting was very good. The academic level of the two large teams of Anthony and Rusgard shocked the wizarding world. Many people firmly believe that the magic and knowledge possessed by this new Holy Land could not only compare it to a shelter, and the people there must have found the remains of an ancient magic empire. The wizards have now responded to the call of the Moon Kingdom one after another. Many of the guys who originally followed the Forbidden Sanctuary have also begun to change their direction. It is indeed more convenient there, and more academically open. Now, the academic faction has become a staunch supporter of the Queen, and it has also influenced the nobles. The portal has not yet been established, and those who were initially concerned have already started to join the rush to compete for spots. This also triggered a series of political changes. There are already more and more people following the Queen, and there has naturally been a lot of progress regarding Landry, Nan Wang, and Elda. However, frictions with the Holy Court faction have also increased, and many people no longer hide their political intentions and have begun to openly join forces. However, in this huge storm and whirlpool brought by George, everything changed too fast, and every move hit the fatal point, making those who thought they were prepared unable to react. It was so fast that even Elizabeth couldn't believe that this set of random punches could completely disrupt the rigid deadlock of the Moon Kingdom, and beat the hosts of the Holy Court in the Moon Kingdom to the point where they couldn't find them. Dimensionality reduction struck. The word George just mentioned flashed into Elizabeth's mind. The effect is indeed remarkable, and the team occupancy situation is now very obvious. 3:1. The remaining rigid and pedantic people who still believe in the Holy Court are those who have interests in the populated lands and the Far Eastern countries. At present, the Holy Court is eager to send people. But if the Holy Court does not do anything after coming, the influence of the Holy Court in the Moon Kingdom will be completely overturned. After the lurkers lose the banner of the Holy Court, they will have nowhere to hide. Often, Elizabeth would feel a little dazed when lying in bed at night. She was very afraid that this big trend would be a scam. George was indeed a liar, and the shelter was marketed too well. Things haven't been implemented yet, but things have reached this point, which makes people a little worried. Maybe we should send more inspection groups to appease people, or we should just go and have a look in person. Elizabeth withdrew her thoughts and looked at George. I found Tanya's horse and George's horse rubbing against each other, and the two of them were whispering to each other. The behavior was a bit too intimate, and Tanya's fingers were twisting the belt around George's waist. Elizabeth's face turned dark. What happened to Tanya? She said those weird things to herself a few days ago, and she did them again in front of her today. She suddenly felt betrayed, and the two people in front of her suddenly became distasteful to her. Soon, the same smile as before returned to her face. She pretended not to see it, gently lifted the horse's belly, and rode in the direction of the river. She looked ahead and said,
By the way, George, didn't you say you were going to the death mining area in the Kingdom of Sand some time ago?
I just want to introduce you to someone. Oh, I heard that the eldest prince of Saudi Arabia is coming to visit recently.
Sure enough, George's attention was attracted. He took away Tanya's hand and hurriedly followed her. Seeing these two people getting together again, Tanya gritted her teeth secretly, not knowing who she should be jealous of that idiot Sophia. If she came over today, things would be perfect. She rode her horse and followed him. Originally, she wanted to come to George's other side, but Elizabeth got off the horse, and George also got off the horse. The two of them led the horse and walked between the two horses, separate the left and right. While chatting, they walked along the river towards another area of the hunting ground. However, Tanya, the big light bulb, followed closely behind the two people, and occasionally interjected a few words to maintain her sense of presence, leaving the two people with no chance to talk alone. Not far behind the three of them were Aggie and Alessia, as well as Elizabeth and George's personal guards. These people were chatting very harmoniously with a large group of hunting dogs. Aji and Deligia looked at the three weird guys in front of them, and couldn't help but laugh secretly. The head of the house, Deligia, seemed to admire Aji very much, and Aji also seemed to have great respect for this eunuch dressed as a knight. Deligia was another disciple of Palos, and was from the same school as Juing. At the same time, he is also one of the three great swordsmen in the Moon Kingdom. It's just that because he is in the palace, his reputation is not obvious. The only known battle is the duel with a mysterious exotic swordsman more than 10 years ago. The wandering swordsman, with 3 long swords on his body, defeated the 2 great swordsmen of the Moon Kingdom in succession. But in the end, he ended up tied with Delicia under the witness of Vic White. Chapter 742, Your Majesty. You are such a scheming woman. In the end, the mysterious swordsman was invited to the Holy Court under Vic White's warm invitation, and then went to Winsong City together. And Delicia's reputation has since been revealed. However, Delicia knew that he had the advantage of that weapon in that duel. But the swordsman only used an ordinary long sword. If that swordsman keeps using his sword, he should be the one who loses. During these days, Delicia and Aji often competed. Aji learned a lot from this swordsman master and greatly admired his senior brother's martial arts and moral character. And Delicia was also surprised to find that his little brother's skills were extraordinary. I'm afraid it won't be long before I surpass myself. Aji often wonders whether people with no hair or no private parts have abnormally powerful fighting abilities. Not long after, the view ahead gradually broadened, and a group of people began to ride horses and arrived near a lake along the river. In the far corner of the lake, many birds and beasts were drinking water. On the other side, there were 2 groups of knights chasing antelope and hunting. The 2 groups of knights are the Moon Knights and the Dawn Knights, followed by several ruling princes of the Moon Kingdom and Jillian, Brenda, Salmon and others. The princes, Jillian and others seemed a little unhurried, as if they were more interested in the topic at hand than the prey that the knights were surrounding. This is especially true for Salmon. How can he be praised by a group of princes and stars? But there are some subtleties among the knights. During their hunt, the knights on both sides laughed and cursed at each other. They seemed to be in harmony, but in fact, they were secretly competing. They did not believe the stories told by both sides, seemingly feeling that Tanya was being ignored. Elizabeth had already started chatting with Tanya, leaving George aside. Seeing Tanya looking at him arrogantly like she was showing off from time to time, George couldn't help but shook his head, took the horse aside alone, and drank water with it, pulling up a reed at his feet. George fiddled with it boredly while looking at the hunt in the distance. These Moon Knights, the Royal Guards, are indeed very powerful. If the Dawn Knights are elite warriors trained by priests, then the Moon Knights are the magic swords grown from wizards. Scholar. Last year, the Moon Kingdom, like Nan Wang, sent troops to Jinjin Mountain to snipe the demon army. Charlie and the refugees were able to return smoothly, which is a great contribution to their efforts. On the demon's battlefield, the Moon Knights performed extremely well, although they suffered a lot because they didn't understand the demon. But these knights who have experienced hundreds of battles have not disgraced the strongest knights in the continent, outside of the religious knights. The performance is even more dazzling than the royal troops of the Holy Empire. You know, the core troops of the Holy Empire were trained by the Holy Court according to the standards of the Temple Knights. The entire Moon Kingdom's knight force is comparable to a reorganized Temple Knights. If there were more mounts and magic equipment, this knighthood could continue to expand. Although the 2 sides really want to fight, the Magic Knights are very restrained by the Temple Knights' abnormal resistance. But the training cycle of the Magic Knights troops is lower than that of the Temple Knights, even an apprentice, as long as the equipment is sufficient. Then after his discipline and organization have been trained into instinctive reactions, he can also go to the battlefield and display terrifying strength in team combat. Now, Sanctuary has given the latest technology to the Moon Kingdom, and Elizabeth has also given Sanctuary the core secrets of the Moon Knights. This will be of great reference for the construction of Sanctuary's modern magic force. It also changed some of George and Garvey's ideas. They felt that it was enough for the Magic Knights to have those from the Moon Kingdom, and the Moon Kingdom's lack of horses could be provided by Southern Wilderness. As for the magic troops of the Sanctuary, they don't need any horses, because the Sanctuary already has Dawn Knights, who can perfectly serve as mobile human shields to coordinate with other troops. Therefore, among the magic troops, what they like most is the puppets and the mechanized troops. Among them, what should be the most important development is the magic artillery unit. Judging from the current productivity of the 2 countries, with the blood transfusion from the Moon Kingdom, the Sanctuary is expected to build a comprehensive corps next year. The prototype is the new army of Dome Eagle. Currently they are using firearms, low power, while the wand and model are training. I will occasionally go to the western region to practice. When the equipment is completed next year, we will go to the front line and perform well. The Moon Kingdom will not have large-scale operations because it is in the rear in the past 2 years. The Moon Kingdom may also send a force to the western battlefield to provide support at that time. At this time, Jillian and the others had already chased the antelopes into the deep forest and disappeared. I don't know if the prey ran into the deep forest, or they saw the Queen and George. So they deliberately drove the prey away
and moved aside. Play. The same was true for Aji, Delicia and others. They didn't know when they had led the knights to spread out and came to the forest where George and others could not see. They patrolled a large area around them and surrounded them. A big circle was formed, no one could get in. At this moment, an exclamation interrupted George's thoughts.
Look! What a big wild boar!
George looked towards the lake in the distance and found a terrifying wild boar with a back more than 2 meters high, drinking water by the lake. Its fangs are terrifyingly big, and there are 2 horns on its head. It rudely and unreasonably pushed aside all the birds and beasts drinking water around it. While drinking water, it and the surrounding beasts looked curiously at the 2-legged beasts here, watching the excitement, seeing George and others looking in its direction. The wild boar snorted, as if to warn the 2-legged beasts that this was its territory and no one else was interested. So get out of here and don't drink its water. Looking at the huge wild boar with muscles all over its body, George couldn't help but be a little stunned, thinking that it should be a mutated wild boar. He thought to himself, this wild boar that Aji got is so damn big.
Do you want to eat wild boar?
Tanya looked at Elizabeth gently. Elizabeth was stunned by these words, and her face looked a little ugly. Want to eat pork? I am a lady. Am I that greedy? But then her eyes moved slightly, and she nodded shyly and cautiously. Those cute eyes made Tanya's heart melt. The female knight volunteered to get on the horse and galloped over excitedly. When she saw George was about to get on the horse, she even cursed. Get out of here. Aji saw this scene and laughed with Delicia. He led the knights to spread out a distance so that the boss could not see them, but they could observe the boss's every move and action at all times. Circumstances around where does the king get his privacy? Everything must be done within the sight of the closest guard or waiter. Even with Aji's ears, he could overhear anything they talked about. Seeing Tanya walking away and Elizabeth getting on her horse, George shook his head, and then he walked up to Elizabeth to help her get on her horse. He took the reins of Elizabeth's horse and stretched out his hand to help her up. But it seemed that there was something wrong with her strength. Elizabeth let out a soft cry of pain.
George! My foot is sprained.
Can you sprain your feet when you mount a horse? George was slightly startled. But it seemed that in this situation, they were no longer suitable for hunting.
Well, let's go over there and have a rest.
George put his arm around Elizabeth's waist and put her on the horse. Seeing the slightly curved corners of Elizabeth's mouth as she looked at Tanya's retreating back, George suddenly understood something. As Tanya said before, her little cousin is a real scheming boy. He directly got on the horse and sat behind Elizabeth. The moment the two were close, Elizabeth couldn't help but stiffen. What was he going to do? Aren't we just here to chat? But things seemed to be a little beyond Elizabeth's expectation. The guy she provoked was a guy who was very good at making things worse. Smelling the aroma emanating from the hair and the softness in his arms, George's heart beat wildly. He whipped the horse on the butt, led Elizabeth into the woods, and galloped all the way. Ran to another direction of the forest. This road runs counter to the direction the wild boar left. The knights in the distance saw this scene and quickly moved. But the horse ran a little fast. For a while, the guards could not find the 2 people who ran there. This couldn't help but make Delicia secretly anxious, and even broke into a cold sweat.
Aji, your tracking skills are very good. Let's find out where the 2 majesties have gone. We have neglected our duty. Why are you in a hurry?
Brother, Aji said leisurely,
you are very particular about the Moon Kingdom. Even when you go to the toilet, someone has to follow you. Don't worry. With our boss here, nothing will happen. Fart.
Delicia cursed. He pointed at a young eunuch beside him and cursed.
If cough, cough. If the daily record does not record what should be recorded today, then this is a big deal. The royal family is in trouble.
Hearing this, Aji's face couldn't help but look weird. These guys who have no bottoms have to see people having sex with their own eyes, and they have to remember it. The boss asked himself to keep an eye on Delicia, and he did exactly what the boss said. He would get anxious when he couldn't see anyone. But Delicia's reason really made Aji unable to say anything. There was indeed such a thing. Aji's ears suddenly moved. He looked up and suddenly pointed in a direction.
If you are anxious, a few of us can follow the eldest lady.
Not long after Aji finished speaking, Natanya was already gritting her teeth, swinging her riding whip, returning from the original route, following the scent of George and the 2 of them, and riding directly in a certain direction. I thought I was going to crash this tryst. Chapter 743, Being Tricked. After the hunt, when Aji gave his boss a bath, he found many small bruises and teeth marks on his neck, and several large bruises on his arms and legs. The bruises on his arms and legs must have made the angry man Tanya was screwed. I don't know if the big wild boar I arranged has completed its mission. By the way, Aggie originally planned to quietly throw away a stone while Elizabeth and George rode behind Tanya, moved to the Queen's horse's hooves, and let the boss come to rescue the beauty. By the way, he also took this opportunity not to go there again, hunting and healing the Queen. But I didn't expect that the boss would be so smart and seize the opportunity. But later, Tanya seemed to have bumped into this matter, and she didn't know what happened at that time and how far it had progressed. Moreover, during these days, Soraya did not give her boss a good look. Once, she even deliberately made a big fuss with her boss over an incident, which made her boss sigh often. In this regard, Aji's point of view is completely different from that of his boss.
Boss, the harvest of this hunting is not small. After you and His Majesty have progressed to this extent, everything will fall into place. This time can be said to be a major leap. As for Your Highness Soraya, if she greets you normally, then she is a loser. If a relationship has progressed to this level,
it means that she has figured it out, analyzed its pros and cons, and let it go. But let's talk about her ignoring you, or deliberately causing trouble for you. That is a good thing. It means that she has you in her heart, and she is still paying special attention to you. Don't worry. You should be honest these days. You have been through life and death. After experiencing so many things, she will not let it go so easily. When we go to the Golden Kingdom together in a while, you two will definitely make progress. Don't worry. There are plenty of opportunities.
Aji felt that as long as he was here, there would definitely be an opportunity, and no one the boss could escape.
I'm not worried about this, Aggie.
George shook his head and said,
It's a good thing Soraya doesn't pay much attention to me these days. Otherwise, if she keeps looking at me, how can I go on a date with Elizabeth? What I'm worried about is that girl Nia is always doing bad things. And Sophia brought all the ladies back yesterday.
Aji was stunned for a long time, and then gave his boss a thumbs up. This scumbag boss seemed to be getting better and better under his own guidance. The following days became boring again. Sometimes George would go to the palace, and sometimes Sophia would come with the goods and stay one night. Sometimes Soraya, who is busy outside, will return to the castle to take a rest. At this time, George will feel guilty and rub the shoulders and beat the legs of this young lady who ignores him. It wasn't an overly intimate move, but it was meant to integrate George. However, most of the time, George and Aji will be at Star University to check the progress of the portal. After Irene found out that the lurkers might make moves in the near future, the progress of the portal accelerated. Recently, the crater's portal has been built. So many engineers working in the crater have joined in the establishment of the Moon Kingdom portal. Some of these people are wizards from the shelter, and some are Kashia people, because they have already built it once. Experience. So under their guidance, the construction progress of the portal has been accelerated a lot. Later, George heard that the news from the Holy Court had been finalized. Some people had arrived in the Moon Kingdom first, and the formal official team would also arrive soon. So George transferred several of the shelter's builders over. Judging from the progress, it will be completed before the official mission of the Holy Court arrives. This incident made both Irene and Elizabeth breathe a huge sigh of relief, because as long as this portal is established, even if some uncontrollable major event occurs, the shelter's troops can arrive at any time. The strength of those three armies was comparable to that of the three Knights Templar, enough to scare anyone's heart, including Elizabeth. She also had a little insomnia at night. After all, from now on, the troops of the Sanctuary can enter the Moon Kingdom at any time. Entering is the center of the Moon Kingdom, and the army simply uses it to get from the academy to the palace in less than a few minutes. To be honest, if it weren't for the heavy pressure from the Holy Court and her trust in George, Elizabeth still didn't want the Sanctuary's army to come over at any time before the sacrifices in the temple were over. After all, this means that from now on, she will be eaten to death by George. Of course, on the contrary, as soon as this portal is established, the Sanctuary's army will come and have a joint military parade with the Moon Knights. Those nobles who were still waiting on the sidelines were able to completely stand in line. Even if the Holy Court's envoys arrive later, I'm afraid not many nobles will be willing to listen to them. After confirming the progress of the portal, George became leisurely again. He and Aji often hung out in the tavern, teasing and hanging out with the mercenaries. There have been more and more demon hunters in the tavern recently, and the discussions in the tavern have become more lively and heated. Perhaps because of the portal, the dark world of the Moon Kingdom has become increasingly chaotic recently, and the number of soldiers on the streets has doubled. It can be heard from the mouths of the drinkers that there are two types of strangely dressed Templar knights on the street. The attire is the standard of the Knights of the Holy Court Temple.
But the marks are something that the people of the Moon Country have never seen before. Some people say that they are a mysterious force of the Holy Court, the Grand Judge Knights. Some people say that the mark on one type of knight's armor is somewhat similar to the emblem of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. Maybe what they said is right. People on both sides are here. Everyone thinks that this may be related to the recent situation in the Moon Kingdom. The vampires have appeared frequently recently, and it seems that there is a civil war. These things make the demon hunters very scared, because at dawn in Moon City, two more terrifying blood demons seem to have appeared. One has red eyes. They are bloodthirsty and cruel. There is also one with golden eyes. They are larger and more terrifying in strength. Later, the latter seemed not to attack humans, and were harassed by demon hunters. They just taught them a lesson and let them live. But they were definitely not someone they could afford to offend. That thing seemed to eat demons. After George took a shower that night, he was getting ready for bed. Suddenly I saw my watch spinning around. So I picked up my Book of Dawn, sat on a chair on the balcony, and started flipping through the book while drinking wine and looking out the window.
It seems like today is the day.
It seems that Irene and Elizabeth must have discovered that the big fish they suspected was moving today. It is very likely that he will go to that portal in the near future. If you follow him, you'll likely find the portal. Even if the place he went to was not a portal. In this tense situation, there must be something extremely important for him to come out, to act so important that he would not hesitate to come forward and confront the forces that had been monitoring her sanctuary recently. The people from the Bird of Rest, the temple, and the Holy Court seemed to be taking action today. It seemed that everyone smelled a special aura. George believed that although several forces were involved in this battle, they were very powerful. But in fact, it is a game between several parties to see who can reveal his ultimate move first. In order to make things more certain, Irene and the others set their goals very low today. They did not seek to kill the fallen angels. As long as they could destroy the portal, it would be victory. As for the fallen angel, it's not too late to repair him later. Suddenly there was a flash of red light in the sky, and then the entire sky darkened. But at this moment, a dazzling golden light appeared in a corner of the city, and the brilliance of dawn also fell down. George's expression moved slightly, and he opened the Book of Dawn. Ibrahimovic, Alexander, Soraya, Tanya and others are all there. Some people from far away, who could not arrive in time, are also moving forward quickly. Suddenly, many white meteors appeared in the sky. Knights of the Holy Court and armed forces of the Kingdom of Heaven. The latter is interfering with the participation of the former. Today, except for Nana Fali, Malim and Palos, everyone at the scene was basically here. Irene believed that these three bodyguards could not leave Elizabeth's side, because no matter what the devil's ultimate goal is, it is Elizabeth. So if today is a conspiracy set up by the enemy to attack the east and west, then things will be interesting. At this time, George unexpectedly discovered that the shelter's rankings suddenly changed greatly, except for Nino Farali, who could not reveal his ultimate strength, and still maintained his human form. Many other people were showing their hidden powers. Strength. On that ranking list, an individual's name is floating up and down extremely quickly. The same goes for the top 5 positions. At that moment, Soraya suddenly jumped from the 5th place to the 1st place. The rising curve of power threw everyone behind far away. But in an instant, a strange name suddenly appeared on the list of rankings. Then, she surpassed the 1st place in the blink of an eye, leaving Soraya far behind. George's pupils shrank slightly. The strength of this number 1 has already surpassed the fighting power of Abu Fay Luasi in Netherworld. That name is Scarlet Enchantress. Overhead is SSS. The figure of Tanya suddenly flashed in George's mind. What shocked George even more was that on that map, what everyone was besieging were 2 huge red dots. One big and one small. And not one. There is no fallen angel here, but 2 bits. What surprised George even more was that Alexander's power curve never moved, which meant that no one beat him. So the strength cannot be used. The attention of those 2 fallen angels was not on any of the sanctuary members. At this time, the red dot of a fallen angel suddenly gradually faded, and then collapsed. This was not an escape, but a fatal blow. But those who gave him the fatal blow were not the 2 strongest DPS in the shelter, but another fallen angel. Immediately afterwards, the red dot of the living fallen angel suddenly disappeared. After a moment, the power curves of all personnel fell back. It seems that the fallen angels retreated with the demons. After a while, Ibrahimovic received news in his mind. Completed successfully. We destroyed the door. It was a weird summoning magic circle that required a blood priest to open. It is somewhat similar to the source of disaster. But its function is not to corrupt living beings, but to open a connection. Its technical level and traffic are much lower than we previously predicted. Aaron and the others take it very seriously. But I don't think it's a dangerous thing, although this thing is very secretive. The restrictions on how it can be opened are too great. If there are too few blood sacrifices, not many people will come through. However, we feel that the demons that have appeared in the city recently may have come quietly through these passages. So we think there should be many such things hidden in the city. But now that we have grasped the situation of such doors, it becomes very easy to find this kind of goalkeeper. And the others cannot be hidden for long. I think prevention is not difficult.
What exactly happened at the scene?
The situation is indeed a bit strange. We saw two high-dimensional creatures, but they seem to have little fighting spirit. Tanya and Soraya killed the smaller one in the end. And then the larger one took the corpses of its companions. Escaped George? Are these fallen angels really as powerful as you say? George didn't answer, and his expression became strange. The information shown in the book, although rough, represents the perspective of the Dawn of Light. It sounds like what Ibrahimovic and the others saw is different from what Dawn Light saw. Dawn Light believed that it was the fallen angel who attacked another of his companions in the end. In other words, he attacked his companions at the critical moment with the help of the shelter team. And according to the display in the book, the two fallen angels did not exert their full strength at the beginning, as if they were just having fun with the people in the sanctuary. Just as George was thinking, the crystal communicator beside him suddenly lit up, and then Irene's figure was projected into the room. It seemed that she had just received news from the scene. She was sitting on the chair on the dressing table, wearing a silk pajamas. She looked like she had just applied a facial mask and was getting ready to go to bed. After seeing that George was only wearing a bath towel, Irene looked a little embarrassed. But then her face became a little solemn and said,
George, something is not right today. Well, I just heard what Ibrahimovic said. It's indeed a bit weird.
George closed the book in his hand and threw it aside.
The people at the scene are all fools. Don't listen to their inferences,
Irene said with an ugly face.
We have been fooled. Delina has determined that it is the Catherine. She is not in the temple today. But in Elizabeth's there must be a big eyeliner around her who can stare at her all the time. The strength level of this big eyeliner is so powerful that even Tanya cannot sense and affect it. He must be the dead fallen angel. Elizabeth and I have just communicated. Delicia is checking who is not in the palace today.
Hearing this, George was slightly startled. And then, he couldn't help but frown. Delicia has always been the object of his suspicion. He is Elizabeth's most trusted person, and is in charge of all affairs in the palace. Those eunuchs were loyal to Elizabeth, and worked for Elizabeth. But at the same time, all matters, no matter how big or small, would go through his hands. Chapter 744, Strategy. The real Ariadne. Originally, George was a little suspicious of Delicia. But he was in the palace today, and it was impossible for him to know the art of cloning. So it can basically be ruled out. Indeed, there are too many people who can keep an eye on the monarch all the time. Although Delicia is highly trusted, his identity is also a bit too conspicuous. Moreover, the great swordsman's will cannot be easily eroded. Clark's lurking may indeed be a little eunuch. But no matter what, everything that happened today was probably just a trap set by the surviving fallen angel. Delina. The purpose is to use the Hand of Sanctuary to get what he wants to get. The situation in the Moon Kingdom has now reached this point, and Delina has realized that she and Clark must devour each other. However, Clark did not expect that Delina would take action so early, nor did he expect that she would be so decisive.
George, I suspect that the so-called door is not an important thing. The real door is in the body of the dead fallen angel. And the door in the body of the dead fallen angel was originally a gate to H.L.
Today is not a blood moon, and the gate cannot lead to H.L. If it is opened rashly, not only will the fallen angel be sacrificed, but the effect of the gate will also be very poor. So they would never open the real door today, because it would mean that one person would be wasted in that sacrifice.
Therefore, after they devour each other, they must spit out the part of the power core containing the time and space anchor, so that they can not only obtain the other party's full power, but also allow the portal to be opened smoothly by the new fallen angel.
Adlin said,
If fallen heaven uses this portal to connect to H.L., the effect may be extremely poor, and it may not reach 1/10 of the Darken's gate. The Demon Lord cannot come over, but if he connects the gate to Darken's, or Blue Water City, then the main demon forces that have come to this world can appear.
Yeah, George's eyes narrowed. The reborn fallen angel will be extremely powerful. And he will not be sacrificed when the door is opened. Although this door cannot be opened too wide. It can be carried with you, and is enough to transport a group of real elites. To allow him to carry out a beheading operation. It can be said that this time, Eileen and Elizabeth were indeed fooled. Eileen and Elizabeth had always suspected that St. Catherine was Delena. But they did not take action against her because of the false news about the portal that Delena released if there was not a fatal blow. The consequences are endless. On the other hand, if you take care of the portal first, you can play with her casually. Another main reason is Delena's identity, the saint of the Holy Court, and the high priest who serves the queen, the moon god. If there is no conclusive evidence, Delena will pretend to be dead when Irene and others kill her. Things are big. Killing this important figure will not only cause the Holy Court to go to war, but the political situation of the Moon Kingdom will also be in chaos. All the nobles will be panic-stricken, and the current situation established in the Moon Kingdom will be greatly affected. And if St. Catherine was killed instead of Delena, then the matter would be even bigger. The combination of these two things made Irene and Elizabeth go on the offensive, and George could not blame them for not being decisive enough.
Irene, I'm afraid that after today, Delena will have to change into another human skin.
Eileen's face looked a little ugly.
These lurkers are more difficult to deal with than I thought. At his level, if he penetrates into anyone's body, he will not be discovered. We are very passive now. Eileen, what happened recently? The Prince of Saudi Arabia recently arrived. The eldest prince of Saudi Arabia went to the Moon Kingdom in the name of pilgrimage to the Moon God. The descendants of the Son of the Sun went to the Moon Kingdom to worship the Moon God. This was a strong political hint that everyone paid attention to. And the Holy Courts, the official team, will also arrive before then to participate in this moment that will definitely go down in history and preside over this baptism. The Prince of Saudi Arabia came to make a pilgrimage.
George touched his chin and started thinking. During the hunt, Elizabeth mentioned this. The person who had to explain to George was the eldest prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Originally, George thought that the eldest prince's visit was an ordinary visit, but he did not expect that it was a pilgrimage. This matter has some special significance. It can be said to be a big thing or a small thing, because the Shah Kingdom believes in the God of the Sun, while the Moon Kingdom is the holy land of the Moon God. As for whether the significance of this pilgrimage is big or small, I'm afraid it depends on the transaction involved. If what the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia gets in that transaction satisfies the Prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, then this time the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will come to worship the Moon God on behalf of the Kingdom of the Sun, even at the expense of breaking with the Sun King. But if the Sand Kingdom is not satisfied with the things in the transaction, then the Prince of the Sand Kingdom will come to the Moon Kingdom, to the city of the moon site built by the 7 gods, as an ordinary prince. Come to worship the 7 gods. Worshipping the 7 gods is completely different from worshipping the Moon God. Worshipping the 7 gods is an ordinary pilgrimage, while worshipping the Moon God represents the descendants of the Sun God and their submission to the Moon Kingdom. George was curious about what kind of deal made the Saudi prince come up with such an idea. Last time, he didn't have time to chat with Elizabeth, but he could ask in detail later. However, no matter what is being traded or who is making the pilgrimage, it is indeed a grand ceremony.
It seems that this pilgrimage should be Eileen.
George looked at Eileen and said,
"This is a good day. I don't think we need to wait for everything to be arranged. Since the fallen angel believes that we will have a meeting on that day action, then our divine plan will be on that day."
Regarding the arrival of Ariadne, the sanctuary has been trying its best to keep it secret. But even so, it is inevitable that the demons will smell something. Their recent restlessness is a proof. However, no one knew that the one who came was not an archangel, but a real 7 gods. In other words, no one knows that one of the 7 gods, who have fallen long ago, is actually still alive, although he can only exist for a moment. A moment of collapse. Erin not only secretly retained her divinity, but made it into a disposable thing. When this thing is not burned, it is an angel of dawn that Irene can never meet. Even the light of dawn cannot tell that Ariadne is the moon goddess. In Aloysius' view, the 7 gods have long since fallen, and their divinity has long since disappeared. And even if the archangel or Morpheus holds divinity in their hands, they cannot treat it as a one-time consumable after all. Ascending to the throne of the 7 gods is the ultimate goal of Morpheus or the archangel. And even Dawn of Light only found out later that Irene had a hand in reserve. Therefore, all the demons believe that if the sanctuary is like the one in Iberia, and it uses a trick from the gods, what comes out must be a fake 7 gods. Ariadne is the true moon goddess. Irene has only told George that Ariadne is the angel of the dawn, when she is not burning herself. Even the light of dawn cannot tell. But the moment he burned, it was the 7 gods.
Indeed, the pilgrimage of the Prince of Saudi Arabia is an important baptism. I did think about changing the arrival time to that day before.
At this point, Irene's eyes narrowed slightly.
But you are so sure? The fallen angel will choose that day to appear. Eileen, the initiative of the matter is in our hands. As long as you release the news, the fallen angel will definitely come back. I even think that even if we don't release the news, he will appear on that day. Because this is the best time. Everyone is praying to the moon god. But another god appears. And now, there is a portal in their hands. Of course, Irene flipped up her hair and looked a little weird.
The strength of the new fallen angel, plus some of the elite demons sent over, will indeed be very terrifying. But, George, if they confront us like this, it will be very scary. Wouldn't it be stupid? Sending troops through the portal is like crossing a river and a bridge. Not many people can cross at one time. So if this beheading is like a suicide attack, and with our strength, even if some demons come over, they may not be successful. And after we kill this group of elites, our main force can take advantage of the victory and pursue it, pass through this gate, and reach the devil's hinterland. This is not worth the gain for the devil. It will greatly affect the war situation in the north. Eileen, I think we may have all thought wrong. This door will not open in Blue Water City or darkens. After Delina devoured another fallen angel, I am afraid that his strength is not that weak. If there is another special door that connects this world with HL, it is possible that his power will exceed the limit of this world and even cause a short-term bloodshed. This may be the strongest fallen angel we have ever experienced if he tries his best to kill someone. No one can stop him. And he also has the ability to destroy this small door in this short period of blood. In the middle of the month, the tear becomes a gate. Open a broken gate to HL like the one currently in Darkens.
George's eyes narrowed slightly.
If something unexpected happens during this pilgrimage, it means that the Moon Kingdom has lost the grace of the Moon God. The Queen of the Moon Kingdom will also fall from the altar, and the world will surely be destroyed. Chaos. And if on any day, another archangel disguised as the Moon God happens to arrive, and then is killed by this fallen angel himself, then those cultists who are looking forward to the arrival of the Holy Lord will see a true God who can kill the Moon God with his own hands. The 7 gods will fall off the altar, and he will ascend to the throne of God in that worship, and Moon City will become another Darkens. So, we must be prepared before the target of the fallen angel is Elizabeth. Or you.
After hearing what George said, Irene lifted up her gauze pajamas, crossed her legs, touched her crooked facial mask, and her expression became increasingly weird. There is one thing he has not said. The moment Ariadne arrives, this true 7 gods will usurp the throne of anyone who claims to be the moon goddess. After the collapse, Ariadne and Irene merged into one, and the divine throne returned to Irene's hand. If we take advantage of the glory of the moon that has been in the temple of the moon for thousands of years, then with the help of this artifact that can mobilize the power of faith, even if Ariadne has collapsed, then Irene only needs to stand here in the temple that gathers the belief in the moon god from all over the world. There are the real 7 gods, but there are 2 prerequisites. One is that believers in this world firmly believe that the 7 gods exist. Currently, only the core members of the temple and sanctuary are aware of the 7 gods' demise. The people of Dawn have always believed that the 7 gods still exist. So this condition is met. Therefore, Irene has been using the Public Assistance Association to communicate with believers, and intentionally or unintentionally made believers think that the Moon God is the Queen of the Moon Kingdom, to maintain the presence of the Moon God. Another condition is that the person sitting on the throne cannot die until the matter is over. The Queen of the Moon Kingdom sits on this throne. If she dies, the people will naturally think that the 7 gods are dead. The god's throne also disappeared. So I have always been extremely concerned. She would not let Elizabeth die. Not even the so-called strongest fallen angel. Therefore, these 2 conditions were met. And George, that fool, had even been helping her protect Elizabeth, and sent some of the best bodyguards around Elizabeth, so she won't die. As for Eileen's promise to George, it was indeed true. Elizabeth would indeed be canonized as an archangel by her. The same goes for George. Although this guy is hateful, he does a pretty good job. The moon god can accommodate people. So George will be named an archangel by Irene and go lick her toes. Of course, there is actually a 3rd hidden condition. It must be held in this god who gathers the power of faith in the world. If Irene is pulled into a maze halfway, then Ariadne is truly a disposable thing. However, this is impossible. Because the only one who can do this is Hilyak, who holds the complete scroll of Styx. Neither she nor Ibrahimovic will be there on that day. Irene. Did you tell me? George saw that Irene was distracted, and he couldn't help but raise his voice with some annoyance. There must be no accidents in this pilgrimage, and this week. George! There will be no accidents in this sacred baptism, and no one can destroy it. Not even Aloysius coming in person. Irene smiled coldly. I said, on that day what comes is a real Ariadne. After turning off the communication device, Erin took off her mask, revealing her eyes full of mockery. The so-called fallen angel who broke through the limits of the world? This limit was set by the 7 gods. She would let George, an ignorant bumpkin, have a good look at what is the real limit of this world. Let him see what kind of true god the master who once ruled this world was. 3 days later, the first portal of the Moon Kingdom was established as scheduled. But the news was not disclosed specifically. But in Star University, there is also an additional garrison of 500 people belonging to the 9th Regiment of the Dawn Corps. The knights wearing bright red cloaks were like big stones falling into the lake, causing the entire Moon Kingdom to tremble. The military parade that Elizabeth had previously envisioned could not be held as scheduled, because after she saw the Knights of the Dawn, she completely gave up the idea. The situation of this army was beyond her imagination. It was even more elite than the Knights of the Son of the Temple that she had seen in the Holy Court before. Not only are each of them as powerful as the Holy Sun, but the armor they wear is also made according to the equipment of the middle-level angels in heaven. The most important thing is that each of these people has a weapon similar to the Thunder Spear. The first great demon lord, who fell in Jinjian Mountain, was killed by 33 holy sons holding thunder in their hands, who broke into the core of the demon army. Even in the Knights of the Holy Son of the Temple, only officers above the rank of Corps Commander have one. But in this army, not only does everyone have a weapon of this level, but they are also equipped with a Holy Thunder Sword, a large red shield, and a short wand. But the most eye-catching thing is the back of their armor. The shoulder armor on their back is particularly large. Occasionally, people passing by will see the light wings suddenly activated on the shoulder armor behind these knights. Taking the dragons from the academy, they flew from one tower to another, or they simply flew around with the dragons to patrol the sky. Suddenly, many people heard that the heavenly armed forces, who were invincible on the road thousands of years ago, were back. Moreover, these heavenly armed forces are still dragon knights. But in fact, these people are the Red Knights of Sanctuary. There are more than just these 500 people in the shelter when George came out. There were already more than 2,000. Now, following Jack and Garvey in the Western Territory, the knights who have achieved this feat are qualified to wear red robes. Has doubled. There is no need for any military parade at all. The most elite troops of the Moon Kingdom are far behind them. If put together, they are like a regiment of knights with a group of attendants and auxiliaries. After the appearance of this force, the security of the entire Moon Kingdom suddenly improved. The vampires or lurkers rarely appeared in the city anymore, and the nobles no longer waited and watched. Especially the first batch of nobles, who entered the portal and arrived at the sanctuary for business. They didn't know what they saw, no matter which team they were on before. They all stood on the side of the new faction after they came back. Elizabeth also seemed to suddenly become more enthusiastic about George. Bishop Bast also proposed to George one day that he hoped to visit the sanctuary in private. After George asked Eileen, he arranged this. So, the bishop quietly visited the Temple of Valor alone. In front of the huge mural of the Temple of Valor, the open door to heaven, he looked at the 12-winged angel, the god of love, who gradually walked out. The most staunch believer of Ariadne, Zheng Zheng, was stunned for a long time. No one knows what happened after that day. But after that, George's contacts with the bishop became more and more frequent. Chapter 745 Proposal and Interview. In order to welcome the visit of the Prince of Saudi Arabia, Yu Kingdom made very grand preparations. Although the importance of the eldest prince was far less than that of the previous visits from the 4 kingdoms. They were here for pilgrimage, so the standard of the reception was naturally very high. Early in the morning, the nobles, ministers and envoys from the Moon Kingdom arrived at the palace one after another, including the heads of the 4 countries who are still in the Moon Kingdom: Salman, Bana, Jillian, and Fernando. They also came here with their entourage. George came earlier than them, but he did not wait in the main hall, but came directly to the Moon Palace. Tanya and several eunuchs were helping Elizabeth prepare for the heavy and complicated ceremony. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, her white neck was so charming. Obviously, this time was not suitable for people from outside the palace to visit. But on the sofa over there, George seemed to have been sitting with his legs crossed for a while. The eunuchs who supported the interests of the royal family stood aside
and turned a blind eye to this man and his short attendant.
Proposal? That old man? He came to propose? Yes. Propose to me and go on a pilgrimage.
Elizabeth looked at her appearance in front of the floor-length mirror and said, without looking back, the big heart of Poseidon that Tanya had just brought to her was shining brightly. George couldn't help but be stunned. The content of the deal turned out to be a marriage. Aji was a little confused after hearing this so-called pilgrimage turned out to be a big betrothal gift. But then Aji thought about something. He looked at Tanya, who had a look on her face, and understood immediately. He quickly poked the boss. George ignored him and asked nervously,
"Did you agree?" "I'm still thinking about it."
The corners of Elizabeth's mouth curved slightly. "Think about it." George's face became very excited. The kings of the kingdom of Saudi Arabia were the children of the sun. But George had never taken a liking to them, because the Sand Kingdom is in pieces, waiting to be annexed by the Moon Kingdom or the Sun King. So George is interested in the Sun King. He is also the son of the sun. But this time, the eldest prince had a surprise for him. Although the prince of the kingdom of Saudi Arabia is a bit old, he is indeed a diamond king. His pilgrimage to the Moon Kingdom is of great benefit to the Moon Kingdom. It is logical to get the kingdom of sand, support the eldest prince to become a puppet, and happily open mines in the kingdom of sand. But to be honest about this matter, the kingdom of sand will not be affected by the tsunami, whether it is the prophecy the Sun King thinks he has or the real future. So once the Moon Kingdom accepts the Sand Kingdom, the Sun King will definitely conflict with the Moon Kingdom. Moreover, because of the belief in the Sun God and the Moon God, even if the Sand Kingdom surrenders to the Moon Kingdom, the Moon Kingdom cannot annex them all. Therefore, in George's view, this so-called marriage is completely unnecessary. If you want major countries to unite, you don't need marriage. But the key is that whatever the monarch of the Moon Kingdom thinks, he can choose a refuge or the kingdom of sand. If you choose sanctuary, then even if the south is not stabilized after sanctuary, Elda, Rodang, and Iberia in the north will definitely be able to reach a strategic alliance with the Moon Kingdom and slowly establish a republic. But the key point is that even if the monarch of the Moon Kingdom chooses the Sand Kingdom, Sanctuary will not abandon the Moon Kingdom. Because of this, the Moon Kingdom can have 2 boats.
But, Elizabeth, this is completely unnecessary. As for the Sun King, I may not be that sure yet. But as for this Sand Kingdom, it is in my possession. The Sun Angel there is mine. Many powerful lords there are also my people.
George's bragging was extremely loud. But it was also true. In terms of divine power, the God that Saudi Arabia believes in works for the shelter under his CEO. In the secular world, Kanglin's old tribe in the Kingdom of Sand, together with the lords of the Kingdom of Sand controlled by Avali, make up most of the Kingdom of Sand.
You marry that old man, which is equivalent to giving him a free advantage. It's simply a loss-making business. Don't stab me. Aji, if you are doing it for money, how can that old man be as rich as me? My mine is only a week away from him. A year for mines across the country.
Aji covered his face. This is the truth. But this is not what people want to hear. Sure enough, Elizabeth's face looked extremely ugly.
George!
Elizabeth turned back with a cold face and said,
"Whoever I marry will not marry you."
After saying that, Elizabeth left the room with a gloomy expression. The eunuchs and maids who followed her lowered their heads and were cautious, while Tanya followed at the end with a look of gloating. The moment she left the room, Deligia did not forget to turn around and whisper a reminder.
"Your Highness, come quickly. The envoys are about to enter the hall."
After seeing Elizabeth gone, George secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
"It's okay, boss. Although your words are unpleasant, it shouldn't be enough. You know shit."
George patted his butt, stood up, and whispered to Aji with his eyes wide open.
"She just wanted to take this opportunity to force me to propose to her. I can hacking marry her, Mary. I have a hacking wife. Our relationship cannot be made public in this way. At least not now."
Aji was stunned.
Then you are not afraid that the queen will really agree to the proposal in a fit of anger? Don't worry, Aji. As long as the portal of this shelter is still standing in the Moon Country, Elizabeth will not agree to someone else's proposal.
George patted Aji on the shoulder and pulled him out.
"What is the water of Shagwa? I have never taken anyone from my country seriously, and no one can take away my attention from a woman."
Aji nodded numbly. He understood a few things. First, with so many dates coming and going during these days, the boss must have caused trouble to her. Secondly, the boss not only has no intention of marrying her, he also plans to mess up all the diamond lovers who are pursuing her. It seems that the boss is going to cause trouble today. When George entered the main hall from the side hall,
Almost everyone under the main hall was already there. The audience has not yet begun, and the nobles are huddled underneath, all discussing something. There was no one in the hall to maintain order, and the queen ignored the lax ministers and nobles. Instead, she sat on the throne, leaning sideways, chatting happily with Peros, who was standing next to the throne. Jillian and Ninofari stand with a female prince. They stood on the right side of the high platform, keeping a distance from the throne. And below them were the nobles of the Moon Kingdom. The position they were in felt like they were under one person. This position is actually held by the Speaker of the Moon Kingdom's Noble Council, or someone with sufficient status. Jillian is standing here because he is the Crown Prince of Landry, and can be considered a subordinate in this Moon Kingdom. And Ninofari is because his identity, as the Dragon God, is now semi-public, has already squeezed out Palos and serves as the Chief Magic Advisor of the Moon Kingdom. Just as George said to Elizabeth before, since things are going to get serious, it's time for those who should show their faces to show their faces. As for the female prince, she is the real regent of the Moon Kingdom, and also the Grand Consul in the Noble Council. The position of this Grand Consul is based on the tenure system. She was previously a male prince. Originally, there should have been another male prince here, the Speaker of the Noble Council. But now he has resigned. The current Speaker of the Moon Kingdom Noble Council is Palos, who was just called up by the Queen to talk. Therefore, the Noble Council is completely under the control of the Queen. These people all belong to one person in this huge ancient empire. Their status is superior to that of the nobles, and the only ones higher than them are His Majesty and God. In addition to the 5 of them, there is another group of people who also have such a transcendent status, and their status is higher than the group on the left. In this Moon Kingdom, the right side also prevails. They were standing opposite these 5 people. On the right side of the high platform, the leader of them was Bishop Buster, and beside him, there were several people whom George didn't know. Soraya was standing behind a person. She looked like someone's deputy. She didn't know how she got in. After the man saw George walking in from the side hall, he stared at George for a long time, and then started chatting with Buster and others. It seemed that Buster was of the same level as these 3 strangers. And Buster, he also respected them very much. But something strange is that Buster is wearing a red robe. But those 3 people are wearing golden armor. Behind these 3 people, there are 3 knights standing, each. Soraya is one of them. Seeing Soraya's chief officer, he nodded to himself. George looked at him for a long time and felt that he looked familiar, but he did not recognize who he was. He stood at the door of the side hall and stared for a while, not in a hurry to go in. At this time, Deligia was standing at the end of the stone pillar on the side of the high platform, half of her body in the main hall of the main hall, and half of her body at the door of the side hall. The little eunuchs kept coming and going back and forth around Deligia in the side hall, reporting something to him. When Deligia saw George standing in the side hall, she thought he had not found his place. So she quietly pointed to Jillian's side and motioned for George to stand with the princes. However, George did not move. Instead, he waved to Delicia and called him over.
Your Highness, it's okay if you side with the prince. No hurry. Who are those knights?
Deligia looked at the uncles and said in a low voice,
Your Highness, those adults are the divine envoys who came to Moon City last night to perform their duties. They are all great knights of grace. In the court, he can be regarded as your superior.
These people just arrived last night. They are very impressive. After arriving, they did not go through any procedures to meet the queen. Instead, he went directly to the temple first, worshipped the statue of the moon god, and then came to the palace to meet with the queen, saying that he was here to perform his duties, or in other words, to inform the queen at once. They are the Grand Judge, Grand Arbitrator, and Grand Arbitrator sent by the Holy Court. In ancient times, these 3 positions were one, and the Kingdom of Heaven is also one now. But in the current Holy Court, amid the struggle for power among various factions, this position has been divided into 3. And they are also quoted from scriptures and consistent with doctrine corresponding to each one. 3 armed knights under the God of Justice. These 3 knights are responsible for arresting people, adjudication, declaring who is guilty, trial, and judging whether the case conforms to doctrine and whether it should be repeated, arbitration. This is very close to the situation of the 3 houses of nobility. But what is different from the 3 houses of nobility is that these 3 big guys who perform their duties in the temple can directly take orders from the Parliament of the Moon Kingdom and the Holy Court, and are qualified to judge everyone in the Moon Kingdom, including the Queen. Therefore, Elizabeth had never wanted to make matters bigger, and did not dare to fall out with the Holy Court as expected. Someone was sent now. At this time,
Palos had returned to his position. The envoys below also began to read out the bookmaking process. As the bookmaking process was being recited, the treasure boxes were slowly opened one by one, revealing those rare treasures. The Kingdom of Sand itself is a very wealthy country, although their magic alchemy technology is not very developed. The most precious minerals in the world are basically within the Kingdom of Sand. Therefore, it is said that the Sha Kingdom is higher than the local tycoons. But it is actually not much worse than the Yu Kingdom. This time, the eldest prince planned to propose marriage, and the things he brought were unusual. If it was a month ago, there would probably have been exclamations of exclamation in this hall at this moment. But today, everyone seems to be a little uninterested. After listening to Delesia's story, George patted Delesia on the shoulder to express that he understood. Then he walked to the high platform and came directly to the side of the three knights, and stood on the side closest to the throne, chatting with Elizabeth. This scene is obviously not in line with etiquette. The envoy who was reading the book could not help but pause for a moment, and even the nobles in the entire hall were quiet for a moment. But then everyone continued to talk as if they hadn't seen anything. The Prince of Saudi Arabia seemed to find that something was not right in the atmosphere. He raised his head and looked at it, and couldn't help being stunned for a long time. Then he felt a little relieved. It should be a certain great knight of grace, or the prince who just arrived. When Elizabeth saw George coming, she didn't want to talk. But after looking at the three great knights of grace, she still chatted with George without a word, no matter how angry she was now. No matter who was there today, come and propose, in front of the divine envoys of the Holy Court. She must remain intimate with George. And she also knew the meaning of George's standing here today. He wanted to face the people of the Holy Court head-on for her, or to attract hatred for her. At first, those great knights thought that George was a certain prince. After seeing the two people being somewhat close, they thought he was the queen's prospective husband. But after they saw George chatting with the queen, he started chatting with Buster again. There was a certain intention of staying here and not leaving. And then I realized who this guy was. The three knights couldn't help but look at each other, and their expressions became strange. At this time, George also raised his head and looked at them. As they looked at each other, the atmosphere couldn't help but become more subtle. The corners of Buster's mouth twitched, and he knew that what was supposed to come was still coming. It seems that this meeting ceremony is heading in a strange direction. Chapter 746 Three Great Divine Grace Knights.
George! Just in time. I'd like to introduce you to you.
Buster didn't care about the occasion now. Although his face was a little embarrassed, he still said in a low voice,
This is the Grand Judge August. This is the Grand Arbitrator Ramil. And this is the Grand Arbitrator Raphael. You two should know each other.
The first two great knights of grace nodded slightly after the introduction. And then Lemuel looked at George with a somewhat unkind expression, while August looked a little curious in his eyes. As for Raphael, he smiled directly, as if he was looking at a junior. George looked at Raphael, the 40-year-old Grand Arbiter, and felt that he looked more and more familiar. Then, a flash of lightning flashed in his mind, and he finally recognized who this person was.
Uncle Raphael, I didn't expect to see you here.
A bright smile appeared on George's face. Hearing the word uncle, Raphael was obviously stunned for a moment. Then he looked at George meaningfully and smiled slowly. This George William Austin can indeed be regarded as his nephew. After all, his surname is also Austin. During the subsequent conversation, George confirmed that Raphael, who looked almost exactly like Avery, was indeed Avery's son. He has been in the Knights of the Temple for almost 30 years, because Avery has always been very solid in the Holy Court's backstage. Raphael can be said to have prospered in the Holy Court and became a great knight of divine grace. It's been over 10 years. While Avery was serving as the border official and the Archbishop of Elda, Raphael was still in the Holy Court, doing a lot of things for his father's political alliance, Vic White. He was a great hero who put down the Plague Rebellion and was the first-generation pioneer to resist the Black Tide. Originally, although his status was not as good as that of a cardinal, he was much more powerful than the bishops of the College of Cardinals because he was in charge of a Temple Knights. Now, he has been promoted among the core members of the Holy Court. His power is much greater than that of an ordinary cardinal. Even his father's allies are looking at her. But he no longer has military power. After learning that the chief arbiter was one of his own, George understood why Soraya was promoted after the three great knights of grace came over. Raphael really had to make this eldest lady a priest, because the queen told him yesterday the person in the tribunal in this temple, half is in Soraya's hands. George also understood who Raphael was among these three people, a troublemaker. After a person is caught by the adjudication panel,
It is up to the chief arbitrator to decide whether to send him to the tribunal or whether the outcome of the trial complies with the teachings. If the person does not comply with the regulations, he will have to repeat the process until the regulations are met. Similarly, if that person is always declared innocent by the presiding judge, as long as the arbitration hall can continue to search for new evidence, it can keep sending the suspect in again and again. He can keep the case dragging on. Of course, the person who is caught will have to suffer all the time. After all, the court is not that easy to stay in. George looked at the evil-looking Grand Judge Lemuel. This great knight of grace was the most powerful here, because under special circumstances, he could execute people on the spot, behead first and then report, and declare the fugitive who was killed guilty. Among the future prisoners of the Moon Kingdom, there will be lurkers, dark wizards, and even mercenaries who pretend to be armed forces from the kingdom of heaven. If a person is accidentally caught by Lemuel and Sariah rescues him in time, then the prisoner can still live or even be let go. If Sariah's people didn't arrive in time, Ramil would be executed on the spot, or sent to the tribunal for secret torture. The same goes for Sariah when she goes to catch the lurkers. Of course, the most critical thing is that if the shelter fails to defeat the lurkers in the Moon Kingdom, the Moon Kingdom will lose its divine favor. Then Lemuel will go all out. The first one to catch is George, and the second one is Elizabeth. The reason why Raphael relinquished his military power and took up the position of Grand Arbitrator was to save one of them at the end. It can be said that Grandpa George worked hard for this duel. As long as people are alive, there is still a chance even if the Moon Kingdom falls. After whispering with Raphael, George stood here. But some people were a little reluctant. Austin, you are not qualified to stand here. Lemuel suddenly looked at George and spoke. His expression was unkind, as if he was reprimanding a subordinate who did not understand the rules. Judge Mahjong Ramil expressed his position, but the presiding judge August did not speak after listening. Instead, he looked like he was watching a good show. Just when Raphael was about to speak and wanted George to stand behind him, George glanced at Lemuel, then ignored him, turned around, and walked up the high platform, arriving at the throne. Right. Chatted with Bishop Bast about the tribute below. In that position, the local Archbishop Buster of the Moon Kingdom can stand. And if he is the Queen's husband, the real prince, then he can also stand. But the position where George stood was just right. He looked like the male host of the Moon Kingdom and was talking to Bishop Buster. He looked like he was not only the leader of the three knights, but also Buster's boss. Raphael and August couldn't help but look strange. They didn't expect that Buster would acquiesce. Lemuel's face turned dark. I thought it was someone I sent, but it turned out to be a fool. Give you a smile. You really treat yourself like a dish. George glanced at the three knights, then ignored them, and looked at the prince of the kingdom of Saudi Arabia below with a serious expression. He found that the prince was looking at the three knights, himself, and Elizabeth next to him with a dumbfounded expression. George waved his hand, indicating for him to continue. He looked like a master of the house. The prince of Saudi Arabia couldn't help but look ugly. And so did Sariah. August, who had been watching the excitement, couldn't help but secretly laugh at this time. This reckless man Lemuel is simply asking for trouble. This is the main hall of the Moon Kingdom. No matter how high your status is, it is your turn to correct worldly etiquette. The only people who can tell right from wrong are the ministers of the Moon Kingdom. But as long as the 5 people opposite are still standing there, let alone this guy named George, even if he is sitting on the Queen's lap, no one in the Moon Kingdom will dare to fart. Thinking of this, August looked at the nobles under the hall, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 747, The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. Holy Alliance. August looked at the nobles in the hall, and narrowed his eyes slightly. How many weeks has it been? The nobles on the Holy Court side have rebelled so much. The remaining people were either cleared away, or just watching. It seems that this group of people not only has interests tied to them, but also has been dealt with a lot these days. I heard that during these days, the temple arrested many nobles, and those damn dark wizards also caused harm to many nobles who did not listen to the Queen's orders and did not cooperate with the sanctuary. Even Buster, the old immortal, feels a little off. It seems that the opening of the trade route has brought him huge benefits as rumored, and the proposal for his old friend to enter the College of Cardinals, as it can be said that this old guy began to gradually move closer to the new faction in the battle between the 3 factions of the Holy Court. Originally, the claims about Buster were just rumors, but now that August has seen it with his own eyes, he begins to believe it. You must know that Lord Bast is one of the old school bosses. He is extremely loyal to the Holy Court,
and only has the 7 gods in his heart. Logically speaking, even if the leader of this sanctuary is really the Lord of Heaven, he is not orthodox in any way. It can even be said that he is a Lord of Heaven who betrays the 7 gods and wants to establish another branch. So Buster would never switch sides so easily. I don't know what kind of ecstasy soup the shelter poured into him. It seems that Buster will not stand on his side. This mission seems to be more difficult than imagined. According to August, who is a conservative, the Holy Court can arrest people and exert influence on the king and nobles. But he cannot violate the sacred precepts and directly intervene in the political situation of the Moon Kingdom. Therefore, some matters require the help of the nobles of the Moon Kingdom. And they also need the strength of the lords of the Moon Kingdom to assist the judgment group in cleaning up the heretics here, as well as the Lord of the Kingdom of Heaven, who wants to establish a separate branch and betray the 7 gods and the Holy Court. But the key is that now, in the eyes of the nobles of the Moon Kingdom, he and Lemuel represent the Holy Court, and the 2 Austins also represent the Holy Court. In the eyes of the nobles, the fight between the members of the 2 Holy Courts was a fight between gods. If you side with the Judgment Panel, you will be punished by the Parliament and the Temple. If you side with the Temple, you will be punished by the Judgment Panel. In addition, Sanctuary has established a portal in the Moon Kingdom. In name, the Moon Kingdom can support the Western battlefield at any time. But in fact, Sanctuary's troops can come at any time. This was a great shock to the nobles of the Moon Kingdom. So everyone wants to stay out of it. And now, in the eyes of many nobles, if Austin loses, it will really affect the wealth of the nobles. So even those nobles who believed in the 7 gods started to wait and see. If we don't show some thunderous tactics in the next few days, I'm afraid that the Sanctuary will become a holy court in the hearts of the people of the Moon Country. And no one will listen to the orders of these divine envoys anymore. There will be a worship ceremony tomorrow. But the Queen of the Moon Kingdom seems to have been completely stunned by George's tricks. These people probably thought that those who worshipped there would be the real 7 gods. Thinking of this, August couldn't help but cast a cold glance at Soraya. And Soraya responded by giving the completely brainwashed Judgment Archangel August a roll of the eyes. Humph. Stubbornness. August withdrew his gaze and looked at Elizabeth. He felt that he had to talk to His Majesty the Moon God. Banquet. George and Phil were standing on the railing on the 2nd floor, chatting. The venue below was bustling with people, and the Queen was toasting and speaking. After the Queen's speech, the music started and the dance began. Elizabeth, accompanied by Peros, Nenefari and others, chatted with the powerful dignitaries visiting from Saudi Arabia. These Saudi lords are very reserved on the surface, but their urgency and nervousness can be seen from some body movements. It seems that they all have very important things and need the support of the Moon Country. But most people can only chat with the Queen for a few words at most. No matter how high their status is in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, their qualifications are not worthy of having an in-depth discussion with the Queen. This is the result of national strength. So most people just look forward to getting familiar with the Queen. And the Queen only talks to them for a few words out of etiquette. Most people gathered around the great nobles of the Moon Kingdom. But the one who attracted the most attention from the people of the Sand Kingdom was not the nobles of the Moon Kingdom, but the Count. This outsider is not only in charge of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, but also the spokesperson of the Dawn Lord, and a popular person in the eyes of the Queen. He was admired by the nobles of the Moon Kingdom, and the people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia also showed flattering smiles to Salman, the family member. Many smart people have realized that if they want to achieve the political purpose of this visit to Saudi Arabia, they may have to start with this big boss. Even the eldest prince of Saudi Arabia chatted with Salman alone for a long time. The intimate manner in which they were whispering to each other did not suggest that the two people's families were feuding at all. Instead, they looked like a pair of biological brothers. They can indeed be regarded as brothers, because the full name of the eldest prince of Saudi Arabia is Harmandan Nabuallah Turadan. The eldest son of Duke Kanglan is named Salman bin Lahik Turadan. Priyanka was also at the venue today. Since this smart and scheming grill gained the favor of the hostess Sophia, Priyanka has become Sophia's spokesperson. In order to facilitate her work, Sophia also gave her the title of Baron. Today, Priyanka is not only the CEO's secretary of the new consortium, but also serves as the administrative director of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. Not only does she have an identity, she also has some rights in her hands. Recently, she has been busy in the Chamber of Commerce and financial groups, and is familiar with many nobles of the Moon Kingdom. The nobles also try their best to please this lady with a special status. So on such occasions, Priyanka mostly interacts with her. Those female nobles got together. There were several princesses from the Moon Kingdom who were also together with her. However, most of the people she dealt with today were nobles from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. From time to time, nobles from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would hold wine glasses and chat with her in a friendly manner. Although it seems that neither party is very familiar with each other. The nobles of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia seem to have some relationship with Priyanka. Most of them are her relatives, but they don't meet often. One of them, a marquis from Saudi Arabia, was flattering when he treated Priyanka, and Priyanka was a bit indifferent to him. But this guy was very shameless. After confirming that Priyanka was the little Priyanka whom he had pledged abroad as a debt, he stayed with Priyanka and never stopped. Gone. Not long after, the Marquis's son came over and worked with his father to please Priyanka. The son of the Marquis looks very handsome. If he hangs up his exquisite mustache and puts on a set of women's clothes, he will definitely dress up as a socialite and act as Priyanka's good sister. He does look a bit similar. After that, more and more Saudi Arabian nobles came to chat. The Marquis, who was originally in a marginal position in the Saudi Arabian mission, became arrogant when he looked at the Saudi Arabian nobles. Stand up. When Salman came over and took the initiative to chat, the Marquis had an extremely interesting expression. This Marquis is the Marquis Amersh whom Salman once mentioned Priyanka's biological father. It seems that Salman did not lie to George before. But the Marquis' status in Saudi Arabia seems to be very average. It is not as powerful as Salman said. Or in other words, in the eyes of ordinary nobles, he is a big shot. But in the real upper-class world of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, he is just a Marquis at the bottom. But now, he is the father of the daughter. Not only the nobles of the Shah Kingdom are competing to please him, but also the nobles of the Moon Kingdom, who just didn't have a good look on him, also hurriedly came over with wine glasses and showed smiling faces. Although the Marquis didn't know why his daughter was treated so respectfully in the Moon Kingdom, he could tell from the words of the nobles of the Moon Kingdom that his daughter's eldest master and eldest lady had extraordinary status. He was following Priyanka around while trying to please his daughter, looking forward to meeting the big man. On the other hand, he showed off his power among the Saudi envoys. Even when facing the Prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Marquis held his head high.
This guy is as snobbish as his own daughter.
George shook his head and saw Priyanka deliberately raising the glass towards him, raising the glass slightly in response. And Raphael also raised the glass in response slightly. This made the Marquis beside Priyanka feel flattered. With his face flushed, he also raised his glass. This time, although the Marquis did not receive any response. When the Marquis looked at the nobles of the Sand Kingdom and the Moon Kingdom again, his head was raised high. After taking a sip of wine, George stopped paying attention to the people below. After he glanced at the other group of Divine Grace Knights below, he looked at Raphael beside him with a half smile and said,
Lord Raphael, if you follow me like this, you won't look a bit unsociable.
In response to George's teasing, Raphael did not answer, but smiled and said,
You will look a little strange if you stay here.
The two looked at each other meaningfully, and both smiled slightly. They heard the implicit meaning of both parties. The two factions in the Holy Court had begun to openly confront each other.
George, are you not going to chat with Harmandan?
Raphael looked at the eldest prince of Saudi Arabia. He was personable and well-educated in the venue. After chatting with Salman, he went to the Queen's side accompanied by August.
Him?
George sipped his wine, looked at the Saudi prince below, smiled and said,
He is not qualified to talk to me now. If you want to know anything, you should let him know. Charman will let him know.
Raphael nodded. He could see that the union between Sanctuary and Moon Kingdom seemed to be deeper than the Holy Court imagined. And the relationship between the two has been vaguely differentiated. Raphael looked at the elegant prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and he should have noticed it. His relationship with Salman is very subtle. But today he took the initiative to chat for so long. I think he will take the initiative to contact George later. But it seemed that George didn't have much interest in him.
Harmandan is still very important. George, now the Sun King has begun to further encroach on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and they need a lot of support. Harmandan is a weak character, but he is very wise. This time when visiting the Moon Kingdom, although there is strong support from the Gods Advent sect, Harmandan is not a die-hard loyalist of the Gods Advent sect.
Raphael stopped, and he hinted to George that Harmandan could be won over. George sipped his wine glass and said,
Saudi Arabia does need support, but it's not the time yet.
In recent years, Saudi Arabia has experienced droughts or floods, and a strange red fungus has been devouring the earth in the south. This leaves Saudi Arabia in need of food support. Over the years, the Sun King has also been encroaching on the Kingdom of Sand for the rear of Sun City. which has made matters worse for the Kingdom of Sand. The most fertile land in the River of Stars once mostly belonged to the Kingdom of Sand, but now it is mostly occupied by the Sun King. In recent days, the Sun King has also made plans for the last piece of land in the River of Stars, which has made it difficult for the Sand Country to survive. The Saudi Kingdom's desire for support from the Moon Kingdom is very great. It's a matter of life and death for them. The Moon Kingdom not only has food, but also does not covet the land of the Sand Kingdom. It only wants the mining areas rich in ores. After these mining areas are given to the Moon Kingdom, the Moon Kingdom will also help develop them, which can be said to be a win-win situation. Regarding this matter, the nobles of the Moon Kingdom were indeed very unusual. The reason why the Holy Court supports the alliance between the two parties is actually a rift. Nowadays, Sanctuary, Elda, Iberia, and Landry have vaguely established a Dawn alliance, which has put great pressure on the Holy Court. Although the reaction of the Holy Court was slow, it took action and planned to unite the Holy Empire, Landry, Moon Kingdom and Sand Kingdom to form a holy alliance. This time the Holy Court supports the visit of Saudi Arabia, which is indeed a good move. It wants to use the big cake of Saudi Arabia to divide the Moon Kingdom and Sanctuary. However, if the Holy Court wants to win over Landry, it must win over the Moon Kingdom. Without the Moon Kingdom's fleet, Landry will not play with the Holy Court. Besides, even if Landry ignores the Holy Court, the Holy Court still has to give Landry support. On the other hand, if Landry sides with Sanctuary, Landry will be able to get support from both Sanctuary and Holy Court, so Jillian can carry it out. As for the issue of wooing the Moon Kingdom, the Holy Court indeed made a good move, because the entire Moon Kingdom has indeed been greedy for the Shah Kingdom for a long time. But the Holy Court has overlooked one point: no matter how big the pie in Saudi Arabia is, no matter how abundant and good the minerals are, if there is no market, and there is no technology that can turn the minerals into military supplies and materials, what is the point? Rumors of tsunamis have blocked sea routes. The only trade route is this side of the shelter. To put it bluntly, the Holy Court's move this time took politics and military into consideration, but the economy was not considered. In other words, this Holy Court, which only valued divine power but not business, abandoned businessmen and had no commercial resources to use. At the same time, the portal is not only a trade route, but also a sharp sword hanging over the head of the Moon Kingdom. This sharp sword can help the Moon Kingdom obtain huge benefits that are difficult to refuse, and can help the Moon Kingdom overcome obstacles. Similarly, if this and the sharp sword are not good in the future, everyone in the Moon Kingdom will have trouble sleeping and eating. This kind of difficulty in sleeping and eating is no less than the pressure given by the Holy Court. Because although the Holy Court's army is huge, it is unable to cope with all tasks, and it is necessary to pass through many fortresses when coming to the Moon Kingdom. But the shelter is the royal court of the Moon Kingdom that can be reached at any time. Of course, Sanctuary can also support here at any time and help the Moon Kingdom get rid of the shackles of the Holy Court. Smart nobles of the Moon Kingdom all know that the path the Moon Kingdom wants to take is the path of the Magic Empire, not the path of becoming the second Holy Empire. No matter how good the relationship between the Holy Court and the Moon Kingdom is in the future, there will always be an insurmountable gap between the two. The only thing that can change Yugo's attitude is to defeat Sanctuary and let Sanctuary fall off the altar. Therefore, whether the Moon Kingdom will ultimately choose the Holy Court or the Sanctuary does not depend on the present, but the result of the miracle in the future. As for what George said about not having the time yet, he planned to have a good talk with the Prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia after Ariadne was born. By then, many things would fall into place. George would even talk to those in the Holy Court mission who were still alive after the incarnation. Of course, if the miracle thing goes wrong, then there is no need to talk about it. Chapter 748 News from the Holy Court. Instead, George hopes that the Moon Kingdom in the future will be able to have both sides in the Holy Court, and it will exist as a link between the Holy Court and Sanctuary. The Dawn Council will ultimately deal with the lurkers in the Holy Court, not the entire Holy Court. Therefore, George hopes that through Elizabeth's relationship, there will be a channel for close cooperation between the Dawn Council and the conservative old diehards in the Holy Court, thus gaining support from the Holy Court. This support comes from the rising Divine Adventist sect in the Holy Court. They are all diehards, a group of people brainwashed by lurkers. Buster was once a representative figure of the God's descendants, and August came on behalf of the God's descendants. As George and Raphael talked, they also talked about the current situation in the Holy Court. The Divine Adventist sect believes that in order to resist foreign aggression, one must first secure the interior. They believe that demons cannot cross the Xinjiang mountain.
And even with the fleets of the Moon Kingdom and Landry, the Seahorse Fortress cannot be breached. Therefore, they hope to be able to defend North Annan. And if the Moon Kingdom and Shaw all the kingdoms can gather around the Holy Empire, the Holy Court will be able to keep the demons at bay in the north. Raphael, I don't quite understand why these people are so stubborn. Maybe this strategy can reach the devil for a while. But it is like controlling a flood without blocking it. As the situation in the north deteriorates, future floods will be more violent. Raphael sighed deeply, seeming to feel a little tired. They do have their plans. Even I can't say that they are completely wrong. After a pause, Raphael talked about the Gods Adventist sect. What the Gods Adventist sect is looking forward to is the awakening of the seven gods. The seven gods are about to awaken, and the black tide will eventually fade away. Therefore, they deal with the black tide. They adopted the Tiaozi Ju. They did not have such a simple black tide, but the rising shelter, which made the Holy Court more and more worried. This time Landry, Elda, Rodink, Iberia, and the Moon Kingdom, the alliance of the 5 countries, has touched the sensitive nerves of the Holy Court. So they sent us here, hoping to maintain the purity of the Moon Kingdom. At the same time, it also avoids the establishment of the Dawn Alliance. And the marriage between the Sand Kingdom and the Moon Kingdom can obviously solve this problem. Hence the Saudi Arabia's visit. The 7 gods are about to wake up, and the dark tide will eventually fade away. George murmured. Raphael, the one who wakes up may not be the 7 gods. I am also worried about this. The same is true for the God Adventists. But this worry is not doubting their gods, but doubting you, George. Regarding the sanctuary, there is a rumor in the Holy Court. They all said, you are Morpheus. Raphael looked at George meaningfully. Raphael, George suddenly said leisurely, I heard someone in the Holy Court rumored that the 7 gods have fallen, and all those walking in the world now are the disguised incarnations of Morpheus. Your Highness, Raphael said with a half smile, you should know this matter better than me. George smiled and said nothing. George used the name of Morpheus to help the shelter go through the most difficult period. But now, side effects are starting to show up. Nowadays, the shelter no longer needs this famous name. But George is still covered in dirty water, and the lotion cannot clean it, including Soraya and others. They were also splashed with dirty water. Those brainwashed angels and saints believe that the sun god, who appeared in the southern wilderness, was all a trick played by Morpheus, including August, who is in the same position as Michael. I am afraid that he has also questioned their real god. After he met Soraya, the attitude between the two parties was very subtle. August had great intentions of killing this false god, but Soraya was too lazy to pay attention to him. Everything will be revealed during tomorrow's worship, and George didn't plan to explain anything to Raphael. In other words, he didn't fully trust his uncle. As for Avery, he never needs to explain. Since he is on his side, it means that he chooses to believe in himself, just like he chooses to believe that Avery is not a lurker. For Avery, what this Morpheus did was really exciting. Even if George is really that Morpheus, it must be a hope that the new century will be a new century dominated by human beings. The same goes for George. If Avery is a lurker, then lurkers like this better have more of them, judging from Avery's current actions in the north. If Aloysius was asked to make a hate list, this human being might be qualified to compete with George for first place. Every arrangement Avery made in the current situation was a deadly sword aimed at Aloysius, which could be said to make him hate him to the bone. Especially the Salvation faction founded by Avery, where all the people who opposed Aloysius were gathered. I thought the Holy Court would give our new sect a better name. The name was given by an outsider, George, but it is appropriate. In today's Holy Court, the conservative faction and the innovative faction have almost ceased to exist. They have been replaced by the Salvation faction and the Divine Descending faction. Now, they are all fighting for those outsiders who still remain neutral. Believers of the 7 gods have always been extremely dependent on them, believing that human thoughts are also given by the 7 gods. This is the old school. In fact, there are other ideas that have always existed. They admit that the 7 gods have given people ideas, but at the same time, they also emphasize the meaning of human beings. This is the reformist group. In the fog, the divine court's control over various places has gradually been lost. So there must be room for these innovative ideas to survive. And many enlightened factions in the Holy Court, or in other words, the Holy Court does not belong to the neutral faction between the two factions. They believe that we should not talk about faith now, and advocate unity to fight the doomsday together first. And since the 7 gods have not responded to humans for many years, they should rely on themselves first. These enlightened sects were the predecessors of the Salvation sect.
Many people from the conservative and innovative factions have gradually joined the Salvation faction under the pressure of the apocalypse. Avery and Boris are representatives of them. It is gradually growing. Likewise, many people have also joined the Divine sect. The God Advent sect firmly believes that the 7 gods did not fall, but fell into a deep sleep. On this point of view, the Salvationists are basically in agreement with them. But the difference is that the Salvationists believe that the most important thing at the moment is not whether the 7 gods can awaken, but the future of mankind. Therefore, this is a group of enlightened people who are not so brainless in their belief in the 7 gods. Under the pressure of this dark tide, they gradually united together. They are also willing to cooperate with anyone who ever deals with the black tide will cooperate with them, even if it is some decision made by the God Adventist faction. As long as it is effective for the current situation, the Salvation faction will temporarily choose to cooperate. This faction is not extreme, very open-minded and flexible. They unite all forces that can be united, and for the sake of the overall situation, they can abandon hatred and sacrifice some interests. The Salvation faction had the same views as George, and they were even willing to temporarily cooperate with some demons who were causing trouble behind Aloysius's back in private. As for the God Advent sect, they are a group of extreme lunatics. They believe that the black tide is not critical, and that the awakening of the 7 gods is the most important thing. They are a group of fanatical believers who once belonged to the conservative and innovative factions. They are occasionally willing to cooperate with some demons as long as the demons do not attack the South. They can let it go temporarily and wait until the autumn to settle the accounts. As long as the 7 gods are resurrected, the so-called black tide will be wiped out in an instant. The 7 gods indeed have such ability. Therefore, the God Advent sect believes that if you want to survive this doomsday, you must really rely on the 7 gods. On the contrary, those who believe that they cannot rely on gods and exaggerate the role of human beings and the crisis of doomsday are believers in doomsday and pretenders of the devil. The demon lurkers in the eyes of these divine descendants are the people of the Salvation sect. They are a group of pragmatic people who believe that they cannot rely on God to survive this apocalypse. Among the Salvation sect, there is also a group of extreme people who believe that even if the 7 gods are alive, they cannot save the world. They can only rely on themselves to save the world. Sanctuary is one of the representatives. Among the God Advent sect, there is also a group of more extreme guys. They believe that even if the world has been destroyed, as long as the 7 gods wake up, they will be able to recreate humans and the world. The world is still a peaceful paradise. Therefore, for the awakening of the 7 gods, all sacrifices are worth it, even if it means sacrificing the world. On the contrary, the path taken by the Salvation sect is causing mankind to lose divine grace and leading the world to a real path of doomsday. Chapter 749 The meaning of God's position. In the eyes of George and Avery, the descendants are essentially a group of cowards who are fanatical, but at the same time extremely panicked about the doomsday. They are a group of weaklings who want to be licking dogs even if they die and dare not confront the devil head-on. It can be said that Aloysius used believers and blindness to corrupt him very successfully. These cowards and fanatical lunatics have all been called out by him. The fanatics control the strongest troops of the Holy Court and are the main force against the doomsday. Their attention now has all shifted to the awakening of the 7 gods. So the Holy Court will not contribute as much to the battle in the north. The demons are also very cooperative. They are collecting souls in the north, summoning their kindred spirits in HL, accumulating their own strength, and have no time to deal with the south. And those cowards who fear demons have become the mainstream in the world. The more powerful the devil is, the more cowards there are. The greater the power of the God Advent sect, the more people look forward to the awakening of the 7 gods, and the more fanatical the believers become. But their fanatical beliefs will eventually be gathered together by Aloysius and given to the ancient gods. After listening to Raphael's narration, the little follower Aji couldn't help but curse.
This is simply weird. The ultimate dog licker. Are those divine descendants mentally retarded? What's the point of this world when everyone is dead?
George shook his head, telling Aggie to shut up. His focus was different from Aji's. He looked at Raphael and asked,
"What do you think about the awakening of the 7 gods? What do you think of George? Regardless of whether the 7 gods are really the lords in our hearts. If the world is already broken, then even if the Lord wakes up, what's the point? We have to do something."
Raphael is Avery's son, and what he expresses is Avery's thoughts. George nodded, based on his understanding of the old fox Avery. If he asked the old fox Avery now, he would probably say, as long as this world still exists and the black tide is faded, whether the 7 gods will wake up will matter.
It doesn't matter anymore. Actually, George, I mean, he seemed to feel that his statement was a bit disrespectful to God. Raphael explained again. I believe in the 7 gods and am a loyal believer. My faith allows me to understand what mercy is, generosity, love, and forge ahead. They gave me supreme courage, and also let me know what justice and justice are. In the years when the 7 gods did not respond to us, I have been very confused, hoping they can answer us in that prayer and guide us forward. But, Raphael said firmly, but if the world is already in pieces, then even if the Lord wakes up. At this point, Raphael sighed. It cannot be said that it is completely meaningless. But we are watching all this happen. The Lord has taught us everything, so we should also use what they have taught us. Just do something. George looked stunned. One thing he heard from Raphael's mouth was that Raphael's will was far less firm than his father's. The first words Raphael said before were actually the thoughts of Avery. What's the point of the 7 gods awakening? Revealed Avery's determined rebellious heart. And Raphael's second sentence revealed Raphael's confusion. He also looked to God. In fact, even among the Salvationists, I am afraid that most people are the same as Raphael. Guys like Avery are still in the minority. However, these guys are the leaders of the Salvation faction. These leaders have clear thinking, calm and even cold thoughts. They will not be interfered by beliefs and emotions when thinking and making decisions. So if only one could live between the God and humans, they would choose to let humans live. These people are naturally rebellious and have their own independent thinking. When facing those oracles one after another, even if they act according to God's instructions, they will also quietly think about whether this is right or not. Even go back and think about whether it is good for yourself. And if God lets them wait for death, they will think about more things. They will consider whether this is right or not. So the question arises, if the world is already broken, what's the point of God waking up? Even if I'm dead, what's the point of building your new world well? Such thoughts. You may also wonder whether the 7 gods are the 7 gods that the Lord I believe in asks me to die. Then this Lord is definitely a devil in disguise. Even people like Avery still feel that even if the 7 gods who told me to die are really my Lord, then when they issue the oracle, I must find a way. Let everyone think that the 7 gods are demons in disguise, and then fight against the doomsday with me. To put it bluntly, these people, like George, are a group of underlings around the 7 gods. At the same time, they are also a group of people who are gradually freeing their minds from the shackles of the doomsday pressure, and are the mainstay of the fight against the doomsday. The more such people the better, because they will not be deceived by the devil, nor will you be confused by the voice of God. They will only do the right thing firmly. But such people are in the minority in the Holy Court. Among the Salvation faction, there are more people like Raphael, who are extremely loyal to the 7 gods. They looked to God and saw the crisis before them. But before this crisis, they were confused and panicked about the future, looking forward to having a stronger force to give help and guidance. George suddenly understood why Aloysius was so enthusiastic about the moon god's throne. Because thanks to Irene, the moon god's throne still existed after the 7 gods fell. Once Aloysius obtains this throne, he can issue such oracles in the name of the 7 gods, allowing everyone to sit back and wait for the 7 gods to awaken. And once everyone's will begins to waver, there is a chance that they will be possessed by demons. Given the importance the demons attach to the throne of the 7 gods, their preparations this time are definitely not that simple. But why does Erin have such confidence? She is not an arrogant person. George's face gradually became weird. Unless she has a trump card in her hand that gives her absolute confidence and overwhelms all power. I asked. Why does Eileen obey my words when she hates me so much? Maybe this seemingly obedient guy is still plotting against me this time. If you really have some small plans, don't blame me for stripping you naked and hanging you on the top of the main hall of the temple. George gritted his teeth and sipped the wine in his hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at Miss Jasmine next to Elizabeth. As if feeling George's gaze, Jasmine turned back and looked at George. George raised his wine and gave Jasmine a slight greeting. Jasmine was flattered and raised her wine in response. When George withdrew his gaze, Jasmine secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't notice my disguise. Did he? He has no reason to find out. Chapter 750 Pilgrimage. At the beginning of July, every year at this time, all believers in the moon god in the world will rush to the moon city to make a pilgrimage. And this July is a special day that only happens once in a century. There will be a super solar eclipse. Therefore, people from all over the kingdom, as long as they have some ability, have already arrived one after another. On this day of pilgrimage, before dawn,
The streets and alleys of Moon City were already full of people, looking forward to seeing the holy face today. As for the Moon Temple, even standing outside the city, you can still see its majestic appearance. Even in this tall building of the Moon City, the temple stands out from the crowd. Early in the morning, the royal pilgrimage team had already set off from the Moon Palace and walked towards the Moon Temple. The Knights of the Moon and the Knights of the Temple were at the front to clear the way. Soldiers from the Moon Kingdom stood at both ends of the road to avoid the fanaticism. The people rushed out and disturbed the holy driver. In addition to the royal family, ministers and nobles of the Moon Kingdom, the team of the Moon Palace also had envoys from various countries. They passed through the bustling streets in a mighty manner. Along the way, the priests of the Moon Palace and temples threw their names at the people on both sides of the street, drinking holy water. People on both sides of the street also spontaneously sprinkled flower petals towards the procession on the street. Whenever the queen walks through an area, there will be roaring mountains and tsunami in that area, and thousands of people will bow down to worship her. She has already regarded Her Majesty as the living moon god. As the great cardinal, the godlike Batet personally supported the queen and led the way. To the left and right of the two people were Nana Fali, Palos, Auguste, Lemuel and others. They should not be following the team in such a position, but they have been following the queen closely. The four people also looked a little nervous. Not only did they carefully look at the crowd around them with the knights around them, there was also some hostility between the two parties represented by Palos and Auguste. They were both worried that the other party would take action against the queen.
Soraya, what do you keep looking at me for?
George, who was walking behind the team, withdrew his gaze and looked at Soraya beside him. But Soraya turned her head and showed an expression that ignored you. My Miss Sun God is so cute and arrogant. George shook his head, knowing that Soraya must have something to tell him. But she was too embarrassed to take the initiative to talk to him. George pretended not to know and continued to follow the team slowly. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Soraya finally couldn't help but speak.
Aren't you worried that those two people are lurkers and will harm Elizabeth? They all have signs of depravity, and it is not their duty to protect the queen. These two people, along with the Judgment Knights, almost pushed the Moon Knights aside. Soraya, the people of the gods Advent sect do all show signs of corruption. But when it comes to fallen angels today, this fallen angel could be anyone, but it can never be the two of them,
George said.
Don't worry. Well, you don't have to be so nervous on the road. The real show is over there at the temple.
Soraya was confused and didn't understand what was going on. George shook his head, glanced at Raphael not far away, and then stopped talking. As George said, although the journey was lively, and there were many fanatical believers who almost broke through the soldiers' obstruction, nothing major happened. The team wasted no time and arrived at the square of the temple, which was already filled with people. Today, the closer a person is to the temple, the more distinguished they are. Most of the people crowded on this side of the square are already nobles and wealthy households in Moon City. The magnificent temple is glorious and solemn, and its area is not much smaller than that of the Moon Palace. According to the ancient legend, it was here that the 5 moon gods gave birth to the first night of the eternal day. The scorched land that sheltered the northern hemisphere of the world also began to change from summer to autumn to winter. The door of the temple has always been open, and the saints have stood in front of the temple to welcome the saint. Before he entered the door, George saw the 5 gods in the hall. Ariadne's younger brothers and sisters, headed by her, were like stars over the moon. In fact, among the 7 gods, the oldest is the god of creation, because his prototype is the supercomputer on the solar balance. It can be said that the bodies of the 7 gods were all designed by the god of creation. But how can the status of a craftsman be compared with the status of aristocrats? The identity and number of believers determine the source of the 7 gods' beliefs and also determine the level of their gods. Although Ariadne is not the strongest, she has the largest base of believers. Outside the temple, George could already feel the surging power of faith. Once inside, George felt that the inside and outside of the temple were like 2 worlds. This ancient temple is already like the kingdom of heaven. Vast power of faith flows into this place from all over the world. After tens of millions of years, the temple is about to form the realm of the kingdom of God. If anyone wants to become a god, then this is obviously the best prototype for the kingdom of God. The color of the moon temple is slightly darker than that of other temples and churches. This may be related to the fact that people in the sheltered continent in ancient times were extremely afraid of the sun. The Byron people of the Kingdom of the Moon were the first people to settle in the north in ancient times. So they not only worshipped the moon, but also worshipped the solar eclipse. The team has gradually entered the main hall of the temple, which occupies most of the entire temple area. This vast area is divided into upper and lower floors. The dome is 6 stories high from the ground. Standing near here, looking up at the majestic statue, you will always feel that you are extremely small. The layout of the temple is different from other churches. And here not only the 7 gods are enshrined, but also heroes and archangels since ancient times. It can be said that there are many statues here, but they are all carved on stone pillars and walls. Each huge stone pillar seems to be composed of thousands of faces, and every mural has a story carved in it. Standing in this temple, George slowly closed his eyes and experienced this place from the perspective of dawn light. From the god's perspective, he saw the bright moon rising gradually in the sky. Not only was it much larger than usual, but the outline of the moon could also be clearly seen during the day. And as it rises, it becomes bigger and bigger. Before it reaches the sun, it is already twice as big as the sun, making the sunlight in the sky darker and darker. Just as Anthony calculated, there will be a super eclipse today. It seems that the perpetual calendar specially designed by the temple for worship is indeed accurate. George's perspective moved and he looked into the distance. He saw a steady stream of power of faith in the distance, rushing towards the temple from all directions. The power of faith in the entire Moon City was even more surging amid the pilgrimage of thousands of people. Not only is it pure and extraordinary, it also has a hint of dawn. This should be due to the theological influence of Peros on the queen since she was a child. And it is also related to Irene's belief change in the past 300 years, under the influence of the followers of the moon god, the queen, the temple, and the public association. The belief has changed from what it once was. Similarly, this also makes the power of faith of these believers very pure and not contaminated by much corrupting power. When they flowed into the temple, they were purified again, no longer possessing a trace of the aura of the ancient gods. The final destination for the power of these beliefs is the statue of Ariadne. But the situation is different from what Irene said, because it is not only the long bow in the right hand of the statue that gathers and purifies these beliefs. The harp in the left hand of the statue is also gathering the power of faith. George couldn't help but shift his perspective to the harp with some temptation, and found that most of the power of faith from all over the world would flow into the longbow, while most of the power of faith from the moon country would flow into the harp. Not only that, the harp seems to be absorbing the power of faith from the longbow. Although the power on the harp is not as powerful as the long bow, it is extremely solid and can compete with the long bow. Believers have always believed that Ariadne shot down the sun with her long bow, causing the sun to begin to set. The harp defines the trajectory of the rising and setting of the sun, making it start over and over again. In the worship of these 2 holy objects, believers worship the longbow far more than the harp. After the death of the 7 gods, Ariadne no longer believed in her own destiny. The harp could change her destiny. The explanation, at least, it can't change her own. So 300 years ago, Ariadne had already begun to dislike the harp, and her faith had been transferred to her main weapon, the longbow. But now it seems that for some reason, Ariadne the harp was reacquainted with its master. It is not difficult to guess that Ariadne may have chosen the Queen of the Moon Kingdom more than 10 years ago, and she would take advantage of Aloysius's plan. Let the queen gather the power that she cannot gather into the harp. It's self-evident why Ariadne did this. It seems that believers of the Queen of Faith have found that the power of faith is pure due to the influence of the light of dawn. So Ariadne once poured some of the power of the longbow into the harp, letting the harp help her purify the power of faith. This makes the harp thrive, and the power of faith it can gather becomes more and more terrifying. Now, it's time to pick peaches, and the long bow is deliberately depriving the harp of its power. But the faint light of dawn is blocking it, and the harp seemed to have begun to fight back. Under the protection of the light of dawn, it began to compete for the power of the longbow. It seems that the light of dawn has also discovered something in recent days, and does not want the power of faith condensed in the long bow to be too overwhelming. However, all this is meaningless, because both the power on the harp and the power on the longbow belong to the moon god. If Erin was just an archangel, this might work, but today, she is the goddess of the moon. Shaking his head, George knew that his repeated warnings to Irene a few days ago had no effect. Irene seemed to be unable to shed tears without seeing the coffin. He quietly looked at Elizabeth and found that her eyes were staring at the longbow. It seemed that she only knew the longbow and did not know that the harp had actually recognized her as its owner. At this time, Ibrahimovic, who was staying in the shelter, suddenly heard a voice through the dawn light. "George, I feel like we suddenly lost a turning point. There must be something wrong with the crystal array of Star University. The lurkers may take action today." George hummed lightly and ignored him. Damn you, lurker. The crystal array must have been created by Irene's people. As for those lurkers, if they don't take action today, they may not have a chance in the future. It seems that the lurkers should be well prepared. But so is Erin. And this guy was more prepared for her plan than George thought. Judging from the terrifying power of faith in this temple, even Aloysius will die here today. Today he planned to watch the fun. Just when George was thinking, he suddenly felt someone poke his waist. George couldn't help but open his eyes and looked at Soraya. However, Soraya pretended that she was not the one who stabbed him. She walked directly and silently to Buster's side under the statue. George looked over there and felt a little surprised. It turned out that everyone had gathered around Buster, ready to listen to the holy music and receive baptism. Buster is in charge of all today's work. As a cardinal, he is also the god of the moon. So his status in the holy court is second only to the Pope, the god of the seven gods. Even many great knights of grace were extradited by him. So he is the most qualified person to represent the holy court and speak for the moon god. So in theory, after the ceremony reaches this point, the moon god will use the mouth of this spokesperson to convey the sacred message. The entire temple hall was crowded with people upstairs and downstairs. And those closest to Bast were those with holy name saints, and sons of the seven gods were included in this category. Seeing Buster waving to him, George suddenly remembered that when he was in Biswi City, he had obtained the holy name and was regarded as the son of God in the holy court. So he walked over. As the sons of the moon god and the sun god, Elizabeth and Husman are closest to Buster, and Palos and other famous leaders of the moon kingdom have gathered around Buster. Although Jillian does not have a holy name, because of his status, he is actually qualified to stand here today. But today he was hiding outside. In the outer circle, there are many saints represented by Soraya, as well as the temple's high priest, Inquisition, and paladins. However, although these people were all gathered together, they were faintly divided into two groups. The one on the left and the one on the right gave up the middle aisle, which was a bit tense. There are many nobles outside, and there are many people upstairs. Tanya, Jasmine and others are hiding there. Buster is worthy of being a cardinal. He has a unique understanding of the allusions to the seven gods in the holy scriptures. He speaks very skillfully, and has everyone listening attentively. Even August and others began to ponder secretly, seeming to have some understanding. After Buster took everyone to review the history of the moon god, a priest beside him picked up the holy water and followed Buster to baptize everyone. During the baptism process, Buster did not forget to convey the sacred voice and oracle of the moon god. The link of spreading the oracle did not exist originally. It seemed that Buster was in labor. Or as he said, he dreamed of the moon goddess last night and heard her voice. Those so-called oracles and holy voices made August laugh. This Bast pretended to be a ghost and told it as if it were true he could hear shit. But how could August have imagined that Buster had indeed listened to the teachings of the Dawn Light all night last night? The scene of countless angels surrounding the nebula is still deeply engraved in Buster's mind. And the moon goddess Ariadne in his heart is his guide to heaven. From today on, he will spread the teachings of Dawn in this moon kingdom.